Chapter 1-1. Cultivators hold grudges. The registration office for crossers was full of restless enthusiasm. This world is just like Earth. Who would have thought that a sneeze could lead to a crossover? I will never see Xiaolon, Qian Qian, or Su Su again. Only Mary, Victoria, and Rachel make this world incomplete. Qin Hank stood on the balcony of his apartment, reflecting on the crowded scene below. Today marked the start of the undergraduate school year at the University of Texas at Austin. As a first-year graduate student majoring in botany, he had completed his enrollment procedures a week in advance. So he could leisurely stand on the balcony and enjoy the view below. The small square in front of the apartment was precisely a registration point for the new students. Standing on the balcony allowed him to have a complete view of the happenings below, and this feeling of overlooking everything was fantastic. This year's new students were generally good-looking, and America's high-calorie diet made these kids appear well-proportioned. Men will always love 18-year-olds. On the road in front of the apartment, various beautiful women dressed in cool clothing, radiating youthful vitality, looked so youthful and charming. Chapter 2-2. An unexpected incident on the path of trouble. After observing the surrounding environment, Qin Hank avoided the cameras at the entrances of several shops along the street. He positioned himself behind a landscape tree. His target was the John's Leather Shop across the road. The first to make a call, and the largest in scale among the partners. Qin Hank had reason to believe he could find a clue here. John's Leather Shop was a standalone small building, sitting alone in an open area, and business was doing well. Not long after, several groups of customers walked into the store. When they came out, they were all carrying various leather goods in large and small bags. After observing for half an hour from behind the tree, Qin Hank suddenly felt he might be overly cautious. In Texas, where rednecks abound, simplicity and directness are key. The Westerners who uphold the law of the forest fear might, but not virtue. If they don't see your strength, no one will treat you with kindness. He picked up a few stones from a nearby grass and, with a flick of his hand, smashed the two cameras outside the shop. Qin Hank quickly got up and walked towards the leather shop. Is that bastard here to cause trouble? Old John, bald and furious, stormed out of the shop with a Remington in hand. Chapter 3. The man who solves problems with baseball accompanied by a warning sound. Qin Hank sensed the danger without looking up and directly dove to the ground with the female police officer in his arms, causing her to let out a cry of pain. Along with the scream came the sound of bullets piercing the car's windshield and the subsequent sound of gunfire in retaliation. Qin Hank didn't try to show off or pretend to be an ordinary person. He quickly rolled and dragged a female officer named Mary to the back of the police car. He saw another female officer hiding there and fighting back. When she noticed Qin Hank and Mary coming over, she warned them to be careful and then blindly fired a few shots in the direction of the gunfire. Then, in a flurry, she opened the trunk and pulled out an AR-15. She had already called for backup from the station, and now colleagues were rushing to their aid from all directions. The first priority was to hold off the attackers to ensure the safety of herself, Mary, and the Asian man who had been attacked without reason. Seeing her colleague loading the AR-15, the counterattack paused. The injured Mary struggled to pull out her handgun and found an angle to fire a few shots. The enemy's gunfire was getting closer, and they needed to strengthen their firepower quickly or it would be dangerous. During the process of moving to the rear of the car, Qin Hank had already seen the pickup truck parked 50 meters away, facing their direction. Chapter 4. The innocent young police officer Cynthia. Qin Hank leaned down to look at the two beautiful faces beneath him, raising an eyebrow and whispering in their ears. You're truly beautiful. The close contact made him unable to resist flirting a bit. He thought, since I can't eat yet, can I flirt? So, are you planning to go on a date with us? But buddy, if you want to date two ladies at the same time, you need to have a super strong body. After all, it's the beacon of freedom, and such matters never need to be covered up. The injured Mary straightforwardly continued Qin Hank's words, throwing him a flirtatious glance and blowing a breath into his ear. Qin Hank sprang up from the ground like a spring. Although he had been in this world for 2 months, most of the time was spent earning money, training, and eating, plus the restriction of not being able to release his yang energy. He really hadn't had a chance to interact deeply with the local girls. His mind was still filled with familiar Chinese routines, where men flirt boldly and women shyly respond. But here, it was completely out of the ordinary, given Mary's earlier actions. If her thigh wasn't injured, she would have pushed back. Qin Hank gasped in surprise, thinking, what a crazy world this is. Once I can eat meat, life will be so much happier. Chapter 5. Texas barbecue restaurant. In the evening, Cheen Hank and Cynthia sat at a rustic wooden table in a Texas barbecue restaurant. After work, Cynthia wore a simple t-shirt paired with jeans, and the tight fit outlined her alluring figure. The charming police officer transformed into a youthful and cute girl, effortlessly switching between the two styles. The fair-skinned and beautiful Cynthia made Cheen Hank, sitting across the table, slightly bow in respect. Texas Barbecue was a well-known traditional barbecue restaurant, always crowded during meal times, with diners enjoying their food at every table. Just behind the restaurant, through a huge glass window, several rows of large grills emitted the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. Occasionally, golden brown roasted meats or sausages were pulled from the grill, where chefs wearing chef hats used sharp knives to trim off the burnt parts and slice them for serving. Some meats were served whole on plates without being cut. The restaurant captivated food lovers with its tender and delicious brisket. At that moment, a supersized barbecue platter was placed on the table between them, piled high with roasted beef, sausages, and beef ribs. This platter was for Cheen Hank. Chapter 6. The Strange Lightning Miracle. It was truly astonishing. The champion of the upcoming eating competition could already be determined. Watching him eat like this made me feel hungry. I felt like I could eat a whole cow. A crowd of onlookers watched as Cheen Hank elegantly consumed another 6 pounds of roasted beef and sausages, and they began to discuss among themselves. Cheen Hank put down his knife and fork, calmly wiped his mouth with a napkin, and casually made a gesture. The restaurant owner was about to come over and ask if he could eat more, when suddenly there was a bright flash outside, followed by a loud thunderclap. Before anyone could react, there were 2 more thunderclaps. A huge commotion erupted outside the restaurant. A man stumbled into the restaurant, shouting, "Oh my God! Frank's Leather Company has been blown to ruins by 3 lightning strikes. Oh, the miracle of nature! Who said foreigners don't love to watch the excitement?" Upon hearing this man, half of the restaurant rushed outside to take a look. "Cynthia, there was an incident next door. You don't have to be forced to work overtime, right?" Cheen Hank stood up and looked at Cynthia. "Oh no, it's my off-duty time now. It's my time to enjoy freedom." Cynthia replied nonchalantly, saying that the duty officers would handle the situation outside and that her normal work was already hard enough. She didn't want to sacrifice her rest time. Chapter 7. Cheen Hank's background. Cheen Hank confirmed the details of the job opening at the Bison restaurant with Peter and decided to go check it out tomorrow. He also arranged to visit Peter's home. If he remembered correctly, Peter's eldest daughter was a fair-skinned and beautiful nurse, 20 years old, radiating youthfulness. On his way back to his dorm, he passed by several rooms playing loud music, and some rooms emitted unabashed sounds of joy. It was indeed the free America. Gunfights every day. Upon opening the door to his dorm, he found a 2-bedroom apartment layout. Besides a set of sofas in the living room, there was also a small bar and an open kitchen. As soon as Cheen Hank entered, his roommate's door opened. "Hey, Hank, you're finally back." A young white guy with light brown curly hair excitedly ran out of his room. "Haha, my work has finally been accepted by Beautiful Lady magazine. They invited me and Lilith to attend a fashion salon next week. Congratulations, Lewis, you finally got your wish." Cheen Hank smiled and wished his excited roommate well. This guy was named Louis Isaac, studying photography. He usually used his girlfriend Lilith as a model for his shoots and submitted his works to various magazines, gaining a bit of fame in America. Chapter 8. The choice of performance tools. Since the previous life of Cheen Hank did not involve university, this life, with the memory of a top student and the opportunity to pursue a master's degree, he decided to fill that regret by coming from San Antonio to Austin. By the way, Cheen Hank's undergraduate studies were at the University of Texas at San Antonio. This is considered a direct advancement from school, as I chose and was admitted to the graduate program of my favorite mentor, Seaver Clark. The summer vacation at the American school lasts for 3 months, and Cheen Hank practiced while working part-time. Tuition fees are a significant expense, and practicing is an endless pit. Even later, when my cultivation improved and my earning ability greatly increased, I still had to rely on student loans to gather the tuition, as I ended up eating too much, accumulating a total of $80,000 in student loans from undergraduate to now graduate studies. It will take at least 10 years to repay, which is enough to crush most students. However, with a mature middle-aged soul hidden within, Cheen Hank could still smile and comfort himself, considering it all a minor issue. In his past life as an ordinary person in Africa, he had faced crises far greater than this and had not been overwhelmed. Moreover, he now possessed a super opportunity in this life. Once he cultivated to the point of a leap in his life level, These loans would no longer be a problem. Chapter 9. Stunning knife skills under the astonished gazes of Harry and the chefs. A dazzling flash of a knife revealed a cucumber that was supposed to fall on the cutting board, yet it remained suspended in midair. In just a few seconds, a complete cucumber lay quietly on the blade of a knife. Sheen Hank nodded in satisfaction. The knife was good. The kitchen fell silent for a long time. Thick crab. I thought I was watching Fruit Ninja, but all I see is knife light. I could do that with a knife too, said a chubby chef, shaking his head as he turned to go back to work. Sheen Hank smiled and glanced around at everyone, pointing to a plate nearby and calling out to Harry. Boss, please pass that plate to me. Harry looked disappointed, but his gentle temperament made him hand the plate to Sheen Hank, though he murmured, this skill is too impressive. Before he could finish his sentence, he was stunned by the scene that unfolded before him. Incredible. How is this possible? He saw the originally intact cucumber on the plate with its head and tail removed by the knife tip. With a gentle touch, the green cucumber skin formed a complete circle along the edge of the plate like waves. In the center of the plate lay thin cucumber slices as delicate as a cicada's wings, resembling a blooming flower. Chapter 10. An encounter at the Bison restaurant after Sheen Hank's demonstration. The group of chefs changed their attitude towards him entirely. It should be noted that these chefs primarily worked in the back kitchen, while Sheen Hank was to perform in the restaurant. However, there was no conflict of interest between them. Rather, they should complement each other. The more successful Sheen Hank's performance, the more customers he attracted, and the more the chefs in the kitchen earned. A group of people gathered around Sheen Hank, chatting for a while to build rapport. Harry then took him, grabbing a chef's knife, and they left the kitchen for a spacious changing room. Dear, this is our performance outfit. You'll need to wear this for the show tonight, and this locker is for your use. Harry handed Sheen Hank a gorgeous cowboy outfit. From Harry, Sheen Hank learned that this outfit was left behind by the previous performer, who had worked at the Bison restaurant for a year before eagerly heading to New York to seek fortune. Harry had just bought this outfit for him, but before he could wear it, the performer had already left Austin. Harry assessed Sheen Hank's physique and happily said, "You and Steve are about the same height." Chapter 11. Incredible skills. Sheen Hank greeted the customers with Carmen and Kelly. The three stood on stage in a triangular formation, with Carmen and Kelly on either side, each holding a stainless steel bowl at the edge of the stage. Sheen, 12 salads. Carmen glanced at the menu hanging by the bar and informed Sheen Hank. According to the customary performance routine, the first time on stage, one needed to do something flashy to give customers that exhilarating feeling rising from the tailbone. This would determine whether customers were willing to tip and whether they would return to dine again. Sheen Hank was now ready to reveal something shocking. Two charming ladies. Please help me organize the knives. He had Carmen and Kelly take a few long iron skewers with the pointed ends down and stick them into the wooden block at the front of the stage. Dear gentlemen and ladies, welcome to the Bison restaurant. I hope my performance will delight you and accompany you for a pleasant evening. Sheen Hank took off his cowboy hat and bowed slightly to the audience. He then directed Carmen and Kelly to skewer various vegetables for the salad on the iron skewers, such as butter lettuce, romaine, carrots, cucumbers, tomatoes, and so on. Chapter 12. Hank's Stunning Display, Part 1. The lucky tables that were chosen stood up happily, waving to those around them. For them, it was a remarkable honor, as they thoroughly enjoyed the envious gazes of others. Okay, we'll go in order of table numbers, giving each table 2 minutes to think. I believe everyone has no objections. Sheen Hank loudly asked for their opinions. The tables nodded in agreement with Sheen Hank's arrangement, while those at the back quickly discussed their ideas. Table 3 housed a white couple in their 40s, whose attire suggested they were quite well off. The husband modestly offered the opportunity to choose to his wife. Beautiful madam, please state your request loudly, and may I have the honor of knowing your name? Sheen Hank smiled, encouraging the wife. At that moment, Kelly cleverly handed her the microphone. I'm Lisa Smith, and this is my husband, Liam Smith. We are from Denver, and we are thrilled to have this opportunity. Wow. Let us give a warm round of applause to welcome the Smith couple from Denver. Chapter 13. Hank's Stunning Display, Part 2. 3 girls, dressed in t-shirts and fitted short skirts, elegantly offered ladylike gestures to those around. Their beautiful faces and slender figures drew cheers and whistle from the restaurant. When Kelly swayed over with the microphone, the 4 beauties stood together, each exuding their own charm, making the restaurant feel a bit brighter. Thank you, everyone. I am Annis Cock. This is my sister, Angelus Cock, and this is our friend, Jenny Margaret. Annis Cock, dressed in a gray t-shirt and red fitted skirt, graciously introduced herself and her companions. We often come to the Bison restaurant for meals, and today's performance is amazing. Her sister, Angela's cock, in a gray t-shirt and light skirt, took the microphone and also expressed her admiration. Meanwhile, Jenny Margaret, in a pink t-shirt and light skirt, took the microphone and boldly confessed to Cheen, Hank, I think I'm in love with you. Take me away tonight. Jenny's confession brought the atmosphere of the entire restaurant to a peak. Oh, what a romantic night. Chapter 14. Kelly's self-strategy. With pain in her body, she couldn't rub it with her hands. She could only jump a few times on stage to relieve it. Are you okay? Carmen's concerned gaze shifted downward. Oh, I hope you're a tough guy. Carmen chuckled knowingly. What? Kelly next to her was confused. To rescue Cheen Hanqua. The two of them had messed up their neatly arranged denim vests. At this moment, their partially exposed appearance portrayed a kind of messy temptation. Seeing Cheen Hanqua's expression soften, Carmen didn't bother to tidy herself up. She took a wet wipe from a nearby shelf and helped him wipe off the lipstick marks on his face and neck. Kelly hurriedly stepped forward to help as well. Cheen Hanqua stood there quietly, enjoying the service from the two hot girls. Hey, Hank, I'm starting not to like you. You've charmed away all the pretty girls. A bearded customer shouted out of jealousy as he saw Cheen Hanqua enjoying himself. Hey, buddy, you're speaking my mind. Wang Defa added. We're different. We're jealous of Carmen and Kelly. Are you two going out after work? A straightforward mixed-race girl shouted. Chapter 15. Purchasing an off-road motorcycle again. The performance was over, and the restaurant was closing. That night, Cheen Hanqua found Hallie and bought dozens of kilograms of barbecue at a low price, packed it into a large food box, and put it in the trunk of Kelly's old Ford. Cheen Hanqua plopped down in the passenger seat next to Kelly, waving goodbye to a somewhat unhappy Carmen. The Wild Bull restaurant was not far from the University of Texas. It was only a 10-minute drive. If it weren't for the box of barbecue and it being night, Cheen Hanqua could have walked back quickly. After all, Cheen Hanqua wasn't confident that he could survive a gunshot unscathed. In free America, businesses close after 10 p.m., so taking Kelly's car was the most suitable choice. The drive back to school was harmonious, but basically, Kelly was talking and Cheen Hanqua was listening. In just over 10 minutes, Cheen Hanqua learned that Kelly's full name was Kelly Smith, and she came from Florida, which is said to be a place where nothing is impossible and where no idlers are raised. She chose the University of Texas because its climate and geographical location are relatively close to Florida. Kelly's parents were ordinary company employees, so she needed to work part-time to earn her living expenses while studying. Influenced by her conservative family, second-year student Kelly had never had a boyfriend, which was almost a miracle for an American girl with a beautiful face and a hot body. Chapter 16. Eating Competition. Now that Cheen Hanqua had a motorcycle again, he got another helmet from Jim, making a great deal. He spent the morning testing the motorcycle's performance, which was perfect, with the throttle responding smoothly to his thoughts. By noon, he hadn't even eaten lunch because he was going to participate in an eating competition. He rode his motorcycle to the Texas People restaurant. Today, a large stage was set up outside the restaurant, and a bustling crowd surrounded the stage. Cheen Hanqua parked his motorcycle and had just taken off his helmet when he heard a shout from behind. Hey Hank, you finally made it. Cheen Hanqua turned around and saw Cynthia. She was wearing a fitted short dress that showed off her long, fair legs. Her golden hair was tied in a high ponytail, making her look youthful and beautiful. Given her position earlier, it was clear she had been waiting for Cheen Hanqua for a long time. Hi, beautiful lady. Did you think I wasn't coming today? Don't you have to work? Were you sneaking out? Cheen Hanqua joked with a smile. Chapter 17. Sudden News. Cheen Hanqua's extraordinary performance caused the subsequent contestants to lose their edge. Originally confident in competing for the 10,000 prize, they found themselves facing an opponent reminiscent of a prehistoric T-Rex. Realizing that others' achievements were something they could never surpass was incredibly frustrating. Regardless of the competition, the contestant's state of mind is crucial. Therefore, each subsequent contestant performed worse than the last. Some professional competitors tried hard for a good result, but still couldn't surpass Kessler's score within the allotted time. 4 hours later, Cheen Hanqua received a check for 10,000 from the organizers, ignoring the jealous gazes from the audience. He gracefully stepped down from the stage. Hank, you're amazing, Cynthia exclaimed excitedly, rushing over. A romantic kiss unfolded before everyone's eyes. Fortunately, this was shameless America. Instead of laughing at them, the audience whistled and applauded. Indeed, this place was suitable for a lecherous life, provided you had money or the ability to earn it. Chin Hanqua embraced the charming Cynthia, feeling quite pleased with himself. Chapter 18. Cynthia's Family Dinner. As the three entered the Wild Bull restaurant, the customers cheered, showering them with whistles and applause. At that moment, Chin Hanqua enjoyed treatment akin to a star. The reason was simple. Chin Hanqua's knife skills were simply stunning. Even in the rugged Texas, no one could refuse paper-thin slices of beef and long, evenly cut beef skewers. Thus, thanks to word of mouth among regular customers, even before mealtime, every table in the restaurant was filled with patrons. Most of them only had a few beers because they wanted to wait for Chin Hanqua to prepare their main meals. Since the first day, he performed various knife tricks on beef bones. Chin Hanqua had stopped doing such performances. Most of his time was spent slicing meat for customers. However, the dishes of liquor-braised beef marrow and fire-grilled steak in the air were only available to 3 lucky customers each night. After all, rarity makes things memorable. The method for selecting lucky customers was primarily through Chin Hanqua randomly picking table markers from a box. Whenever the flames blazed, it was the peak of the restaurant's popularity. Chapter 19. Attention from the talent show. The family sat harmoniously in the living room, discussing a rather disharmonious topic: Cynthia's suspected boyfriend. What is his profession? A graduate student at the University of Texas. Oh, it seems he has received a good education. Baby, if you like it. Is he willing to come to our house as a guest? Oh my, Mom, you really are biased. Cynthia's ex-boyfriends have never enjoyed such treatment. Because my Cynthia baby is grown up. Ruth, don't be in a hurry. Let them get to know each other better. The family was enthusiastically discussing when Leo's phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Leo immediately stood up from the sofa. Sorry, Dad, Mom, and Cynthia, I need to take a call. If you don't mind, you can take it here. Ruth looked at Leo, who was holding the phone, with a loving gaze. This son is handsome, polite, and after a few years of exploring outside, he can consider returning to Texas to run for state legislator, of course, starting from county legislator. Lucas will handle all of this for him. As for Cynthia, although being a police officer has certain dangers. Chapter 20. Damn, cursing the neighbors. Chin Hank, studying at the University of Texas, had no idea what was happening in Cynthia's family. Today, Lewis was out all night again. This actually gave Chin Hank a quiet environment to be alone. He sat cross-legged on a cushion, preparing to gather his energy and quickly refine the meat. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking sound from next door, and someone was shouting something wildly. The high-pitched voice made Chin Hank freeze. A surge of anger suddenly welled up in Chin Hank's heart. Fortunately, he hadn't started refining his energy yet, or he would have gone mad. Frustrated, he also found it strange that no one had lived next door for almost half a month. It seemed that the new neighbors couldn't wait to make noise as soon as they moved in. Chin Hank took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his anger, stood up, tore off a piece of tissue, and opened the door. Standing at the door, he crumpled the tissue into a ball and casually flicked it out, which should have floated lightly, but instead hit the floor camera, tilting it to face the ceiling. He then casually walked to the next door and started knocking. The more he knocked, the louder the shouting inside became. Chin Hank's face was as cold as water, knocking slowly at the door, but each knock became heavier. Chapter 21. A satisfying bounty. Like a raccoon, Chin Hank sneaked past the 2 burly men in black t-shirts guarding the stairway, wearing a devil mask. He didn't look out of place in the bar, as there were people in all kinds of masks: bullheads, moose, Spider-Man, and even a half-naked man wearing a venom mask. A group of bizarre creatures was wildly dancing to the explosive DJ music. Looking at the scale of the bar and the packed crowd, Chin Hank felt confident about the money in his pocket. After wandering around the bar for a bit, he noticed a small hidden door at the corner of the stairs on the 2nd floor, right next to where he had just flipped down from the pillar. It seemed he hadn't noticed it when he came down earlier. Chin Hank was thinking of a way to get in when suddenly there was a commotion by the dance floor. 5 or 6 tattooed men were leading 2 Mexican men toward the stairs. The tattooed men were one thing, but the 2 Mexican men clearly had blood on their hands. Their slightly squinted eyes scanned the surroundings warily, with cold gazes that seemed to freeze people. As they walked, one hand was always resting on their waist, indicating that they could draw their guns and shoot at any sign of trouble. Chapter 22. The First Farm in Life. The next day, a spirited Chin Hank, under the guidance of an agent, visited several farms. Near noon, they arrived at a farm not far from the highway. The entrance made of oak logs prominently displayed the name of Oak Farm. Dear Mr. Chin, trust me, this is the most cost-effective farm for sale in the suburbs of Austin. the agent Weston said sincerely. Woken up early by Chin Hank. He had gone through all the farms registered for sale in the company for the temptation of 500. The previous farms he showed were not particularly satisfying for Chin Hank. Either the area was too small or the environment was not ideal. While waiting for the farm owner to come out and take them inside, Weston whispered in Chin Hank's ear, "Mr. Alonso is selling the farm to pay off a huge gambling debt his son owes." Chin Hank did not respond to Weston, but instead glanced at the lawyer he brought along. In America, you need to have a lawyer for everything to avoid being taken advantage of. So, the necessary expenses must be spent. Chin Hank hired a lawyer from a well-known law firm. Chapter 23. Leo's Verification Experience. Feeling happy, Chin Hank's performance at the Buffalo restaurant that evening was particularly spectacular. Many customers who came for the experience were impressed by Chin Hank's dazzling knife skills. The restaurant owner, Harry, sat behind the stage, gleefully watching the packed restaurant, contemplating whether to expand the venue. What they didn't know was that Chin Hank's performance here wouldn't last long. First, he still had tens of thousands of dollars in his pocket, enough for his recent expenses. Secondly, once Chin Hank broke through to the chi refining stage, he would need to spend more time on cultivation. Lastly, the money earned from performances was already beneath Chin Hank's notice. He needed to find something more profitable to match the identity of a proper cultivator. Experiencing different stages of life as a cultivator is a necessary path. The bar around the stage had become the most precious VIP seating in the Buffalo restaurant, with a single table selling for $150. Customers sitting here could closely observe and clearly film Chin Hank's knife performance. Of course, they could also enjoy Chin Hank's service up close. Chapter 24. Entering the chi refining stage. While the two were talking, Leo received a phone call and didn't avoid Chin Hank. Instead, he answered it in front of him. "Director Simon, it's Leo. Yes, the performance is absolutely real, just as you saw in the video. I witnessed and experienced the whole process myself." "Yes, he is right in front of me." Leo held the phone up to Chin Hank. "Director Simon wants to talk to you." Director Simon's voice on the phone was unexpectedly enthusiastic, believing that Chin Hank's performance would become the highlight of this season's America's Got Talent. He described Chin Hank's imminent success in a high-pitched voice with a tempting tone. For Chin Hank, whether it was tempting or not didn't matter. What he cared about was that $1 million. On the phone, Director Simon and Chin Hank agreed to attend the premiere of the talent show in Los Angeles in half a month. He also left his phone number and email address for Chin Hank. Leo, who had completed his task, happily exchanged contact information with Chin Hank. Just as they were about to say goodbye, Leo suddenly tapped his head and turned around, smiling as he told Chin Hank, "My mom hopes to invite you over to our house when you have time." Chapter 25. The unexpected guest at the farm in less than half an hour. Chin Hank absorbed a large amount of moonlight, filling his dantian. As the silver light on his body gradually dimmed, the surroundings returned to their previous appearance. However, he remained sitting cross-legged on the rooftop all night, running his techniques to wash and enhance his magical energy within. He also refined his body using the strands of moonlight from the outside. At the same time, he quietly sensed the changes brought by his breakthrough to the chi refining stage. Not to mention, the early autumn climate in Texas was still quite hot. The oak farm, rich in vegetation, had quite a few mosquitoes. However, within a 10-meter radius around Chin Hank, there were no mosquitoes present, as if an invisible barrier was keeping them away. Now, Chin Hank's hearing and sight were sharp. He could clearly hear the slightest movements within 20 meters. After several cycles of energy circulation, Chin Hank could already manipulate the magical energy within his body with ease. With a few experiences of casting spells, he estimated the capacity of his magical energy in the dantian and figured he could cast spells about 7 or 8 times. Therefore, the production of talismans needed to be accelerated. One should not be called a powerful immortal master without carrying 100 or 80 talismans. Chapter 26. The terrified Las Yasi Mia. Help! Save me! The tranquility of the morning at the Kingfisher Bar was suddenly shattered by a wail. Some customers who had been drinking all night were startled awake by the scream, as if the alcohol had revived them. They watched in shock as Las Yasi, known as the Thug of Kemptown, tumbled through the door. It was as if he was being chased by hellish demons. Those still in their right minds realized something terrible had happened when they saw Las Yasi in such a state. However, there are always some people in the world who are clueless. A bearded, dazed drunkard suddenly stood up from a small table, swaying as he staggered into the aisle, looking at Las Yasi with a friendly expression. Before he could finish his respectful words, he was grabbed by Las Yasi and pushed backward, clearly being used as a human shield. The drunkard was nearly thrown to the ground, and in the dizzying fall, his head collided with the table leg, causing him to roll his eyes and faint. A few kind-hearted customers dragged the drunkard to a nearby sofa. Chapter 27. Mia's story. Mia Bird is a rose rune warrior. When Qin Hank touched her, the blonde woman seemed to have activated switch. Her eyes opened wide, radiating cold light, and as she felt under her pillow, she rolled over a few times to the other side of the bed. She bent down and raised her gun in one swift motion, her movements quick and graceful. Her red lips, red dress, and silver pistol combined to create a unique beauty. Perhaps it was because she had a gun in hand, or perhaps it was because she saw that Qin Hank was unarmed. The woman shouted, "Who are you?" "Mia Bird." "No need to shout. Hamis guards the door well. As for me, I am the owner of the oak farm, and you should be very clear about what you have done. Why did you send someone with a gun to the oak farm?" Qin Hank's eyes fixed on Mia, his voice becoming increasingly ethereal. Originally, Mia's gaze was tense and focused on him, but it became more and more hollow. She stood up in a daze, placing the pistol on the bed, and began to mutter to the void before her. "I will definitely take back the oak farm from Alonso." As Mia recounted her story, Qin Hank listened to a melodramatic yet reasonable tale. Chapter 28. The harvest of opening boxes at the farm locking the bar's front door. Mia and Hamis listened in shock as Lasyasi recounted his story in the small lounge backstage. Both were questioning whether their ears had malfunctioned. All of Lasyasi's men were taken out by lightning. The ghostly Easter man, Hamis, who allowed free entry and exit, the man who walked calmly out of Mia's room. Everything was so magical and unbelievable. After leaving the Kingfisher bar, Qin Hank unhesitatingly drove away in Lasyasi's jeep. He had to go back to the oak farm to tidy things up. Although he had killed the wrong people, Qin Hank felt no guilt, as even if he hadn't killed them, based on the farm style of operation, those men would either encounter accidents or meet their own demise. There was a reason why there were so few foreigners. Upon returning to the oak farm, Qin Hank stripped the equipment off these men, a pile of varying lengths. The bodies were buried deep in the farm's land using a soil dragon technique. The plants in that area should grow very well next year. 11 handguns, 12 long guns, 3 bulletproof vests, hundreds of bullets, and 6 grenades. Chapter 29. Visiting the redneck community. Thank you for your invitation, but I have a farm in the suburbs, so I won't participate in your plans. Qin Hank smiled as he declined Hannah's invitation. Seeing Qin Hank's smiling face, Hannah could only shrug and give up. After all, Qin Hank could do whatever he wanted on his own farm, and it wasn't appropriate to force him to join. It was their first meeting, and their relationship wasn't close enough to require them to stick together. Professor Maxim and teaching assistant Raymond left the classroom first. Qin Hank also exchanged contact information with a few other classmates, as they would all be classmates sharing meals together in the future. An afternoon of classes gave Qin Hank many ideas about his farm. So as soon as he stepped out of the teaching building, he headed to the parking shed, hopped on his motorcycle, and sped towards Austin's Chinatown. The largest building in Chinatown belongs to the Meihua supermarket. The supermarket is filled with all kinds of imported Chinese products, a dazzling array of goods. Here, he not only found various vegetable seeds, but also the familiar spicy sauce from the Chinese Spicy Queen. Qin Hank thought for a moment, took a bunch of seasonings, and also picked up a 50-pound bag of rice. After all, during the qi refining stage, he couldn't practice fasting. He couldn't survive on wind and dew alone. Chapter 30. The little nurse, Ginny. Hey, Ginny, you look really beautiful today. Qin Hank smiled as he stood up from the sofa to greet Ginny. A stunning blonde woman walked in through the door. A blonde named Ginny is a standard American sweetheart, with a beautiful face, a slim waist, and a perky, but that exudes tempting hormones. Ginny walked into the living room and generously hugged Qin Hank. After coming a few times, Qin Hank had become quite familiar with all the members of this family. The faint smell of disinfectant on her clothes represented the high hygiene standards of her working environment. In fact, the beautiful Ginny is a nurse at the Rose Clinic. With a monthly salary of $3,000, half of it goes to her family to help support them, ostensibly for rent and food expenses. She is a rare, dutiful daughter in American society. Oh, Hank, did you spray some perfume? It smells so good. After letting go of Qin Hank, Ginny leaned in again and took a deep sniff of his neck, almost licking it. Baby, didn't you see your poor dad waiting for your hug? Chapter 31. Last performance at the restaurant after dinner, Peter wanted to keep Qin Hank for a chat. However, he was refused. He hadn't fully quit his job at the Buffalo restaurant yet, and needed to inform Harry tonight to start looking for a replacement performer. Checking the time, Hank decisively bid farewell to Peter's family. Ginny walked him to the door, gently hugging him and not letting go. "Hank, I wish you the championship in the professional bull riding competition." After saying this, Ginny pressed her body against Hank's chest and took a few deep breaths. Watching this girl unwilling to let go in his arms, Hank felt like catnip at this moment, using his scent to firmly attract this golden-haired cat. He thought about it. It was not surprising, as the body odor of East Asians is relatively lighter than that of other races. Moreover, Hank had already purged the impurities and toxins from his body, and the scent he exuded was a very fresh, natural fragrance. Ginny sensed the coolness of moonlight and the warmth of sunlight, along with a natural scent containing negative ions. This scent made Ginny feel very comfortable, giving her a sense of peace and ease. Chapter 32. My cow can do a backflip, Carmen. Do you know this is very dangerous? Hank turned his head and looked deeply at Carmen, who was close to him. Carmen bravely met his gaze, biting her finger, with a flirtatious glint in her eyes. "Hank, do you mind having another girlfriend?" Feeling the sudden increase in the pull of his left arm, it was clear that Kelly beside him was anxious about his answer. Hank turned his head towards Kelly again. The girl was slightly biting her lower lip, holding on to Hank's arm tightly. However, Hank surprisingly saw a glimmer of expectation in her eyes. After a moment's thought, Hank did not directly answer Carmen's question, but stared at Kelly. "Baby, what is your relationship with her?" Carmen tightened her grip around his arm. Under Hank's gaze, Kelly seemed to shy away, but quickly calmed down, as if she had made a decision and bravely faced Hank. "Hank, Carmen and I are cousins. We made a pact when we were young that if we encountered a man we both liked, we would still want to follow this pact. Hank, would you be willing?" Chapter 33. Incredibly beautiful the next day. When Kelly returned to school, she acted normally, but the deep fatigue in her spirit was undeniable. It should be noted that she had hardly slept the previous night, having stayed awake almost all night, although she managed to get an hour of sleep in between. This was because Hank had gone to the rooftop to absorb the moonlight. For Hank, Kelly's physical bruises and pain could be healed with rejuvenation techniques. But there was currently no way to replenish her mental energy. This was because spells that could replenish mental strength required at least late-stage chi refining to be used. For Kelly, this was undoubtedly an unforgettable night in her life, opening up a completely new world for her. To summarize it in one sentence, my boyfriend is an Easter magician. Especially the light rain that Hank conjured with a wave of his hand made the whole room enveloped in romance and made her feel better than ever physically. Whenever the light rain fell on her, a refreshing sensation would sweep through her body, making Kelly feel as if every cell in her body was cheering as it absorbed the energy of a light rain. Of course, there was also a joy that almost penetrated her soul, making her feel as if she had floated to heaven. Last night was a delightful surprise for Kelly as well. Chapter 34. American version of a spider cave. In the morning, Hank attended 2 public classes. After having lunch, he returned to the dormitory. Lewis and Lilith had already gotten ready. Lewis was dressed in a sharp blue striped suit with a black bow tie. Lilith wore a backless dress. And Hank thought it would be a waste not to put some cupping marks on her smooth back. Under Lewis's urging, Hank changed into a pure black suit in the dormitory. He didn't wear a bow tie, but instead put on a maroon striped tie. When the tall Hank walked out, Lilith's eyes lit up. This man's demeanor resembled that of an ancient Eastern royal, calm and elegant. "Hank, your outfit today is truly charming. I think you'll shine at the salon." Lilith praised sincerely, receiving Lewis's utmost approval. As a somewhat famous photographer, Lewis had a keen perception and understanding of everyone's aura. He believed that what Hank displayed was an innate charisma, stemming from a deep cultural and bloodline heritage. "Lewis, can you be quiet for a moment?" Chapter 35. Jenny's discovery of the cake seller. Is this the chef who can do magic that has been trending online? He looks very handsome. No. He should be called the magical swordsman. I heard he no longer works at the Buffalo restaurant. I think he could also be a model. His physique is great. Oh, didn't you notice his fingers are very long? His body must be quite nice. Because 7 or 8 girls were chattering quickly and abundantly, I won't translate everything one by one. In summary, this group of girls all knew who Hank was and were very impressed by his performance at the restaurant. With the spread of online videos, Hank showed signs of becoming very popular, and these women expressed their admiration for him. Judging from everyone's attitude, They wouldn't mind developing a brief romantic relationship with him if given the chance, along with riding the wave of his popularity. Under Angel's introduction, Chin Hank graciously greeted everyone while linking arms with Angel, noticing the surprise on Jenny and Annie's faces. As for the other women he was meeting for the first time, their smiles bore a trace of standardization. Chin Hankai understood. After all, it was their first meeting, and a bit of getting to know each other was necessary. Chapter 36. The unexpected law of cause and effect, generally speaking. According to the mysterious law of cause and effect, if nothing unexpected happens, then an unexpected event will occur. The jewelry showcased by the models tonight belonged to a jewelry company from Houston. As a well-known fashion magazine in the southern United States, Beautiful Lady magazine had many connections with wealthy individuals. Therefore, this jewelry company sponsored the salon event, using the platform of Beautiful Lady magazine to showcase their brand's products to the wealthy attendees. Although Austin has a relatively small population, it is known as the Silicon Hills of the United States, a high-tech industry base on par with Silicon Valley. With many emerging wealthy individuals, the jewelry company also brought their very high-end products, hoping to sell them to these affluent figures. Chin Hankai was initially enjoying the various pieces of jewelry and the long legs of the models with a sense of calm. However, when the host introduced the next set of pieces, all adorned with large natural gemstones, which were the company's top-tier products, the atmosphere changed. The returning models wore complete sets of jewelry, including necklaces, earrings, rings, bracelets, and even armlets, all set with natural gemstones that sparkled under the lights. Chapter 37. Arrival of the Austin police. The two models wearing diamond bras were likely the main highlights among this batch of models. When they walked the runway earlier, adorned in a complete set of diamond lingerie, they shone brightly under the spotlight. As the saying goes, with great honor comes greater sacrifice. Just moments ago, they had removed their bras in front of everyone. But the problem was, this was a matching set of jewelry. With a bra, there should be panties too. The two models pleaded with the robbers for something to cover themselves, as they were left completely exposed after their diamond panties were taken off. However, their pleas only piqued the interest of several nearby robbers. They pulled the two models out of the crowd and began to toy with them, not only stripping away their diamond panties, but also attempting to do something further. Hearing the desperate cries of their two naked companions surrounded by several burly men, the other models huddled together in fear, worried that they would be next. Stop, numbers 11, 15, and 18. You three need to restrain yourselves. We are here to make money, not to create more trouble. Chapter 38. The increasingly agitated robbers. As Chin Hankai crouched among the crowd, he discreetly observed the surroundings. The robbers appeared relatively stable emotionally, except for the initial humiliation faced by the two C-position models. The many beautiful women on display did not seem to be harassed at all, especially the wealthy ladies present, each adorned with high-end jewelry worth no less than what the models showcased tonight. If the robbers had come with bags to collect, their haul would undoubtedly surpass what they would gain by robbing the jewelry company. However, the robbers did not move a finger. Currently, several robbers had left the banquet hall. It seemed they had gone to the lower floors to set up a perimeter. Chin Hankai focused on the leader, who was in a corner communicating with the outside world in a peculiar manner. After finishing a call, the leader, who had been trying to maintain an elegant, gentlemanly demeanor, kicked over a cake stand in frustration. Fuck shit. Everyone knew that foreign insults were limited, and they often repeated the same few words. However, the leader's outburst raised the guns of all the robbers, creating an extremely tense atmosphere in the banquet hall. Chapter 39. The filth between senators. Cynthia, are you executing a mission regarding the Hilton Hotel? Yes, Dad. You know we are assisting in handling matters around the Hilton Garden Hotel. Cynthia, who was on duty with her new partner, suddenly received a call from her father, Lucas. Since they were busy scanning the surrounding environment to rule out the possibility of any accomplices among the robbers at the Hilton Hotel, Cynthia did not notice the hesitation in her father's voice, thinking it was just her father's concern. Thanks for your concern, Dad. I'll stay safe. Love you. Her father's care filled Cynthia with motivation, and she focused more intently on her work, patrolling the streets with her partner, Adams, in a more careful and slower manner. Meanwhile, Lucas hung up the phone, looking at a list in his hand with a sigh. This list included all the attendees of tonight's salon at Beautiful Lady magazine, including the staff. The name Hank Sheen stood out prominently, identified as a photography assistant from the University of Texas. Although he didn't know how he got into photography, this person was basically unavoidable. Chapter 40. Escaping with their lives, the sound of the explosion sent the police surrounding the Hilton Garden Hotel into chaos. White and his assistant urgently called other precinct heads, requesting that those still en route to provide backup urgently change direction and head to the Texas Bank. The armed forces stationed beneath the Hilton Garden Hotel also split off about 13 units to head towards the Texas Bank. 2 police helicopters were ordered to take off urgently to monitor the surrounding situation. White was sweating profusely as he urgently coordinated various forces, knowing that if he did not handle this matter well, it would be a day of reckoning for his career. The shouting Senator Phillip and Senator Davis were startled by the explosion. They stopped speaking in unison, exchanging panicked glances, unable to discern the direction from which the explosion had come in the banquet hall. The loud noise was heard by almost half of Austin's residents. Oh my God! Did the Big Bear attack us? Is it an alien invasion? The citizens of Austin were buzzing with speculation, and many tough Texans armed themselves to head out, ready to help fend off the alien attack. Chapter 41. Master Qin's initial display of talent. Hearing the leader's voice, Qin Hankai quickly made a gesture and pulled something back. There was a hidden fire escape in the kitchen, and leading the way, he and 6 others quickly ran down the escape route. Although they turned on their phone lights, Qin Hankai's eyes could see better in the darkness than the phone's light illuminated. The phone light was merely a disguise to avoid questions from those behind him. They had just ascended 2 floors when Qin Hankai already heard faint footsteps approaching from below. It was evident that these were likely the police. As they descended another half floor, Qin Hankai's spiritual perception allowed him to see the appearance of the approaching individuals. Indeed, it was a fully equipped police squad. In fact, after the explosion and continuous gunfire erupted on the top floor of the Hilton Hotel, various police teams on standby in the hotel lobby began to head towards the top floor from different fire escape routes. Following the hotel's floor plan they had prepared in advance, this police squad happened to be assigned to this particular fire escape. Qin Hankai deliberately shouted at a moderate volume, "Hurry, hurry, we'll be safe once we see the police." Although Anchi was a bit out of breath, she tried to echo Qin Hankai's words. "Yes, I think if we go down a few more floors, we should be able to see the police." Chapter 42. The urgency of matters. As the robbery and kidnapping case in the banquet hall came to a close, the police in the hotel lobby were left in chaos. Without Jamie, the group of 6 headed straight to the parking lot. Lilith and Lewis thanked Qin Hankai and quickly got into their car and drove away. Grateful for the urgency, the couple could tell that the 3 beautiful women who followed them seemed to have some feelings to communicate with Qin Hankai, so they wisely left early, giving Qin Hankai ample space to talk to the 3. "Hey, Hank, thank you so much tonight." Anchi, the younger sister, was much more outgoing than Annie and directly hugged Qin Hankai's arm. "Yes, when you're by my side, I feel like I have seen an angel." Jenny also unabashedly stepped forward to hug Qin Hankai's other arm. Only Annie remained standing aside, fidgeting with her fingers, with no space left. She couldn't just jump onto Qin Hankai's back. "Thank you, Hank." Annie walked over from the front, wrapped her arms around his neck, and gave him a sweet kiss, not letting go afterward, hanging around his neck. At this moment, his embrace was truly filled with softness and warmth. Chapter 43. Tracking the slums, Qin Hankai brushed his right hand over his left, and that breath directly floated over the handlebars of his bicycle. It was as if he had installed an automatic navigation system. He pedaled furiously in the direction indicated by the breath. Generally, professional cyclists ride at a speed of about 75 kilometers per hour, while Qin Hankai was currently traveling at least 90 kilometers per hour. This was still the result of him trying to hold back. If he let loose, the bike would probably break down in less than 2 minutes. Annie's bike was in decent condition, and after cycling at high speed for about 5 minutes, it was still stable. Qin Hankai noticed that the breath was spinning faster and faster, indicating that he was getting closer, almost as if both sides were moving towards each other. Qin Hankai gradually reduced his speed. He didn't want to miss the chance to meet the other party by going too fast. Slowly, following the breath's guidance, Qin Hankai rode into a rather dilapidated neighborhood. The streetlights were dim, garbage was everywhere, and the roads were in disrepair. Under the yellowish streetlights, there were groups of people wearing black hoods, their eyes shining with a green glow like wild wolves in the wilderness. Chapter 44. The Spirit Stones acquired Yerrick. You and Alan categorized these jewels. Tomorrow, have Wix send them through the channels to get rid of them. Remember, half of the cash. The leader of the gang, known as Zero, issued the command roughly and added, Once the heat dies down, I'll find each of you 5 big-bottom girls. This statement from the gang leader elicited a small cheer. Downstairs, Chin Hanqua listened intently for a while. A total of 13 people escaped, excluding the 2 downstairs. There should be 11 upstairs. However, after confirming several times, Chin Hanqua found only 5 breaths upstairs. The others must have scattered while leaving the Hilton Hotel. Fortunately, those following 0 should be his most trusted subordinates. Most of the stolen wealth was still in their possession. Since there weren't many people upstairs, Chin Hanqua felt it would be fine to just barge in. With 2 lightning spells, he doubted anyone could still be standing. Chin Hanqua formed hand seals, and with a light push of his toes, he soared towards the staircase leading to the 5th floor. As long as he pushed off at the corner of the stairs, he could directly charge up to the 5th floor. However, just as he was about to turn the corner, an alarm bell suddenly rang in his mind. Chapter 45. The boiling Austin. Chin Hanqua happily returned the way he came. Soon, he saw the little gangsters still guarding the bicycle and Barry, who was glaring at them. In fact, Chin Hanqua had only been gone for a few minutes. So when his figure quickly appeared in front of everyone, all the little gangsters let out a breath of relief. They had never seen Barry look so crazed, almost as if he was about to go mad. All because of the changes brought by this mysterious man. Chin Hanqua slowly walked up to Terejanai and returned the hoodie to him. Terejanai was pleasantly surprised to receive his lost hoodie back. He never thought he would see it again. As he gratefully took the hoodie, he felt something rolled up being slipped into his palm. He secretly glanced under the dim streetlight and found it was a small roll of cash. He looked excitedly at the figure walking towards the bicycle, wanting to shout, "Sir, do you need any other clothing? I could buy it back for you immediately at 0 cost." Chin Hanqua elegantly put on his suit jacket and, under the complex gazes of the little gangsters, rode off on his bicycle, disappearing into the night. Chapter 46. Level up again. The human body is a complex system. Aside from the mysterious brain controlling everything, the more than 8,000 nerve endings are also a super complex process. Chin Hanqua leaned comfortably against the headboard, and the surging magical energy within him indicated that he had successfully advanced to the 3rd level of Qi refining. The cost was that he had used up all 3 spirit stones. To summarize the process of breaking through, one word: rapid progress, chaotic collapse. If it weren't for the fact that he could still go for a few more rounds. When Chin Hanqua left number 25 Massillon, it was only 8 a.m., and the morning sun was still at a slant in the sky. For cultivators, waking up late and rising early was something they didn't need to worry about. Especially reminding those friends who usually stayed up late to cultivate, you absolutely must not learn from Chin Hanqua. Even if you have become the ancient god king after staying up late, it's still not comparable to the 3rd level of Qi refining that Chin Hanqua has actually cultivated. If needed, he could even go 3 days and nights without sleep. But women couldn't stand it. After all, they were still mere mortals. In fact, since Chin Hanqua broke through to the Qi refining stage, his sleep had been decreasing more and more. Now, aside from his habitual 2 to 3 hours of sleep each day, Chin Hanqua mostly spent the nights meditating or refining moonlight. Chapter 47. The spells of the Spirit Plant Master are quite effective at the entrance of the farm. Chin Hank buried several talismans according to the corresponding positions. After activation, the effects of the talismans connected together. After estimating, it could basically cover an area of about 2,000 square meters at the entrance of the farm. This way, as long as anyone enters from the direction of the main gate, whether walking through the door or climbing over the fence, they would be trapped in the illusion array, unable to find their way out. And these are just the most basic formations among cultivation spells. Once his cultivation level increased and he found suitable materials, he would set up a killing array. By then, it would be 365 ways to die under the spell, and it would be up to the opponent to choose which one. After setting up the illusion array at the entrance of the farm, Chin Hank seemed a bit reluctant to leave, swaying as he returned to the villa and drew a dozen more talismans. The drawing went smoothly, but he nearly exhausted all the magic power within him. The first ray of purple energy in the morning had already been absorbed, and the subsequent sun essence was too scorching to draw in. There was temporarily nothing to replenish his spiritual power. Now, his internal magic power was akin to a gun with most of its bullets fired, and he couldn't immediately replenish the bullets. A mature cultivator must learn to reserve their strength. Therefore, worried about unexpected situations, Chin Hank wisely left a bit of magic power. Chapter 48. spells suitable for talent show performances due to the large size of the oak grove. The clouds did not remain fixed in one position as they did in the vineyard. Instead, they slowly rotated around the oak grove, with spiritual rain uniformly falling on every inch of land. This was something even more useful than a drone. It was safe, pollution-free, and, after issuing commands, it could navigate automatically, using a talisman to cover hundreds of acres. It was simply an essential item for the farm. Watching the branches sway and the light dance in the oak grove, Cheen Hank felt as if the place had suddenly come to life. The originally calm and quiet expanse of forest suddenly took on an inexplicable charm. It must have benefited greatly from the nurturing of the spiritual rain. Just as he was admiring the farm, which had become vibrant with life, his phone suddenly rang. It was Annie, who should still be asleep. Cheen Hank answered the call casually. "Honey, where are you? I woke up and didn't see you. I suddenly miss you so much." The girl on the other end expressed her feelings straightforwardly. I'm at the farm. How are you feeling now?" "Oh, honey, you're so strong. I feel like I'm about to break down." "We feel the same." The lazy voices of two other girls came through the phone. Chapter 49. Saving the Rose Queen. The cold gun barrel pressed against her throat reminded her of her tumultuous life. She thought of her honest father and her brother who tried hard to protect her. She was unwilling to accept it. Two streams of tears flowed from her eyes as Mia slowly applied pressure on the trigger. However, she didn't notice that Seahorse, who might have been awakened by the blowout, was desperately trying to stop her but was too weak. Before he could fully raise his hand, his neck tilted, and he fainted again. When they rushed onto the road, the Jeep was blocking the way. In the corner of Mia's eye, she could see the pursuing soldiers cheering as they charged towards her. She closed her eyes and squeezed out two large tears. She hadn't cried like this since she turned 19. Now everything was over. Boom, boom, boom. Three thunderous sounds seemed to ring in her ears, shaking her very soul. Startled, Mia opened her eyes wide, drenched in cold sweat, instinctively turning her head to look at the three approaching vehicles. The sight before Mia nearly made her eyes pop out of her head. The arrogant cars that had been chasing her were gone. On the side of the road, only three charred remnants of vehicles could be seen, still emitting small flames. Chapter 50. Mia's illusion. Cheen Hank left Mia and Seahorse in the car. He went to the supermarket and purchased a large quantity of food and living supplies, enough for 3 people to survive for a month. When he drove out of the parking lot, the 3 armed men were still checking all vehicles, trying to find the people they were looking for. When Cheen Hank drove out of the parking lot, he encountered no obstacles. The 2 living people in the car seemed to exist outside of their line of sight. As he left the small town, Cheen Hank drove past the Kingfisher Bar. Who said foreigners don't enjoy a good spectacle? At that moment, there was a large crowd gathered in front of the Kingfisher Bar. The sheriff of Kempner Town was leading people to remove one body after another, all wrapped in body bags. A dozen corpses filled the back of a small truck. Witnessing all of this, Mia clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her flesh without her realizing it, her eyes glazed over. The hulking Seahorse, however, was not as sentimental as Mia. "Don't be sad, Mia. As long as you are alive, both devils and angels will always exist." Seahorse comforted the grieving gang leader in a deep voice. "Wow, you seem like someone who never thinks, but you're quite good at comforting people." Chapter 51. Arrangements before reconciliation. After Cheen Hank settled Mia, he also organized the talismans and the leather. When he came out of the room, Rasyashi had already explained everything clearly in front of Seahorse. He knew that all arguments were meaningless. Life and death were no longer under his control. But Seahorse did not kill him for the time being. How to deal with it would have to wait until Mia woke up. So he threw Rasyashi into the corridor. Although Rasyashi was limp and unable to move, Seahorse still found a rope to tie his limbs together. Don't worry, he regained the ability to move for 3 days. After glancing at the bound Rasyashi, Cheen Hank calmly explained, "Please, spare me." Upon seeing Cheen Hank come out, Rasyashi hoarsely pleaded for mercy. Cheen Hank merely flicked his fingers, and the world returned to silence. What are your plans for the future? In New York, I watched Mia grow up with Nick. In Austin, I saw her transform from an innocent girl into the ruthless Rose Queen. I originally thought I would meet the one selling cakes today, but maybe I won't see them. They all say that gang members can only meet Satan. Chapter 52. The little nurse Nancy with thoughts on her mind. The last hour before getting off work felt particularly difficult. Finally, it was 5 in the afternoon. Jenny and Nancy handed over to the night shift nurse and hurried to the changing room to change clothes. In just a few minutes, the two petite nurses transformed into sexy neighbor girls. The two of them walked out of the clinic's staff passage, smiling brightly side by side. "Ginny, are you still riding in my car?" Nancy drove a BMW sports car. Coming from a relatively affluent family, she could occasionally receive financial support from home. So in another world, public intellectuals are always fawning over the Americans, saying that once you turn 18, you should leave your family and live independently, both in thought and economically. If that's the case, are those rich second-generation kids living their extravagant lives on money that just fell from the sky? Ginny didn't respond to Nancy's words. She just leaned forward with a hint of anticipation, looking towards the side of the road. "Oh my, that man Hank has actually stolen our Ginny's heart. When I see him, I'm going to interrogate him fiercely about why he stole Ginny's heart, which should have belonged to me." Nancy playfully shouted beside her, wanting to go find trouble with Hank. "Nancy, are you planning to be a transgender person?" Chapter 53. What the heck is tofu? Before Nancy could finish her musings, Chin Hank's phone suddenly rang. He answered casually. "Hello, this is Hank." "Hey, I'm James from the American Talent Show production team, the one who contacted you earlier." Since he was in the car, the volume of the microphone was loud enough for Ginny and Nancy to hear. The two exchanged surprised glances, excitement flickering in their eyes as they leaned in slightly, hoping to hear more clearly. Just moments ago, they were talking about the high prize money for the talent show, and now a staff member from the talent show called. "Hank, I'm contacting you today regarding the stage performance. I believe your program is ready. Aside from the props you bring, what else do you need the production team to prepare for you?" James's voice on the other end was filled with enthusiasm. After the last call with Chin Hank, the production team had rated all programs that passed the preliminary review, a total of 40 programs, categorized into A, B, and C levels. Then they assigned staff members to manage communication and coordination for 4 programs each, randomly drawn. Chin Hank's program happened to be in the group that James drew, which made him feel quite pleased. Chapter 54. The little beauty approaches early in the morning. Kelly left with a cheerful expression to attend class, ensuring she had perfect attendance this week for the upcoming holiday. Chin Hank got up and stuffed a complete set of denim clothes into a backpack. This was a full set of competition attire he bought right after registering as a contestant for the bull riding club. Due to being busy with training, he had only participated in 2 small competitions before. Now he was finally going to shine at the Austin Rodeo, such an important large-scale cowboy event. Since the competition wouldn't take place until the afternoon, he couldn't wear the performance outfit just yet. Graduate studies are both intense and flexible. Aside from a few public courses and those required by his academic advisor, most of the time is spent on self-study and experiments. Since he developed spiritual awareness through training, these studies were extremely easy for Chin Hank, requiring only a little time to complete quickly. As for related experiments, he could also conduct them on his own farm. After all, he was studying botany, and having his own land was very convenient. Chin Hank drove to the town of Pinnack, which is adjacent to Austin. Chapter 55. The impulsive young man with an uncertain future Wong Defak. Rosa exclaimed in amazement when she raised her head at the sound of the horse's neigh. The scene before her was simply too shocking. Typical horses stand about 1.5 to 1, 7 meters tall at the shoulder. But this big black horse in front of her stood at least over 2 meters tall, making it look like a giant in a land of little people. With a small patch of star-shaped white fur on its forehead, a thick coat of black fur, and robust limbs, one could see the strong muscles rolling beneath its fur. Its forehooves were exceptionally large, and each time they hit the ground, it felt like the earth trembled. What kind of horse is this? Chin Hank looked at Rosa in confusion. He had never seen such a gigantic horse in either his past or present life. Although there are plenty of large creatures in the world of cultivation in his memories, that was a different realm altogether. If he remembered correctly, this must be the Shire horse from the old Soyuz family, the tallest and strongest draft horse in the world, typically used for plowing and hauling heavy loads. Records show that a Shire horse can pull up to 5 tons of cargo. Rosa didn't forget her duty and quickly searched for information in her mind. Chapter 56. The giant black overlord Soyuz. Look here, I want this horse. Chin Hank gestured with his hand amid Rosa's astonished gaze. His shout attracted the attention of everyone in the crowd. Everyone leaned in to see who the brave warrior was that dared to buy such a horse. Finally, someone was willing to take the big black horse. Little Soyuz jumped down from the fence excitedly and approached Chin Hank. Rosa helplessly went to find the market administrator, and under his witness, Chin Hank and Little Soyuz signed a sales contract by the fence. The big black horse officially belonged to Chin Hank for 12,000. If just considering the purchase of the horse, this price wasn't too cheap for the commonly used quarter horses on ranches and farms. This amount could buy 3 well-trained ones. However, for Chin Hank, what mattered was that he liked it. After tonight, he would have one, 5 million, and he could buy whatever he wanted. But a big black horse like the impulsive young man might not come by again. As Chin Hank and Little Soyuz signed the contract, the crowd that had gathered didn't disperse, as they wanted to see if the new buyer, an Asian face, would also be played with by the big black horse like Little Soyuz had been. Chapter 57. Amazing growth potential under the watchful eyes of hundreds of people. Chin Hank completed an intimate interaction with the black overlord. Patting the massive horse's head beside him, Chin Hank turned and pushed open the fence gate. Such a simple action startled the onlookers. "Oh, step back quickly, or the big horse might call you." Everyone quickly took a few steps back, fearing that once the big black horse came out, it would take a dislike to someone and kick them. In the face of life, even the most reckless people would consider carefully. Chin Hank led the way out, and the black overlord hesitated for a moment before quickly lifting its legs to follow. With its height and long legs, it took just 2 steps to reach behind Chin Hank, then did something that surprised everyone. The black overlord bit the backpack behind Chin Hank and gently shook it, picking it up in its mouth. Chin Hank turned slightly, knowing it wanted to help him carry the bag, and smiled slightly, letting it do so. Rosa, waiting beside them, saw Chin Hank leading the big black horse out and wanted to follow him closely, but fearing the big horse, she could only keep her distance. The crowd of onlookers buzzed with discussion. "Defy, I can't be mistaken, this kind of thing is only something my golden retriever would do." Chapter 58. Your eyes have stars amidst the continuous screams and slight tremors of the earth. A tent next to the weighing scale was suddenly lifted, and a gigantic yellow-brown figure rushed out. "Abul!" A spectator who was also observing the surroundings shouted. In the terrified eyes of most people, the bull charged straight towards Chin Hank, who had his back turned. Over 1,000 pounds of bull versus a person weighing over 100 pounds. The collision would undoubtedly be tragic. However, Chin Hank seemed frozen, not even turning his head. At that moment, a loud neigh sounded. The previously still black tyrant suddenly sprang forward, its front hooves lifted as if wielding 2 giant hammers. With the force of Mount Tai, it slammed into the bull's neck and head from the side. A dull thud echoed. The aggressive bull was knocked over by the black tyrant's powerful hooves, sliding 5 or 6 meters before finally stopping in front of the onlooking crowd. The bull twitched, blood and foam spouting from its mouth and nose. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Only then did Chin Hank leisurely turn around. In his eyes, he captured the expressions of the surrounding onlookers, shifting from terror to astonishment and finally to deep envy. Chapter 59. I, Edward, have returned. What, are you Asians that shy? Too embarrassed to say you want to make love to me? The boys in town follow the girls like Randy Stallions every day, and they don't feel the slightest bit embarrassed. Rosa turned back, her light blue eyes filled with confusion. I was actually looked down upon by a little girl. I originally didn't plan to eat, but it's been brought to my mouth, so not eating would be a waste. Chin Hank generously placed his hand on Rosa's slender waist. However, he noticed that when he did so, Rosa shivered all over, and her ears turned visibly red. What's going on? With a hint of suspicion in his heart, Chin Hank channeled a bit of magic to circle around Rosa's body. The result of the probe made him want to laugh. Clearly a little lamb, yet trying to act like a big bad wolf. That pure energy had already proven everything. A weak sound like a little kitten came from Rosa's mouth. What did you do to me? A wave of heat. Why do I feel so weak all over? Chapter 60. My punch holds 5 years of skill after showcasing his advantage with a few words in Chinese. Edward spoke confidently on stage. China is a beautiful country, and its long history of civilization has nurtured many incredible skills. Legend has it that they have something called immortal arts, which, when cultivated, allows one to traverse the void with their physical body, live forever, and remain youthful. At this point, Edward paused, and the audience immediately began to murmur. Selling cakes. What other good things does this mysterious country have? My gosh, don't talk about immortality. If someone could make me 5 years younger, I would firmly believe in it. I can't imagine eternal youth. If my dear grandmother knew this news, how excited she would be. Jack, wake up. Your grandmother has gone to heaven. After the audience had discussed for a while, Edward continued. It is said that those who can perform immortal arts live in the mountains. To learn them, I spent 2 years traveling through famous mountains in China, spending tens of thousands of dollars on tickets, but found nothing. A Chinese person told me that those people don't even see Chinese people. So I changed my goal to something everyone is familiar with, Kung Fu. But what I want to learn is not ordinary Kung Fu. I want to learn the kind that can walk on walls and has sword energy soaring through the air. Chapter 61. Believe in science. Edward lay on the stage, staring blankly at the sky. Why? I clearly just wanted to slap his face. Kung Fu really isn't suitable for the ring. The master of the martial arts school was right. Chinese Kung Fu has never been for the ring. It's truly meant for killing. I was too compassionate. When I decided to compete with Wallace in the ring, I had already lost. Otherwise, with my lightning-fast 5 consecutive whips, Wallace would definitely be dead or seriously injured. How should I get up? It would make me look better. Minak, who was beside him, also looked at Edward with disappointment. The senior brother is still so unreliable. I should have gone up myself. They've already come to bully us. In Chinese, this is a disgraceful act of kicking the dojo. If it were me up there, I would have started with a monkey stealing peaches, followed by a double dragon playing with pearls, and completely incapacitated the opponent. Minak glanced at the young people around him, wearing training clothes and sportswear, seeing the disappointment in their eyes. Some had even started packing up, preparing to leave. He thought gloomily, the hearts of the people are scattered, and it's hard to lead the team. Chapter 62. A flaming figure in the end. Qin Hank grabbed Wallace's hand and forcefully crushed 2 stones in his grip, leaving the stunned Wallace and everyone around the stage behind. Qin Hank leaped from the stage and lightly sat back on the Black Tyrant. With a gentle pat, the Black Tyrant trotted away from the scene. Gasps of amazement arose from the crowd. Selling cakes, I actually forgot to record it. Rosa, who had been covering her mouth throughout, finally spoke softly as Qin Hank settled back behind her. Hank, you're so powerful. Would you be willing to have my first time? I want to be laughed at by my classmates anymore. What a direct little girl. The most successful culture nurtured in this multi-ethnic country is indeed this kind of free thought. A girl who still has her first time actually becomes an object of ridicule. It's truly a perfect hunting ground. They say high-end hunters often disguise themselves as prey. Rosa, this little lamb, failed to disguise herself as a hunter. And after witnessing Qin Hank's immense strength, she wanted to experience the unique power of Qin Hank under the influence of admiration. After successfully showing off on Edward's stage, Qin Hank felt in high spirits, although he couldn't change everyone's impression of Chinese people or Chinese Kung Fu. Chapter 63. The bull called accident scene at the bull riding competition site. The camera was introducing the contestants one by one. The big screen in the venue was divided into 2, one side showing real-time footage, and the other side displaying the contestants' information. Occasionally, some familiar faces received cheers and applause from the audience. Like other contestants, Qin Hank was not affected by the external noise. To appear more professional, he was carefully adjusting the reins in his hands. For bull riders, the quality of the reins somewhat affects the performance in the competition. So the preparation before the competition, on one hand, is to improve the feel of the reins, and, on the other hand, is also to adjust one's state and calm mind. Meanwhile, Rosa returned home in Binak Town. Struggling to walk, she extravagantly spent $10 to take a cab home today. Before the car even stopped, Rosa saw her landlord, Mrs. Blue, standing at the door, aggressively saying something. Her usually sunny brother Carter leaned against the door with a haggard face, carefully trying to explain to her. Rosa hurriedly paid the fare, got out of the car, and quickly walked towards the 2 of them. Kind Mrs. Blue, please accept this $200 and give us some more time. Some tourists have come to town recently, and I will soon earn some tips. Chapter 64. Elegantly graceful Hank Qin. Number 9. The next contestant to compete is Hank Qin, number 9, from the Austin Longhorn Professional Bull Riding Club. Hank Qin's past achievements include 2nd place in the Strength and Courage Cup, champion of the Ranch Warriors Cup, and champion of the Muddy Carnival Cup. The director's introduction was so passionate that it felt as if these honors were his own. However, the audience familiar with such events knows that despite their impressive names, these competitions are merely organized by a few ranches or farms pooling together a few $1,000s for a contest. It's purely for the excitement and to give novice bull riders some experience. As Qin Hank started to introduce himself at the broadcast booth, he was already holding the reins. Jogging along the audience stands towards the contest starting fence. However, when Qin Hank's red figure appeared, the audience only offered sparse applause. Only the broadcast booth commented on Cheen Hank's red battle robe, unanimously agreeing that it was a color scheme very suitable for professional bull riding competitions, representing passion and courage. Yet, very few bull riders are willing to choose this color, as it risks being violently attacked by the bull after dismounting. Chapter 65. Ginny missing out on 400 due to Cheen Hank's stunning performance. The final score displayed on the big screen was 9,888 points, breaking the world record. This essentially revealed the champion of this competition in advance. This directly dampened the confidence of the contestants who had yet to compete. Although several renowned bull riders followed, they also tried their best to perform at their best. Unfortunately, the bulls beneath them could not replicate the crazy and magical moves from the accident scene. In their desperation, even two contestants lost focus and were thrown into the air by the bulls, nearly treating the entire village to a feast. In the disappointed gazes of over 30,000 spectators, no subsequent contestant managed to score above 92 points. Amid the expectations of the audience and the dejected waiting of many contestants, the host finally shouted out the champion of this competition. The champion is Hank Cheen from the Austin Longhorn Club, who presented us with an unprecedented visual feast through his powerful performance, achieving a record-breaking score of 9,888 points in front of all of us. He deserves the loudest applause and cheers, and we must also give applause to the craziest accident scene, which allowed our Flame Prince to deliver the perfect performance. Chapter 66. The generous brother-in-law rekindles hope with the boundaries stabilized. One should share joy with those around. Cheen Hank happily dove back into the tent and woke the sleeping Nancy. Hunt, no, fuck. Near noon, Cheen Hank finally emerged from the tent and called Rosa back, first dropping the disheveled Nancy off at her place in Austin. He laid her down on the bed. Given the situation, it seemed impossible for her to recover before the evening. After settling Rosa, he went to the bank to cash a large check, exchanging it for a thick stack of checkbooks. From today on, our Cheen Immortal can write checks. He could say goodbye to carrying large bundles of cash. And now all he had to do was continue earning money. Aiming for a small goal first wouldn't be too much to ask. Just imagine, when Cheen Hank waves the checkbook and coldly tells a certain man, leave your wife, fill in whatever amount you want. Forget it, this isn't about cultivating immortality. It's about cultivating evil. Why not find a few fresh girls instead? Cheen Hank drove the Jeep back to the Cowboy Festival site in Binnack Town. On the way, the radio was already celebrating his victory yesterday, and even switching channels, everyone was talking about it. According to the live commentary, everyone collectively referred to Cheen Hank as the Flame Prince of Austin. Chapter 67. Preparing to welcome the unknown siblings. Carter, limping with a crutch, was moving quickly, one leg high and one low, and surprisingly left Cheen Hank and Rosa behind. His long, wavy hair was blown by the wind, and a rare smile appeared on his previously gloomy face. Hey, limping Carter, what's got you so happy? Did your little Rosa agree to be my girlfriend? A cowboy shoveling bull dung in the corral saw Carter and loudly greeted him with a shovel planted in the ground. His words drew laughter from a group of cowboys nearby. Fack, Jorp, you don't deserve my little Rosa. Carter raised his uncrutched hand and gave them the middle finger. He didn't stop there, but walked quickly with his head held high. Behind him, a few cowboys began to discuss curiously. Limping Carter is acting strangely today. Carter can smile? Little Lisbon, you didn't know him before. 2 years ago, Carter was the best cowboy in Binnack Town. What? This limping guy used to be the best cowboy? That's a long story. The cowboys were still loudly chatting about Carter when they were first startled by a large black horse coming towards them. Chapter 68. Unexpected gains. When Cheen Hank followed Carter into the house, Rosa anxiously twisted her shirt hem. Hank, Carter will be okay, right? Then, as if to reassure herself, she gritted her teeth. It'll be fine. Carter will definitely be okay. His foot will surely be healed. Seeing Rosa's nervous demeanor, Carter forced a smile and rubbed her head a few times. Rosa, it will be okay. Following behind, Cheen Hank also reached out to rub her head a few times without saying a word. Rosa didn't dare to look at what would happen next. So she leaned against the wall and squatted down, tightly clasping her hands together with her forehead resting on them. After entering the room with Carter, he glanced at Cheen Hank with a distracted look. Hank, what do I need to do? Cheen Hank suddenly grabbed him by the back of the neck and tossed him onto the bed. As Carter flew through the air, Cheen Hank extended his left hand down from his waist, finally grabbing his ankle with a shake. This jolt reopened the location where Carter had previously injured himself. But then as he lifted Carter and threw him, The wound closed perfectly. Carter let out a cry of agony as Cheen Hank formed a ball of spiritual water with his right hand and pressed it onto Carter's injured spot. Chapter 69. The woman's purpose after chatting with Mia. The only thing Mia was worried about now was how to find all the truffles. She found this truffle because a swarm of flies was buzzing around that area. She didn't think she would have such luck again. It is known that in famous truffle-producing areas, trained pigs, or trained hunting dogs, are used to find truffles. They have keen senses of smell and can resist the allure of other delicacies to protect the integrity of the truffles. Cheen Hank smiled and clapped his hands. All right, let's find a container to store the truffles, and then we can go collect them. Mia was puzzled, but did not object. She felt that Cheen Hank's mystery was something she could never see through. But fortunately, she could choose to get closer to this mystery and even join it. Cheen Hank took Mia to search through the warehouse and found a relatively new small trailer that could be hitched to the back of the Jeep. He took Mia to the stable and requisitioned a batch of hay from Black Tyrant to line the bottom of the trailer to avoid too much jostling. And the empty feed bags were just right for storing the truffles. They then went to the cattle pen to fetch Imasi, and the three of them drove the vehicle to the edge of the oak grove. Chapter 70. The battlefield? Not existing Himasi, you go outside first, just fix the cattle pen. Mia suddenly ordered Himasi with a blank expression. Huh? Himasi, who was 2 meters tall, was puzzled. Mia, feeling shy and annoyed, said now, right away, go fix the cattle pen. Cheen Hank, standing nearby, also nodded gently with a smile. Thank you for your hard work. I will have a deep conversation with Mia. Himasi rolled his eyes dramatically. I was sent to reinforce the cattle pen this morning, and now I'm being sent to fix it again. If it weren't for the fact that I can't take on one, and I'm afraid to take on the other, I definitely wouldn't do this. Himasi grumbled as he walked out. Cheen Hank said, wow, is it really like this? Doing it this way will make me lose the driving experience of other vehicles. As the saying goes, when a small head starts thinking in a team, the big head starts to empty out. The pure energy was abundant. 2 hours later, Mia stared blankly at the ceiling. Having deeply experienced what it meant to be suffocated by love today, Cheen Hank had just gotten up to take a call nearby. After a while, he came back in. Mia, there will be an extra cowboy on the farm to help me take care of these livestock. You know I'm still in school and don't have much time. Chapter 71. Just a little left that night. Oak Tree Farm hosted the largest number of people since Cheen Hank's purchase. However, the stubborn Carter insisted on staying in the cowboy dormitory on the farm. It's unclear how he convinced Himasi, but this giant man also grumbled as he dragged his luggage into the cowboy dormitory. Nonetheless, the cowboy dormitory at Oak Tree Farm was well equipped with various living facilities, with no restrictions except for cooking. That night, Mia generously let Cheen Hank stay with Rosa because the intense battle in the afternoon had made her experience the hardships of life. Mia slept soundly through the night, undisturbed. When she got up in the morning, refreshed, the vibrant Rosa was already busy in the kitchen. Unlike Mia, who had been pampered in the gang, Rosa had learned to do household chores at a young age because she had only Carter to rely on, especially after Carter became a cowboy. Almost all household chores were managed by Rosa. Therefore, cooking could only be considered a basic skill. Toast, fried eggs, bacon. Rosa even went to the barn to milk a large bucket of milk, and now there were 5 breakfasts on the table, each accompanied by a cup of rich hot milk. Mia lazily walked to the dining table, but suddenly noticed that the little chef Rosa looked different from yesterday. Chapter 72. I also know a bit of magic. The Jeep raced along with the hot breeze of Texas and the pastures, gravel, weathered stones, herds of cattle, and exotic little towns along the way clearly told Cheen Hank that he was currently in a southern state of America. Here, there's a hot climate and fiery girls, as well as the freedom to protect oneself. However, as long as you have strong enough power, you can live comfortably in this country, which is highly polarized and somewhat absurd. Cheen Hank held the steering wheel with his left hand and extended his right hand out of the window, suddenly squeezing. And with a bang, a few white shock waves erupted between his fingers. He had actually created an air explosion with his hand. Right now, I'm terrifyingly strong. Behind him, the sound of 2 screeching brakes followed the sound of the air explosion, and then came another loud bang. Cheen Hank looked in the rearview mirror and saw 2 cars awkwardly parked on the road, surrounded by debris, with the drivers cursing as they got out to check the situation. It turned out that the earlier sound of the air explosion made the driver in front think his tire had blown, so he slammed on the brakes. And the car behind him also braked urgently, but couldn't stop in time, crashing into the front car fiercely. Chapter 73. James's bet. James glared hatefully at the backs of the two as they left, then turned to Chin Hank with a pleading expression. Hank, you must beat this green. My future depends on you. In Chin Hank's puzzled gaze, James took the three of them to a corner and laid bare the grudge between him and Edwin. As the temporary responsible agent for the show, James and 10 others each drew lots for a group of 4 programs. After establishing the group responsibility system, the producer of the American talent show announced that the responsible agent for the winning program of this talent show would be promoted to project supervisor. This meant that everyone was not only working hard for the performance bonus of the excellent program, but also for the promotion and salary increase after winning the championship. All agents responsible for A-rated programs were doing their utmost to ensure their programs won the championship. As a hot television show, exposure and publicity are one of the means to guarantee contestants' popularity. All the agents were competing for publicity resources after the show aired. In this competitive atmosphere, Edwin boasted that the program he was responsible for, Wizard Green, was the #1 seed for this season's championship, and even specifically brought up Chin Hank's program to belittle it. Chapter 74. Ice Bow and Crossbow Shop Deer. What are you looking at? Kelly's soft body pressed close to Chin Hank. Oh no, you can't be thinking of something so dangerous, right? Following Chin Hank's gaze, Kelly also saw the shop and exclaimed in surprise. Wong Defa. Hank, what do you want to do? Carmen also saw the shop Chin Hank was looking at and asked in confusion. Hank, do you want to hear what you're saying? The girls giggled as they squeezed Chin Hank from both sides. In the end, led by Chin Hank, the 3 of them arrived in front of the shop. The Ice Archer Crossbow shop is quite spacious, occupying the space of 3 store entrances. Hank, do you want to hunt on the farm? Just before entering, Carmen was still puzzled, but was pulled back by Kelly. Baby? Carmen, Hank is not an ordinary person. You need to get used to it. I know. Just looking at his height, when he stands up tells me he's not ordinary. Kelly covered her face with her hands, unable to communicate, and Carmen seemed to have returned to her senses. She followed closely behind Chin Hankai into the shop. Inside, the walls were lined with various types of bows and crossbows, and in the corner were several large plastic barrels filled with a dense array of arrows. Chapter 75. 75 people in America are called pretty boys. After leaving the Ice Archer Crossbow shop, the 3 first returned the rented outfits to the hotel. On the tall bed, they organized their clothes again. While the women were tidying up, Chin Hankai took the opportunity to call James. Inspired by the Ice Archer Crossbow shop, he asked James to prepare some bulletproof glass for protection. With knives and guns being unpredictable if a crossbow bolt flies off, it wouldn't be a small matter for whichever lucky person gets hurt. So it's better to be prepared. When Chin Hankai indicated that the show would undergo some adjustments and carry certain risks, it was clear that James on the other end of the line became excited. American television shows aren't that harmonious. Aside from adult programs that require payment, other shows that are associated with keywords like danger, drama, and excitement can attract a large audience. For example, Finding the Real Father of a Child, Naked Island Dating, The Neighbor's Wife. In short, there's nothing they can't come up with. So when Chin Hankai mentioned danger, James's eyes lit up immediately because they had discussed the show content before. Chapter 76. 76. Not a dragon crossing the river. Chin Hankai didn't pay attention to how the shop owner dealt with the dead black man. Anyone who can survive here for so long must have their own way of living. He returned to the tea restaurant carrying a paper box containing a long sword and cloves. Carmen and Kelly both praised the milk tea here, considering it a delicacy. Seeing the 2 women's naive expressions, Chin Hankai packed 2 cups for them to drink on the way. On their way back to the hotel, the sports shop was already cleaned up. The 3 black men were nowhere to be seen, and only the sports shop owner might know where they went. But at that moment, the sports shop owner was sitting in a small room, hissing as he breathed in cold air. On the table in front of him lay 2 handguns that had been cleanly cut in half, the cut edges smooth and neat as if they had been laser cut. The sports shop owner clearly knew that the 2 Taiji swords he had personally sharpened were made of ordinary steel. That young pretty boy could actually use this to sever a handgun. He reassembled one of the handguns from the broken pieces, fitting them perfectly together. Damn it, even a master couldn't do that. Where did this dragon crossing the river come from? The sports shop owner muttered to himself. Chapter 77. 77. The cold-faced man breaking defense continuously. According to custom, they first shot at the area next to Chin Hankai. Carmen raised the black, thick, and hard interceptor crossbow, aiming at a spot 30 centimeters from Chin Hankai's side. Buzz. A black shadow flashed from the crossbow. The crossbow is not chatty. It's meant to break tough bones. The interceptor crossbow You deserve it. Facing such a powerful crossbow for the first time, Qin Hankai also focused his mind, the tip of his sword trembling rhythmically. When Carmen pulled the trigger, Qin Hankai felt a burning prick on the skin on one side. His body automatically reacted, indicating that this attack posed a lethal threat to his life. Ding! A dark arrow was forcibly knocked to the ground. The same packaging, a familiar scent. Qin Hankai suddenly realized that the arrows fired by the interceptor crossbow couldn't threaten him either, and his confidence soared. Come on, baby. Qin Hankai beckoned to Carmen with his finger. No problem. Carmen was excited. This man was so strong it made her tingle. After all, he was her man, which was quite exhilarating. In terms of shooting control, Carmen indeed had a talent. In the same amount of time, Kelly only shot 7 or 8 times, while she shot a dozen times. Chapter 78. 78 Effective Eastern Wisdom. Listen, Green, your terrifying performance will definitely make it to the next round, but it's not enough. You need a more astonishing and outstanding performance to have a greater chance of winning. James looked coldly at Edwin, who was 5 office spaces away, and loudly called the Wizard Green. This season's show is set in a magical style, and the promotional direction will guide the audience in this direction. This means that programs with such elements are more likely to be favored and obtain promotional resources. This made James a bit worried. After all, based on Qin Hankai's performance style in a restaurant, it seemed that the magical flavor wasn't strong enough. He recalled that Qin Hankai had asked him to prepare bulletproof glass shields, as if preparing for something exciting. He decided to remind Qin Hankai to see if he could make the format more exaggerated and magical. As soon as he thought of it, James quietly called Qin Hankai. Since in the group after the division, the most likely candidate to win was a Chinese. James had specially learned some Eastern culture for better communication and understanding of each other's thinking. So the quiet phone call was based on a Chinese saying he had learned, make a fortune quietly. Chapter 79. 79 Restless New York and Binac. Hi, Moss. We're going here. Under a tall building, Mia, wearing sunglasses, carrying a Chanel bag, and dressed in a black Chanel outfit, elegantly stepped out of a stretch Lincoln. Behind her was Hi Moss, dressed in black suit and sunglasses, like a rich heiress with a bodyguard. She checked the address on her phone and swayed into the classically decorated building with Hi Moss. In the past few days, she and Hi Moss brought 200 kilograms of black and white truffles, first obtaining FDA certification from the Texas branch of the American Food and Drug Administration in Austin. A famous Michelin chef once claimed that to taste the best and most aromatic truffle flavor, it must be consumed within 2 days of harvesting. However, Mia was not in a hurry because before departing, Qin Hankai had cast a preservation spell on the boxes of truffles, ensuring that they would retain their freshly harvested flavor for a month. Therefore, after departing from Austin to New York, Mia visited several culinary associations and top chefs consecutively, sending a few truffles for them to sample the quality to better obtain grade certifications or endorsements from chefs. Chapter 80. The shock of the staff here. Put the bulletproof glass here. It must block all angles that could threaten the audience. James confidently directed the staff responsible for props to install several pieces of bulletproof glass over 2 meters high at the edge of the stage. It was now Qin Hank's rehearsal time, and James immediately arranged for all the materials to be brought out. Many staff members curiously watched the stage. After so many seasons of the talent show, it was the first time they saw bulletproof glass being installed. Qin Hank walked onto the stage with Carmen and the Kelly sisters. Hey, Hank, what do you think of the arrangement of the bulletproof glass? Does it meet your requirements? Upon seeing Qin Hank and the others come out, James stepped forward to show off. James, my brother, you did well. I believe you prepared a few extra pieces of bulletproof glass? Of course, James replied. He always prepared adequately. How many do you need? 1. To place in the center of the stage? The corners of James's mouth couldn't help but lift as he used his walkie-talkie to inform the staff to bring up another piece of bulletproof glass. On the side of the stage was a table with a large piece of beef brisket, 2 boards of tofu, and stacked with 7 or 8 wooden boards. Chapter 81. The American version of a setup. No. Miss Bird, I was wrong. How can I compensate to get you to let me go? I'm begging you. In a luxurious hotel suite, Mia lounged on the sofa while Haymoss stood in front of the bed, holding a camera. Meanwhile, John, the vice president of the Vegetarian Association, was bound on the big bed, looking terrified and completely naked. Damn it, you pig with semen on your mind. How dare you covet Mia? Let Haymoss perform surgery on you and help you control that little wild dog you can't keep in check. Please, I'm begging you, John sobbed. All right, hey Moss, don't scare our esteemed Mr. John. The photos and videos are ready. Now let's talk about the mental damage your dirty mind and caterpillar have caused me. Mia was all too familiar with this. Having navigated the underground world for years, she had seen all kinds of dirty tricks. When John first opened his mouth in the association's office, she knew exactly what bad ideas were brewing in his mind. After the truffle certification was delivered to the office, John didn't immediately hand it over to Mia. Instead, he emphasized that they would get the certificate after dinner tomorrow. John had often used his background, status, and handsome appearance to pull such stunts. Chapter 82. Bringing a bunny girl to the show after a brief chat with director Simon at the backstage entrance. Gene Hank learned that Simon had been paying attention to him since the Buffalo restaurant. Not only his performance at the restaurant, but also his participation in the bull riding competition had garnered significant views on Simon's desk. Coupled with all the discussion topics left over from yesterday's rehearsal, a mysterious and powerful image of a young Chinese man was firmly etched in Simon's mind. The more mysterious and topical the contestant, the better for a reality show, as it guaranteed viewership and traffic. Naturally, director Simon hoped for as many such contestants as possible. His purpose in greeting Gene Hank was to communicate that the upcoming talent show promotion would include some footage from the bull riding competition. This was initially something James, as the agent, was supposed to handle, but since he saw Gene Hank, he decided to inform him in advance that a supplementary agreement would still need to be signed. The recording of the show was set to start in the afternoon, while the contestants for the first week arrived in the morning to acclimate to the venue, record some behind-the-scenes footage, and take stage makeup photos, which would be used as promotional material across various channels after the show was recorded. Chapter 83. A strange contrast as the lights on stage gradually dimmed. A group of men and women dressed in jazz outfits ran onto the stage. Gene Hank had noticed them while they were still backstage. Not for any particular reason, but because they were incredibly loud. Out of 10 programs with dozens of participants, their noise was the loudest. Gene Hank had Kelly draw lots, and they drew the 6 to go on stage. Since there was no rush to perform, they could sit in the backstage hall and watch the show for a while. After all, he could perform his part with his eyes closed. Carmen and Kelly were also experiencing such an occasion for the first time, and despite their seemingly calm exterior, a hint of nervousness was still perceptible. Gene Hank held one of their hands and secretly channeled a bit of magic energy into their bodies. The two immediately calmed down. The first performance quickly stopped when the judges pressed the buttons to light up the X. All the contestants in the studio sighed in unison. Perhaps having seen too many exciting performances, this popular jazz dance in the West felt mediocre to the judges. Chapter 84. An incredible performance when the lights came back on. The judges and audience discovered 3 people in the center of the stage. Amidst the released, dry ice fog, a man dressed in a tang suit, carrying 2 swords on his back, spread his arms wide, with 2 charming bunny girls standing steadily in his palms. The bunny girl on his left hand held a piece of meat weighing about 10 pounds, while the one on his right hand held a stack of paper plates and a shiny black truffle. Once the lights were fully bright, the man effortlessly placed the 2 bunny girls on the ground. "Oh, he's so strong. Yeah, if my boyfriend could lift me like that, it would be wonderful." 2 female audience members behind the judges excitedly whispered to each other. With her keen hearing, Tina Corey accurately caught their conversation and immediately turned around to say, "I want a man who can lift me with just his palm too." This drew laughter from a small segment of the audience. Before the judges could speak, a small commotion erupted at one of the entrances of the auditorium. Soon after, a dozen security guards streamed in, standing orderly at the back while their eyes shone brightly at the stage. Chapter 85. Performance? He's serious. "Hank, can I see those 2 magical Eastern swords of yours?" Bald Blake Harley asked Gene Hank. "Of course, but be careful. Their blades are very sharp. If you like, I can provide you with a purchasing channel right in Chinatown, Los Angeles." Nearby, Roger Daniel noticed the curiosity. "Wait, are you saying these 2 swords were bought after you came to Los Angeles? Such powerful swords shouldn't be ordinary. Just like King Arthur's legendary sword." Seeing the eagerness for knowledge in Roger Daniel's eyes, Gene Hank responded while stepping off the stage, handing the 2 swords still in their sheaths to Blake Harley. In Chinese martial arts, there are several levels of swordsmanship. Initially, one must forge special weapons using unique materials to unleash the full power of the sword techniques. However, after reaching the next level, even grass and wood can serve as weapons. What I am demonstrating today represents the transitional phase between these 2 levels. where ordinary weapons can also exhibit the power of special weapons. Qin Heng's words left the judges and audience stunned, especially after witnessing the immense power of the earlier performance, feeling that Chinese martial arts are truly remarkable. Chapter 86, Bringing the Talisman to New York. The audience below is watching the show while the judges evaluate Sydney's performance. Qin Heng continues to outline with sword energy, while Sydney on stage is busy sifting through something. A sharp gust of wind swept over, leaving his limbs slightly cool. But fortunately, his fifth limb was unharmed, until Qin Heng walked onto stage, taking down a piece of human-shaped bulletproof glass from behind Sydney. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. The dozen security guards at the entrance of the studio excitedly whispered to each other. It turns out that the bulletproof glass was pierced in this manner yesterday. Finally, they witnessed the process. The application was not in vain. This Hank is too powerful. Within 20 meters, he might not have had time to draw a gun before being taken down by his sword energy. This commotion made the contestants still backstage envious. Qin Hank had gained a huge wave of exposure. If the following performances don't stand out, the main promotion of this week's talent show will revolve around Qin Hank's act. By the time it came to the judges' final decision, all four judges were too lazy to set up any preamble and unanimously gave a thumbs up, passing him with full votes. When Qin Hank returned to the backstage of the studio with Carmen and Kelly, he found all the contestants looking at him with strange expressions. Chapter 87, The Neighborhood Even Black People Fear. With Qin Hank's current energy, he could stay awake all night, but the plane was so boring, and there was a soft little beauty hugging his arm and sleeping soundly. So, Qin Hank tilted his head, and the two snuggled together for a delightful sleep, leaving the bald elite man next to them burning with jealousy. When Judy Raymond was whispering in Qin Hank's ear, he already sensed that this was their first meeting. But in no time, they were cozily asleep together. This charming little beauty, with her platinum blonde hair, was indeed enticing, yet she rejected his good intentions, making him feel quite frustrated. If it weren't for being on the plane, it would have been easier to approach her in a Ferrari. When Qin Hank woke up, the plane was flying over the Statue of Liberty, seemingly taking a slight arc to allow passengers a better view of this symbol of New York. The passengers' exclamations at the sight of the Statue of Liberty woke Judy up. She opened her hazy eyes and took a moment to realize she was on a plane, having slept with her arms around Hank's. Looking beside her, she noticed that Qin Hank's shoulder was already damp. Chapter 88, Invading the 73rd Street. In Brooklyn's 75th Street, this area has always been on par with the 73rd Street. In the Black Swan Bar, a tattooed, bald man named Shell was lounging comfortably on the back of a sofa, burning tin foil, with two blonde ponytails shaking in front of him. Next to him stood a burly white man with a mustache, bending over to report something. Suddenly, a burly black man burst into the bar, his voice arriving before he did. "Boss Shell, I've gathered the manpower. Besides the 200 brothers from our gang, I've also recruited over 50 armed thugs. Good, grab your weapons. Let's go." Shell kicked the two ponytails away from in front of him, wiped his hands haphazardly, and zipped up his pants. Turning around, Shell revealed himself to be a Cyclops. He grinned as he took an M16 from a subordinate and strode outside, followed closely by the burly black man and the mustached white man, both armed with M16s. Has Frizzlin called? No. Have the brothers stationed around discovered anything? Don't worry, boss. Even if a fly flies out of there, we'll distinguish between male and female before letting it go. Chapter 89. His energy exceeds your imagination. The police chief of the Brooklyn precinct received reports of a gunfight in the 73rd Street area. He merely smirked. Those scumbags, wasting food like that, let them play. No officers are allowed to intervene. Secure the entrances and exits of the Brooklyn Commercial District. The impact must not extend beyond the 73rd Street. We will clean up once things settle down. Vivian, preparing to send Mia and the others out, received a phone call, and her expression changed after listening. Matilda wants you to hand over Mia. What do you plan to do? Qin Hank had already understood what was said on the phone and straightforwardly laid it out. Mia was shocked. $50,000 wasted? But then she thought Matilda had also gathered a group to block Super 75, so it was even out. She owed her no favors. Vivian frowned. Boss Matilda has changed. When she first founded the Fire Rose, it was to provide a safe home for all sisters, so they wouldn't have to be playthings for men. But look at her now, constantly encouraging sisters to engage in wild battles with members of other gangs to avoid attacks. The previous actions to rescue kidnapped sisters have also ceased. It feels like the fire rose is beginning to wither. Chapter 90. Today's blessing. To avoid mosquito bites. 7074556 2 big shots extra update. Shell roared on the car roof. Surrounded by hundreds of cold eyes, hundreds of dark gun muzzles, and the surrounding crowd that seemed like monsters, making it impossible to escape. This made Vivian break out in a cold sweat, feeling as if she were standing naked under everyone's gaze. She had always believed she possessed immense courage to face all adversities. But at this moment, she felt a bit timid. She wasn't as strong as she had imagined because she knew the consequences of a failed negotiation. It was impossible for the 3 people beside her to leave this circle alive, to avoid being turned into a pile of minced meat. She slowly pressed the muzzle of her M1911 against her chin. Unexpectedly, as the gun moved, it was suddenly taken from her hand by Mia's man. Don't rush. It hasn't started yet. Vivian was momentarily stunned, wondering about the speed. She had no reaction before the gun was taken away. She turned to look at the calm Mia and the silent Hymas. Could it be that this man really had energy beyond imagination, as they said? Perhaps thinking the 4 surrounded individuals would not escape. Shell yelled at Mia for a few moments before turning to his subordinates to bring over the women from the fire rose who were riding motorcycles. Chapter 91. The Return of the Crooked-Mouthed Dragon King. An hour after Super 75 was wiped out in an old warehouse near the battle street, Vivian stood in front of around 20 men and women. In a dreamlike hellish start, Vivian no longer had to think about the fire roses. Although publicly withdrawing from the fire roses seemed to greatly damage Matilda's reputation, she couldn't even muster the courage to seek trouble for herself. She knew Mia needed help, so she called her own subordinates and some potential recruits over. With a legendary mage backing her, who would dare to mess with her? She turned to introduce Chin Hankai to Mia. These 5 are my sisters from the fire roses. Just listen to me. The rest are some small fries that Nick couldn't take away back in the day, and a few others from the original gang that has dissolved, willing to follow us for a meal. They're all good people. Vivian glanced at Chin Hankai and added. Chin Hankai chuckled internally. Since they were already involved in the gang, what good people were there? As long as their character was decent, they listened when things got tough, charged forward, and wouldn't stab each other in the back. That was already a good thug. These people looked at Chin Hankai with reverent eyes. In just half an hour, the title of Hell Mage had spread explosively in the 73rd, 74th, and 75th districts. Chapter 92. Wave of Kung Fu. John was very happy today because the 200,000 he had spent on arrangements had yielded results. The other party called him back, saying everything was settled. However, many people from the gang had contributed to this matter, and he had to pay another 100,000 to get the person handed over to him. John hesitated at first, but thinking about that woman's supple skin and alluring figure, his little head convinced his big head. Since he had dealt with the other party before, John confidently took 100,000 in cash to the old place, a nice motel. At this place, John had enjoyed dozens of women he couldn't have otherwise, so revisiting it excited him, feeling better than ever. Having seen so many women, John felt that the one being delivered soon was the most exquisite he had ever encountered. He booked a room and sent a room number to the other party. To enjoy himself more later, John took a shower, popped 2 little blue pills, and anxiously waited in a bathrobe. Before long, there was a knock at the door. John excitedly jumped up, grabbed the bag of cash, and hurried to open the door. As soon as he opened it, the face he had been dreaming of these past few days appeared before him, and John felt that the blood rushing to his head was overwhelming. Chapter 93. Born with the sacred body of the white tiger, the external turmoil did not affect Chin Hankai at all. He ate, slept, and every day made Mia and Vivian shine. As per Vivian's idea, Chin Hankai also had her remove all her body hair except for the hair on her head. This made Mia sigh. If Chin Hankai were willing to use this spell to open a beauty salon, the socialites of America would break down the door, and he could become a billionaire in half a year. Chin Hankai simply dismissed it with a statement. Only my women can enjoy this treatment. This made Mia feel both moved and impressed. This jerk was indeed a bit of a playboy, but he was quite generous to his women. She had heard that the tradition for men in China was to have at least 9 women, but she didn't know if Hank had any other women besides herself, Rosa, and Vivian. However, with his strength, it was likely that 3 women would be pushing it. At this moment, Chin Hankai, who was on Mia's mind, was in a super large warehouse in the 75th district. This was the territory recently expanded by devils and angels, where a gang that had failed in a turf war had merged its remaining members into devils and angels. Chapter 94. Naming the little genius Mia saw Qin Hankai rushing inside and called out to him. Qin Hankai waved his hand. I have urgent business now. I'll talk to you later. Once Qin Hankai disappeared down the corridor, Vivian, who followed behind, told Mia everything that had just happened. Mia then realized that Qin Hankai had been holding a little white tiger in his arms. Seeing how hurried he was, she knew this little white tiger must be a very special animal, as she had never seen him in such a rush before. Since the man had urgent business, the woman had to be understanding. Vivian and Mia entered the office to discuss the placement of new recruits. The territory of devils and angels had basically stabilized, and they needed to make certain plans for the future. After the two leaders left, the subordinates, including the little white guy, began chatting. These people had only heard about the hellish scene created by Qin Hankai in the 73rd district, so they couldn't imagine what lay beneath that black land or what kind of mysterious force could take down over 200 fully armed men in an instant. Chapter 95. There's a gun called a hand cannon early the next morning when Qin Hankai carried the little white tiger down to the restaurant for breakfast. He added 3 lucky star-shaped charms to the red string talisman necklace around Mia's neck and transformed several triangular talismans into lucky stars. He also hung a red string necklace with 4 lucky stars around Vivian's neck. The lucky star shape was mainly chosen because it was space-efficient and aesthetically pleasing, making it easy to add other charms later. When the red string necklace was hung around her neck, Vivian felt a wave of refreshment throughout her body. She finally understood why Mia could always maintain such a clean state. It turned out that the seemingly ordinary necklace around Mia's neck played a crucial role. Vivian felt a great sense of recognition, and, looking at this powerful and mysterious man before her, a warm current surged through her heart. She couldn't help but kneel before Qin Hankai, deciding that she would wholeheartedly face this man who had conquered her in the future. Mia, carrying a plate of fried eggs, watched the two enjoying breakfast and shrugged, noticing that Qin Hankai had a good appetite in the morning. She also sat down with her breakfast to eat together. After a long breakfast, Qin Hankai, holding the little white tiger, took a blushing Mia and Vivian to a small underground shooting range of the gang. Chapter 96. Judy Raymond's invitation. Hey, Hank, do you remember me? I am Judy Raymond. Tomorrow, my classmates and I are performing in a concert at the Richard Theater on Broadway. Do you have time to come see the show? Just after receiving a call from James, another call came in. As soon as the call connected, a crisp and pleasant voice came through the receiver. It was the little beauty Judy Raymond, whom he had snuggled with on the plane for a few hours. She was inviting Qin Hankai to the concert. For rare metals like rhodium, cesium, and beryllium, this was still a new thing to him. In his past life, the most familiar thing he had experienced was karaoke in a business club. Everyone knew what that was like. However, being suddenly invited to a concert left him a bit at a loss. A beautiful woman invites me to a concert, but I know nothing about it. Fellow experts. E.g., Ife, any advice? I'm waiting online. It's quite urgent. Qin Hankai continuously asked Mia and Vivian what to do. Unfortunately, while these two knew how to blow someone's head off with a large-caliber shotgun or tremble under the impact of a large-caliber hunting rifle, attending a concert was an unfamiliar territory for them. After rummaging through their phone contacts, they could only call James. Chapter 97. If I call you father-in-law, would you dare to respond? Qin Hankai was having a good conversation with the Raymond brothers. During the chat, he learned that these two Raymonds were currently working on Wall Street with their father. Throughout the exchange, it was evident that these brothers were well-mannered and showed no signs of entitlement despite their family's billionaire status. Based on Qin Hankai's life experiences, it was rare to find a pair of second-generation rich like them who were so calm and humble. With his current cultivation level, Qin Hankai could clearly sense whether the other party was sincere or hypocritical. Thus, being assessed as calm and humble by Qin Hankai indicated that they truly were. With such a good family background, should he pursue their sister? Qin Hankai wondered, was he really that concerned about her? If it weren't for urgent matters, they would have rolled into bed together the night he got off the plane. Such a nice brother-in-law would only mean he could treat them better in the future. As for the Raymond brothers, even if they were wealthy, they couldn't penetrate bulletproof glass. This guy in front of them was different. With a strong grip, he could create 2 transparent holes in bulletproof glass that would shatter under excessive pressure. Experts have analyzed that such damage requires not only immense strength but also extreme speed. Chapter 98. Mysterious stalker Qin Hankao casually tossed the roots and leaves of the rose into a nearby trash bin and handed the vibrant roses to Judy. Judy accepted the flowers but kept holding Qin Hankao's hand to study it, curious about how these seeds had sprouted so quickly. "Oh, it seems we came at the wrong time, but did you two get your genders mixed up? Why is Judy kissing your hand? Young people really know how to play," came the familiar voice of Ben Raymond from the side. This family always appeared out of nowhere. "Dad, what are you talking about?" "I'm just studying Hank's magical hand," Judy retorted playfully. Ben Raymond, however, nervously asked, "Sweetheart, what has he done to you with that hand? Can't you two hold off and play back at your place?" Qin Hankao realized Ben Raymond misunderstood the situation, breaking into a sweat. How could such a handsome billionaire have such a bizarre thought process and amass his fortune? "Dad, can you imagine that this bunch of roses in my hand just grew from seeds?" Chapter 99. The Watcher in Malba Street. "Dad, is Judy okay? I'm worried she might be in danger." Peterson Raymond got out of the stretched Lincoln, concerned, and walked towards the family's backbone. "Don't worry, my dear son. Judy is much safer now than you are," Ben Raymond assured, and Peterson suddenly understood. "Ah, I forgot she is with another Hank. The one who is a martial arts master capable of piercing bulletproof glass. Son, let me show you this, and you'll understand why I'm so at ease with Judy," Ben Raymond said as he sent a document to his two sons via his phone. "Holy crap," came a simultaneous exclamation from inside and outside the car. The document clearly showed Qin Hankao's performance at the fashion salon in Austin. His ability to kill a robber with a coin was even more shocking than his performance of piercing bulletproof glass on stage. After all, the sword aura was only a staged effect, and no one knew if it was real. However, using a coin had already resulted in a kill count, making it much more credible. "Dad, did Hank Raymond also get out of the car today?" he hesitantly asked his father. Chapter 100. The escaping Raymond family. Qin Hankao swiftly got out of bed, used a cleaning spell, and cleaned off all the mess. He glanced back at the disheveled bed and the sleeping Judy. What a surprise. Judy, who had been devouring an ice pop throughout, still had some left. Initially, he thought she was just another New York rich girl who changed boyfriends as easily as changing sanitary pads, but she surprisingly managed to maintain her innocence. Of course, Qin Hankao didn't he assume that because he took Judy's first time, she would remember him deeply. Most American girls didn't care about that. What mattered to them was a strong man who could give them thrilling experiences, and coincidentally, Qin Hankao was such a man. Every woman he had targeted experienced a deep, soul-stirring tremor. Therefore, how could someone who tasted a luxurious meal ever go back to eating plain bread? That was Qin Hankao's confidence. Rising from bed, he didn't bother looking for a bathrobe and headed straight to the balcony. The two SUVs had already vanished. It seemed Ben Raymond's people were quite efficient. On the balcony, he set up a barrier formation and ascended to the fourth tier of Qi refining, qualifying as a mid-level Qi refining practitioner, making it easy for him to draw a formation that could last for 10 hours. Chapter 101. Shengjin Antique Shop. Greenport Town, New York. This is one of the most remote towns in New York State, with Connecticut's Old Saybrook just across the Long Island Sound. On a small hill on the outskirts of the town stood a manor, its architecture hidden among lush London plane trees, and the fine rain added a touch of mystery to the estate. The three Raymond men sat quietly in the study of the manor's main villa. Through the window, they could see the verdant vegetation and armed security personnel patrolling in raincoats. "Father, now that Quetlin has torn off the last veil, we must strike back forcefully," Hank Raymond said, clenching his fists. Peterson nodded repeatedly in support of his elder brother. The usually gentle brothers were facing the greatest threat to their lives, and when bullets whizzed past their ears, all civility and upbringing went out the window. The men of the Raymond family were no softies, but relying solely on anger wouldn't defeat the enemy. Hank used his phone to contact someone named Greenia. He asked the leader of the Wild Wolves gang in the 73rd District and owes me a favor. Get him to find 30 fearless South American gunmen from the underground world. Chapter 102. After a meal, "The car is gone. Does America produce jade?" Old Jin's remark piqued Qin Hankao's interest. He had no idea that America actually had jade production. How fresh is this? The United States not only produces jade, but also has a significant output. However, most of it is mixed material, at most used for sculptures or something, let alone talk about quality. But the gold and green jade I just mentioned is a good thing, with particularly low production and exceptionally high quality, basically not circulating in the market. Qin Hank's ignorance also sparked old Jin's desire to share. He first locked the shop door and then led Qin Hank down to the basement while explaining relevant knowledge to him. It was only then that Qin Hank learned that gold and green jade is a gem-level jade that is even rarer than high-end jade from Myanmar. It is practically unseen in the market because it is quickly collected by museums and geologists from various places. The transparency of gold and green jade lies between ice type and glass type. However, for Qin Hank, rarity is not a consideration for now. What's important is whether he can use it. After Qin Hank followed down, Chapter 103. Even if you don't eat, let you walk a few circles. As Qin Hank moved, butterflies flapped their wings and quickly flew in one direction. Among the bustling crowd on the road, there was an additional, quickly flashing figure. Airplanes taking off and landing at Kennedy Airport roared through the sky, serving as a familiar background noise in Flushing, reminiscent of the restless state of life there. In less than a kilometer, Qin Hank had already encountered 3 incidents of robbery against Chinese people. One or several individuals openly dragged either men or women into alleys. Many Chinese people were peeking at the alley's entrance, but no one stepped forward, appearing numb and indifferent, like a group of ducks stretching their necks. Truly lamenting their misfortune and angered by their inaction, a gathering of yellow-skinned individuals allowed a group of dark-skinned people to do as they pleased. No wonder when Qin Hank was heading to Queens, Mia specifically told him that the Flushing area is not much safer than the 75th Street area. Qin Hank did not believe it before, but now he does. However, just because others do nothing does not mean Qin Hank will do nothing. In his previous life as a successor, although he hadn't done any great good deeds, he would still throw some food to hungry or injured cats and dogs, or help bandage a wound when he saw them. Chapter 104. A mage's service arrives. Alessandro leisurely sat in a lounge chair on the balcony, slowly sipping a glass of tequila while looking at a row of workshops in front of him. The car sales business was getting better and better. Now his factory could modify 5 cars at the same time. The little guys under him could steal at least 8 to 10 cars a day. After simple modifications in the workshop, the cars were directly driven to the Bayonne port in New York for sale to Africa, with each car fetching about 5,000 to 20,000 depending on the model. This risk-free, profitable business allowed Alessandro to earn a lot of dollars. Although it couldn't compare to his compatriot selling flour, the risks were greatly reduced. Now, the basement was filled with dozens of suitcases stuffed with dollars, which had yet to be laundered into legitimate income, and life was getting more and more promising. Occasionally, he would take some out to reward his subordinates, and although it reduced his profits, spending it could earn him gratitude and unwavering loyalty. Although Alessandro now owned 2 apartments in Manhattan, where he would meet his 4 white mistresses weekly, he still preferred living in the factory. The strong smell of oil and the scattered parts gave Alessandro a sense of real existence. Chapter 105. Professional Storm Chaser. A black SUV was driving on Broadway in New York, looking much like other cars, except for the Storm Chaser logo sprayed on the body, while the exterior appeared ordinary. The back seats had been removed and filled with various equipment. Ultra-slow motion cameras, lightning antennas, signal amplifiers, laptops paired with a mushroom-headed GPS antenna on the roof. Everything was prepared for storms and tornadoes. In his 40s, Quinn Andrew drove while educating the blonde reporter, Rico, about tornadoes. Tornadoes generally last from a few minutes to several hours and are often accompanied by strong winds, rain, thunder, or hail. Moreover, tornadoes rarely occur in cities. But when they do, their destructive power is particularly great. Rico, sitting in the passenger seat, expressed admiration. Mr. Andrew, as a professional storm chaser, you must have faced many life-threatening moments in your career. Oh my, I can't even imagine what that scene would be like. In the gaze of Rico's admiration, Quinn Andrew smugly began to recount his story. That was 10 years ago in Jonesboro, Maine, when I encountered, what was it, suddenly appearing low-level small tornado with a diameter of no more than 50 meters. Chapter 106. Easter Shower. Above Alessandro's auto repair shop, due to the tornado's strong suction, nearby clouds and moisture were drawn in, causing a downpour around the repair shop, with steam rising, making the whole repair shop seem shrouded in mist. However, amidst the mist was a towering tornado. While heavy rain poured nearby, the repair shop was bathed in sunshine. It seemed as if a skylight had opened in the thick clouds above, allowing sunlight to spill into the silent repair yard. Alessandro and others cautiously watched the tornado spinning rapidly around the repair shop, feeling the extreme wind pressure at the scene and the lightning flashing within the tornado. In the face of such supernatural forces, everything seemed so small. Chin Hank looked at the dozen or so kneeling Mexican gang members begging for mercy and smiled as he tossed out a line. Now we're going to play a game. Those who pass can live. In the eyes of Alessandro and others, Chin Hank, standing in the center of the yard bathed in sunlight, seemed to be adorned with a golden edge. However, when combined with the black tornado outside the repair shop, what should have been a sunny smile instead exuded endless chill in their hearts. Chapter 107. The Pursuers from South America. The pursuing vehicle had to reverse more than 200 meters before stopping. A group of gunmen jumped out, ignoring the pouring rain seemingly thrown out from above, staring blankly at the towering column of wind. This group had navigated the underground world for years, but it was the first time they encountered such a situation. It was evident that the two target vehicles had safely entered the tornado, as their situation was completely different from that of their own vehicle. The issue was that while the target vehicles could charge into this bizarre tornado, their own vehicle was immediately torn into pieces and blood mist. If they didn't know that no one in this world could control tornadoes, they would definitely think this tornado was artificially controlled, precisely blocking their opportunity. If the target has a chance of survival, then this mission cannot be considered complete, and the final payment for the mission will be unattainable. For the sake of this generous bounty, dozens of people stood at the edge of the tornado, watching for 10 minutes. They eventually spotted a black SUV circling the tornado. Before the leader, the gunman, could give the order, two vehicles rushed forward, capturing the black SUV and bringing it before the leader. Chapter 108. The world inside the tornado. A stretched Lincoln and a Mercedes SUV passed through a brief gap that the tornado had opened up, driving straight into a repair shop. Quick, seal off the entrance. 5 bodyguards armed with rifles rolled out of the suddenly stopped Mercedes SUV, panting as they prepared to block the entrance of the repair shop. After being well-fed for several years, it was now their turn to repay that treatment with their lives. As they cautiously surveyed their surroundings, they were all stunned. They felt as if they were in a deep well, surrounded by towering walls of wind. The wind walls were dark with a hint of crimson, with only a brilliant ray of sunlight streaming down from the high well opening. Beneath the sunlight was a pristine heavy-duty pickup truck, with a smiling young Asian man sitting on the roof. Surrounding the pickup were a dozen individuals, all drenched in blood from head to toe, as if they had been splashed with a layer of blood. Among them were a few who appeared to be disabled, missing either hands or feet. Although the presence of the wind walls kept the air fresh, the intense smell of blood surged into everyone's mouths and noses. Chapter 109. Only passing down skills to sons. What is this? Wong Di fake. Oh, my leg. Help, help. Conceal yourselves. Conceal yourselves. Chaos reigned around the tornado. Iron blocks and stones raining down from heights of hundreds or thousands of meters were like solid projectiles, creating massive craters within a 500-meter radius outside the tornado. What terrified everyone was that these steel parts, stones, and broken wood seemed to have GPS targeting systems installed. Even hiding under a car, one could suddenly be crushed by a falling piece of debris. Under such circumstances, most vehicles were left riddled with holes or even exploded. One gunman after another was precisely taken out in this environment. Andrew, panicking, hid beneath a car, having just witnessed a long iron rod pierce through the passenger seat, killing the gunman there. Meanwhile, Rika was screaming loudly. One of the two gunmen in the front seat had his head blown off, while the other was shot in the heart, leaving him to die peacefully. The entire process lasted just over a minute, but to Andrew and Rika, it felt like a century. Chapter 110. The darkening Raymond brothers in the face of Peterson's disappointed gaze. Chin Hank quickly walked around the villa and pulled out 2 servants who were sending messages to the outside world, with both the person and the goods caught red-handed. The Raymond brothers' eyes widened in shock. Everything they had experienced over the past 2 days had begun to change the previously gentle-natured brothers. Chin Hank sensed a hint of ruthlessness in their eyes. The environment truly could change a person, and this was no joke. It seemed that the Raymond family had been infiltrated thoroughly. No wonder they were pursued immediately upon reaching each hiding spot, leaving them no chance to breathe. Realizing the problem, Chin Hank became curious about how many of the remaining people were actually loyal. After Ben Raymond finished a phone call in the study, his lips moved a few times, but he couldn't utter a word. He felt a sense of defeat, wondering if he had failed as a person. Sensing his emotions, Sheen Hank smiled and said, "Uncle Ben, at least the whole family is safe now, right?" Ben Raymond's eyes suddenly lit up, and his confidence returned. "Thank you, Hank. I almost let the failure demon take control of me. As long as my family is safe, all difficulties are not a problem." Chapter 111. Advancement of Jade Talismans after thoroughly dealing with Judy, who was both addicted and incompetent. Sheen Hank left her in the room to sleep heavily while he spent almost the entire night on the roof with Xiao Bai. With Xiao Bai as a cultivation accelerator, Sheen Hank no longer hesitated to use his magic power. He first transformed the moonlight into magic power to fill his dantian and meridians. Then, he sliced the jade stones into pieces, crafting them into corresponding jade talismans. The first task was to create protective charms from the jade stones. With so many women, it would be impossible to accompany each one, but providing life protection for his women wasn't too much to ask. Different materials could carry different amounts of magic power. The talisman arrays that could be inscribed on them increased significantly, and the final power of the jade talismans varied greatly. Sheen Hank stamped his surname in the center of each jade talisman, written in the script of the cultivation world, resembling ancient Chinese seal script. The round and translucent jade complemented the archaic characters, making each jade talisman appear as the most exquisite work of art. If one looked closely at the character Qin, they would notice faint glimmers of light dancing between the strokes, making the entire character seem to shimmer, remarkably mystical. Chapter 112. Terrifying indeed, tonight's NBC studio was sparkling with stars. Apart from the four well-known judges familiar to the audience, the camera swept over to reveal many famous stars and directors. Tonight marked the second round of performances for America's Got Talent, a new competition where contestants would advance from 16 to 8. Sheen Hank, along with Kelly and Carmen, was in the dressing room adjusting their outfits. Their attire for the night was somewhat special, a combination of fur and grass skirts, exuding an uncontrollable wildness. Sheen Hank tugged at Carmen's fur wrap, pulling it up, causing an uncontrollable wave. Then, he grabbed Kelly, who was laughing beside him, and did the same, making her conscience tremble. His intense possessiveness prompted Carmen and Kelly to check their outfits. Having a Chinese boyfriend, they had consciously learned some traditional Chinese culture, so they could understand Sheen Hank's behavior quite well. Fortunately, the lower part of their outfit was a long skirt woven from tough grass leaves, revealing only their ankles. Two crystal-clear jade stones hung just below their fair necks. After Sheen Hank's flight landed in Los Angeles yesterday, the two cousins began to feel the benefits the jade talismans brought to their bodies. Chapter 113. The Demon King Belial's succubus, the judging panel, was in chaos, and the audience below was buzzing with discussion. Tina, dressed in a silver, form-fitting mermaid dress, clutched her deep V neckline, already frightened enough to leave the judging panel and stand away from Green. Isabella's large, doe-like eyes were already filled with tears. Who could withstand this? Not everyone would like the plump little worms. Blake leaned on the judging panel, struggling to control his urge to vomit. Only Roger remained calm, sitting steadily in his chair, gently sweeping the meatworms aside and looking at Green. "Please continue your performance." Green returned to the stage with a strange smile, where a table had already been set up. He went behind the table and took out 5 brightly colored apples from his bag, arranging them in a line. Then, he placed his wand horizontally next to the apples. In the audience's eyes, Green suddenly hunched over, loudly chanting some spell at the 5 apples. A faint smoke began to emit from the wand, enveloping the entire table in a mist. The background music started playing a somewhat eerie sound effect, making the atmosphere of the stage exceptionally strange. Chapter 114. Enjoying being called the Great Wise One, the host, Sydney, snapped back to reality after the initial shock and began directing the security personnel to take action. Under the pursuit and blockade of a dozen security guards, Green displayed remarkable bravery, knocking down 7 or 8 guards in succession and was about to charge into the audience. Finally, he was subdued after 3 successive taser shots and being intercepted by a fishing net that had originally been intended as a prop. The commotion affected more than just the backstage hall. Many audience members present for the recording witnessed the scene. Thanks to the now-developed internet, photos and videos of the incident quickly spread everywhere. Director Simon promptly noticed the situation and, after communicating with the show's PR department, decided to issue a statement in the name of the production team. In the statement, Green was described as a contestant who had suffered a mental breakdown due to the immense pressure of the stage. The production team expressed their love and care for Green's future arrangements in the statement. Similarly, the tap dance that could not proceed due to Green's interruption smoothly advanced to the next round because of this incident. Chin Hank and James watched all of this unfold through a small television in the lounge. Chapter 115. The amazing second round, a powerful shout rang out, and all eyes, including the cameras, were fixed on Chin Hank. He elegantly flicked his hand and performed a gentleman's bow. Carmen and Kelly gracefully approached the front of the stage, holding trays. Chin Hank took the tray and showcased it to the camera and audience. He then sprinkled seeds into a large sandbox. Rolling up his sleeves slightly, he indicated that he had nothing in his hands. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed in the studio, startling the entire audience. Everyone felt as if real thunder and lightning had erupted on stage, causing goosebumps to rise all over their bodies. Alongside the thunder, the stage lights flickered, making the entire place gasp in surprise. Fortunately, the equipment held up. As everyone recovered from the shock of the thunder, they noticed a cloud rapidly forming and gathering in the air about 3 meters above the stage. In less than 2 minutes, it looked like a real cloud had appeared above the stage. The cloud was pure white, evoking a strong desire to touch it. Amidst the eager gazes of the audience, Chin Hank snapped his fingers. The cloud began to rain down, a kind of light rain. Under the stage lights, the light rain displayed a rainbow of colors, transforming the entire stage into a dreamy world. Chapter 116. Supporting women to have their own careers. The 4 judges, still not fully satisfied, unanimously voted to pass. Tina looked at Chin Hank with starry eyes. He knew what she wanted and felt like shaking her shoulders and saying, "Annie, wake up, your blooming period is over." Although Chin Hank's soul was the same age as Tina, as a transmigrator who had cultivated in this life, aging was temporarily irrelevant to him. Therefore, unless it was a top-tier enchantress who would want to nibble on old vegetables when they could enjoy tender little cabbage, with a delighted Kelly and Carmen, he made his way backstage, once again receiving a wave of envious glances. If Chin Hank had a system, he would definitely see a group of people with five popping up over their heads. James was waiting backstage for the 3 of them, full of enthusiasm. "Hank, congratulations. Oh, you always bring unexpected surprises." Although the props were prepared by James, he genuinely had no idea what kind of performance would come from the materials until he saw the show backstage and understood what effect his preparations would yield. Though he wondered why the props, which were all quite ordinary, could become so magical without seeing Chin Hank do much with them. Chapter 117. Cynthia in critical condition. After hastily hanging up the phone, Chin Hank walked over and kissed Carmen and Kelly on the cheek. "Darlings, I have something urgent. Someone is waiting for me to save their life. I'll arrange for security to take you back. Don't worry, my magic will protect you." Chin Hank's fingers glided over the 2 translucent jade talismans hanging on their fair skin and gently tapped them. Carmen understandingly wrapped her arms around his. "Hank, no problem. We'll take care of ourselves, especially since I brought my gear." She lifted her t-shirt, revealing a small Glock 19 tucked into her belly. Luckily, Carmen was a woman. Kelly, seeing Chin Hank look over, also smiled and lifted her shirt, showing the same placement and method. Truly, they were sisters. Seeing that they were prepared, Chin Hank left the NBC studio with peace of mind. He hailed a taxi at the door, handed the driver $200, and instructed him to get to the destination as fast as possible. Los Angeles taxi drivers were known for being like F1 race car drivers. And under the influence of money, the taxi roared down the road like a real F1 car. In just over 20 minutes, the taxi arrived at the destination. Chapter 118. Lucas and Leo's shock. Having conveyed the message, Chin Hank removed the soundproof cover and stood up to leave the negotiation room. Lucas followed closely behind, waving to his wife and son. "There's something you need to know." The 3 of them stayed in the negotiation room for a few minutes. Lucas couldn't afford to be careless about this matter. If the family's stance wasn't unified, there could be significant risks later on, involving the life and safety of his most precious daughter, under the current situation where she could be taken away at any moment. The information provided by Chin Hank gave him new hope. He needed to remind his wife and son to keep any unusual happenings a secret. For Cynthia's safety in a small sense, and in a larger sense, it involved his career and some secrets of the American upper class. The true controllers of America, those tycoons who hold wealth rivaling nations, have invested heavily in the realms of survival and immortality. If news of Cynthia's situation were to leak, many predators would swarm in. Even though Lucas, as a Texas state legislator, had a considerable degree of power, he would be crushed to pieces in such overwhelming waves. Chapter 119. Lindayu pulls up the weeping willow, seeing Cynthia wake up. Lucas and his father, who were clinging to the window, wept tears of joy and embraced each other. This Hank did not disappoint them. He really brought Cynthia back. "Cynthia, how are you feeling?" "Many people are worried about your health," Chin Hank said with a smile, holding Cynthia's hand. Cynthia turned her head to survey the room. "I feel like I've been sleeping for a long time. All right, I got hurt. It hurts so much." Scenes from before she was shot flashed through Cynthia's mind. Not paying attention to Chin Hank's presence, she quickly reached under the blanket with her other hand to touch her wound, only to find no scars where she had been shot, just smooth skin. She was bewildered. Could it be that she had been shot in a dream? Her eyes swept across the rows of instruments beside the hospital bed and the large wall of single-pane glass, and she felt two familiar figures outside the glass. "This is Los Angeles. Leo said you were shot, and your father chartered a plane from Austin to bring you here overnight. What exactly happened?" With Chin Hank's reminder, Cynthia finally confirmed that being shot was not a dream. She recalled the events leading up to the shooting and told Chin Hank. Chapter 120. Recognition from Lucas in a private office. Dr. Stephen was lecturing two nurses under him. "I'll warn you ladies again, if you want to continue working in the medical field, if you want to keep working at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, when you return to the ward and see everything, you must treat it as if you saw nothing and keep the secret locked in your minds. Don't just think with your two lumps of flesh in front. You need to understand that what you are facing here are some of the wealthiest and most powerful tycoons in America and even the world. Serve them well, and you won't have to worry about salary or bonuses. Everything you see must be kept confidential. Don't think I'm trying to scare you. When I first arrived at Cedars-Sinai, there was a particularly beautiful nurse who couldn't hold her tongue, and that corpse ended up terribly. The director even had all the doctors and nurses observe in the morgue to ensure everyone remembers to keep secrets." Dr. Stevens spoke eloquently, his mature aura making the two nurses' eyes shine. "Dr. Stephen, regarding the issue of keeping quiet, do you think the size of mouth is appropriate?" Chapter 121. A wealthy consumer of magic that night, Chin Hank bid farewell to the Lucas family. After all, his cheap father-in-law and brother-in-law were nearby, seriously affecting his interaction with Cynthia. Fortunately, Cynthia was fine now, and it was still better to go back and cultivate with the little white tiger. He had expended some magic power, healing Cynthia. When Chin Hank returned to the hotel, Carmen and Kelly were already asleep. He chose not to disturb their sleep and went directly to the balcony. Now that he was staying in a hotel, one of Chin Hank's requirements was that it must have a spacious balcony, whether enclosed or open air. Unexpectedly, Little White was already squatting on the balcony, absorbing the moonlight. If he remembered correctly, this was the first time since he started cultivating with Little White that it actively absorbed moonlight. A thin beam of moonlight entered Little White's mouth, and although it looked like a cute little brainless creature, it appeared more majestic under the moonlight. Sensing Chin Hank's approach, Little White did not stop absorbing the moonlight, but reached out its little paw to pat beside it. Chin Hank found it quite amusing. Ever since it started cultivating, Little White seemed to have become more intelligent day by day. Chapter 122. A bit of a discrepancy in space size originally. Chin Hank thought that this spell, which could drain his magic power, would not be too bad in terms of how it absorbed magic. However, upon sensing the size of the space, he felt a bit of a discrepancy. A 3 by 3 by 3 meter space. It was not too small, roughly the size of a small room, with a volume of 27 cubic meters. It was not as large as he had imagined. He could only say it was sufficient for now. Fortunately, as his realm improved, this space could continue to expand. In terms of practical effects, it was much better than any storage talismans, rings, or bracelets. After all, there was no worry of loss. Unfortunately, the white tiger star essence did not seem to have any effect on the space, or perhaps with Chin Hank's current cultivation level, he couldn't detect such an effect yet. Putting aside the mysteries of the space for now, Chin Hank picked up Little White and quickly absorbed the moonlight to replenish his dried-up meridians. One could only say that the sleeve universe was too ruthless, draining Chin Hank completely dry. If it weren't for Little White, he might not even have the magic power to summon the moonlight. Without protective measures, he might not even dare to use the sleeve universe spell during the chi refining period. Chapter 123. Rosa surprised Carter. "How have you been lately? Is there anything wrong with your health?" Chin Hank greeted Carter actively. Following Chin Hank's call, Carter easily dismounted from his horse, moving gracefully, causing the quarter horse to quickly retreat. It was unclear whether it was afraid of the black overlord or Little White. "Hank, you're back." After dismounting, Carter grinned broadly. He felt that life was incredibly good now. His leg injury had healed. He had a stable place to live, no more worries about debt. His sister could continue her education, and he could still work with the cattle, enjoying a few cups of coffee in his free time, riding horses around the farm. This was the lifestyle of an excellent cowboy. "Rosa has been looking forward to your return." Carter awkwardly scratched his cowboy hat. He preferred facing a hefty Angus cattle over confronting his boss. "For your sister's sake?" Chin Hank looked at his somewhat awkward brother-in-law. "Carter, relax, we are family." Chin Hank let go of the black overlord and walked over to put his arm around Carter's shoulder. "All right, good." Seemed to ease Carter's expression and actions a lot due to Chin Hank's informal gesture. Chapter 124. The beast pet that can farm Hank. "Do you think I'm too clingy?" "Baby, how could that be? You're just being clingy right now. But I really miss you. And Mia has been accompanying you for so long. I can feel it. You've learned to bite." It's all thanks to Mia. On the way from Marlborough School to Oak Farm, Rosa sat with her back to the steering wheel in Chin Hanqua's arms. While Chin Hanqua drove steadily, he enjoyed how this little girlfriend expressed her longing through her actions. The moving Jeep occasionally jolted up and down due to small bumps on the road. Along the way, Rosa tightly hugged Chin Hanqua and shared her experiences at school. Ever since the professional bull rider came to school for an extracurricular sports class, Rosa proudly showed off her sweet photo with her boyfriend, the champion bull rider, the Flame Prince. Her status among the girls skyrocketed. At this age, little girls often look up to others for doing cool things. Rosa's announcement of her relationship made her classmates think she was really cool for dating a professional bull rider, transforming her from a nobody at school into someone popular. Chapter 125. A new dawn amidst shadows. The Jeep sped along the road, with a wisp of white aura swirling around the steering wheel. As the car leaned towards the direction of the aura, the scent tracking method was incredibly useful. It was like a dimensional strike in the mundane world. Chin Hanqua had the confidence to face various dangers thanks to the magical means of different spells. He had reached the 5th level of Chi refining, which made him a minor expert even in the remote areas of the cultivation world. At this stage, unless hit by a missile, it was generally hard to injure Chin Hanqua. Even if targeted by a sniper rifle, he would sense it in an instant. Therefore, as long as he didn't provoke overly advanced American forces, he could handle most situations with ease. As for the issue of revealing his powers, those who had seen him were either gone or had become his allies, and even those who hadn't could hardly remember what he looked like. Regarding the performance on the talent show stage, Chin Hanqua didn't care at all. Since he was on stage, everything displayed was just a performance. After all, if even invisible people could appear, what else was impossible? Chapter 126. Nonsense and nonsense. This was a room with completely drawn curtains, but a small gap was opened at the bottom left corner. With his extraordinary vision, Chin Hanqua could see clearly that it was a monocular telescope set on a tripod. Through the gap, he could also see a flickering cigarette butt and the occasional glow of a phone screen. Upon reaching the apartment, Chin Hanqua found that the security was quite strict. One needed a magnetic card to enter. However, this didn't stump Chin Hanqua. He simply knocked on the security window, and with a glance, the security guard obediently opened the door. After receiving the apartment layout and tenant list from the guard, Chin Hanqua found the room number and tenant information. Room 749, Tenardo Azema, male, of South American descent, 35 years old, resident for 2 months. Other than the room number, this information was meaningless to Chin Hanqua. Who this person was didn't matter, but the information from this person was what was important. Chin Hanqua set down the documents and walked towards the elevator. The apartment was large, with over a dozen elevators installed. The guard jogged a couple of steps to press the button for an elevator and swiped the card for the 7th floor. The elevator was very spacious, and the mirrored walls reflected an empty cabin. Chapter 127. An invitation from the ball. A tall and charming girl approached to flirt. If it were a pure-hearted young boy, he would surely blush and tell her, "I have a girlfriend." Ultimately, he would reject the girl's advances with a sense of self-sacrifice, feeling pleased that he was a devoted and innocent man. But what would the precious metal do? An old man without shame or skin, his innocence long buried, would only follow one principle. Don't let good girls down, don't waste bad girls. "Hey, Amanda, nice to meet you. You can call me Hank." Chin Hanqua smiled as he got out of the car while secretly performing a small spell. The pure energy was flawless, and she was still a virgin. If the powerful figures of the cultivation world knew that the Chi measurement technique was used by Qin Hanqua to assess the purity of Immortal's pure Yin energy. They might tear apart the spatial barrier to find him for trouble. After getting out of the car, Qin Hanqua noticed that the girl was about 1.8 meters tall, just slightly shorter than himself, a perfect supermodel figure. Her proportions were even more stunning than those of professional models like the Annie sisters. She looked like a girl straight out of comic book. In America, if a girl of this age could remain pure, it meant either her family was strict or there were other reasons. Chapter 128. Deceived in Maramp, the boss brought a box of gum. $2. The dark brown-skinned boss coldly tossed a box of xylitol onto the counter. Qin Hanqua placed $2 down, picked up the xylitol, and didn't rush to leave. Boss, can I ask you about someone? Where does Bravoka Sandra live? Address is $50. Leading fee is $500. Seeing the boss with a stern face piqued Qin Hanqua's interest. This was a lucky chance, and he actually came across it. I need to see the person. $1,000. Without bargaining, Qin Hanqua pulled out a roll of $20 bills and placed them on the counter. Ciano, get down here. The boss shouted toward the loft. Coming. A light brown-skinned Mexican youth rolled and crawled down from the loft. It was evident that he held a deep respect for the boss. Take him to find Bravoka Sandra. The boss pointed at Qin Hanqua. Come with me. Ciano didn't exit through the store's front door, but led Qin Hanqua towards the back door of the grocery store. Qin Hanqua glanced at the boss, who still wore an expressionless face. He stopped talking and followed Ciano out through the back door. Chapter 129. Overweight elevator. You don't want anything to happen to your brother, right? Behave and don't do anything funny. Also, deal with that guy named Juan. If you don't handle it, I'll come back to find you. Qin Hanqua coldly tossed a sentence before grabbing the scrawny youth at his feet. In a swift motion, the two had already reached the curly-haired youth named Fernandez. Before the other party could react, a hand had already clasped around his neck. Just like that, in front of a dozen big men, he lifted one person and walked into the dimly lit passage. Juan, that fool, didn't even figure out who the other party was before sending him over. If anything happens to my brother, his whole family won't get away with it. Bring water to clean this place up. A voice full of rage came from behind. Qin Hank had already dragged out two people, walking out of the warehouse under the uncertain gaze of the big man guarding the door. After walking past two street corners, he had Ferdinand wash the skinny young man under a public faucet. Using a cleaning spell on him was a sheer waste. Bravo usually liked to stay at the casino, which was owned by the New Mexico gang, and he was also one of the gunmen watching over the casino. Chapter 130. A wave of wealth. The elevator finally closed and began to descend slowly. Dom seemed to dislike the quiet state of the elevator and asked the small black man from earlier. Lapunka, you said your math is very good, so I'll give you a question to see who can answer it the fastest. Boss Dom, no problem. Test me as much as you want. My answer will definitely be the fastest. The small black man, named Lapunka, stood confidently, his gaze resolute. The other subordinates, however, had faces twisted in confusion. Dom cleared his throat. Listen carefully. What is 1517 equal to? 22. Lapunka replied proudly. Meanwhile, the other black men were still struggling, counting on their fingers. None dared to look up. Lapunka, you're not lying. Your math speed is really fast. This is a reward for you. Dom happily grabbed a handful of chips and stuffed them into Lapunka's hand. The elevator was filled with a sense of gratification. The elevator dinged and arrived at the second basement level. As the doors opened, a huge swimming pool was just 5 meters away. Dozens of bikini-clad women of various skin tones were soaking in the pool. Chapter 131. Your loss. My gain. Just before leaving the vault, I found that there was actually a small door next to the armored door. Upon opening it, I was amazed. It was a complete armory, with dozens of guns of various lengths, dozens of boxes of ammunition, and 2 boxes of grenades. Inside, Qin Hank also discovered a brand new M249, which had formidable firepower. With so many weapons stored in such a stronghold, it seemed the New Mexico gang's military strength was quite abundant. Every bit weakened from the enemy equated to a bit strengthened for oneself, which would also reduce trouble. So I took everything. What was originally a room full of weapons ended up being just this little bit. Next time I go to New York, I can give some to Mia and the others. With this firepower enhancement, the forces of devils and angels will be more stable. Thinking of New York, I plan to send another batch of truffles over. The wealthy on Wall Street still had a strong demand for this. Such resources could also allow Mia and Vivian to weave more connections. Qin Hank looked at the weapons in the space for a moment, initially planning to let the 2 old men fend for themselves, as they would likely not survive after the vault was emptied. Now, with these weapons, I could send them off to their demise sooner. I directly took out a whole box of grenades from the space, pulled all the pins, and tossed a few in every corner. Chapter 132. Thirst for knowledge. The venue for tonight's ball was in a large villa about 3 kilometers from the school. Dressed up, Sheen Hank appeared at the villa's entrance with a beautiful Rosa, attracting the attention of a group of boys and girls. The initiator of the ball, the villa's owner, Lola, was a pretty girl who looked like a doll and dressed like a Barbie. Welcome to your arrival. Oh, sister, that dress is amazing. It really accentuates your figure. The sincere compliment brought a happy smile to Rosa's face. After the mutual compliments, Sheen Hank handed 2 beautifully packaged bottles of red wine to Lola. Receiving heartfelt praise from her, "What a generous gift, brother. You really understand us. I prepared some too. Today there are no parents, so everyone can happily enjoy themselves." At such a young age, she handled greetings and interpersonal communication with incredible skill. Walking into the spacious villa hall, the first thing that caught the eye was a beer wall with some pastries and brandy laid out on the nearby buffet table. From the preparations and the way she hosted, it was clear that Lola was definitely a wealthy second-generation rich kid, knowing that all these drinks were sponsored exclusively by her. Chapter 133. Exposing an identity. 2 hours later, Amanda lay there, drenched in sweat, refusing to move. "Hank, please let me go. I never want to be a professional bull rider again." Of course, one shouldn't underestimate any profession. Every champion is earned through hard training and sweating time and time again. Yes, you make a good point. Right now, I just want to take a good shower and then sleep beautifully. Okay, as you wish. Lying there feeling drowsy, Amanda suddenly felt a refreshing sensation all over her body. She hummed and found a comfortable angle, hugged her pillow, and fell into a deep sleep. A cleaning spell made it clean and easy. When Sheen Hank returned downstairs, he noticed there were fewer people than before. In America, anyone over 16 can get a driver's license. So many had already driven themselves home. With fewer people, the atmosphere became even livelier. Intoxicated young men and women let their energy flow freely. He found Rosa on a sofa in the living room, her little face blushing as she chatted with Lola and a few girls. Chapter 134. The disappearance of Amanda in everyone's astonished gaze. Sheen Hank used sword energy to slice the glass beer bottles as if he were peeling a radish. Wang Defa, this feels as powerful as a laser. But a laser requires such a large machine. Hank is a living person. I read in a book that when Easterners reach a high level in their cultivation, a small version of themselves will emerge within their bodies. I've also seen that those Eastern cultivators can split mountains with sword energy. Shut up. What you're reading is fiction. If what I'm reading is fiction, then how do you explain Hank's sword energy? Sheen Hank performed with sword energy in the living room for about 20 minutes, and the indestructible sword energy opened everyone's eyes. Finally, Sheen Hank had someone arrange a number of beers equal to the number of people in the living room, sending out a dazzling, swirling sword energy that skimmed the tops of the beer bottles, removing the caps while leaving the glass intact. Amidst the cheers of everyone raising their bottles, they drank an entire bottle of beer, announcing the end of tonight's ball. Lola sent most of her classmates to the villa's entrance. Chapter 135. Xiao Bai's improvement startled and somewhat sobered up. Lola's mind began to clear, and she first pulled out her phone to call Amanda. However, the phone on the other end mercilessly indicated that it was turned off, leading to a prompt for leaving a message. This meant that the search was officially about to begin. The search location started from the entire villa garden, but the girls found nothing. They placed their hopes on searching indoors. They turned over the basement, garage, storage room, wine cellar, and even the giant trash bin in the villa's basement, but found nothing. On the first floor, all rooms, the kitchen, and the bathroom yielded no results. They had searched half of the rooms on the second floor, and, aside from a few used wrappers, still found nothing. The expressions of the originally enthusiastic girls began to turn serious. This was no longer a playful matter, but a question of their good sister, Amanda's safety. When the second floor was searched thoroughly with no results, one girl was close to tears. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the stairs leading from the second floor to the third. If there was nothing up there, Amanda might become a dark shadow in their youthful years. Chapter 136. The collapsed road surfaced. The whimpering of the little white tiger represented its grievances, but soon, under Sheen Hank's palm, it emitted a comfortable purr from its throat. Whether big cats or small, no cat could resist the joy of being petted. Watching Little White finally calm down, Sheen Hank gently patted the little white tiger's back. "Go, practice a special skill. The little white let out a soft ah-woo, then pounced forward from the rooftop. Its fluffy body miraculously hovered in midair. It looked back at Chin Hank and slowly moved forward in the air. After a few steps, its figure suddenly transformed from real to illusory, ultimately disappearing completely. Chin Hank shook his head in amazement. There really was no comparison. Little White's talent was too powerful. Just a wisp of purple energy allowed it to break through to freely traverse between reality and illusion. With this ability, Little White could always be by his side. Coincidentally, they were about to head to the Amazon rainforest. Having an extra helper meant more safety. Chin Hank looked around and suddenly noticed the light and shadows around him subtly distorted. Soon, Little White's figure appeared there. Based on the thoughts Little White had transmitted to his mind, Chin Hank knew that its range of this void-traversing ability was currently less than 200 meters. Chapter 137. The treasure chamber is discovered the people arriving this time were not like those from the municipal office who were slow to arrive. Within half an hour, several media interview vehicles and private cars hurriedly parked near the collapsed hole. A group of reporters and cameramen jumped out of the cars. They first surrounded the hole, taking a barrage of photos, then encircled the two police officers and the municipal workers. Microphones advanced, flashes flickered, and several camera lenses were shooting everywhere. There was even a very brave cameraman who directly fixed a rope to a steel pipe of the fence installed by the municipal workers, shouldering his camera, ready to climb down into the hole. The two police officers and the municipal worker in charge were somewhat bewildered by this sudden turn of events. They didn't understand why this group of reporters had inexplicably surrounded them. In America, some things are still quite efficient. For example, news about a sensational event quickly appears online. Chin Hank sat in a cafe, opened his phone, and saw the scene of the police being surrounded on the platform. He saw the reporters frantically surrounding the police with questions. "Hello, officer. I'm from Fox News. How did you discover the clues related to the Texas bank robbery?" Chapter 138. Purple sweet potatoes on land. The spokesperson for the police said something that left the various media outlets below grumbling. Originally receiving tips from concerned citizens, these media outlets thought they had struck gold. However, upon arriving, they only caught a whiff of fishy smells without even touching the fish. Especially for the few media outlets that were live streaming, they were particularly disgruntled. With such limited content for interviews, they couldn't satisfy themselves, let alone their audience. The grass was in disarray. On the outskirts of the grass, the first cameraman to descend into the collapsed hole was talking to his partner. "Fiona, what did the supervisor say?" "I'm sorry, Fress. The supervisor heard that the wealth has long been transported away and doesn't even want to give a bonus." "I knew that fat guy wouldn't want to give anything." "In that case, let's stick to what we discussed before. You get 13 of the money." "Oh, Fress, you're much more generous than the fat guy. I'll contact someone right away." The female reporter, named Fiona, directly sent a message in her work group with a few colleagues. Texas bank robbery, original location of the wealth, first-hand video material, 2,000 per copy available to email, Fress, bank account. Chapter 139. Serving everything together since he was here. Chin Hank had no interest in listening to them rant any longer. He directly revealed himself and pushed open the conference room door. The big purple sweet potatoes, upon seeing Chin Hank suddenly appear, paused for a moment before simultaneously pulling out their handguns from under their suits. However, before they could fire, they all stood there in a daze. Chin Hank looked at the 5 wooden stakes with satisfaction. No wonder people in the cultivation world were desperately trying to improve their cultivation levels. The benefits of doing so were too many. Before he improved, Chin Hank's charm technique could at most control 3 people, but now he easily had a hold on 5. Still thinking about accompanying the tender and delicious Rosa that night, Chin Hank didn't want to waste time and directly asked these people to explain everything clearly. As this group recounted, Chin Hank discovered that his previous guesses were indeed correct. This group was truly a high IQ crowd. Each one was either from Harvard, MIT, or Stanford. There were even 2 members of the so-called high IQ club, Mensa, namely the company's founders, Jim and Robbie. Each was from a prestigious school, possessing extraordinary intelligence. Chapter 140. Watching himself being eaten, Chin Hank came out of the office building with Little White. He looked back at the unremarkable building. A slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. St. Maria Hospital. Rios lay half-reclined against the head of his hospital bed, his shoulder wrapped in thick bandages. He moved his body slightly and felt a bit more comfortable. Rios stared straight at the clear blue sky outside the window. The sky here was as bright as his hometown. He turned his head to glance at the gunshot wound on his shoulder, and his mouth twitched. Rios is a mercenary in Colombia. Recently, he received a lucrative job that required him to travel to America. After a long journey to America, Rios discovered that he was surrounded by mercenaries from various South American countries at the place arranged by his employer. He also found a fellow Colombian mercenary named Arias. As compatriot from the same place, Rios and Arias naturally became closer. Surprisingly, the mission was completed incredibly smoothly, and both Rios and Arias received the promised payment from their employer, hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash and gold. They temporarily rented a villa as a hideout, planning to enjoy their wealth back in Colombia once the situation calmed down. Chapter 141. Suspicions of the Invisible Man as Rios struggled. The bandage on his shoulder quickly soaked through with blood. Even so, Rios was slowly being pulled towards the tiger's gaping maw. Soon, one of his feet was already inside the tiger's mouth. The massive white tiger showed a hint of disdain in its eyes, but still bit down on the foot and started to chew. As expected of a mercenary from chaotic Colombia, even at this point, Rios gritted his teeth and lifted his other foot to kick at the tiger's nose. Unexpectedly, before he could land the kick, the tiger opened its mouth again in a flash and bit down on both of Rios's calves. Blood gushed from the tiger's mouth. Rios felt himself on the verge of fainting, but realized his mind was incredibly clear. He could see the cruel smile appear on the face of the Asian youth. Do you know why you're experiencing this pain today? Because the female police officer you shot a few days ago was my girlfriend. Once those words were spoken, Rios finally understood where the inexplicable fear from a few days ago had come from. Had he known this was the situation, he would have never fired a shot when he saw the police attacking that day, even if it meant surrendering immediately. Chapter 142. Carmen is very hungry, darling. Are you ready? Carmen was already impatient in Los Angeles. I recently learned a phrase from China. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. Oh my, that feeling is so beautiful. We've been apart for so many autumns. Kelly smiled as she hung around Gene Hank's neck. Although they had only been apart for a week, it felt like a long time to her. The young couple exchanged endless sweet nothings. They went to Kelly's apartment to tidy up a few things. Kelly also had a standard 2-bedroom apartment, and her roommate was a girl from Argentina who, upon seeing Gene Hank's performance on TV, expressed her envy of Kelly, wishing she could take her place. However, for Gene Hank, despite being open-minded, having been influenced by so many exceptional women, he had certain standards for quality. Although the girl's figure was hot, her looks were rather plain, which failed to pique Gene Hank's interest at all. Therefore, out of respect for Kelly, he exchanged a few friendly words with her and even signed an autograph and took a picture. From a fan's perspective, Gene Hank was definitely an elegant gentleman. Chapter 143. My boyfriend is a god all the way. Kelly helplessly drove the car. She had never driven on such a bumpy road before. The car dipped and bounced, making it feel like a boat in the waves. Fortunately, the car was sturdy enough not to fall apart from the bumps. The famous Los Angeles, like Florida, was full of surprises, and other drivers looked at this strange car, muttering complaints about the poor road conditions in Los Angeles. When she parked the car downstairs at the apartment, Carmen clung to Gene Hank as they got out, then sluggishly made her way upstairs. Kelly followed helplessly, clearly noticing that Carmen was extremely hungry. The wind swept away the clouds, and the bright sun shone down. The tidy 2-bedroom apartment was filled with a strong scent of hormones. Carmen rolled her eyes, slumped on the couch, and next to her was Kelly in a similar state. With Carmen's combat power, it was inevitable that she would drag Kelly down with her. After lying there for a while, Carmen lazily opened her eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling, finally coming back to her senses after overeating. She propped herself up, letting the soft bedding slide off her shoulders, revealing a breathtaking view. Chapter 144. Someone is looking for Gene Hank after Kelly left the room. She noticed it wasn't dark yet. Carmen was once again sprawled on the couch in a state of blissful slumber, her body twitching occasionally. It was clear she had overeaten, stuffing herself despite being full without a care for the consequences. Meanwhile, Gene Hank was not at home. There was a note on the table saying he had gone out to buy some supplies for his performance on the talent show stage. Kelly could only helplessly cover Carmen with a blanket and peek inside the kitchen fridge, where there was still plenty of food. It seemed Carmen had not forgotten to stock the fridge while working. Kelly checked the time. It was about time to prepare dinner. She didn't call Gene Hank because he would naturally return when it was time. taking out 3 steaks from the fridge. She marinated them and set them aside before going to prepare a salad as a side dish. Meanwhile, after dealing with Carmen, Qin Hank drove out to Los Angeles' Chinatown. He returned to the grocery store where he had bought the sword before, remembering that they had a complete range of items needed by the Chinese community. Pushing open the store door, the bell chimed, and the shop owner looked up, his pupils constricting when he saw Qin Hank's face. Chapter 145. The grocery store owner has a daughter. Qin Hank turned to the door and saw a girl in a tight white dress walking in. How to describe her? The girl was a bit plump. To put it in terms that precious metals could understand, she had the face of a young girl and the figure of a young woman. With her hair tied up in a bun and long black hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding a mix of purity and seduction. The girl walked in with a fragrant breeze and, upon seeing Qin Hank, approached him with familiarity and greeted him in Chinese. "Oh, we have a customer. Sir, do you need to buy anything? Our store has the most complete range of goods in Chinatown." "Thank you. I've already found what I wanted." Qin Hank replied politely with a nod. The girl eagerly helped the grocery store owner pack items. "Qing, why are you here today?" The grocery store owner finally found the chance to speak. Qin Hank glanced at the unremarkable grocery store owner in surprise, thinking to himself, "You old man, how did you end up with such a beautiful daughter? She must take after her mother. She looks well-nourished." "I'm just passing by school since I didn't have any classes today," the girl replied with a smile as she placed a packaged piece of Xian paper next to her father. The grocery store owner glanced at his beautiful daughter and then at Qin Hank, who looked a bit surprised, feeling a jolt in his heart. Chapter 146. Dyeing mundane objects with moonlight. The skilled boss of the grocery store, with a temper, drove to NBC television station, where James was already waiting at the entrance. Beside him were several long cardboard boxes, faintly emitting a fishy smell. Upon seeing Qin Hank get out of the car, James immediately stepped forward, his face blooming with a smile. "Brother Hank, how have you been lately? Welcome back to NBC. I'm all set to be shocked, just waiting for your show." "I'm good. How about you? Have you started practicing your speech as the department head?" "Uh-huh. You still know me well. As long as you secure the championship this season, the promotion requirements will be automatically met." The two bumped fists and nudged each other's shoulders. James pointed to the long cardboard boxes on the steps. "The calf leather you wanted, a total of 5 sheets, each cut into 9 thin pieces using the best splitting machine." He lifted his suit jacket and pulled out 2 sealed test tubes. "The beast blood you wanted has been procured from wilderness hunters in Montana. I've got the heart blood of 2 big wolves, processed to remain in a non-coagulated state." "Thanks, brother. Your energy is as strong as ever." Qin Hank gave James a friendly punch on the chest. Chapter 147. The shock brought by rehearsal. Once again, several strands of moonlight were drawn, soaking all the materials within. Qin Hank got up and walked back to the living room, comfortably sitting between Kelly and Carmen, discussing the arrangement for tomorrow night's performance. After communicating all the details, seeing that it wasn't too late, the 3 snuggled together, warmly watching television, not bothering to change the channel, just watching whatever was on, emphasizing companionship. The TV was showing Animal World, where 2 eagles were attacking a fat wild chicken amidst thick bushes. The eagles darted in and out of the bushes quickly, but the wild chicken was too large. The 2 eagles took turns attacking, but couldn't catch it. The wild chicken fiercely counterattacked, nearly pinning one of the eagles in the bushes. Watching such a fierce battle scene, Carmen and Kelly shouted anxiously, cheering for the eagles, wishing they could replace them to catch the big wild chicken. As one of nature's top predators, the eagles still had the upper hand. One eagle distracted the wild chicken, while the other seized the opportunity to dive down, grabbing the chicken's brain matter with a claw. Chapter 148. The show lacks originality amidst an exhilarating musical score and the audience's screams. Host Sydney Owens jogged onto the stage from the backstage passage. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the live stage of America's Got Talent Season 19, Round 3 of the finals." Sydney Owens delivered the opening lines in a more vibrant state than ever. Next, he invited the audience to give a warm round of applause for tonight's 4 judges. Tina and Isabella maintained their stunning looks, wearing super tight dresses that accentuated every curve, nearly bursting at the deep V neckline. Meanwhile, bald Blake transformed his usual elegant suit image, donning punk attire covered in copper studs, and with a shiny bald head. He exuded a fierce vibe. Long-haired Roger tied his flowing locks into a smooth ponytail, dressed in a high-neck vintage European night suit with tight legging pants, making him look like a large compass. The 4 judges slightly bowed to the crowd's cheers and screams before taking their seats. Chapter 149. A new unsolved mystery. What a beautiful scroll. Roger, usually strict, murmured as he watched the scroll unfold on stage. If this is painted, I think it's a masterpiece, Blake added appreciatively. Tina and Isabella were simply starry-eyed, gazing at Carmen and Kelly's beautiful chest-length skirts, their minds racing with imaginations of how beautiful they would look in such outfits. Amidst countless intertwined, fiery gazes, Carmen and Kelly finally fully unfurled the scroll, revealing its entirety to everyone. It depicted an ancient street scene of Huagua, approximately 1.5 meters wide and about 2/3 the width of the stage. The bustling street was filled with various carriages and sedan chairs, while pedestrians walked along the sides, with shops and stalls lining the roads, merchants enthusiastically trying to attract customers. Although the scroll's exterior was exquisite and the images were exceptionally detailed, the audience was left waiting for what would happen next. Fortunately, Chin Hank didn't keep everyone waiting too long. He raised a finger to his lips, signaling everyone to be silent. Chapter 150. First experience in the scroll world. Chin Hank gestured for Blake and Roger to get into the carriage. Two four-person sedan chairs swayed as they moved towards the scroll, with the carriage driver slowly following behind. Tina and Isabella waved excitedly from their sedan chairs, their faces beaming with enthusiasm. Roger and Blake also waved back. However, the seemingly calm Roger, if observed closely, had his hand resting on the carriage railing, slightly trembling, indicating his intense excitement within. At that moment, two cameramen urgently summoned by director Simon arrived on stage, directing their cameras at the front and back of the scroll. They hoped to discover some clues about the magic design through the lens. One camera even focused on the two young ladies disembarking from the sedan chairs. Thankfully, these were all products of magic. Otherwise, the rudeness of the cameraman could have warranted him being directly dealt with by the bodyguards on stage. As the stage wasn't particularly large, the two sedan chairs and the carriage started to shrink as they took a few steps, gradually stepping into the void. Surrounded by cameras from all angles, the two sedan chairs and the carriage seemed to truly disappear into thin air on stage. Chapter 151. Teaching Americans some strange knowledge. Chin Hank opened his arms, and Carmen and Kelly placed a peachwood sword and a pair of incense candles in his hands. One in each hand. Left hand for the incense candles, right hand for the peachwood sword. The candles flickered, igniting a foot-long flame, while the peachwood sword swept through the flames, creating a line of fire that extended into the air, lasting without extinguishing. 8 audience members nervously watched the bright line of fire at an angle above, as it was fire, and humans naturally have an innate fear of it. Soon, the line of fire burst into countless light points, merging into the balloons with wisps of blue smoke. Rise, merge, create illusions. Chin Hank shouted 3 times. The entire audience was so focused they didn't dare to blink, fearing they would miss any details. Isabella slightly leaned towards Blake and said, "Although I don't understand these 3 words, they sound very powerful." Blake nodded. "I think so too. This stage has inspired me. The next movie should incorporate some mysterious elements from Huagua. The effect will be fantastic." Just then, gasps filled the room, and Lena exclaimed beside him, "Oh my, this world is simply too crazy." The two quickly looked up, not knowing what they had missed, but just one glance made them feel like their scalp was about to burst. Chapter 152. The Hotel Youth Party. With Chin Hank setting such a high standard, the remaining 5 acts failed to capture much interest from the audience and judges. Even if the contestants brought their best performances and passion, the judges, out of professional integrity, decent pay, and signed contracts, could pretend to be engrossed, occasionally gasping or displaying a stunned expression for the cameras. However, for the audience, the previous act had already satisfied them, raising their threshold significantly. Therefore, no matter if it was an invisible person, a one-handed suspension, or even escaping from chains in a roaring fire, nothing could spark their interest. So during the performances, they politely clapped, but it was impossible to cheer or scream. Even the audience members who initially came for other contestants turned to become fans of Chin Hank after his performance. Not to mention the young female viewers who had come specifically for him. If it weren't for the final awards ceremony for this season's talent show, they would have left long ago. Thus, the subsequent performances proceeded without incident, merely completing the entire talent show finals as if following a routine. Chapter 153. Background that can live off soft rice. Here comes Hank. Let's welcome the powerful Eastern mage. Lola was the first to spot Chin Hank entering and cheered. All the girls turned their attention to the door and began to scream and cheer. Today's performance by Chin Hank on the talent show stage had deeply impressed this group of young girls. In the studio, the fervent atmosphere made it impossible for them to get close to Chin Hank, but now that he was right beside them, they were all extremely excited. Amanda, who stood out among the girls with her height and looks, approached Chin Hank shyly and gently leaned on his shoulder, causing a wave of shrieks from the surrounding girls. Soon, the ordered drinks arrived, boxes of various beverages, enough to fill a bathtub. The suite's butler brought in the drinks along with ice buckets and other necessary barware. The evening celebration was officially underway. With Amanda, there were a total of 8 girls, and in the spacious suite's living room, it didn't feel crowded at all. Amanda had been apart from Chin Hank for a few days, and now didn't want to leave his side for a moment. Chapter 154. A name better than Lisa. When Chin Hank woke up in the morning, he exerted quite a bit of effort. Last night, while chatting with Amanda, Lola had joined in. What happened next came naturally. He found scattered clothes on the floor, put them on, and headed out. He had even taken 2 hours to practice last night, but the speed of his practice was on a completely different level compared to when he was with Xiao Bai. Nevertheless, as a habit, he persisted daily, regardless of whether the practice speed was fast or slow. After leaving the bedroom, Chin Hank noticed 2 girls lying on the sofa, one on the carpet, another at the bathroom door, and 2 who had crawled into the guest room to sleep. He called the butler to arrange a lavish breakfast. Chin Hank left a message for Amanda, telling them to rest in the hotel today. This girl's physical condition was concerning, and he needed to encourage her to strengthen her physical training. As for Lola, she wasn't much better than Amanda, with a score barely equal to Rose's. This meant Chin Hank had to restrain his strength, but Amanda and Lola's pure energy was far more abundant than average, slightly alleviating the heat within him. As he left the suite, he received a call from the daughter of the grocery store owner, named Fong Xiaoqing. Chapter 155. Making him use his brain, but he used his body. At 3 p.m., Chin Hank appeared on the campus of the University of Southern California. This campus is located on Hillgard Avenue, 2 kilometers south of downtown Los Angeles. It was expanded from USC's original founding location. The various buildings from different eras stand in rows, and the towering trees have witnessed the expansion of this famous private university. As a newly established Ivy League private university in America, USC has achieved remarkable success in multiple fields. The overall atmosphere of the school exudes vibrant energy, with stylishly dressed students frequently seen on the roads. In the open campus, patches of green grass between buildings provide a perfect spot for students to lay out mats and enjoy sunbathing. Fong Xiaoqing, carrying a large messenger bag, met Chin Hank in front of teaching building. Brother Chin, let's first check out the location of the haunted house and figure out how to get in tonight. Perhaps because they had chatted a lot on the phone or she had a request, Fong Xiaoqing's attitude toward Chin Hank had become much more familiar. After greeting him, she confidently linked her arm through his. Chapter 156. Blood handprints by the lakeside. Fong Xiaoqing closed her eyes tightly and trembled for a moment, realizing she hadn't been hit. It wasn't until she heard a heavy breathing sound from in front of her that she curiously opened her eyes. The scene before her made her expression turn strange. A burly man, Shikin, was kneeling in front of her, his neck flushed as he struggled to stand up, the veins on his forehead bulging like worms, but he was firmly pinned down by a hand on his shoulder as if it were Mount Tai. Oh my, what the hell? Claire next to her was already so astonished that her jaw dropped. She could hardly believe what she was seeing. Shikin at 195 meters tall, was the strongest forward on the USC football team, nicknamed Bulldozer for his robust physique and fierce attacks. Since attending USC, he had drawn ongoing attention from multiple NFL teams. Coaches had commented that Shikin's physical qualities exceeded those of most professional players in the NFL. Yet this beastly man was easily pinned down by the man in front of him, who was significantly smaller in stature. Where did Lisa find such a monster? Chapter 157. A very impressive magical tool. Fong Xiaoqing followed Chin Hank into the lakeside villa, and compared to the comfortable temperature outside, the villa felt somewhat chilly. The villa was designed in an older stone European style, serving not only as a residence, but also as a defensive structure, hence the small windows. These small windows, bathed in the afternoon sunlight, bring some bright light to the dim villa. The villa, originally used as a teaching building, has seen little alteration in its layout by the school. Perhaps as a testament to history, all the furniture and arrangements remain just as they were back then. Although a bit dusty, it's not too much, as the school likely arranges for someone to come and clean regularly. Therefore, starting from the living room, the tables and chairs arranged as they were represent the teaching years of the past. On a writing desk against the wall, there are scattered items like crosses, seemingly tools left by previous students, and one wonders if any of them were driven mad by what they encountered. The floors of the villa are mostly laid with oak and cherry wood, which have been well maintained over the years, and none of the boards show signs of decay. Chapter 158. Family Education of Old Deng. This is an ordinary silver-plated mirror, with years of use having left the surface somewhat blurred. To the naked eye, it appears very ordinary. Qin Hank and Fong Xiaoqing spent some time in front of the mirror, using various detection spells, but found that neither the spirit detection nor the dispelling spell revealed any anomalies. It's unclear whether it's due to their insufficient cultivation or if the other party is too strange. However, based on the incidents that have occurred here over the past few years, it seems like only a few people went mad, indicating that even if there are strange occurrences, they lack real power. If such a level of strength is considered formidable, Qin Hank could easily scare a few people into madness. Since the mirror revealed no issues, Qin Hank could only scan the walls inch by inch with his spiritual sense, trying to discover something. Unfortunately, the walls were filled with piles of stones of various sizes, with no abnormal fluctuations detected. After scanning the entire room, they found nothing. The two casually walked around the fourth floor of the villa, the dim and quiet corridor appearing somewhat mottled under the flashlight's beam. The echo of their footsteps was the only sound in the entire floor, making the environment feel somewhat hollow. In such a confined environment, it is easy for certain feelings to arise. Fong Xiaoqing, having walked for so long and with the strong support of Qin Hank, has become bolder and started chatting with him. Chapter 159. Old Do is surname Huang. You're surname Fong He. Lisa, aren't you the one who claims to look down on ordinary men? Whose boyfriend did you steal? Before the person even arrived, a sharp comment was already passed. This greeting is simply outrageous. Qin Hank frowned slightly. Is this your friend? Fong Xiaoqing also frowned. She is a busybody. She likes a guy who likes me, but I didn't accept his pursuit, and she thinks it's my fault. Don't pay attention to her. Let us go. She stood up, ready to take Qin Hank away from the dining table. The girl in the red dress had already walked over to them. Fong Xiaoqing looked coldly at the girl in the red dress. Sophie, I told you it's none of my business. If you keep pestering me, I want to be polite. The girl named Sophie stood a little over a meter away, arms crossed, looking down at Qin Hank with disdain. TSK, he looks quite sunny. How unfortunate to be liked by Lisa. Her words were sharp and cutting. Qin Hank found that this girl named Sophie was not bad-looking, yet she had a big mouth. In the war between women, even cultivators cannot intervene. Chapter 160. The warm jade token. She is in her first year at the University of California, and she doesn't go to my dad's place very often now. However, we both finished high school under my dad's care. He would secretly bring a few brothers to pick us up and drop us off at school, which meant we had few friends at school. Fong Xiaoqing responded without realizing. It seems your dad cares about you a lot, but both of you sisters are excellent, getting into prestigious schools. Qin Hank continued to praise. Yes, Mom is also very happy for us. She even went to Donglai Temple to make a wish. Oh, this approach isn't right. The younger sister isn't introducing anything at all. If the bait isn't taken, it's time to change the spot, so let us change the topic. Qin, if you're going to stay up late tonight, I suggest you go back to the dormitory and get a few hours of sleep. That way you'll have the energy to work and your spirit will be strong, keeping the ghosts at bay. What about you, Chinga? Why don't you come rest in our dorm too? That wouldn't be good, would it? It's fine. My roommate definitely won't be back tonight. With that said, Qin Hank was no longer tired. Following Fong Xiaoqing back to her dormitory, it was indeed empty. As a well-known private Ivy League school, USC has very good accommodation conditions. Chapter 161. The mysterious wall. Fong Xiaoqing followed Qin Hank back into the lakeside villa. The villa at night was even more tranquil, with strands of moonlight filtering through the windows, making all the furnishings look as old and silent as during the day. Fong Xiaoqing was just about to take out her flashlight from her bag when Qin Hank stopped her. He simply gestured lightly in front of Fong Xiaoqing. She felt a coolness in her eyes, and then was pleasantly surprised to find that the dark world before her suddenly became as bright as day, and everything was clearly visible. Qinge, I can see everything. Fong Xiaoqing excitedly grabbed Qin Hank's arm. This magical experience was something she had never felt in 20 years. It turned out that in Qin Hank's eyes, the night was no different from the day. The tales her dad had shared about seeing in the dark like it was daylight had always seemed like an Eastern legend. But she never expected such an ability actually existed, and it was granted by Cheen Hank. She began to genuinely admire her dad's insight. He truly had a keen eye for people, immediately recognizing that this man before her was exceptional and had constantly reminded her to build a good relationship with him. Now, it was all coming together. She wondered if she would dare to take Cheen Hank to meet her dad, who was known for intimidating those who pursued her, brandishing his 5-tiger breaking door knife. Chapter 162. The Binding Evil Chi. Cheen Hank's eyes narrowed, and he covered the walls and floors with his spiritual sense, but found no source of the mist. It must be generated through some medium. Could it be that this mist is conjured out of thin air? Cheen Hank was momentarily puzzled and shifted his attention to the 3 people running around. This mist could suppress blood, energy, and obscure one's perception. Ghost walls generally form in remote areas with larger activity ranges and more complex terrain. To generate the ghost wall effect in a mere couple of dozen square meters indoors with mist is not to be underestimated. Cheen Hank rapidly searched his memory for corresponding spells. Although the mist could not harm him, he felt a bit itchy in his heart for not understanding something supernatural he had finally discovered. Feng Xiaoqing in his arms covered her mouth, looking at the incredible scene before her. She quickly took out her phone, opened the recording function, and tilted her head to ask Cheen Hank for permission. Cheen Hank glanced at her and nodded. What he didn't say was that Feng Xiaoqing forgot it was dark. What she could see might not be visible on the phone. Even without the fog, in such a dark environment, without an additional light source, the phone could at most capture some blurry images. It would be a miracle to capture anything clearly. Chapter 163. The evil chi enters the body and reveals itself. The earthbound evil chi is a phenomenon that cannot be explained by science in a mortal world. However, in the realm of cultivation, it is a topic that has been thoroughly studied by major sects and families. The issue of how to absorb the earthbound evil chi was originally a very tricky matter in the realm of cultivation. For a cultivator, refining the evil chi into the body can certainly enhance their cultivation and strengthen the power of their spells. However, the refining process requires various precautions and a multitude of heavenly materials and earthly treasures as aids, which can be quite costly. Of course, for those who can successfully refine the evil chi, such efforts are worth it. There are pros and cons. If the evil chi cannot be completely refined, its strong corrosive power will affect the purity of the magical power, ultimately increasing the probability of the cultivator going mad or even being consumed by the evil chi. However, Cheen Hank found that this problem did not seem to be a problem for him. He was fortunate to have Xiao Bai's assistance. Xiao Bai, who also practiced the 4 directions and 4 symbols beast control technique, sensed the white tiger star domain in the universe and was lucky enough to draw upon the star essence from the white tiger star domain for body refining. Chapter 164. Trouble. Restore the previous state. Feng Xiaoqing couldn't help but grab Cheen Hank's arm, looking at him with an inquiring gaze. It seemed to ask if she still needed to go in and take pictures under these circumstances. Feeling Feng Xiaoqing holding on to him, Cheen Hank turned to look and understood what she was worried about. He tucked a strand of Feng Xiaoqing's hair behind her ear with one hand and pinched her little face with the other. Don't worry, I'm here for everything. Since the dormitory door was wide open, the 2 of them walked in directly. However, when they reached the door, Cheen Hank politely knocked a few times. But the 2 of them could only stand at the door. Inside the dormitory were 10 adults floating in midair. The mirror, which seemed unremarkable during the day, had become the only light source in the room. The originally frosted mirror emitted a soft silver glow. However, Cheen Hank didn't have time to study the mirror for now. He counted and found that there were 8 men and 2 young women in the group. The men were dressed in suits and top hats from over 100 years ago, holding civilized canes, while the women wore puffy whalebone skirts, accentuating their slender waists, holding small folding fans, all looking elegant and proper. Chapter 165. I am a democratic person, ladies and gentlemen. Now you have 2 choices before you. One is that I help you free yourselves. You can resist. The other is that you ask me to help you free yourselves. You can choose freely. As I am a very democratic person, Cheen Hank stood before a group of souls and calmly presented the life or death question. Feng Xiaoqing behind him widened her eyes in surprise. Was there any difference in such a choice? Due to the presence of the earthbound evil chi, although these souls had escaped the erosion of the evil chi, they still could not leave this place. They could only hide in the mirror, wasting away year after year. A group of souls shivered in front of Qin Hank. Having recognized the power of this young man after the previous lash, regarding the life or death question, the souls understood that a good death was not as good as a miserable life. Although their physical bodies were gone, their spirits remained as they were. Thus, they collectively chose to ask Qin Hank for help in freeing them. Seeing the souls collectively make a decision that only Qin Hank could hear, Fang Xiaoqing finally couldn't help but interject. Brother Qin, is there any difference between the two choices? Of course, there's a difference. Helping them free themselves means directly using lightning spells to scatter their souls. Asking me for help means I will use the star purification technique to help them transcend. The difference is quite significant. Chapter 166. The Treasure of San Antonio. Hill, how do you feel now? Much better, yes. If it's possible. I think it would be safer to detoxify again. That makes sense. A Qing is really a thoughtful girl. Hang in there, I'm coming. Brother Qin, did I faint again during the detox? Am I very useless? How could that be? After all, you haven't practiced. Such a reaction is quite normal. You should know that this toxin could take down several elephants. Fortunately, you happen to be by my side. Fang Xiaoqing, being immortal, could not withstand the remnants of the earthbound evil qi that had accumulated for thousands of years. This residue, when inhaled into her body, almost instantly fused with her, quickly attaching itself to various parts of her body. Qin Hank spent a long time using several types of spells repeatedly to remove this toxin from her body. Fortunately, his father had protected her quite well. Her vigorous blood energy and abundant yin energy helped a lot in detoxification. After a lot of effort, daybreak was approaching. Qin Hank stepped out of the villa and knocked out the already exhausted Sophie and his two knights one by one. Chapter 167. My ancestral lost treasure. After weaving through the pine forest for a while, the gaps between the trees were relatively large, making it easy to walk. Now that there was no one around, Qin Hank gathered his magical power, cast a wind manipulation spell and a concealment spell, directly performing his movement technique, making him dart through the woods like a spirit cat. The souls had informed Qin Hank of some characteristics of the treasure's burial site. Due to the passage of time, the environment in that area must have changed. The mark point was referenced from the peak, and Qin Hank needed to search along the mountainside. Therefore, Qin Hank had to climb a bit more. After exiting this patch of woods, about 500 meters away was another forest. With the enhancement of the wind manipulation spell, Qin Hank soared out of the forest like a large bird, his toes tapping on a boulder, propelling his figure forward several meters. There was a wide mountain climbing path in the middle of another forest, and at this time, many climbers were ascending. As a few climbers walked along, they suddenly felt a shadow pass over them, and it brightened up again instantly. They didn't pay too much attention, thinking it was a cloud overhead or the shadow of a mountain eagle. Taking advantage of the concealment spell, Qin Hank flew freely between the mountains and trees. Chapter 168. Oh God, you are my real father. Pushing a shopping cart after finishing shopping. After turning a corner in the supermarket, the shopping cart was already empty. Coming out empty-handed, he casually hailed a cab on the roadside and returned to Carmen's apartment. As noon approached, Carmen and Kelly were not here, and only little White was at home guarding the house. When it saw Qin Hank come in, it moved closer to sniff and discovered a new scent. It silently memorized this scent because it was another new mistress. When Qin Hank entered the living room, little White raised its paw, signaling Qin Hank to sit cross-legged. Curious, Qin Hank complied, watching little White's mysterious demeanor, as if it had something good to share with him. Did little White discover something while traversing the void again? Thinking back to when little White first mastered the ability to traverse the void, one day it brought back a large bag of QQ lingerie, thinking it was something Qin Hank needed because he had seen his women wear it for him. At that time, little White was just as mysterious as today. Could it be that this time little White brought back a large bag of stockings? With this thought, Qin Hank's sense of anticipation diminished significantly. Chapter 169. A bountiful windfall. Having gained much, Qin Hank first placed the crimson flame gold crystal into his spatial pouch. Then he found a mountaineering backpack inside the pouch and put the wooden box inside. Seeing that it was still early and Carmen and Kelly wouldn't return from their advertisement shoot so soon, he decided to go out to appraise these unexpected treasures. In certain places in America, you need to make an appointment first. Qin Hank scheduled an appraisal for an hour later. The $300 million in his spatial pouch hadn't been laundered into legal income yet. The prize money from the bull riding competition had dwindled to only a few $100,000. He needed some new sources of funding now. The destination he chose was Sotheby's, one of the 3 major auction houses in the world. Sitting in the taxi, Gene Hank felt that he still needed to buy a car in Los Angeles. Although there were many taxis in Los Angeles, having a car would be more convenient. For Gene Hank, he realized the importance of spacious mobility when he returned to Austin last time. In the private appraisal room of Sotheby's Los Angeles branch, before he had even taken 2 sips of his coffee, Gene Hank met the 2 elderly appraisers he had made appointment with. They specialized in different fields. The tall, thin old man wearing glasses, William, was adept at appraising European and American furniture. Chapter 170. Beauty and wisdom in equal measure. After pondering for a moment, Gene Hank raised his head to meet House's expectant gaze. I can sell it to you for $200 million directly, and whatever profits can be earned afterward will belong to Sotheby's. However, I need your assistance with reasonable tax avoidance. A wise choice. Reasonable tax avoidance is the best guarantee for our lives, and Sotheby's will assist you with the relevant procedures. House had his secretary bring in 2 glasses of champagne to toast with Gene Hank in celebration. While Sotheby's was preparing the contract, Gene Hank called one of the largest law firms in Los Angeles, Quinley Law Firm, hiring a professional lawyer for the cost of $10,000 USD. Upon receiving Gene Hank's hiring request, the other party asked if there was a preference for the lawyer's gender. Gene Hank replied that as long as they were familiar with legal regulations and could avoid contract pitfalls, gender was not an issue. Half an hour later, in the appraisal room, Gene Hank waited for a lawyer with a wheat-colored complexion, dressed in a fitted skirt and a snow-white blouse, with glamorous blonde waves. Are you Lawyer Lawrence? Gene Hank hesitated slightly. Wendy Lawrence is delighted to serve you. Please trust in my professionalism. This Lawyer Lawrence seemed accustomed to others questioning her, and she calmly emphasized her point. Chapter 171. Old Deng got into trouble. Fong Xiaoqing cried on the phone to Gene Hank, telling him that her father's shop had been smashed. Fortunately, it was just the shop that was gone, and no one was hurt. Thinking of Gene Hank's mysterious methods, she chose to call him for help right away, believing he was the one who could truly help her father. When the father-in-law is in trouble, one must lend a helping hand. Gene Hank drove to the University of Southern California to pick up Fong Xiaoqing before heading to Chinatown. When Gene Hank saw Huang Feiying, the old Deng, again, it was in a supermarket warehouse a few blocks away from Chinatown. In an open area near the unloading zone of the warehouse, a crowd of people was gathered. Huang Feiying sat in the middle on a chair with his shirt off, a bandage wrapped around one arm, and several places on his body also bandaged, with the red-stained bandages indicating he had suffered some serious injuries. A few middle-aged men, around his age, stood nearby, all with dark expressions. Behind these middle-aged men stood several young people, all with black hair and black eyes. We need to think this through. The police are currently favoring them, and acting rashly would be detrimental. Chapter 172. The Chinese-Vietnamese struggle in Chinatown, through Huang Feiying's narration. Gene Hank learned about the current situation in Chinatown in downtown Los Angeles, which had become dire for Chinese gangs. As one of the oldest Chinatowns in America, due to the mass migration of Chinese people in earlier years, the demographic in Los Angeles' Chinatown is now predominantly Southeast Asian, especially Vietnamese. The once abundant Chinese restaurants have gradually been replaced by Vietnamese ones. The increase in the Vietnamese population has allowed the Vietnamese gang to extend its reach into Chinatown, and their numerical advantage has increasingly pressured the Chinese gangs. Moreover, the local police in Boba Lu dare not touch the black community. So to gain credit and showcase the police's achievements in maintaining public order, they have intensified their crackdown on Chinese gangs. A large number of key members of the Chinese gangs in Chinatown have been arrested. To make matters worse, the police chief responsible for the Chinatown area has been replaced with a Vietnamese. Since then, whenever there is a conflict between Chinese gangs and Vietnamese gangs, the police tend to side with the Vietnamese. Various factors have led to the fact that now only 3 or 4 Chinese gangs remain in Chinatown. Chapter 173. Old Deng is a cultivation genius. Gene Hank's call brought Huang Feiying a pleasant surprise. If his little brothers could all be released, then his strength would be greatly bolstered. Uncle Huang, your little brothers should have trained with you, right? Some have. Many have been practicing since childhood. In Chinatown, if you don't keep fit, how can you survive in the underworld? Gene Hank asked briefly and then looked seriously at Huang Feiying. All right, Uncle Huang, listen to me. Dealing with the Vietnamese gang is simple but I don't want those who only know how to bully from behind to take advantage. Here are two options for you. First, I can give you a batch of firearms, and you can take your men to settle the score, but afterwards, you must leave Chinatown and not get involved in matters here anymore. You can take Ah Ching's mother to live in Austin. Second, don't make any moves for now. Take some trustworthy people and temporarily leave Chinatown, letting the Vietnamese gang clear out the other gangs, while you secretly gather those who need saving. I will teach you two skills. One is walking with strength, and the other is walking quickly. As long as you practice diligently, you can master it in a month at the fastest or 3 months at the slowest. Once everyone has learned the basics, I can help you clear out the Vietnamese gang in Chinatown, and you can become a decision maker in Chinatown. As long as you do not harm your fellow countrymen, I will not interfere further. Chapter 174. The Fate of Cruz and Charlie Aching. What are you doing? Huang Feiying looked at his daughter in confusion, startled by her excitement. What does a news story have to do with her good son-in-law? Since the moment he felt the energy from practicing the bull strength, he was convinced that Qin Hankai was indeed his good son-in-law, even closer than his daughter. Fang Xiaoqing ignored him and handed her phone to Qin Hankai, showing him several news articles from the Los Angeles Times. After reading the news, Fang Xiaoqing felt a great sense of satisfaction. She instinctively felt that these matters were related to Qin Hankai, but dared not ask, so she pretended to be unaware. The dark past of Los Angeles County Councilman Cruz, how a crazy racist became a neighborhood council member, a sexist threatens to kick the poor out of America. Qin Hankai quickly skimmed through these articles. Great. People who betray their ancestors deserve such a fate. Huang Feiying was anxious like an ant on a hot pan, as his daughter and son-in-law seemed to be communicating in riddles, and he had no idea what was happening, but it sounded significant. Fang Xiaoqing glanced at Qin Hankai. Brother Qin, can I tell Dad? Family matters, it's fine. Chapter 175. Old Deng is actually rich. With the fallout from the Los Angeles Times, Cruz's competitors saw an opportunity, whether online or at various rallies. Many people were criticizing Cruz for various issues, especially the transgender community, known for being the most vehement opinion warriors in America, managed to gather a demonstration of thousands of people, directly blocking the entrance of the Los Angeles County Council. Various groups, including frogs, doorknobs, bread, and male-to-female transgender individuals, completely blocked the road at the council's entrance. They held banners and shouted slogans demanding severe punishment for Cruz and Charlie, without mentioning anything about Charlie being beaten or his house being ransacked. All the police dared to do was observe from a distance. This was a group more terrifying than feces, and once involved, it was not a matter of whether one could clear their name, but rather that they might live under its shadow for the rest of their lives. In the main conference room of the Los Angeles County Council, a vote was held by all members to pass the motion to remove Councilman Cruz from office and multiple positions. Similarly, the motion for Charlie's removal would be directly transferred to the city council of the neighborhood where he served. Chapter 176. The Party of the Cedar Brotherhood. During the early stages of Huang Feiying's group practicing, Qin Hankai provided necessary guidance, then left the rest for them to practice on their own, as not everyone had a daughter following them. Now the warehouse was filled with a strong medicinal scent due to the continuous cooking of herbs, but those who spent long hours inside felt nothing unusual. The daily consumption of herbs and meat was like a flowing river, putting Huang Feiying in a state of painful happiness, watching his brothers improve while seeing his account balance decline rapidly. Without any income, everyone would soon be eating dirt. Fang Xiaoqing felt extremely happy these days. Aside from attending classes, she spent her time hanging out with Qin Hankai near the University of California. Having transformed from a girl into a young woman, she was flourishing in their daily interactions, her eyes radiating charm. Today, she and Qin Hankai visited a supermarket near the University of California, while Huang Feiying was busy practicing and had no time to manage his businesses. He decided to hand over the remaining few properties to Fang Xiaoqing to take care of. Over the past few days, Qin Hankai had been accompanying Fang Xiaoqing around these properties. Chapter 177. David's scheme. By the way, David, what are you planning to do about that little sweetheart coming out of Chinatown tonight? It's very simple. I've agreed with Connie to encourage her to drink a few more bottles of beer tonight and add some dating aids, and a wonderful night will follow. So, brother, I advise you not to focus solely on white girls. These Asian girls, once developed, can be even more open than white girls. Their enthusiasm will surprise you, and you can do anything with them. Tonight is an opportunity to try starting with your little sweetheart. "Oh my, Alan, you are so clever. I guarantee that tonight's little sweetheart will be the most charming one I've seen in years." The two boys laughed heartily as they came down the steps, their tone full of pride. At this moment, Fong Xiaoqing understood what they meant, shooting an angry look at the two boys before turning her gaze to Qin Hankai, implying that he should deal with them. Qin Hankai nodded, squinted at the two boys, and wrapped his arm around her shoulder, leading her out of the villa and back to the car. "Aching, since you know what will happen, I think you could try to communicate with your sister." Chapter 178. Keep an eye on Connie as Connie and her group of beautiful Asian girls entered the villa's hall. Loud whistles and cheers erupted. Qin Hankai and Fong Xiaoqing looked in the open villa door and saw the hall packed with men and women of various colors. "Aching, keep a close eye on Connie. If she tries to get Xiaoya to drink, disrupt it from the side. Don't worry, she won't see you." Qin Hankai pointed to Connie, who had already entered the hall, instructing Fong Xiaoqing to focus on her. As long as Fong Xiaoya wasn't drunk, the risk would be significantly lower. Moreover, keeping Fong Xiaoya sober would help her better observe the unfolding drama and see the true nature of these people. Once Fong Xiaoqing entered the hall, Qin Hankai saw her hiding in a corner to avoid being touched by others. Qin Hankai quickly took a round in the villa and discovered several private dealings of the Brotherhood. After returning to the villa entrance, he stood beside Hills and David, listening to their conversation. Perhaps seeing that no one else was entering the villa, everyone else had already gone into the hall. Hills and David's conversation was very casual. Chapter 179. David's special program. Fong Xia looked curiously at Connie, who was being carried away, feeling that something was off but unable to pinpoint what. The entire party scene had excited Connie, stripped of her inhibitions, as everyone, regardless of gender, screamed and gathered around her. Connie was being lifted by the boys, passed around over their heads. Meanwhile, Hills had already found his prey and taken her back to his room to enjoy. David, looking down at the entire hall from the steps, was still waiting for his prey. Seeing Connie being tossed around by the boys, he couldn't help but curse, "Fuck, that stupid bitch." He shot a fiery glance at Fong Xiaoya at the edge of the hall and exclaimed in shock, "Fuck, has she gone mad?" Because he saw the sweet and lovely Fong Xiaoya actually opening a beer bottle with her fingers instead of using a bottle opener. Fong Xiaoya popped open a beer, handed it to her roommate, and casually grabbed another bottle, tilting her head back to take a big gulp. "Awesome." Fong Xiaoya wiped her mouth and looked at the chaotic hall, pouting. University parties are just this boring. I won't come again next time. Although David noticed that Fong Xiaoya seemed a bit hard to deal with, being in the fraternity's territory gave him confidence. He thought he could try to conquer this seemingly feisty little mare. Chapter 180. Jumped out from here, I won't agree. Fong Xiaoya saw that Qin Hank had no trace of fear on his face and couldn't help but shake her two white little fists in front of him. Have you ever seen fists the size of sandbags? I've been practicing the 5 tigers breaking the door knife since I was young, so be careful or I'll cut you. Little chaser. As she spoke, Fong Xiaoya transformed her fists into palms and made a fierce downward chopping motion. Fong Xiaoqing next to her blushed. This younger sister had been playing with knives and sticks since she was little, learning all sorts of street smart from their dad. Now she actually dared to show off in front of Brother Qin, truly unaware of how powerful he was. "Hey you, stop talking nonsense. You're not a match for Brother Qin." Fong Xiaoqing quickly stepped forward to grab her sister, worried that she might get too cocky in front of Qin Hank. "What? I'm not his match. That's a joke. Dare to take out 3 or 2, and I'll directly make you a mess. Hey, big sister, don't pull me. Anyone who dares to mess with you behind Dad's back is definitely not a good person. I have to teach him a lesson." Qin Hank looked at this feisty little girl, who resembled Fong Xiaoqing but was just smaller. It's okay, there's still room for growth. Just from her impulsive nature, it was clear she hadn't faced much hardship. Chapter 181. Apologize to Brother Qin. Fong Xiaoya was still leaning on her sister's shoulder, nursing her wounded heart. Qin Hank had just finished a call with Huang Feiying and was about to hand his phone to Fong Xiaoya. Seeing her still resting on Fong Xiaoqing's shoulder, he poked her arm with the phone. "Hey you, put the phone away." "I won't." Fong Xiaoya stubbornly stayed down, responding in a muffled voice. It seemed this girl was still sulking. "If you don't take it, I'll hit you. Your dad said if you don't listen, I can hit you." "No." As soon as Qin Hank finished speaking, Fong Xiaoya immediately reflexively covered the still sore spot and jumped aside. This man really hit hard. It felt swollen. She would let her sister check later. It must be 3 slap marks stacked together. Seeing Qin Hank looking at her with a half smile, Fong Xiaoya pouted and took the phone, angrily refusing to look at him. Fang Xiaoqing wiped away a tear at the corner of her eye. All right, you, don't sulk. You'll realize later that Brother Qin is a really good person. Qin Hank walked over to the Jeep and opened the door. Qing, taking you to the car and sent her back to the dorm. Once the sisters got into the back seat, Qin Hank asked Fang Xiaoya for her dorm's location. But this girl pouted and refused to speak. Chapter 182. The Talent That Surpasses the Blue. Qin Hank silently gave Fang Xiaoya a thumbs up. This girl really knew how to bend and stretch, instantly adjusting her stance when the situation was unfavorable. She was so close to sticking to Qin Hank's face. Enjoying the two youthful bodies twisting around him, Qin Hank squinted his eyes in pleasure. Such days were truly enjoyable. But you, since you're so sincere, what kind of martial arts do you want to learn? Brother Qin, my dad practices things like bull strength and iron leopard fist. Just by the name. Bull strength sounds rough and tough. I don't want to turn into a muscle stick. But iron leopard fist has a really fast punching speed, and I like a lot. It's so confusing. Hearing Qin Hank's question, Fang Xiaoya's eyes lit up. Being able to ask like this meant Brother Qin had other martial arts techniques, and maybe she could discover some good ones. Not wanting to affect her body shape, but liking fast attack speeds, Qin Hank frowned, searching his memory for martial arts techniques suitable for ordinary women. Fang Xiaoya saw Qin Hank lost in thought and didn't dare to breathe, looking up at his face with anticipation. Serious people always have a captivating aura. Chapter 183. The Original Green Beret Member. Qin Hank was also somewhat surprised by Fang Xiaoya's rapid progress in practice and privately asked Fang Xiaoqing if she wanted to practice as well. Perhaps due to the shadow left by Huang Feiying forcing her to practice martial arts in childhood, Fang Xiaoqing expressed that she didn't really like fighting. However, after Qin Hank taught her a rejuvenating technique that could beautify and maintain health, knowing it could enhance her appearance, Fang Xiaoqing happily began her training. Perhaps it was talent, or perhaps it was her obsession with beauty, but Fang Xiaoqing's training progress was also quite fast. Especially after Qin Hank left a strand of true qi transformed from magical energy in her dantian. Fang Xiaoqing also went through the process of her pores opening up. After she cried and ran to the bathroom for 2 hours, when she came out, her skin was so fair and smooth that it made Qin Hank stare in amazement. The skin condition of Eastern women is far superior to that of Western women, and after being treated with a rejuvenating technique, its delicacy and luster could be considered top-notch. Directly guiding her to run the technique again, the rising steam surrounded them, making them look like a pair of immortal lovers. Chapter 184. The Great Girl in Carter's Eyes. For the next 3 days, Major Kyle conducted wilderness survival training in a primitive rainforest for all the students present. The training mainly focused on how to keep the body dry in the rainforest, prevent mosquito bites, and learn to identify directions in the jungle, as well as how to make fire, find food, and locate clean water sources. He even taught everyone how to build outdoor shelters in case of emergencies and separation from the group. They also underwent basic physical training. During these days, several necessary vaccinations were administered, and Qin Hank did not go for the shots, claiming he had already been vaccinated. Many students had also gotten their vaccinations early, so Qin Hank didn't stand out too much. These days were spent in theoretical learning and physical training. Even though Qin Hank made an effort to hold back, he was still praised several times by Major Kyle, who said he was a fantastic candidate for an American Special Forces soldier, with physical qualities surpassing most soldiers. You are the American Special Forces candidate. Your whole family is. Qin Hank's impatient demeanor made Major Kyle realize that he was no longer in military. Chapter 185. The Ice Queen in the Wine Cellar. A dozen oak barrels were lined up in 3 rows on wooden racks. Savannah invited Qin Hank to choose a barrel to open. He casually pointed to one. Carter and Savannah opened the barrel together. They first filled a glass and handed it to Qin Hank. The honor of the first glass must go to the boss. In the crystal-clear goblet, the fermented wine had already taken on a rich red color. Savannah told Qin Hank that if the wine was aged for a few more years, its color would deepen even further. As she spoke, Savannah's hands were busy pouring herself and Carter a glass as well. Qin Hank swirled the wine in his glass, letting it gently spin. As the glass moved, a rich aroma of wine wafted towards him. He took a gentle sip. It was smooth on the palate, with a rich, fruity aroma bursting on his tongue, without any hint of acidity. There was even a slight coolness lingering in his mouth. Qin Hank knew this was the effect brought by the spiritual energy. Savannah exclaimed, "Thank the cellar, thank the boss. This is the best wine I've produced since I learned to brew." Oh my, this smooth texture and long-lasting aftertaste. It even has a flavor that seems like it's been chilled. Chapter 186. The reward from Rosa. The fruitful time quickly passed, and by the afternoon, she and Hank had purchased more than a dozen farms and ranches, both large and small. The total area exceeded 20,000 acres, approximately 80 square kilometers of land, for which she and Hank would pay over $90 million. However, it was very worthwhile because these lands could be completely connected. Although 80 square kilometers seemed large, compared to Texas's largest ranch, King Ranch, Oak Tree Farm was just a small operation, as King Ranch boasted over 3,000 square kilometers. Nevertheless, Sheen Hank was confident that he could manage Oak Tree Farm to be more profitable than King Ranch. With the purchase of more than a dozen farms and ranches, Sheen Hank's land now had several villas of various sizes. Overall, there were luxurious ones, simple ones, and even dilapidated houses. Due to the varying sizes of the merged lands, the entire Oak Tree Farm had become an irregular shape. Considering that Rosa was still in school, Sheen Hank decided to move to the piece of land closest to Binac Town. That land had previously operated a luxurious family tourism farm, so the living conditions were very good, and he could move in directly. Chapter 187. The Jealous Dark Horse. Hey, buddy, if you don't give me a good reason, I'll let you taste some bullets. A curly-haired white man jumped out of the truck, gripping a handgun angrily. I think $100 is a good opportunity to talk about the weather, right, buddy? A small roll of green bills appeared in front of the man. He immediately turned his anger into joy, tucked the handgun back into his waistband, and took the cash. Yes, sir, the weather is nice today. How can I help you? I want to know where this truckload of horses is headed. To the Bia and Vita slaughterhouse. Oh my, are these all meat horses raised on ranches? Not entirely. You see that brown horse? It was originally a racehorse from a famous lineage, but unfortunately, it performed terribly, costing our boss a lot of money. In a fit of anger, the boss sent it to the slaughterhouse, planning to use the few $1,000s from selling its meat to feed other racehorses. Sheen Hank looked up and saw the horse he had caught a glimpse of earlier in the truck, a brown, shiny coat with 4 black hooves. Among the dozen or so horses in the truck's enclosure, it looked quite majestic. This horse looks beautiful. How could your boss bear to part with it? Who knows? I heard it lost 8 races in a row. Anyway, I'm just responsible for taking it to the slaughterhouse. Buddy, do me a favor and call your boss. I want to buy this horse. Sheen Hank pulled out another roll of cash and handed it to the man, feeling the unique texture of the Franklin bills. The man quickly stuffed the roll into his pocket. 5 minutes later, the man returned after making the call. Sir, the boss said if you can offer $50,000, he can also give you the horse's pedigree certificate. No problem. Sheen Hank readily agreed. He felt a connection with this horse, and moreover, the quoted price of $50,000 was indeed not high. A racehorse with excellent bloodlines could sell for hundreds of thousands of dollars even as a foal, even if it had raced and failed. Selling for over $100,000 wouldn't be a problem. This horse might have disappointed its owner so much that they decided to send it to the slaughterhouse. Now that someone was willing to buy it at a favorable price, it could be said to have been saved. Sheen Hank made a call to a local law firm and also called Carter. Half an hour later, Sheen Hank signed a contract with the lawyer sent by the other party and received the horse's pedigree certificate. It was a 3-year-old stallion. The pedigree certificate indicated its name was Kaisers, named after a mountain range in West Texas. Both its sire and dam were champion racehorses. Such a prominent lineage being reduced to being sent to a slaughterhouse is indeed a tragedy for the horse. Half an hour after signing the contract, the truck driver and the lawyer left, and Carter arrived driving a small truck. Seeing the horse quietly standing by the roadside, Carter exclaimed, "Isn't this the Binder Kaisers? How did you buy it?" Through Carter's introduction, Sheen Hank learned about Kaisers' glorious performance. The truck driver had said Kaisers had raced 8 times, losing each time. However, what he didn't mention was that in those 8 races, Kaisers finished last every time, disappointing the owner and the spectators who had originally placed their hopes on it. They believed it was bound by the capricious luck goddess Fortuna, with its 4 hooves tied. So, despite having excellent physical indicators, it finished last in every race, earning the name Binder. After hearing Carter's introduction, Sheen Hank snapped his fingers. From an Eastern perspective, its name is too heavy. A mountain is a burden it cannot bear, so it cannot run fast in races. A name change would do it good. Sheen Hank had the lawyer check, and Kaisers was still registered with the Racing Association. Not wanting to trouble 2 parties, he instructed the lawyer to go to the Racing Association to change the registered name. After thinking for a moment, he He decided to rename it Gale. Once the lawyer left with the payment, Chin Hank and Carter loaded the horse, now called Gale, onto the truck. Driving along the dirt road in the expanded oak tree farm, we reached the stables of the former Sunflower Ranch. The costs of this ranch accounted for most of Chin Hank's expenditures. The primary economic sources here were the sale of beef cattle and the breeding of racehorses. Therefore, the stable facilities were particularly complete, and with just one or two cowboys, operations could run smoothly. The two men unloaded Jiefing from the truck. Perhaps sensing that it had narrowly escaped a disaster, Jiefing exhibited a slight flutter of excitement in this unfamiliar environment. Carter laughed heartily and scratched its back. After so many years as a cowboy, he had only met his match with the black stallion, while all other horses were compliant under his care. Some horses simply couldn't handle being fussed over, and suddenly, the thunderous sound of hooves approached. Carter was taken aback and shouted, "No, please." A massive black horse charged towards Jiefing with a gale, rearing up and casting a large shadow on the ground. "Stop!" Chin Hank simply uttered a command, and the black stallion's huge hooves came crashing down beside Jiefing, creating two deep pits in the ground. Jiefing stood frozen, trembling skin and limbs revealing that it was not as calm as it appeared. If Jiefing could speak, it would surely tell everyone. Family, who understands that feeling? At that moment, I was truly terrified. The black stallion huffed, circling Jiefing slowly, occasionally sniffing it with its nose. The height difference between the over 2-meter-tall black stallion and Jiefing, who was under 1.7 meters, was stark. It resembled a delinquent student bullying a well-behaved child in school. The black stallion had been very happy today, as the barriers that had previously restricted its running were suddenly removed. It discovered a much broader space on the other side and excitedly sprinted back and forth. Fortunately, when the barriers were taken down, Carter instructed everyone that if they saw the giant horse, as long as it wasn't kicking cows or trampling sheep, no one needed to stop it. This allowed the black stallion to run freely on the wider land, fully releasing the pent-up emotions. However, during its reckless sprinting, it suddenly sensed something was off. It saw that its owner seemed to have brought back a small counterpart. Could it be that its owner had developed feelings for another horse? The black stallion became furious and decided to show the little one who was boss here, letting it know this was Black Brother's territory. As long as it behaved and didn't try to steal its owner's affection, it would be fine otherwise. Black Brother would deal with it. Thus, the earlier violent act of rearing happened. When Chin Hank yelled, the black stallion knew it couldn't hurt the little one, so it landed heavily beside it, satisfied with Jiefing's fearful and submissive demeanor. The black stallion snorted amiably, nudging its head toward Chin Hank. Jealousy knows no bounds. Chin Hank laughed and playfully slapped it lightly. It was quite amusing to see a horse get jealous. The seemingly light slap caused the black stallion to stumble. Confused, the black stallion thought this was a sign that its daddy didn't love it anymore. It suddenly became sad, lowering its head and dragging its heavy feet away while looking back 3 times. It hoped Chin Hank would call it back, scratch its neck, and feed it a carrot. But nothing happened. Chapter 188. Purifying the bloodline of racehorses. Watching the black stallion leave with a pitiful expression, Chin Hank recalled that this big guy, weighing over a ton, was still under 2 years old. It was still a child. Yes, it was a child. But there's an old saying in Huaxia. If a young tree isn't pruned, it won't grow straight. If a child isn't disciplined, they won't succeed. Chin Hank's slap was intentionally aimed at correcting the black stallion. It is said that one fears nothing in the world, except for unruly kids who are tall and big. The black stallion is precisely this kind of big, unruly child. Once it gets stubborn, even adults find it hard to control. Therefore, when the livestock at Oak Tree Farm was few, the black stallion's occasional temper tantrums weren't much of an issue. But if situations like today were to occur again, without Chin Hank present, forget about Carter. Even Jiefing might be kicked onto the roof. In the future, more horses and cattle would come here, and more cowboys would arrive to work. If the black stallion continued to act willfully, it would lead to serious problems. Thus, seizing this opportunity, Chin Hank needed to establish rules for it. Watching the black stallion already walking 200 meters away, still glancing back occasionally, Chin Hank whistled. "Come back." The child weighing over a ton scampered back to Chin Hank's side, lowering its head. Chapter 189. Beast Control Space. After a night of cultivation and heart-stopping experiences, where both man and beast almost got sucked into an unknown alternate space, Xiao Bai's breakthrough allowed Chin Hank to refine a beast control space. This space has approximately 500 cubic meters, capable of accommodating living beings, allowing even Xiaobai to move freely inside. In the future, Xiaobai could rest and cultivate in there, appearing by Qin Hank's side at any time. If new divine beasts were captured in the future, new spaces could also be developed within, providing high-standard accommodations. 2 days flew by, and Qin Hank returned to gather at the University of Texas. In a sports hall at the university, everyone was dressed in various types of jackets and carrying bulging backpacks. The backpacks contained sleeping bags and various necessary scientific research supplies, with the most important being some medicines and emergency food and equipment. Qin Hank also carried a large backpack, fully equipped with a sleeping bag and tent. Aside from necessary field sampling tools and specimen boxes, the rest was filled with energy bars, perhaps due to a significant food demand before entering the qi refining stage. Qin Hank always had a slight food scarcity phobia. Chapter 190. Entering the Amazon from Maldonado Port during the previous training days. The three had at least crossed paths and had simple exchanges. At least they knew each other's names. Christine sat in the middle, while Jessica sat by the window. Since Qin Hank boarded a bus that departed later, the two of them boarded the plane before him and were excited to find that Qin Hank was seated next to them. An excited Jessica insisted on swapping seats with Christine. Once she sat down, she started chattering away to Qin Hank. During the 8-hour flight, she spoke for at least 3 hours, while the rest of the time, she leaned on Qin Hank's shoulder to sleep. This left Christine feeling quite helpless, as Jessica only said 4 things to her throughout the journey. Sister, do you want coffee? Sister, please pull down the sunshade. Sister, catch your lunch. Sister, catch your afternoon tea. Kristen admitted that the boy named Hank was very charming, but as a campus star at UCLA, pursued by countless boys, she still retained a certain modesty. Proud Kristen wasn't the type to crawl into anyone's bed. Chapter 191. Tattoo's gift. Jessica's description made Kristen momentarily think she had encountered a vampire or a werewolf. Otherwise, how could such a powerful physique belong to an ordinary person? Thankfully, Jessica's long-term fitness routine was not in vain. She had managed to keep it up. But that man, ugh, it was hard to imagine. During lunch at the cafeteria, she glanced several times at Qin Hank, who appeared perfectly normal, not showing any signs of excessive body hair or fear of sunlight. Qin Hank noticed Kristen staring at him and raised his juice cup to signal her. Kristen suddenly realized what she was doing and quickly buried her head in her plate of pickled fish. The camp provided a large amount of freshly squeezed tropical fruit juice at every meal, which tasted quite good. Kristen picked up her cup and focused all her attention on tasting the juice. By the afternoon, Jessica finally got out of bed. If Kristen hadn't stopped her, she probably would have gone looking for Qin Hank again. During this time, Colonel Kyle, who hadn't been seen since they arrived at the camp, appeared in the lobby with 8 muddy, muscular men in camouflage uniforms. Chapter 192. Activities outside the camp with Tattoo. The next morning, the entire wooden cabin camp was buzzing. All the teachers and students arrived early in the lobby for breakfast. Although Jessica was tempted, she was also scared. She didn't dare to sneak into Qin Hank's cabin last night, or else there would be one more person unable to depart today. Everyone had their gear ready, as they had received news the night before that they would be on the boat for almost a whole day. There were also some local porters to help carry important equipment for the research team. They boarded the narrow speedboat that had brought them to the cabin camp. This type of boat was very fast on the river, like a high-speed bus on water. As they traveled upstream against the rushing river, they even had lunch on the boat. The pickled fish and special corn tortillas gave everyone a different flavor while eating on the boat. It wasn't until 3 p.m. that the fleet docked at a makeshift pier in the wilderness. Tattoo and Noah, serving as guides, were the first to walk into the dense forest. Next, the local porters carried or lifted the relatively heavy equipment and gear onto the shore. After gathering, the students also shouldered their large backpacks and stepped into the forest. After walking for about half an hour in the tranquil jungle, they finally came across a man-made clearing. Chapter 193. Hank's lucky break. A person and a tiger stared at each other for a while. This jaguar was quite robust, and from the path it had taken, it was clear that it weighed quite a bit, as it had chosen only the thickest branches as jumping platforms. Based on Qin Hank's estimation, this jaguar weighed at least 100 kilograms, a rare sight. After a brief moment of shock, this unexpected giant opened its mouth, revealing long fangs, seemingly ready to get intimate with Qin Hank's flesh. After all, Qin Hank was sitting on a branch, looking somewhat like a hairless monkey to the jaguar. Tattoo, who was preparing to go out and hunt wild boar, inadvertently looked up and nearly lost his soul from fright. Cheen Hank was facing a giant jaguar ready to pounce. Not to mention what responsibility Cheen Hank would have if he were killed. He would bet that once the jaguar bit him to death, its next target would surely be himself. Greedy jaguars would not let go of an easily accessible prey nearby. Tattoo's face, hidden beneath a layer of grease paint, showed no change, but from the slight tremor in his hand as he slowly drew his machete, it was evident he was in a state of extreme tension. Chapter 194. Without foundation, ultimately dusk, all the students from the research team gathered around to watch. They curiously observed Cheen Hank and the native porters performing what seemed to be a mysterious ritual, but dared not step forward to participate. Jessica, mingling in the crowd, didn't approach either. She proudly lifted her chin while holding Kristen's hand and said, "Sister, do you see? This is the man I've set my sights on. A king of the jungle among the crowd." Kristen wanted to remind her that this man was just lucky. Otherwise, he would have already turned into jaguar feces. Just as Kristen turned her head back to look, a ray of sunset filtered through the leaves, shining directly on Cheen Hank's head, giving him a brilliant golden edge. This made Kristen's heart flutter slightly. The native porters, witnessing this phenomenon, cheered again, chanting a single word in unison. The students learned through Tattoo's translation that this referred to the sun messenger. The camp dinner was lavish, with one of the native porters being a chef. He served roasted wild boar and roasted tiger meat as the main dish, accompanied by tiger meat fried rice and tiger bone soup. The Peruvian cooking style ensured that neither the wild boar nor the tiger meat was too gamey. Chapter 195. Flying through the rainforest for this default nickname. The boss gets an extra update. When the Dantian could no longer accommodate a trace of moonlight, Cheen Hank stopped his cultivation, leaving only Xiao Bai, the seemingly bottomless white tiger, still gulping down the moonlight. It even shot a sidelong glance at Cheen Hank, as if saying something, yet saying nothing at all. Cheen Hank laughed. "Playing this game? Cub, come on in." A strange thing happened. He originally intended to throw Xiao Bai into the beast space. However, from the spot where Xiao Bai disappeared, the pouring moonlight did not vanish, but instead cascaded from midair like a waterfall into the void. Upon checking, Xiao Bai in the beast space was still maintaining a proud posture, and the surging moonlight ignored the barriers of the space. It rushed out from the spatial wall of the beast space and directly flowed into Xiao Bai's mouth. Cheen Hank dared not continue. It was just a little joke, and he worried that doing it a few more times might lead to unknown situations. Only after Xiao Bai finished swallowing did Cheen Hank check its condition. After communicating with Xiao Bai for a while, Cheen Hank confirmed that what had just happened had no effect on Xiao Bai. He felt deeply regretful. Cultivation was no trivial matter, and with decades of life experience, he couldn't afford to be so childish again. However, during their conversation, he discovered that Xiao Bai had gained a new insight from this joke. Chapter 196. The Real Golden Lake and Sun God Stone Melgarho. You must hold on a bit longer. I have a feeling that within 2 days, we will find the lost treasure of the Inca Empire. When that happens, as agreed, I only want that sunstone, and all the other gold will belong to you. The conversation between the two people in the tent caught Cheen Hank's attention. Sunstone? It sounds pretty cool. Cheen, the official, was interested in learning more. So he lifted the tent and walked in. With his current cultivation level, the two people inside couldn't make any warning sounds at all. Cheen Hank looked around the tent. It was simply decorated, and there were several thick documents on a mat against the wall. He walked over, picked them up, and flipped through them, discovering that the documents mainly contained records related to the Inca Empire and history, various folktales, and records from treasure-seeking teams over the last century. He called over a bespectacled Davis and inquired about the situation in detail. From Davis's mouth, Cheen Hank finally understood the purpose of this group of people. They were here for the lost treasure of the Inca Empire, which was destroyed by the Spaniards. It is worth noting that after the Spanish leader Pizarro captured the last emperor of the Inca Empire, Atahualpa, he obtained over 300 tons of gold and various treasures. Chapter 197. Christine's request, silently returning to the research team, Cheen Hank dove into his own tent. The loud snoring from the surrounding tents continued in waves. After adjusting his breathing for a moment, he fell asleep. Accompanied by the crisp bird songs in the jungle, the camp quickly became lively in the morning. The students all crawled out of their tents to wash up and attend to personal hygiene. Standing by the camp fence, Cheen Hank was brushing his teeth. A soft body came up behind him and nudged him. "Wow, someone is bumping into me." The only person who could do this in the camp was Jessica. "Hank, The nights in the rainforest are long. Did you miss me last night? Sheen Hank turned to look at Jessica, who was biting her lip and looking flirtatious. Given her state, the nights in the rainforest must indeed be very long. Jessica noticed that Sheen Hank only slightly turned his head, and her bright red lips pursed up high. Sheen Hank rinsed the foam from his mouth and leaned in. Hank, it's great to see you in the morning. Oh, you smell so good. I want to stay by your side forever. Jessica, make sure to wear your jacket when we go into the jungle today. Oh, Hank, please. It's too stuffy in the jungle. Chapter 198. Christine's reserved Sheen Hank glanced at her, tilted his head, did not refuse, and signaled her to follow. The two of them took turns cutting branches up high and digging up soil down low in the jungle, working together very harmoniously. Gradually, the surrounding classmates disappeared under the dense vegetation, and only some voices could be heard. Christine put a box of plant specimens into her backpack and tried to find a topic to chat with Sheen Hank. Just a moment ago, Sheen Hank had used a branch to flick away 3 centipedes and a snake from her collection route. She had no idea how he could sense these dangers beforehand, but it proved to be a wise choice to follow him. Hank, have you thought about what job you want to do after graduation? Christine found a topic to chat with Sheen Hank. Work? No, I'm not thinking about work right now. I'm just enjoying my campus life, which is also an important experience in life, isn't it? Sheen Hank's response left Christine momentarily speechless. She simply wanted to discuss job topics with Sheen Hank, who knew he would tell her he wasn't considering work at the moment. Generally, those who aren't worried about work are either top students or rich second-generation kids. Chapter 199. The opportunity to leave the team. The whispers among the group members pieced together the sequence of events for everyone. After Professor Larrey took that girl into the jungle, he merely stirred the pot a little, and both were interested. Professor Larrey quickly cleared a small area in the forest for the two to enjoy each other's company. Just as they were having fun, a tree boa unexpectedly emerged from nearby bushes for some unknown reason. The tree boa had poor eyesight but could compensate for its lack of vision with other senses, such as heat detection. Professor Larrey's frequently moving body became prey in the eyes of the boa. With a spring, it struck perfectly. Since tree boas are non-venomous snakes, they evolved longer fangs to penetrate the thick feathers of birds to secure their prey. Professor Larrey experienced a piercing service from the boa's fangs. Watching the native porters slowly pull the long fangs of the boa from Professor Larrey's back, blood flowed like a river, along with Professor Larrey's screams of extreme pain. Everyone shuddered. The students quickly made the sign of the cross and prayed for Professor Larrey, hoping he wouldn't be unable to feel pleasure in the future due to this shock. Chapter 200. Arturo's raiding team in just a short distance of 500 meters. The situation flipped dramatically. Davis crouched there with a magnifying glass, examining that plant as if it were a treasure. The armed personnel beside him seemed accustomed to his behavior and were not impatient, standing in their positions and vigilantly watching the perimeter. 2 armed personnel even put down their backpacks, strapped on tools, and climbed up a dozen meters high into the trees to act as lookouts. Everyone appeared well-trained. Situation at 6 o'clock. Situation at 12 o'clock. The 2 lookouts almost simultaneously issued warnings, and gunfire erupted, branches broke, and grass juice flew in the jungle. It turned out that the ambushers couldn't hold back and actively attacked. Who were these people? Sheen Hank, perched atop a tree, was also somewhat curious. It seemed that these people were specifically targeting Davis and his group. This meant that there had been scouts from this group near Davis's campsite last night. Sheen Hank reminded himself that although he couldn't be seen standing in front of them, it was wise to grasp the surrounding situation as clearly as possible. Chapter 201. Refining the boa. Sheen Hank stood at the treetop, looking at the devastated jungle below. If he hadn't been at the treetop all along, he might have been caught off guard by the flood. As the flood gradually receded, the bodies covered in mud in the jungle slowly began to move. A massive caiman swayed its heavy head and quickly crawled towards the nearest pond. A tree boa twisted its body, preparing to climb up a branch, but was suddenly bitten by a bobcat at a vital point. Its long body twisted a few times but failed to coil around the enemy and eventually fell limp. The 2 armed factions that had been fighting fiercely moments ago were almost completely wiped out under the flood. Sheen Hank only saw a few people who had reacted in time and climbed the tall trees to escape disaster. Suddenly, in his line of sight, a 10-meter-long emerald tree boa was coiling its deep green body around a tree, its light yellow spots seemingly warning all creatures, "I'm not to be trifled with." This emerald tree boa had also escaped the impact of the flood by hiding high up in the trees. Chien Hank's eyes lit up as he finally spotted a boa. A significant part of his reason for coming to the Amazon rainforest was to see it. As the saying goes, a snake becomes a python becomes a boa becomes a dragon, and a dragon then transforms into a dragon. Chapter 202. The ancient city hidden in the jungle, seeing two people slowly but resolutely walking towards them. Chien Hank recalled the information Davis had found, mentioning that there were many devil's flowers near Golden Lake. He scanned the riverside environment. He spotted a few devil's flowers, but not in great numbers. However, the appearance of the devil's flowers was a signal. Could it be that Golden Lake was in this direction? Melgarho was indeed the leader of that group of armed personnel. Looking at his equipment, it seemed he hadn't lost anything in the recent flood. Only Davis appeared a bit disheveled, likely having escaped with Melgarho's help. However, some things are just unpredictable. Although the flood swept away Melgarho's entire team, it also allowed him to escape the pursuit of another group of armed personnel. It was unclear whether this was good or bad for Davis. But for Chien Hank, these were not things to be concerned about. He had originally planned to search on his own, as based on his recent experience of finding this river. Any place with a gap in the jungle would certainly have a lake or river, and it shouldn't be too difficult to find them one by one. Now that Davis had appeared, he could save some effort. Chapter 203. The lost city of Pachychemic Melgarho was first filled with wild joy, then fell into a state of gloom. The joy was because wealth was within reach, while the gloom stemmed from being alone, which meant he couldn't carry much. He also realized clearly that returning to the Amazon rainforest might not lead him back here. At this point, Davis knew that leaving Melgarho would make it hard for him to go far. They could only search the city together, first to see if there were any new discoveries. Less than 20 meters into their walk, they found a large number of gold items in a small temple made of stone, resembling a cool pavilion beside the main road. Apart from small idol, most of these gold items were cups and plates. In one golden basin, there was a full collection of emeralds and other gems. In another golden plate, there was a large bowl of brown powder, which Davis judged to be pearl powder. This indicated that these gold treasures had been here for at least 100 years. Just within this small temple, the gold items weighed dozens of kilograms. And this was only on the outskirts of the ancient city. Melgarho looked greedily at the pile of gold treasures. Trembling, he reached out his hands to touch this wealth, as if he could already see himself living in a luxurious seaside mansion, surrounded by beautiful women playing in the pool, with neatly dressed servants occasionally bringing various delicacies. Chapter 204. The evolving unicorn green dragon. The two sat on the steps to pour out the water accumulated in their boots before heading towards the temple. However, before they had climbed a few steps, a rustling sound erupted around them. Melgarho gripped his gun, alert and looking around, as this was their only safety assurance. The ensuing scene quickly shattered his confidence. From the holes where the rainwater had flowed away, a dense mass of various snakes crawled out, many of which were venomous, their writhing bodies and triangular heads instilling fear. Davis looked at the snakes freely moving in the square and suddenly realized why these drainage holes had never clogged for hundreds of years. With such occurrences happening now and then, it would be strange if they did get clogged. Melgarho put away his gun and pulled out snake repellent from his heavy backpack, spraying a circle around both of them. He was glad he hadn't let the treasure blind him completely, as he hadn't discarded any of the essentials needed in the Amazon jungle. However, after spraying the snake repellent, Melgarho felt a surge of unease, as if the repellent hadn't brought much of a sense of security. Mr. Davis, do you feel something is off? What is off? I feel everything is off. Seeing so many snakes gives me goosebumps all over. Chapter 205. The harvest of the four-clawed green dragon. Two green dragons swam to the tall doors of the Pachychemic temple, pushing open the two stone doors with their heads. Given their length, it was somewhat challenging for them to enter now. The moment the stone doors opened, a flood of golden light poured out. Inside, the space was roughly 500 square meters, supported by 4 thick stone pillars holding up the entire roof. The interior of the temple was practically a world of gold, with gold plates embedded from the walls to the floor and even the ceiling. Along the walls were piles of gold, silver, gems, and even a pile of smooth jade. The most eye-catching was a 5-meter-tall Maya pyramid at the deepest part of the temple, with a base occupying several square meters. Surprisingly, the entire pyramid was made of gold, and on top of the flat roof structure at its peak was an egg the size of a football. According to the information from the green dragons, This egg was their offspring. Following the hint from the green dragons, Chi and Hank gently climbed the pyramid to look into the flat roof structure, where a silver stone plate held a blue flame the size of a ping-pong ball, quietly burning without any fuel beneath it. Chapter 206. Left Green Dragon. Right White Tiger. Chi and Hank sat cross-legged, casting spells toward the pile of gold. Extracting gold essence from the gold would take some time. Although gold essence wasn't the best auxiliary material for flying swords, it was the largest and best material Chi and Hank could find in this world. As Chi and Hank's spells struck the pile of gold, a layer of scorching flames appeared on the gold, which didn't melt the gold into liquid, but rather crackled as if burning something. As this burning continued, the volume of the gold rapidly shrank. The extraction of gold essence took several hours. Extracting gold essence didn't require strange fire, but the refining spells consumed some mana. By the end, Chi and Hank's mana was somewhat depleted, and he barely managed to hold on thanks to the mana storage of Xiao Bai. Now, not only had all 6 tons of gold that Chi and Hank brought been melted down, but several piles of gold from within the temple were also melted down. Ultimately, the gold essence extracted amounted to a size of a brick, but its weight was several tons. Tomorrow, when the true fire of the sun is summoned, adding the crimson flame gold crystal and the chaotic secret silver, his first flying sword could be shaped. Chapter 207. The Entangled Christine in the Research Camp. Jessica got up early and went straight to Chi and Hankai's tent to check, but returned disappointed. After their group completed the investigation and returned to the camp yesterday, Christine told her that Chi and Hankai had stayed alone in the wild to continue the investigation task. This left Jessica feeling disappointed and somewhat worried. Due to Professor Lars' farce yesterday, the students in his group had to be dispersed into other groups, and surprisingly, Christine was assigned to Jessica's group. This made Jessica happy for a while. With a good friend together, it wouldn't be too boring in the wild. Seeing Jessica return with a lackluster mood, Christine curiously asked, "Did Hank not come back last night?" "Yes, he actually stayed alone in the wild for a night." "Oh, just thinking about it is scary." "Jessica, don't worry. Hank is a man who can go out alone with a guide." Christine recalled the mysterious aspects Chi and Hankai displayed during the field investigation yesterday, which enveloped him in a layer of mysterious fog. For some reason, Christine felt it was natural for Chi and Hankai to spend the night alone in the wild and did not feel, like Jessica, that there would be danger. Chapter 208. The Crisis in the Research Jungle. By a river in the Amazon jungle, a large patch of lush vegetation by the riverbank had been cut away, leaving a mess of footprints in the soft soil. 2 inflatable boats were tied to a small tree on the bank, gently swaying with the waves. In the clear river water, 2 dark shadows quietly swam beneath the inflatable boats, hiding their figures. The sounds of birds chirping throughout the jungle and the distant howls of monkeys resembling ferocious beasts highlighted the tranquility and beauty of this jungle. Professor Susan put down her drawing board, which depicted a light pink orchid in front of her, with a vivid image showcasing her superb painting skills. She straightened up and looked around at the students quietly working, occasionally hearing laughter and play from the bushes. For Professor Susan, everything was beautiful. The vitality of the young people and the mystery of the Amazon jungle. These young people represented the future and greater possibilities of the industry. At this moment, the howling of the monkeys in the distance seemed to change, and Susan anxiously touched her handgun in her pocket, standing up to speak to the security guard standing high above. "Mr. Williams, please pay attention to the movement over there. I feel a bit uneasy." Chapter 209. The Amazing Stars. When Jessica felt a moist mouth and sharp fangs in despair, a sudden warmth spread across her chest, and golden light flashed across her body. A sound of a heavy object falling to the ground came from 10 meters away. The imagined pain, however, did not come. Jessica hesitantly turned her head to take a look, only to find nothing behind her, as if the colorful fur she had seen just now was merely an illusion. Feeling her body, it seemed there was a layer of golden light shining against her skin. Christine, perched on a branch nearby, felt she could finally move and rub her eyes vigorously, unable to believe what she was seeing. She initially thought Jessica was about to have her neck bitten off by the jaguar, and that she would suffer the same fate. Unexpectedly, just as the jaguar's teeth were about to bite Jessica's neck, golden light flashed from Jessica's body. The jaguar suddenly flew backwards as if hit by something, crashing into the bushes 10 meters away and falling silent. Meanwhile, Jessica's entire body was covered in a layer of golden light, making her look like a golden figure. Seeing Jessica curiously touching the golden light on her own body, Christine crawled over, using all fours, and hugged Jessica tightly. Chapter 2:10. Is the purple flame flying sword okay? At this moment, far away at the Pakakamic temple, Qin Hankai was already prepared to summon the true fire of the sun. Just like last night, he first used magic to obscure the sky above the Pakakamic temple. He sat solemnly in the square of the Pakakamic temple, with gold essence, crimson flame, gold crystal, and chaotic secret silver arranged in front of him. This was his first time refining a magic weapon, and it was a relatively advanced crimson flame flying sword right from the start. He couldn't afford to be careless. After reaping benefits from his cultivation, Qin Hankai still set up the formation of the left Azure Dragon and right White Tiger for weapon refining. Simply put, his magical power was still not strong enough. Azure Dragon Magical Power Charger, your good helper for refining weapons. White Tiger Magical Power Charger, charge as you use it. Oh yeah. Following the steps in his memory, Qin Hankai successively cast several spells on the gold essence, which would serve as the main body of the flying sword. After introducing the true fire of the sun, he would shape the sword body. After a moment of adjustment, Qin Hankai suddenly cast a spell into the air. And with this spell, Xiao Bai and Xiao Qinglong also opened their mouths, each spraying out a beam of light. Qin Hankai quickly cast several spells into the air, wrapping the previous spells in beams of light with countless mysterious runes. Chapter 2:11. What to do with too much gold? Qin Hankai looked at the purple flame sword in his hand with satisfaction. Its power was indeed impressive. The gold-based flying sword is known for being indestructible, and the seemingly thin sword blade did not pick up a speck of dust after cutting through a stone wall. Next, he tested the array of materials inside the flying sword. Continuing to attach his spiritual sense to the flying sword, his gaze focused, and the purple shadow flickered. A massive boulder locked in from a kilometer away melted into lava. The lava flowed freely over the surrounding stones and vegetation, igniting a great fire. And it seemed that the fire was about to spread. Once again, Xiao Qinglong sprayed out a mouthful of mist, instantly bringing down a downpour above the raging fire, extinguishing the flames while the lava also condensed into strange shapes after generating a large amount of water vapor. The stones that had been burned by the high temperature of the lava exploded into piles of rubble under the downpour. Xiao Bai beside him blew a breath, causing the rising black smoke and water vapor to vanish without a trace. The dragon comes from the clouds, the tiger from the wind. The two spirit pets coordinated excellently. The corner of Qin Hankai's mouth couldn't help but curl up. The power of the purple flame sword did not disappoint him. Xiao Bai remained trustworthy, and Xiao Qinglong was a pleasant surprise. Judging by the rain clouds that extinguished the fire, Xiao Qinglong was definitely an expert at cloud seeding, with a release range and speed far superior to Qin Hankai's. Chapter 2:12. The man who returned loaded Qin Hankai stayed at the ancient city of Pakakamic for another night. Of course, routinely reporting safety information to the research camp, not wanting to expose his location. He specially edited the message for Xiao Bai to take the satellite phone back to the original research location to send. The phone and satellite phone were usually tucked away in his sleeves, making them nearly impossible to find. Professor Clark was extremely satisfied with this student who could safely survive independently in the Amazon jungle for 3 days. In the evening, during the professor's meeting, it was proposed that as long as Qin Hank can complete the scientific research data, recording and measurements according to standards, and bring back materials with certain scientific research value, he could be awarded an A grade for his practical assignments. As the initiator of this scientific research team, Professor Clark's suggestion received the respect and unanimous approval of all the professors. One cannot blame Professor Clark for advocating for his student. In an entire research team, everyone should try to spend a night alone in the wilderness without any issues before considering the A grade. As an outstanding botanist, the ability to survive in the wild is an important indicator. As night was about to fall, Jessica reluctantly returned to her tent. Chapter 2:13. Discovery of new species before night fell. All the research teams returned. Today was very fortunate. Aside from one boy spraining his ankle, everyone else was safe and sound. Hank, Professor Clark asked me to inform you to gather at the meeting tent in 20 minutes. Bringing your records and findings from the past few days, said a robust boy with a few freckles on his face as he ran to Qin Hank's tent. Upon learning that Qin Hank had returned to the camp, Professor Clark gathered the professors and called Cheen Hank to the meeting tent. The professors used the largest tent in the research camp for daily meetings and research, and everyone referred to it as the meeting tent. On his way to the professor's meeting tent with his things, Cheen Hank ran into Jessica, who was rushing over after hearing the news. He set down his specimens and embraced Jessica tightly for a few minutes, alleviating her longing over the past few days, before whispering a few words in her ear. After hearing these words, Jessica's eyes sparkled with excitement, and her graceful body twisted in Cheen Hank's arms, clearly delighted by what she heard. Since the professors were still waiting, Cheen Hank let go of Jessica, gently touched her face, and turned to pick up the 2 plants wrapped in leaves. Chapter 2:14. An early conclusion to the research trip that night. The professors and students of the research camp slept uneasily. The wind in the jungle had never been this fierce. The strong winds blowing through the treetops violently shook the tops of the large trees, creating loud, rustling sounds, with branches occasionally snapping and falling into the jungle. The super strong winds also brought humid moisture, making the entire camp damp. In the morning, Jessica and Christine, both with dark circles under their eyes, crawled out of their respective tents. "Sister, how did you sleep last night?" Jessica asked. "I felt great, but the wind was a bit too strong. I almost thought the big trees would be blown down. It scared me to death," Christine replied. At that moment, a girl passing by chimed in. So Christine was scared too. "The wind last night was truly terrifying. The howling wind woke me up several times, and I thought it would blow my tent away. However, the fierce wind also allowed us to experience the irresistible charm of the Amazon." Jessica interpreted from a different angle. "Oh, you are so optimistic." Jessica and Christine exchanged smiles, heading towards the edge of the camp with their toiletries. Chapter 2:15. An alternative research experience in the past 2 days, aside from observing those 2 new plants at the camp. Cheen Hank actively accompanied Christine and Jessica on relevant field investigations. He named the 2 new plants Cheen's broad sepal pineapple and Cheen's right spiral 4-clawed orchid. In American culture, such academic achievements cannot be taken humbly. If it's yours, you should accept it properly. However, when Cheen Hank writes relevant research papers in the future, he can include the names of Professor Clark and Professor Maxim in the advisor section, and he believes they will gladly accept that. Due to his previous outstanding performance, Professor Clark had given Cheen Hank freedom and allowed him to stay alone in the wild. Seizing the opportunity, Cheen Hank applied to take Jessica and Christine into the field for relevant work. After assuring Professor Clark several times and taking a spare rifle from the security team, Professor Clark approved his application. Thus, for the next 2 days, the 3 of them enjoyed an incredibly carefree time. Every morning, they would go out, spend an hour completing the relevant data recording and specimen collection tasks, and then spend the rest of the time exploring the Amazon jungle. Chapter 2:16. Edward's Versailles performance in the last 2 days of the research. Cheen Hank took Jessica and Christine to explore the jungles and waters near the research camp. Caiman, green water python, jaguar, and even piranha and electric eel became the backgrounds for their photos. With Cheen Hank's help, the research tasks were completed effortlessly. Seeing the increasingly beautiful Jessica and Christine, the other girls in the research team were so jealous that they could almost break their nails. Finally, it was time to return. The entire research team returned to the wooden lodge camp where they had set out, carrying large and small items. Here, teachers and students from various schools would return with their respective tasks to continue subsequent data organization and sample observation projects. Ultimately, all this data and content would be compiled and submitted to the foundation that sponsored the event. Due to previous agreements, research results from those like Cheen Hank, who discovered new species during the research, could still belong to the individual and the school. After the rainy season ends in May next year, according to the plans of major environmental foundations, the research team might continue for another investigation. However, at that time, Cheen Hank might not be willing to participate in such activities again. Chapter 2:17. Edward, who is called Yi Liangshan Cheen Hank, followed Edward to a high-rise office building located in downtown Austin. Edward's law firm occupied 3 entire floors here. In the lobby of the building, there was a special guide sign for Edward's law firm. As the second largest law firm in Austin, this was quite impressive. Sitting in Edward's office, Cheen Hank noticed that Edward had completely transformed his office into a Chinese style, with antique shelves, feng shui stones, and a grandmaster's chair. The photos hanging on the walls featured not only American political figures, but also pictures of him practicing in various renowned places in China and with various martial arts masters. Along the way, Chi and Hank chatted with Edward and discovered that this seemingly unreliable guy was actually a licensed attorney in Texas at a young age. Edward spoke of his admiration for Chinese martial arts, which stemmed from a translated book he read in his childhood called Monkey King. The bold monkey that dared to confront heaven and earth captured his heart. Starting from middle school, he self-studied Chinese and began reading many books about Chinese culture. Later, in college, he saw many translated articles about Chinese sword immortals on a BBS, which ignited his yearning for the Chinese cultivation world. Chapter 2:18. Master Jean is tough and speaks little. In front of me stand a Huagua building with white walls and dark tiles, featuring a horsehead wall. The tall courtyard gate is inscribed with 3 large characters, Sung Xianju. From this name, it is clear that Edward's obsession in his heart has not changed, or perhaps he still holds a hint of ethereal fantasy. Judging by its appearance, this building occupies a considerable area and has a blend of southern and northern architectural styles. One can only say that Edward is wealthy and willful, and with a larger territory, he is even more willful. After parking at the gate, Edward proudly tells Chi and Hank that this house was specially built by a Huagua construction team, according to his vision. Entering through the large courtyard gate, Edward even set up a screen wall at the entrance. After passing the screen wall, there is a large courtyard. In front of the martial arts practice area, a plaque hangs that reads Yuanwu Hall. In the center of the courtyard is a spacious martial arts practice area, bordered with stone bricks and filled with compacted sand in the middle. Currently, there are more than a dozen young people, around 15 to 17 years old, practicing martial arts with enthusiasm. Chi and Hank had heard from Edward that these were some impoverished young individuals he had gathered from the streets upon his return, unwilling to resign themselves to a life of degradation. Chapter 2:19. It's time for our Huaxia martial arts to flourish. The opportunity to change their lives is right before their eyes, which is the thought of all the young people. What posture should they kneel in to appear sincere enough? This is what Edward and Minak are contemplating. At the edge of the practice area, 2 clever young men are the first to kneel down. Following them, a large group of young people kneels down, all shouting Shifu. This moment makes Edward and Minak a bit awkward. Just a moment ago, they were teaching this group of young people, and now they are expected to kneel and pay homage? While they are in a dilemma, Jean Wuya waves his hand, creating a gust of air that lifts all the young people back up. No need for excessive formality. I'm just here at someone else's request to bring honor to our Huaxia martial arts. Seeing Jean Wuya's demeanor, the group of young people realizes he is unwilling to take on disciples and stands disappointed on the side. However, in the meantime, Jean Wuya gestures to Edward and Minak. The foundation of these kids is not very solid. Forcing them to practice my techniques could lead to injury. But you two, I can see you have years of practice. If you don't mind, I can offer some guidance. Edward and Minak are overjoyed and quickly move forward to bow in respect. Jean Wuya pokes a few times at their sternums and spines, nodding. Although you're a bit older, there is still room for advancement. Chapter 2:20. Peter is also an old-timer. I have 2 younger brothers. Their martial arts are even better than mine. This one sentence ignites Edward's enthusiasm. Chi and Hank, standing nearby, also chimes in to affirm. The other 2 Master Jeans are just as formidable, with the assistance of 3 Master Jeans. Let us first congratulate Edward on achieving outstanding results at the martial arts exchange event. Edward beams with joy. Not at all. I still need the help of the masters. The main goal is to promote the prestige of our Huaxia martial arts. Chi and Hank mentally stamps Edward with a white exterior and yellow heart label, recalling a saying, "Those who believe in you must reveal miracles," making them firmly convinced. Looking at Edward, who is sitting there grinning foolishly, he finally reminds him, "Edward, about the identities of these masters." Edward waves his hand nonchalantly. "I have connections. Leave it to me to sort out." After wrapping up the contract and Edward's matters in the morning, Chi and Hank has Edward drop him back at the University of Texas. As they get out of the car, Edward pats his chest, assuring him that the Oak Tree Farm matter is his responsibility, and Chi and Hank can rest assured about leaving things to him in the future. Chapter 2:21. Proud and mighty. Wow, I thought it was someone else. It's handsome Hank. I'm so happy to see you again. Raina happily takes a large paper bag from Chi and Hank and gives him a hug. The 2 enter the house, cheerful and in high spirits. "Hey, you little rascal, you can't do this. Ginny will be sad," Peter calls out anxiously from behind, carrying a pile of things. Once inside the living room, Chi and Hank opens the paper bag, taking out items one by one for Raina. "Raina, look, this is your favorite red wax candy. This is the French bread you like, and this is..." Sheen Hank pulls out one item after another, while Raina smiles and carries each item to the fridge or storage cabinet. When Sheen Hank pulls out a jar of coffee beans, Raina is so excited she almost jumps up. Hank, thank you so much. You know exactly what I want. My coffee machine hasn't ground good beans in 2 months. This leaves Peter, who followed them in, feeling quite awkward. After Sheen Hank finally takes out a few broccoli, he takes over the items Peter is holding. Besides the 2 large bags of beef, he also bought a lot of canned tuna, sardines, and chickpeas. Chapter 222, a private movie screening the next morning. Sheen Hank takes Ginny to the Rose Clinic. Ginny, still moving with slight difficulty, gets out of the car and gives Sheen Hank a deep farewell kiss by the driver's side. As a woman, she has finally received what she desired. Last night, while listening to stories, Ginny expressed her wish to move out. This morning, Sheen Hank took her to buy a luxury apartment near the Rose Clinic. Don't ask why it could be bought so early. As long as they're S. Franklin, the Austin real estate agents are more than happy to start work early. The lawyers from Edward S. Law Firm also worked tirelessly, arriving early to handle the related matters for Sheen Hank. Due to the influx of many Fortune 500 headquarters moving to Austin in recent years, the real estate prices in the city have risen to varying degrees. To give Ginny this 102 square meter, 3-bedroom, 2-living room nest, Sheen Hank paid a price of $350,000. She is the first woman for whom Sheen Hank has bought a house. He is quite generous when it comes to precious metal for his woman, but Ginny, who is tightly controlled by Peter, deserves this. The purchased apartment is well located, situated in the city center, with various living facilities very well developed. The agent indicated that properties here are in high demand, with an annual increase between 3 to 8. Chapter 223. The Oak Tree Farm affected by drought. Hank, don't worry, my father is very democratic. His gun 1TB pointed downwards. And if he is going to shoot apples, he definitely switch to a single bullet. In that case, I don't need to consider whether to wear a bulletproof vest or carry a bulletproof shield when I see him. Haha, Hank, you're so humorous. As long as you often point the gun at me, the more family will like you. Nancy suddenly sits up happily from the back seat, hugging Sheen Hank's neck and blowing his ear. Tell me, do the girls from the Moore family make you happy? Didn't the movie we just watched enlighten you? Sheen Hank turned his head and kissed Nancy. Okay, stop. I know a little lamb shouldn't provoke a T-Rex with big muscles. Nancy shrank back into the back seat, raising her hands in a peace gesture. Seeing her behave, Sheen Hank finally spoke to her. If your father is willing to dig a few wells on the ranch, I can recommend a friend to him. He's really good at finding water sources. Several of the wells on my farm are located by him. Really? Hank, you know a wizard? They 1T put potions in the water to control humans, right? Chapter 224. The horse trainer and rider of Gale, if we want to find a water outlet. It should be in that position. Carter pointed to a spot between 2 hills. Once the water flows out, it should cover most of the land. Sheen Hank looked at the spot Carter indicated. He had to admit that his brother-in-law was very familiar with the Oak Tree Farm now. Although it was nestled between 2 pear trees, the terrain was relatively high compared to the surrounding area, and once the water flowed out from there, it could basically pass through most of the grassland. This way, the land would essentially be revitalized. Of course, Sheen Hank couldn't just stomp his foot and have a fountain erupt yet. The foot he stomped while surveying the terrain was marking the nodes of the water veins. And tonight, he would bring the green dragon and white tiger to adjust and organize the water veins in this large area together. After marking this area, the 2 drove straight to the location of a large ranch. According to Carter's report, he had already received 10 champion horse offspring deemed failures during this period. The Gale Rider team had already hired a rider, a horse trainer, and a cowboy specifically to take care of Gale. Chapter 225. The horse racing business of Oak Tree Farm, although I can't see any changes in other aspects. I feel that the mental state of these horses has greatly improved. Not just their mental state. Look at their eyes, they are full of enthusiasm. I feel their posture has become more agile. The other cowboys chimed in with their opinions. Tommy did not participate in the cowboys' discussion. He just stood quietly beside Gale's stable, feeling the rolling muscles beneath Gale's skin. He had no interest in the other horses and knew he shouldn't because his companion was the magnificent horse beside him that would accompany him onto the racetrack. Over the past week, he had established a very good relationship with Gale, and their mutual trust was one of the crucial factors for achieving good results in horse racing on the field. Dana instinctively looked at the roof and surroundings. He almost felt like he had entered the wrong stable. As a professional horse trainer, he observed from a different angle than everyone else. The fatigue and burden he had seen in these racehorses were gone, replaced by a vibrant eagerness. Chapter 226. The importance of flattery after staying in the stable until the cowboys had cleaned and calmed all the horses, just as they were about to leave. They found the stable door being pushed open by a large head. It turned out that the black behemoth, having had enough fun outside, had returned on its own. As the massive body appeared behind the door, Cheen Hank noticed that the black behemoth had grown even larger. As soon as the door was opened, it spotted Cheen Hank. Its robust body rushed over to Cheen Hank with a gust of wind. Only Cheen Hank could withstand a child weighing over a ton being affectionate nearby. Anyone else would be knocked into the wall. The big head nudged against him, making sounds of longing. Cheen Hank casually stuffed an apple into its mouth. Boss, it's a pity its size is too enormous. Otherwise, it would win countless championships in long-distance horse races. Trainer Dana watched the black behemoth enviously. He had noticed this extraordinarily gifted giant horse when it first started working at Oak Tree Farm. Initially, he thought it was just an ordinary giant Shire horse. However, during feeding, he found that this horse ate better than all the others, and the proportion of meat in its feed was not small. Chapter 227. Moving water veins once out of the stable, Cheen Hank discovered that night had fallen. He first rode the black behemoth to the cowboys' cafeteria for dinner. Since the number of staff had increased significantly, he had Carter set up an internal dining area and hired a chef to cook for everyone. This human touch would make the cowboys work more diligently and wholeheartedly here. After all, Cheen Hank was now a wealthy man. Spending a little money to make employees feel more at home also equated to reducing Carter's workload. From the cafeteria, Cheen Hank rode the black behemoth, disappearing into the ranch. Now that the Oak Tree Farm had expanded, the terrain had become diverse, including hills, rivers, beaches, and forests. The largest area was the pasture. Cheen Hank learned from Carter that his farm now had over 500 Angus cattle, more than 50 dairy cows, and 1,000 sheep. The breeding area was mostly concentrated around the original Sunflower Ranch. Riding the black behemoth across the farm, although Carter said the drought had not significantly affected Oak Tree Farm, the few plots of land he visited in the afternoon were particularly impacted. Chapter 228. Wake up and have fun. They initially thought that with the movement of the rain clouds, the drought on their land would soon be alleviated. To their surprise, the rain that these ranchers and cowboys had long awaited fell only on Oak Tree Farm. Only the areas bordering Oak Tree Farm received a sprinkle of rain. Watching the black rain clouds gradually dissipate above Oak Tree Farm, these ranchers knelt down in disappointment. As the rain clouds dispersed, the little green dragon returned to Cheen Hank's shoulder. The two unique horned serpents quickly swam over, wrapping their bodies around Cheen Hank. The black behemoth, pretending to sleep on the ground, slightly opened one and found a massive dragon head next to it. The golden vertical pupil flickered with an inexplicable meaning. The black behemoth quickly shut its eyes tightly, filled with despair. One dragon head was larger than it, let alone the body. It felt like it must have forgotten to check the horse calendar before going out today. The black behemoth had always relied on its massive size to bully other animals, leaving a deep impression during its not yet 2 years of life. As the rain clouds dissipated, the water vein map gradually vanished into the void. Chapter 229. Heaven is more capable than a cake seller. On the way back to the villa, he received a call from Edward. Brother Cheen, I've already received the other 2 Master Gene. Do you know how much progress I made these past few days? I've already sensed the energy, with the 3 purities as my witness. This is the true martial arts of way.What. As soon as the call connected, Edward started shouting loudly on the phone. He specifically made this call to thank Cheen Hank for introducing him to Jin Wuya, a true master of martial arts. Just now, based on Jin Wuya's guidance, he met the other 2 Master Genes at a street corner in Austin and brought them to his Xuanxian residence. The other 2 Master Genes are named Jin Wuyan and Jin Wujiao. Looking at their faces, which resemble Jin Wuyao's by about 60%, Edward believes they are indeed Jin Wuyao's brothers. According to their self-introductions, Jin Wuyan specializes in leg techniques, and his set of chasing wind shadowless legs is said to be so fast that even the shadow can't be seen. Jin Wujiao specializes in palm techniques. His heavenly net soft palms makes it difficult for birds to fly within its range. On the way back to Xuanxian residence with them, there was a small incident. A pickup truck barreled toward Edward's car like a mad bull, and he was just about to jerk the steering wheel to avoid it. Chapter 230. Blessings from the state police. Cheen Hank picked up the phone and saw it was Nancy calling. He patted Carter on the shoulder and said, "Carter, just do what we discussed earlier. I believe you can handle it." After Carter rode off on his horse, Cheen Hank pressed the answer button. "Hey, dear, I think the Muir family's Granite Ranch needs a brave cowboy to help," Nancy said over the phone. It took Cheen Hank a while to understand that it wasn't about finding water due to drought. Something happened at Nancy's ranch. Since Austin became the most livable city in America, capitalists have set their sights on her ranch for developing a tourist real estate project. The reasoning was very crude. Using the significant space law under the pretext of federal public interest, they imposed a $2 million fine on her ranch, claiming it encroached on the habitat of the Texas horned lizard. Federal police had already mobilized to seize over 200 cattle from the ranch, including several bulls specifically bred for bull riding competitions. Now Nancy's father, Sean Muir, and brothers Mark and Wes Muir were holding guns at the edge of the ranch, confronting armed federal police and the FBI, while also sending requests for help to all relatives and friends of the Muir family. Chapter 231. Surrounding the federal police. Seeing Cheen Hank return to the camp, the cowboys surrounded him, eager to know what the police had said. Facing their expectant gazes, Cheen Hank jumped onto the bed of a pickup truck and pointed toward the police. "Guys, those are also good cowboys from Texas. They support us in kicking the FBI's ass." Hearing the news Cheen Hank brought back, the cowboys cheered and waved their arms toward the police. A few state troopers also waved back friendly before quickly driving away. Perhaps due to reports from these people, the state police already knew the destination of this group. They didn't want to clean up after the federal police. The support team behind them had a very smooth journey, encountering almost no obstacles. The only limitation was the large number of horses in the team, which needed to rest from time to time, slowing down the overall progress. By the afternoon of the second day, the team finally arrived at the Granite Ranch, now swelling to 300 or 400 people. With Texas's abundant firepower, the armed cowboys were hardly inferior to an army. Chapter 232. The man who dares to fly planes before long. Some cowboys delivered various sizes of chains to Cheen Hank and the silent cowboys around him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 21 riders, like warriors preparing for battle, rode their horses carrying the Muir family battle flag, forming a line toward the direction of the federal police's breakthrough. "Sean, it seems your daughter found an incredible boyfriend." A cowboy, about the same age as Sean, approached him with a powerful rifle slung over his shoulder. Although their skin tones differed, he indeed looked more like a brave cowboy than William. Sean watched Cheen Hank's departing figure and replied approvingly, "Damn, I like this kid." Sean suddenly exclaimed loudly when he saw Cheen Hank stand up with the battle flag from the galloping horse, his agile figure earning a round of cheers from the cowboys. Now, both the cowboys and the federal police were competing in momentum. When the federal police showed strength, the cowboys indeed needed someone to boost their morale under conditions where they couldn't easily fire their guns. At this moment, the arrival of a cavalry of over 20 horses caught the attention of both sides. Chapter 233. Carter's Dilemma. While the confrontation at Granite Ranch was still in full swing, Oak Tree Farm began a new round of horse racing tests. After some changes at Oak Tree Farm, the cowboys were surprised, but merely accepted it. The farm was now just a bit more lush, with springs emerging in previously arid areas. What was there to be curious about? Changes that most people couldn't understand occur in this world every day. Finding a suitable job nowadays is not easy. Oak Tree Farm is now considered a very good employer. The owner has even set up a free employee cafeteria to alleviate everyone's burden. During non-home time, everyone can eat heartily here at every meal. The manager, Carter, whom everyone is very familiar with, has become the supervisor of Oak Tree Farm since his miraculous recovery from his leg injury. Although the Cowboys knew Carter got this position mainly because his sister became the partner of the somewhat mysterious owner of Oak Tree Farm, they couldn't feel jealous of Carter. Before his injury, Carter was very cheerful and talkative, and his kind-heartedness made him well-liked by most people. Chapter 234. Lucky Hank. Over 100 more of them are coming, and they added a shovel in front of their armored vehicle. It looks like they're preparing to forcefully push aside the trucks blocking the road. A blond young man galloped alongside Cheen Hank. He was Nancy's brother, Mark, who was responsible for this direction. He felt he was losing the ability to hold back the advance of the federal police, so he urgently sought help from Sean. Just back from the helicopter, Cheen Hank volunteered to assist. Mark knew that this boyfriend of his sister had just taken down 2 helicopters with that group of Cole brothers behind him, making him a hot hero among the Cowboy Alliance. He didn't know how Cheen Hank would face the aggressively advancing federal police reinforcements. Is it really necessary to shoot? Mark knew very well that although the cowboy coalition had grown to over 1,000 men, they faced a significant numerical advantage against the federal police. However, the federal police were, after all, an armed violent agency of the federal government. They could escalate their violent means against the opponents. Therefore, during the initial negotiations, the cowboys went unarmed. The cowboys had to ensure it was the federal police who fired the first shot, so that they could claim the right to self-defense. Chapter 235. The sudden attack early the next morning, the exhausted cowboys changed shifts, and Chin Honkai walked through the camp with a spirited demeanor. Nancy, having pushed her luck too far, was now stuffed and still sound asleep in the tent. People passing by greeted him warmly, bumping fists with him. The name Lucky Hank had spread throughout the camp, and everyone felt proud to have spoken with him. Look, that's Hank, who took down several helicopters. I just chatted with him, and I must say he's a true Texas cowboy. Such words were common in the camp, and Sean was pleased with Chin Honkai's popularity. He represented the Mu family's prestige, and having a tough man like him among so many cowboys coming to support was very helpful in stabilizing morale. He looked at his eldest son Mark and youngest son West. While they were obedient, they could not be considered outstanding heirs. His eldest daughter Chris and son-in-law William were running a restaurant in nearby Albert County, and William, who could only fry hamburger patties, had neither the capability nor the qualifications to inherit the giant rock ranch. Chapter 236. An unexpected marriage proposal. The press conference at the edge of the giant rock ranch was lively, but was interrupted by explosions and continuous gunfire coming from several kilometers away. A reporter using a drone to capture aerial footage of the standoff was prompted by a colleague to fly the drone toward the source of the gunfire. The federal police and the cowboy coalition in a standoff also heard the explosions and gunfire. Cowboys positioned at higher ground used binoculars to look toward the noise, trying to discern what was happening. Sitting in the cowboy coalition's command center, Chin Honkai wore a thoughtful smile. Meanwhile, both the federal police encircled and the first reinforcements received support orders from headquarters. The first reinforcement convoy of federal police no longer cared about the damaged armored vehicles on the road or the downed helicopters. They didn't even have time to remove obstacles set up along the road and hurriedly boarded their vehicles to head toward the sound of gunfire. The encircled federal police unit had a temporary commander appointed after the former commander was incapacitated due to an accidental discharge of a firearm. Faced with the support order from headquarters, he could only smile wryly as he communicated with them. After a while, he unexpectedly received a new order. Chapter 237. The Mu family's compromise. When Sean said this, William could not help but shudder, and the entire living room fell silent. Everyone in the Mu family eagerly looked at Chin Honkai, waiting for him to happily announce a beautiful and perfect plan. Chris hugged her sister tightly and whispered in her ear, "Congratulations, happiness is on the way." Nancy was even more excited, covering her mouth with her hands, her face full of surprise. When Chin Honkai heard this, his first reaction was, "Old dang, are you out of your mind?" He glanced around, and everyone wore hopeful expressions. Sean noticed that Chin Honkai had been silent for a while, just looking around. He frowned deeply. "Hank, is it hard to make a decision? The daughter of the Mu family, or a 50 caliber shotgun?" As if to emphasize Sean's intimidating tone, the slightly unsteady old Thomas casually took a shotgun off the wall of the living room, sat back down on the sofa, and began wiping it with a cleaning cloth. The coordination between the father and son was quite seamless. However, when Thomas picked up the shotgun, Nancy's two uncles discreetly trembled. Chin Honkai raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile. Chapter 238. William's empathy with Sean. As Chin Honkai's relationship with Nancy was confirmed, the harmonious atmosphere returned to the living room. The men gathered together, drinking coffee and discussing cattle and horses, talking about the family-bred bull riding competitions and exploring ways to make the bulls wilder. Old Thomas passionately reminisced about the various dangers he faced in his youth, but seeing the expressions of Sean and the two uncles, Chin Honkai knew these stories had been told by old Thomas repeatedly for decades. Since he had been accepted by this family, Chin Honkai revealed a bit of his identity, allowing them to remember his face. This place would also become another home for him. The men of the Mu family then realized that the smiling man before them, who was so bold, was actually the champion of this year's Austin bull riding competition and was going to participate in the upcoming National Bull Riding Championship Finals in Las Vegas. Mark and West immediately showed expressions of intense envy. Although the family had a tradition of raising bulls for bull riding, The two brothers knew how to feed and raise the bulls, but did not know how to stay on the bull's back without falling off. Chapter 239. The beginning and end of the warehouse battle that night. After releasing the exhausted Nancy, who had fallen into a deep sleep, Chin Honkai walked to the window, opened it slightly, and 5 thumb-sized gold essence puppets flew into his hand. The little white in the void silently merged into the beast's space. When he had refined the gold essence at the Pakakamic Temple, he had only considered it as a reserve material for future sword forging. At that time, inspired by the puppet technique in his mind, he whimsically cut out over 100 small squares, inscribed a large number of magic arrays on them, and made them into gold essence puppets, with the assistance of Little White and Little Green. Each gold essence puppet was equipped with a large amount of lunar essence as operational power. If not engaged in battle, the gold essence puppets could operate for a year without any replenishment. If fighting was required, depending on the intensity, usually sustaining for a month was not a problem. The gold essence puppets were inscribed with gathering spirit arrays, allowing them to absorb lunar essence at night to replenish energy. As long as they did not exhaust their energy on the spot, each gold essence puppet could last a very long time. The gold essence puppets could transform into various characters according to Chin Honkai's imagination. The previous Jean brothers, 20 cowboys, and even the Chin Honkai appearing at Oak Farm were all transformations of the gold essence puppets. When the time came to collect them, no one could find where they had gone. Chapter 240. When the DEA speaks, the CIA laughs the next morning. Major media outlets across America focused their reports on the standoff in Blanco County, Texas, and a large-scale armed conflict. Yes, the media is using the term battle, even though this fight has reached the intensity of small war. As a result, the vast majority of Americans are focusing their attention on this more explosive and thrilling battle. Moreover, the incident at Stone Mountain, although it had some twists and turns, has come to a relatively satisfactory conclusion, hasn't it? Those media personnel who rushed from the standoff scene to capture the battle were overjoyed, as it was an unexpected windfall. The footage they captured on-site was enough to make their media outlets popular across America. A non-gunfight standoff with cowboys can't compare to heavy machine guns and RPGs firing at each other, because they arrived early at the scene and obtained first-hand information. Those who weren't afraid to take risks captured more details, especially the reporters carrying drones, even though many drones were destroyed during the battle. Some small drones that went unnoticed by both sides managed to penetrate the battlefield and capture scenes that would excite everyone. Chapter 241. The battle at Las Vegas racetrack. If you only have a few bucks left, maybe you can try to experience the thrill of a comeback here. If you were once a millionaire, you can also experience the carefree life of a street wanderer here. For Las Vegas, what impresses Chin Hank the most are the world-renowned casinos and the extravagant wild nights. The Las Vegas airport is not far from the city center and even closer to the Las Vegas Strip, where Chin Hank is going to stay. It took only about 20 minutes by the Bellagio's car service from the airport to the hotel. Chin Hank has plenty of money in his pocket now, so there's no need to compromise. He checked into the famous Bellagio Hotel on the Las Vegas Strip, as one of the top 3 hotels in Las Vegas. The Bellagio is usually well known for its musical fountain in front of the entrance. Since he arrived in the afternoon, Chin Hank first went to the hotel's famous buffet for lunch, not rushing to the renowned casino, since he has plenty of time and opportunity staying there. He strolled out of the hotel to the Las Vegas Strip. It said that Las Vegas is only crowded at night, but in Chin Hank's view, there are quite a few people during the day. Chapter 242. The master is attacked. Chin Hank spent the entire afternoon in the stable, watching Dana adjust the condition of 2 horses, and he also saw Tommy and George warming up on horseback. It was clear that both Tommy and George were very skilled riders, and their horses matched them well, especially George, who might seem like a chatterbox off the horse. But once he was on the horse, his focused expression revealed that he was an excellent rider. In just a few days, he had developed a strong rapport with a horse named Petal. According to Dana, this bond was built through several days of eating and living together, proving his love for the sport. He retrieved his rodeo competition gear from Austin, as he didn't have time to pick it up when he left, so he had Carter bring it over. That evening, Chin Hank treated the 6 members of the racing team to a fine French meal at the Paris Hotel under the small Eiffel Tower, wishing them well for the upcoming race. He noticed that Dana and the 2 riders adapted well to this French dining style, likely having encountered it before. However, Carter and the 2 cowboys, used to the rough style of Texas, felt somewhat constrained in this environment and thought the portions were a bit small. Chapter 243. The girl from Columbia Cheen Hank supported Elena as they entered the elevator, and their combination looked perfectly normal. The elevator was filled with similar pairs, even with a woman being supported by two people. Her messy hair covered her face, and if it weren't for the rising and falling of her tank top, one might doubt whether she was still alive. However, looking at the coat wrapped around her waist, one could guess that she had been scared to the point of wetting herself. Cheen Hank could stand tall to prove that he was not the one responsible for this. I wonder if those who often play under the bungee machine ever feel like it's raining inexplicably from above. Yes, that's right, referring to these people. The real, artificial rain. Thus, the messy hair covering her face was just to hide her embarrassment. Since the elevator was crowded, Cheen Hank and Elena did not talk. It wasn't until they exited the Cloud Hotel and found a coffee shop by the roadside that they sat down after gently placing Elena in a chair. Holding their coffees, they took a few sips and sighed deeply. It seemed that Elena had finally returned to her senses after being 350 meters high. I really don't know how to thank you. I was so scared at that moment. Chapter 244. The O Show by Cirque du Soleil. The O Show at the Bellagio is one of the only water shows by Cirque du Soleil and is performed exclusively at the Bellagio. Just the various props created for this show cost over $90 million, making it difficult to replicate elsewhere due to the high costs. Cheen Hank took Elena from the opulent hotel lobby into the hotel interior. Elena stared at the iconic glass flowers on the ceiling for a long time, and when they passed through the famous garden in the lobby, she couldn't help but stop for a moment. The garden's theme this season was the Animal Kingdom, featuring several vividly painted tiger sculptures displayed among various flowers. They didn't look very realistic, and some even appeared somewhat comical. Perhaps they were worried that overly realistic sculptures might scare children. Not to mention Cheen Hank's own black tyrant, whose arrogant nature means that apart from Cheen Hank, anyone who gets close has to measure up to it, known as the Overlord of Oak Farm. One time, this fierce horse unexpectedly encountered Cheen Hank with his battle-ready white, and it was so frightened it lost control. The majesty of tigers is not just talk. In the jungle, even elephants have to be wary of tigers. Chapter 245. The record of Gail's first opening. So what Elena saw after getting up was a dining table in the suite filled with covered plates. All the dishes were covered with thermal lids to ensure that the guests could enjoy them at the best temperature. By the time Elena finished washing up, she was wearing a jade pendant necklace around her neck and lazily told Cheen Hank, "Darling, you're the first person to open the window to my soul, giving me a brand new life experience." Cheen Hank smiled and leaned in to give her a good afternoon kiss, the flawless pure aura proving she was not lying. Sitting at the dining table, Cheen Hank removed all the thermal lids, revealing a feast made entirely of a whole golden white truffle. The fragrant truffle feast opened Elena's appetite, and she praised all the dishes, especially the truffles, declaring them the best she had ever tasted in her life. As a student of hotel management, Elena's evaluation of the Bellagio has reached a new level. She believes that as one of the top hotels in Las Vegas, the ingredients used here are top-notch. The time after lunch was quite pleasant, after a bit of light exercise to aid digestion. Elena couldn't resist her mental and physical fatigue and went back to the bedroom for a deep sleep. Chapter 246. I mean, everyone here is trash in the yard of a villa in Houston. Edward focused and calmed himself for a moment before suddenly shouting and striking a wooden stick the thickness of an arm with a punch, causing it to break with a sound. Looking at the back of Edward's hand, there was not a single red mark. Applause and cheers erupted around him, coming from Minak and 10 hired disciples. Congratulations, senior brother, on mastering the technique and integrating true energy to protect your body. Minak sincerely stepped forward to congratulate him. He had mastered this technique just a day earlier, so Edward's timely grasp of it relieved him. After all, the Texas branch of the Kung Fu Association needed Edward to oversee the situation. He was the financial backer. If the branch leader couldn't achieve anything, it would raise questions about the development of the Kung Fu Association in America. Several disciples promptly stepped forward, enviously tossing aside the broken stick and replacing it with another stick of similar thickness from box. These sticks were not ordinary, but made of high-density ironwood, so even nails couldn't penetrate them. In the eyes of these disciples, Edward and Minak had suddenly shifted from merely performing flashy routines to a more serious style. Chapter 247. Edward doesn't mind playing with you facing hundreds of fighting enthusiasts. Edward was fearless and boldly declared, "You can call out all the fighting experts you know. Edward, don't mind playing with you. If I win, You must acknowledge that Kung Fu is the strongest. I, Edward, love to challenge those who think they are exceptionally strong. Just remember, I am Edward, who practices Kung Fu. Edward felt a sense of exhilaration saying this. When he chose the Chinese name Yi Liangchen, he had no idea how much he would love it upon hearing those words. It felt tailor-made for him. And today, he finally had the opportunity to say it out loud. He even recalled a line from a Chinese song. After waiting for so long, I finally wait for today. After dreaming for so long, I finally realized my dream. Standing on the stage, Edward spread his arms, eyes slightly closed, looking up at the sky with arrogance and swagger. His words nearly made the entire audience blush. There were many arrogant people in the fighting world, but this level of arrogance was unprecedented. Why almost the entire audience? Because aside from the jubilant reporters filming everywhere, there was a group of white people in training uniforms or monk robes sitting in a corner of the venue. Chapter 248. Next, initially, most of the cameras were aimed at Minak and Edward's group in the stands. When Minak spoke those words, the reporters realized they had missed the previous news about the battle between the SAS federal police and flower dealers. But today, they would surely have the headline about the Kung Fu challenge against all fighting styles in America, and they focused intently on adjusting their cameras for the best angles. My senior brother asked me to tell everyone, starting today, the Texas branch of the Chinese Kung Fu Association will accept challenges from all fighting styles in the world, except for Chinese Kung Fu, regardless of rank or weight, for a period of 3 months. The audience stood up, applauding and cheering. They hadn't expected to come just out of interest in fighting and encounter such explosive news. Minak's words also instantly stirred the other fighting styles present. This was no longer just a matter of starting a round of ridicule. It was a direct confrontation. Some people had already begun lining up at the podium to sign up for the octagon, and occasionally, fighters passing by Edward's group made throat-cutting gestures. However, some in the audience began to calm down, including Wallace, the origin of the conflict. Chapter 249. Launching a rocket called Kung Fu. Chin Hank watched as the rose petals crossed the finish line with a lead of 1.5 miles over the second place. George, excited, looked as if he was radiating light, spreading his arms on horseback as if embracing the cheers coming toward him. Just as Chin Hank was about to walk over to congratulate him, his phone vibrated several times. When he took it out, it was still vibrating continuously. Upon opening it, he found a series of photos sent by Edward. In the photos Edward sent, Jean Waya stood coldly in the center of the octagon, surrounded by opponents lying in various positions on the ground. At the end of the message, Edward attached a link to an ESPN video news segment and other news links. The video was titled "A Rocket Called Kung Fu Launched Over Houston." The female news anchor from ESPN, with an exaggerated expression and speed, told the audience that from today, Kung Fu had come from comics and movies into reality. On a small screen beside her was Jean Waya in the octagon, calmly knocking all his opponents into the octagon's wire mesh with a single palm strike, then nonchalantly calling for the next challenger. Chapter 250. The show begins. The lingering excitement continued into the afternoon of the second day, with Elena once again unable to move. Leaving the girl at the hotel, Chin Hank lugged a suitcase that looked the part and joined a group of people, taking several cars to South Point Arena. South Point Arena is located on Happy Avenue, not too far from Las Vegas Boulevard, making it easy for tourists visiting Las Vegas to reach. This venue has been the site of the annual finals of the bull riding competition for years, so cowboy elements are everywhere. After signing in at the entrance, they entered the contestants' preparation area. The audience seats were empty because the competition would take place in the evening, which is the prime competition time in Las Vegas. This final competition had 10 contestants from North and South America vying for the title. These were winners from major bull riding competitions across North America. Since only the best cowboys could participate in the finals, the contestants would be favored by various brands when competing at South Point Arena. Outstanding contestants often receive more attention and investment from brands. The array of logos on their outfits indicates how popular they are, and through the finals, businesses can assess the commercial value of the contestants and whether they are worth investing in further. Chapter 251. Happy America. For this competition, Chin Hank was relaxed, treating it as if he were watching his own horse win a championship, while also participating in the bull riding competition for some pocket money, adding a heavyweight championship to his public persona. For some groups, a pair of cowboy pants winning the bull riding championship is great, very impressive, and the young man should keep it up. But if a billionaire were to win the bull riding finals, it would mean something extraordinary. Generally, you would hear comments like, "Your courage and perseverance are admirable. Your brilliance cannot be overshadowed in any field." A strong man and a strong man backed by immense wealth receive completely different treatment. Therefore, Chin Hank is willing to take the time for a trip, especially since different places offer different scenery. It's like opening a blind box. You never know what you might gain. Elena, fantastic. As they spoke, the first cowboy took the stage, coincidentally riding the bull that was at the scene of an old friend's accident. "Handsome, you're going to enjoy VIP treatment from the start. Recently, he has already shown a crazy accident scene, and he cannot appear listless in the finals." Chapter 252, Las Vegas Specialty Industry Dining with the beautiful Elena at the romantic Eiffel Tower restaurant. Chin Hank discovered that the convenience of staying in a top-tier hotel suite is not something an ordinary hotel can provide, not to mention the little things. But any place in Las Vegas that one wishes to book can be reserved through the suite concierge, enjoying the VIP treatment. Even the best view of the Eiffel Tower restaurant was reserved by Chin Hank through the suite concierge, eliminating the need to queue or choose seats. Everything was arranged perfectly. Of course, Chin Hank tipped generously, no less than 5,000, deserving of the best service level from the suite concierge. Elena elegantly placed a piece of lobster meat into her mouth, her eyes gazing at the dazzling Las Vegas night scene, then looking affectionately at Chin Hank. "Darling, I feel like Cinderella suddenly wearing glass slippers." "No, sweetheart, you must believe you deserve all of this." The two enjoyed their meal while chatting, listening to Elena express her joyful feelings. In the past 2 days of deep communication with Chin Hank, she also shared her family situation with him. Chapter 253, Morning to hear the Tao, evening to die. Seeing everyone respond with a yes, the dealer reiterated the rules of the game. This gambling session is based on a principal amount of 100 million, with no upper limit. Once you lose all your money, you can leave the table. You cannot leave the table midway without the consent of more than half of the participants. Additional funds can be added midway, but the wait time cannot exceed 20 minutes. Every hour, there will be a 10-minute break. I believe everyone is familiar with the details of betting from the Gambling God movies, so I won't elaborate. For those who frequently visit Macau and Las Vegas, they probably know how to bet even in their dreams. Let's talk about Chin Hank's method. Although he came to win money, Chin Hank didn't make it too obvious. His strategy was to win big and lose big. Several times, just when it seemed he was about to lose all his chips, he managed to win them back. This repeated several times, and in the eyes of other gamblers, this reckless young man was relying on a bit of luck. Otherwise, he would have left the table long ago. Soon, over 300 million in chips were piled up in front of Chin Hank. The first to give up was an old white man. After clearing his 100 million principal, he staggered away from the table. The old man was wise and rational. However, after leaving the table, 2 of the most voluptuous women from the side stood up to support him. Chapter 254, Charles Watanabe's dream. Chin Hank wrapped his arms around Elena's soft waist, merging into the crowd on the street at the entrance of the MGM Grand Hotel. His senses scanned, and he noticed 2 Asian individuals in casual attire quietly following behind them. Chin Hank merely glanced back slightly, and the 2 obediently followed at his side. The Las Vegas Strip is filled with crowds and noisy places, but there are also secluded and quiet alleys. Behind a tall wall, Chin Hank learned about the other party situation. Charles Watanabe, a descendant of the Foot Basin Chicken, greatly benefited from the trade between Foot Basin Chicken and America, and had an unclear relationship with the Foot Basin Black Society. He owned a chain of sushi restaurants across the United States and dozens of businesses, with assets in the billions. According to the 2 individuals, a significant portion of Watanabe's real funding comes from gray industries, including various smuggling of goods, illegally bringing people from the Foot Basin to make movies, and corresponding derivative traditional industries of the Foot Basin. Indeed, like the name of the country, the Foot Basin Chicken is supplied by Watanabe among the practitioners in Las Vegas. Very well, possessing such rich resources yet still coveting my woman, extracting the soul. Chin Hank contributed 2 foolish, homeless individuals to the streets of Las Vegas, allowing himself to master a language called Foot Basin talk. Chapter 255, Twins from the Foot Basin. Watanabe casually grabbed a pillow and held it against the gun's muzzle. He fired a shot at Chin Hank's thigh. Watanabe's words must be obeyed. Just as Watanabe's words were not finished, he noticed a flattened bullet rolling on the floor. His entire head buzzed, nearly stopping its function. Just when Watanabe was kneeling there in shock and hadn't reacted yet, the twins on the mat finally moved to a suitable position, both standing up and crashing into Watanabe. Still in shock, Watanabe was caught off guard. He fell to the floor, and his gun slid far away. This startled Watanabe even more, and he frantically shouted, "Suzuki Furukawa, come help me," while rolling toward the gun that had slid far away. The two battered women hiding in the corner did not move, only looking at Watanabe with complex expressions. Watanabe, who rushed out, did not manage to reach the gun as a powerful foot firmly pressed him down. "You're quite bothersome." Chin Hank looked down at Watanabe, applying a little pressure to render him unable to move. Chapter 256, Shakira in Spain. The next morning, Chin Hank took Elena to the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. In the car, Elena received a video call from her sister Shakira, who was enjoying the afternoon in Spain. From a video, it was clear that Elena was sitting in the back seat of a car, and Shakira, smiling, guessed that Elena must have a boyfriend. Despite Elena's numerous evasions, she couldn't fool Shakira and had to turn the phone to face Chin Hank, inserting a Bluetooth earpiece in his ear. As the phone screen turned, Chin Hank saw a fashionable lady who resembled Elena but matched the letters of the necklace around her neck. It was evident that Shakira was sitting by the roadside, with a beautiful scenery behind her. Shakira is truly a gem. Not only does she have looks, but also a great figure, making her a favorite among precious metals. Lao Chin smiled and greeted Shakira. "Wow, I can't believe our Elena actually found a Chinese boyfriend." Shakira across the table looked surprised as she stared at the camera. "Shakira, hello, Imkin, Elena's boyfriend." Chin Hank communicated with Shakira in Spanish. Chapter 257, Elena's roommate far away in Los Angeles. Lawrence received news from Chin Hank, discovering that the man she was serving had actually acquired a large chain company. While being astonished, she quickly took action. Lawrence had always been a girl who acted on her words, and soon, based on the complete documents provided by Chin Hank, she transferred the ownership of the company. Within just a few hours, she assembled a 10-person review team to head to the headquarters of Red Eye Bear Sushi to take control of the relevant departments for a comprehensive audit. During the process, Chin Hank would inject some funds into the company to maintain its operations, and after the audit was completed, he would reorganize the personnel structure, resulting in a well-functioning enterprise. After handling the sushi restaurant's affairs, it was nearing noon. The car appeared again under Elena's apartment building, and after asking the driver to wait in a nearby parking lot, Chin Hank stood beside the building for a short while. Elena returned with a large bag on her back, and upon seeing the familiar figure under the tree, she happily ran over and hugged Chin Hank from behind. "Darling, why are you here again? I came to bring you some little things." Chapter 258, a brand new version as a hotel school catering to many luxury hotels in Las Vegas. The dining experience here is exceptionally high, as there are students aspiring to become executive chefs undergoing culinary internships. Therefore, the restaurant here is not inferior to any outside restaurant. During the meal, Elena realized how high the limit of the credit card Chin Hank had given her was. With this, her college life would be very pleasant. If it weren't in the restaurant, Elena would have wanted to pounce on Chin Hank and bite him a couple of times to express her excitement. Just like a cougar in the jungle who wants to tear something apart when excited. After dropping Elena off at her apartment, he took the Bentley back to the Bellagio. In another suite here, two lost lambs were waiting to be saved. When the suite door opened, the two girls bounced up like little rabbits. Looking at the entrance with suspicion, they relaxed only when they saw Chin Hank, already changed into a new dress, looking more mature than their previous JK uniforms. The two bowed to Chin Hank together. Chin sang, "Welcome back." Chapter 259, a demon like Shoto Tamamo. As this voice rang out, the warehouse door was pushed open, and a man with an Eastern face dressed in a suit, but wearing a cowboy hat walked out. This man approached aggressively and kicked the door of the driver's seat. "Shinya Ichiro, why aren't you getting out? Are you waiting to be cut open?" The driver, Shinya Ichiro, suddenly turned his head, causing the cowboy hat to step back in fear. He saw that there was no focus in Shinya Ichiro's eyes, looking completely lifeless. Just as he was about to shout, four figures emerged from the back compartment and pinned him down, their dirty fingers thrusting into his mouth until they reached his throat, gripping his face without fear of being bitten. The shout he intended to make turned into a whimper and gagging sound. As the car door was pulled open, he saw the pair of twins he was looking for getting out behind a young man. Shinya Ichiro obediently followed behind him. Shinya Ichiro pushed the warehouse wide open, revealing the scene inside to Chin Hank. The once spacious warehouse was filled with cages as tall as a person. Moans and faint cries echoed from within the cages. Chapter 260. Surviving because of a focused love for foot basins. Listening to the two men's account, Hayano Sana and Hayano Karina could no longer control themselves and began to cry. It turned out that their parents had been burned alive along with their house on the night they were abducted. According to the two men's testimony, the gang that assisted in abducting the twins was a small gang called the Chrysanthemum Group. They had their sights set on the target, with members of the Chrysanthemum Group accompanying them to abduct people, sending them to the docks, and then transporting them to a transfer ship on the high seas via cargo ships or fishing boats. From these people's testimonies, it seemed that this group hadn't done anything good while with the foot basin. However, there's a saying, what is poison to one is honey to another. Is it really a disaster to harm the foot basin people? However, Chin Hank needed to identify the scope of these people's actions, whether they were limited to the foot basin or posed a threat to the Chinese people. If it only harmed the foot basin, then he could consider punishing the main offenders without punishing the accomplices, letting them off the hook. After all, with so many injustices, how could one manage them all? If it threatened the Chinese people, then Chin Hank would let the light of righteousness shine on the land. And the one most aware of these matters was Yamashita. Chapter 261. The experience of booking a restaurant in the evening. Chin Hank arrived at the Hara Hotel School in a stretched Lincoln from the Bellagio. There were more people today, so a spacious car was needed. Watching beautiful girls and handsome guys leave the school apartment in luxurious cars, Chin Hank, dressed in a suit, didn't seem out of place at all. In Elena's dormitory, the three girls had already changed into evening dresses. It was clear that they had put a lot of effort into their appearance. However, Chin Hank could see that the three of them were in completely different states. Elena was simply happy. Her boyfriend's thoughtful arrangements made her feel the warmth she had never experienced from her roommates before. She was wearing a high-end dress that Chin Hank had bought for her at a luxury store. The beautiful dress, paired with her tall figure, looked stunning. Jane, the typical American girl, wore a red short skirt, generously showing off her skin, belonging to a family that was comfortably well off. Seeing Chin Hank enter, she cheerfully came over to greet him, appearing to be rather naive. As for Yelena, the Ukrainian girl seemed to have some thoughts. Her black evening dress didn't seem to fit particularly well, likely rented or borrowed from somewhere. Chapter 262 is the opportunity for foundation laying in Area 51. In the end, seeing that Chin Hank had no intention of staying overnight, Jane and Yelena reluctantly said their goodbyes. Chin Hank let the driver take them directly back to the hotel apartment. Tonight, he didn't have time to entertain the two women. He first let Elena fall into a deep sleep from exhaustion before quietly leaving the Bellagio. He didn't take a taxi or ask the hotel for a ride. Instead, he walked directly into the desert near Las Vegas. After a few days of recuperation, he was ready for another advancement. In the desolate desert wilderness, Chin Hank strode into a valley. He cast a few jade talismans to create a concealment array, then revealed his form. He simultaneously summoned Shao Qing and Shao Bai. Due to the need to refine the spiritual crystal, the positions of the two spirit pets had changed slightly, transforming from the original pattern of left green dragon and right white tiger to the green dragon coiling around his waist and the white tiger over his shoulder. Chin Hank took out a jade lotus seat from his sleeve, which he had carved from a large piece of jade found among the stones in the Pakakamic temple. With the improvement of his cultivation, practicing in the city would create more noise and be less discreet. Chapter 263. Obstructed treasure hunt. The wind howled past his ears as Chin Hank raced across the rocky and sandy Nevada desert in Gobi. Behind him were occasional shrubs and cacti, and in front of him was a semi-transparent small sword, its tip pointing firmly in one direction. After advancing in his cultivation, the magic power within him surged, allowing him to cover dozens of meters with just one step. Chin Hank had reviewed the data and knew that Area 51 was located 130 kilometers northwest of Las Vegas, rumored worldwide to be a base for the U.S. to research aliens. In recent years, declassifications revealed it to be merely a secret military technology research base. However, what didn't matter. What was important was that there was an opportunity for Chin Hank to advance his foundation there. At the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining, he just needed this opportunity to soar straight up to the azure sky. So regardless of what was there, he had to give it a try. The distance of over 100 kilometers would take him only a few dozen minutes with his current strength. Ahead, a continuous barbed wire fence appeared, adorned with numerous warning signs. looking at the small sword before him. Its tip remained steadfastly pointed forward. Out of caution for the unknown, Qin Hank ran around the fence for most of the circle. Chapter 264. Paragliding and wingsuit flying. Half an hour later, Qin Hank returned to the suite at the Bellagio. By this time, the sky was already brightening. He crawled into bed, holding the fragrant Elena in his arms, his mind still racing with thoughts on how to solve the problem. Seemingly sensing Qin Hank's body heat, Elena nestled closer, wriggling into his embrace to find a comfortable angle to continue her sweet sleep. Qin Hank held the beauty, his thoughts wandering. If he weren't unable to withstand the void environment, letting Xiaobai go in would have been the most suitable choice. But now he had to find another way. It seemed that paragliding and wingsuit flying were the most effective methods. In this technological society, the mundane world also had many merits. After making up his mind, Qin Hank held Elena and took a short nap. When the sun just began to rise, Elena woke up, having slept deeply, so she was well rested. With good spirits and a good state, of course, she wanted to have a hearty breakfast with Qin Hank. For health reasons, the food mainly consisted of high-quality protein. It must be said that the dining options at the Bellagio were quite abundant, and Elena kept eating until her stomach felt bloated. If she ate any more, she wouldn't be able to attend class in the morning and would have to lie there to digest. Chapter 265. Honey Treasure Cross demonstrated flying for Qin Hank 3 times in a row, and a hint of fatigue appeared on his face. Qin Hank eagerly asked him for advice on maintaining balance in the air and inquired about ordering wingsuit flying outfits. Seeing that Qin Hank did not force him to continue performing, Cross sighed in relief. Each flight required intense concentration, and today's 3 flights had already pushed him to his limit. If he flew any longer, he might risk his life. Therefore, while carefully explaining some precautions during flight to Qin Hank, he also taught him some basic training moves. However, Cross emphasized that to become a wingsuit flying athlete, one must first obtain the relevant parachuting certifications. Then, one would need at least 3 more years of practice to truly become a wingsuit flying athlete. Finally, he gave Qin Hank the contact information for the world-renowned wingsuit equipment manufacturer, Birdman, and requested an expedited order for 2 wingsuits. With Cross's help, he provided the necessary parameters and data to the other party to ensure the outfits would be made within 3 days. Qin Hank used his cash abilities to pay double the price. Chapter 266. A complete retreat from Chinatown in Los Angeles. Chinatown. A large group of Southeast Asians mixed with African Americans stormed into a Chinese restaurant, wielding metal baseball bats and steel pipes without a word, and began smashing. Several customers, sensing trouble, rushed outside, followed by the sounds of shattering glass and porcelain. A few waiters could only scream and hide in the kitchen, while a group of chefs, holding knives and large iron spoons, gritted their teeth as they watched the dining area being smashed to pieces, yet none dared to rush out. After the Southeast Asians smashed everything outside, they did not leave, but continued to smash all the glass windows between the restaurant and the kitchen. Watching the chefs and waiters huddled together inside, a dark-skinned man came over, peered into the kitchen, and contemptuously tapped the doorframe with his baseball bat, arrogantly declaring, "Mr. Ruan has spoken. You have 1 week to leave Chinatown. Otherwise, next time it won't just be baseball bats." After this group left, it took a long time for the Los Angeles police, sirens blaring, to arrive. 2 officers entered, asked a few questions, and surveyed the surrounding shattered environment. Impatiently, they pointed at the chefs in the kitchen and warned loudly, "You gang members better behave. Don't let us catch you with anything, or the prison will be more than happy to see us send people in." Chapter 267. Jane's anticipation. The atmosphere in Las Vegas has been a bit tense these past few days. Armored military vehicles appeared on the streets of Las Vegas, and several armed helicopters circled the area, with fighter jets occasionally flying overhead. It was said that someone had trespassed into the military-restricted area of Area 51, but had not been caught on the spot, which was quite miraculous. However, the citizens of Las Vegas were not concerned about this. Aliens had been landing in Area 51 for many years, and everyone was still living their own lives, with some even earning a little tip from stories about aliens. Those American soldiers in the armored vehicles, if not supervised, would surely slip into various casinos and red light districts to disappear. For the people of Las Vegas, there is more excitement about another piece of news. The MGM Casino organized an unprecedented high-stakes gambling event, with the total chips on the table calculated to exceed $1.2 billion. It is said that one guest won it all, creating a legend of sudden wealth in Las Vegas. However, The news never mentions that the minimum chip on the table had to be 100 million US dollars. Due to the excitement of this news, casinos of all sizes in Las Vegas are crowded with people, each thinking they might be the next lucky billionaire. Chapter 268, Another Meaning of Flight in Recent Days. Gene Hank's life has been very regular, with skydiving and Elena alternating. However, every time he thinks about the unknown detection technology in Area 51, his heart is filled with restlessness. He longs to find someone to talk to and express his deep emotions. Although entry to that area is still not possible, there's been significant progress in other aspects, and he believes that obtaining the treasure for advancement is just around the corner. In skydiving, Spiel has been thoroughly impressed by him. Independent skydiving has become completely effortless, and under the accompanying financial support, he has been issued a skydiving certificate. That morning, while studying wingsuit flying knowledge with Cross, he suddenly received a call informing him that his wingsuit had been delivered to the Bellagio. Gene Hank immediately called the suite's butler to send the wingsuit to the skydiving airport. He plans to practice the knowledge he learned a couple of days ago today, since carrying a parachute doesn't pose much danger. In fact, this skydiving site has received significant attention from American soldiers over the past few days, with inspections conducted more than once. However, everyone's identity is clear. Even though Gene Hank is a student, as a billionaire, it is entirely reasonable for him to send his racehorse to compete in Las Vegas, participate in bull riding, and enjoy a few days here. Chapter 269, Heaven helps in the top suite of the Bellagio. Gene Hank sits cross-legged on a jade mat, holding a residual spirit crystal in his hand. Maintaining a training posture with the left azure dragon and right white tiger, he bathes in the bright moonlight. With the assistance of the white mist from the beast-taming space on Xiao Bai's side, most of the liquefied magical power in his dantian has been compressed again, gradually feeling a bit viscous. This is before reaching the foundational building stage. The magical power has already begun to transform towards golden elixir. When all the magical power condenses into a primordial golden elixir, he will officially reach the golden elixir stage where his fate is determined by himself, not by heaven. However, that realm is still far away. The most pressing matter now is to quickly obtain the treasure from Area 51 that can help Gene Hank advance to the foundational building stage. Tonight will be his time to try again. After several days of searching without results, the vigilance in Area 51 has gradually relaxed. The fighter jets that used to fly erratically in the sky have returned to their hangars, with only a few armed helicopters still tirelessly flying around. Therefore, Gene Hank intends to use the spirit crystal to refill the compressed magical power in his dantian. Just as the magical power in his dantian begins to overflow again, a few flashes of lightning suddenly streak across the distant sky. Chapter 270, Deep into Area 51. Good evening, Colonel John. When this colonel, with a serious expression, swiped his identification card to open an electronic blast door, the two soldiers behind the door immediately saluted and greeted him. Colonel John responded indifferently and walked in until his figure turned around a corner and disappeared. Behind him, the two soldiers whispered, "Oh, it seems Lieutenant Tracy didn't satisfy the colonel today. Just look at his face. God, even such a sexy Lieutenant Tracy couldn't please him? Maybe only Major Catherine can satisfy the colonel." Expressionless, Colonel John swiped through several doors, arriving in front of an elevator amidst the soldiers' greetings. After the guard at the elevator performed the usual greeting, he directed Colonel John, "Colonel John, please verify your palm print." "Here." The colonel took off his right glove and pressed it on the elevator's touchscreen, pressing a floor button with his left hand. The elevator emitted a mechanical electronic voice. "Colonel John, welcome aboard. The elevator will go to level -5. With a dull mechanical sound, the heavy elevator door opened, and Colonel John stepped into the elevator, which could accommodate an armored vehicle. Chapter 271, Foundation, Building Calamity Thunder. Colonel John tossed all the pyrite on the ground back into the box, leaving one on the ground, then nailed the lid back on. He used a forklift to lift the box back onto the shelf. Then he circled around and pried open a small box in the corner, which stored a full load of crystal stones. Just like before, Colonel John took out the crystal stones one by one, and during the process, a crystal stone with red stripes suddenly disappeared. Colonel John left one crystal stone outside again. Finally, he held two pieces of ore in front of the camera. "Soldier, this is what I need." "Okay, Colonel John, please remember to submit a written application to Brigadier General Demas during the day." Colonel John exited the warehouse, and the armored door behind him locked with a click. At the entrance of the warehouse, Colonel John put on all his gear again and drove back to his office. Upon returning to his office, he tossed the two pieces of or onto a corner table, unfastened his military uniform, and returned to his desk, resuming his previous appearance. At that moment, the female officer named Tracy slowly woke up, and upon opening her eyes, she saw Colonel John still diligently working. "Oh, damn it, you found me." "Yes. I like this rough working style. Come on, honey." Chapter 272, Dying Happily, is also a blessing surrounded by colorful shields. Cheen Hank seemed unbreakable. However, the golden calamity thunder in mid-air descended upon him in an instant. The layers of protective armor were easily torn apart like paper. Without protection, Cheen Hank was struck by 3 bolts of calamity thunder, collapsing into the deeper pit, with a faint scent of cooked meat wafting from his body. The red patterns enveloping him also grew dim, with some areas even showing signs of near fracture. Feeling that he was on the brink of death, Cheen Hank murmured to himself, "It's actually the 6th thunder calamity." He looked up at the sky with vacant eyes, only to find that the thick calamity clouds showed no sign of dissipating, and within the calamity clouds, 3 points of golden light flickered. Here it comes again. Cheen Hank was terrified, realizing that heaven was so favoring him, using the highest level 9 thunder calamity to pamper him. Originally feeling that he was close to perishing, Cheen Hank suddenly found an unknown strength, jumping up and sitting cross-legged. All the spiritual crystals around him melted completely, crazily rushing into his body, repairing the damaged meridians while once again reinforcing all the defenses he could think of around his body. Chapter 273, Great Exploration of Area 51. Taking advantage of the storm, everything around was still in chaos. Cheen Hank looked at the suddenly opened large holes on the base's ground, casually chose one, and rushed into the chaotic underground base again. That instinctive, uncontrollable curiosity from biological instincts. Well, let's just go with the flow. The underground base was slightly better than the surface. Apart from the fact that all the passages were wide open due to the power outage on the 3 upper floors, there was only the tragic scene of soldiers lost in hallucinations shooting at each other. Additionally, the number of those who were killed by the sound of lightning wasn't too many, adding up to only a few hundred. Counting the soldiers moaning in pain all over the ground, that number would increase several times. The most severe situation was on the 3rd underground level, where a rocket launcher vehicle was activated, directly collapsing 7 or 8 tunnels and 2 or 3 warehouses. Looking at the pocket dimension that had expanded to the size of a basketball court, since he was here, he might as well take something with him. After all, with today's chaos, it was also a headless case. Along the way, Cheen Hank was also curious to know if the Area 51 reported in the news was indeed a base where America was researching aliens. He quickly made a round of the open underground levels. Now, Cheen Hank could float in the air and quickly cover a radius of dozens of kilometers. Chapter 274, The Basin, also known as Fusang. When Cheen Hank entered the suite holding a large bottle of Ice Queen, Hayano-sana and Hayano-kumi were quite surprised. "Cheen-chan, you've worked hard, welcome back." The 2 little heads knelt on the ground and deeply bowed. They always thought this place belonged to Cheen Hank, and after he brought them back to this luxurious suite, he hadn't appeared for several days. This made them think that Cheen Hank had forgotten about them. But every day, when the suite's butler brought someone to serve, he would also bring a maid who understood the language of the basin to convey Cheen-chan's greetings. At the same time, she would intentionally or unintentionally teach them how to make their man happy as women. A few days ago, the sisters had hugged and cried together. Half of it was due to missing their deceased family, and the other half was lamenting their own backgrounds, feeling abandoned by the world. Until today, the 2 sisters made up their minds to face reality. It was Cheen-chan who helped them get revenge, and they wanted to serve him for a lifetime to repay him. Since they could only follow Cheen-chan, they would hold on to him tightly like a dodder flower. For a man as divine as this, as long as he didn't fall, the sisters could forever bask in his glory. Chapter 275, Annual Review of Plant Biology. Everything that happened in Area 51 was completely sealed off by the American military. The loss of a batch of arms and heavy bombs was also covered up due to the damage caused by lightning strikes at the entire base. They didn't want to add trouble for the supreme leader playing the role of the returning king. After a chaotic situation, Area 51 ruled out the possibility of being attacked militarily. As for everything that happened on the runway, no one knew. Area 51 took the opportunity to apply for a large sum of money for repairing the runway and various military facilities. Everything that happened was attributed to bizarre natural disasters, mysterious lightning strikes, and the mysterious flames that burned down the entire biological research lab, becoming part of the unknown secret files of Area 51. Since the streets outside were still submerged by heavy rain and hadn't fully recovered, Chi and Hank didn't take Sana and Kumi out to play. They spent the afternoon playing at the Bellagio Casino. In Las Vegas, what was most abundant were beautiful women from all over the world. As long as you had money, you could enjoy whatever you wanted. The two sisters, shouting and cheering in front of various slot machines and gambling tables like other ordinary gamblers, didn't attract too much attention. Chi and Hank lingered in Las Vegas for another 2 days, comforting Elena, the sunny and cheerful Colombian girl. Chapter 276. Attention from Fable. Chi and Hank just glanced at him, and the man turned around and ran away, stripping off his clothes as he ran and embracing a tree by the roadside. Now, when encountering someone who doesn't know better, he didn't even need to take action until the campus police arrived to arrest this person. Several strong campus police officers worked together to barely carry him away from the school. It was just after class, and students surrounded the scene to watch the commotion. Some who recognized this person couldn't help but spread his past achievements among the crowd. For a moment, the title of Tree Warrior spread rapidly at the University of Texas. "Ah, dear, this is really unexpected," Kelly exclaimed, her mouth slightly agape as she watched the man run away. "Of course, since he dared to harass my Kelly baby, let him become the protagonist of campus news. By the way, what's his background?" He's just a self-righteous fool." Kelly told Chi and Hank that this man had approached her aggressively since they met 2 days ago during a public lecture. What made it even harder to accept was this person's shameless attitude and bizarre behavior. He twisted all her rejections into different meanings. Chapter 277. The Black Overlord Gazing at the Sky. It was just the two Fable agents who couldn't solve the case who felt annoyed. Facing the questions from these two Fable agents, although Chi and Hank wasn't worried, he also found it quite bothersome to deal with annoying flies. One must tackle the problem at its roots. Chi and Hank knew that Fable had branches in Texas, located in Houston and Dallas. During the previous questioning, it wasn't just the two Fable agents asking questions. The lawyer also asked a few counter-questions. This made Chi and Hank realize that these two agents belonged to the Fable Dallas branch. It was strange that they sent people from the Dallas branch instead of the closer Houston branch. However, this was an internal matter for Fable, which he originally didn't want to meddle in, but since it involved him, he had to arrange something. Dallas was 320 kilometers from Austin, and flying over was quick. If it weren't for the purple flame flying sword being damaged while resisting the lightning tribulation, he could have made it even faster. After shaking hands with the lawyer to say goodbye, he handed him a cash check for $5,000, which was extra income for the lawyer. The lawyer happily accepted the check and left. Next time Chi and Hank needed him, he would appear even faster. Chapter 278. The Shock from Silver-Striped Black Truffle. Buddy, that's because I haven't heard any good news lately. If you could tell me some good news, I think I can keep a pleasant smile. Chi and Hank responded to the cowboy without concern. If you dare to ask the boss, you should first see what you can offer. Oh, boss, you can't treat a loyal cowboy like this. How about the Blue Hat Flower Bar has changed to 2 sexy waitresses? The cowboy's words caused a burst of laughter among the surrounding cowboys. Oh my, as expected of the loyalist Dobie, every waitress at the bar remembers him clearly. You introduced the hottest girls from each bar to the boss. He must be happy every day. Oh, does the boss still need to go to the bar to pick up girls? Fuck, thinking about the wealth gap between me and the boss suddenly makes me sad. A conversation stirred up the atmosphere among the cowboys. Dana came over with a dozen riders and a few horse trainers to meet Chi and Hankai. These are all new recruits at Oak Farm. The recent victories of Tommy and George have greatly inspired the newcomers, who are full of confidence and ready to be the 3rd or 4th riders to bring home the championship. Chapter 279. The truffle supply dispute in New York. While the judges of the Austin Food Association were praising silver-striped black truffles at a high society party in Manhattan, Mia and Vivian, dressed in glamorous mermaid gowns and lace sleeves, were conversing with a few elderly men. "Miss Bird, your approach will greatly affect the entire truffle market in New York State." Yes, as a new company entering the truffle market, this supply method is too simplistic and crude. You need to adjust your methods and strategies a bit. A few elderly men advised Mia and Vivian in a seemingly amiable tone, though with a hint of arrogance. "Gentlemen, so according to you, handing over all the truffles from Eastern Star to Sabano Company for sale is the best solution?" Mia smiled at the elderly men in front of her. It is the fortune of the New York truffle market that Miss Bird thinks this way. One elderly man praised with a look of satisfaction. Well, I wonder what price Mr. Sabano can offer for my truffles. I think 3 per gram for black truffles and 5 per gram for white truffles is a fair price. Mr. Sabano is truly calculating. Is the price difference swallowed by the Hudson River? Chapter 280. Direct flight to Fort Worth unbeknownst to Chin Han Kai, who is far away in Austin. The dispute's happening in New York. In the afternoon at the Food Association, all the judges tasted the authentic Angus filet and ribeye steaks. Then, they served steaks with silver-striped black truffles. After tasting several kinds of steaks, all the judges loudly praised them. This surpasses the quality and texture of Wagyu beef and can completely compete with American native top ingredients in a peak showdown. As for the evaluation of silver-striped black truffles, the judges were completely enchanted by this charming flavor. One judge excitedly called a friend to tell him that he finally tasted the flavor of silver-striped black truffles, which was even better than he had imagined. Due to multiple factors, this group of judges from the Food Association unanimously agreed to give Oak Farms beef the highest rating and recommended it for priority selection by Michelin restaurants. Some judges have already reserved beef from Chin Han Kai for their restaurants in the coming days. As a food association born in Texas, it has always been very authoritative in the evaluation of beef. Their evaluations and guidance have a profound impact on the trends in the entire culinary world. Chapter 281. The misjudged old villain since settling in New York, Mia, at Chin Han Kai's request, procured a black bulletproof stretch Lincoln, which she uses for high-end events traveling between Manhattan and Long Island. Additionally, she specifically purchased a villa in the Brooklyn area to store this bulletproof stretch Lincoln. Vivian, can you confirm where the guys are? Mia chambered her AR-15 and asked Vivian to contact their gunman. Vivian immediately made a call and, after listening for a moment, looked up to tell Mia that they were already stationed on both sides of the Brooklyn Bridge, and the gunman on the Brooklyn side had spotted 2 suspicious cars. Mia instructed them to keep an eye on those 2 cars and to control them if anything unusual occurred. As the call continued, the black stretch Lincoln drove onto the Brooklyn Bridge, merging into the flowing traffic. Prior to this, 2 cars had passed in front of the stretch Lincoln, not far ahead. At a turn off the Brooklyn Bridge, where there were no cameras, the stretch Lincoln slowed down and carefully navigated the turn. 2 Ford SUVs were already parked at the side of the road, and as the windows rolled down, a few people could be seen inside. Chapter 282. The mysterious ball lightning Director Hunter of the Fort Worth Bureau turned back to his office under the watchful eyes of the crowd, leaving the office door open. After a few minutes, he called his assistant. Betty, please bring the recent fieldwork list to my office. The seductive assistant hung up the phone, picked up a stack of papers, loosened 2 buttons on her blouse, and swayed her curvy hips to the director's office. As soon as she entered, she closed the office door, leaned over, and placed the list in front of Director Hunter. Director Hunter, feeling a bit better? I think you might have a slightly elevated temperature. Let me help you cool down. With that, she disappeared behind the desk. Director Hunter's eyes widened. Then he let out a long breath and reached for the list on the desk to read it. This is it. Richard, Agent Keynes is heading to Austin, part of Detective David's 7th team. After reviewing the list, Director Hunter picked up the phone on the desk to make a call, completely ignoring Betty, working nearby. Detective David, come to my office. 2 minutes later, Detective David knocked and walked in, immediately spotting 2 familiar legs and stockings swaying outside the desk. Chapter 283. The increasingly disheartening Massimo. When a group of reporters surrounded the Fort Worth Bureau, Massimo in New York was already arranging for his subordinates to gather information. The structure of the mafia is simple. Boss, capo regime, under boss, soldiers. After the leaders and most key members of the 5 mafia families were captured, the underground world of New York became desolate. The soldiers of various families, who were not caught, were initially anxious, fearing that Fort Worth or the IRS tax police would come for them. However, after a few years, they discovered good news. The higher-ups had lost interest in them. And even better news, the underground world of New York was filled with gold, just waiting for the brave to come pick it up. So the boldest emerged, feasting like royalty, and the followers came as well, indulging themselves. Massimo belonged to the later wave of emergence. By then, the profitable businesses had mostly been occupied. But Massimo was different from others. He had his true family, the Sabano family, a family of ingredient suppliers established in New York in 1911. Known for trafficking truffles from Europe, has become a key partner for many restaurants in New York. Chapter 284. The choice of the Sabano family, updated for the brightness of the burning stars, in a villa in Brooklyn. Francesco stared at the glaring numbers and words on his phone screen regarding 75th Street, feeling no better than Massimo. He admitted that he was old and lacked the courage to face such a brutal opponent. 10 years younger, he might have bared his fangs to try to tear off some flesh from the opponent to deter further action. But now the gap between his teeth only awkwardly showed, like a wild dog boasting its sharp teeth in front of a beast lying with its eyes closed. A glance revealed that the beast had already opened its massive mouth, capable of swallowing him whole. Not to mention 75th Street. Even 73rd Street was someone Massimo had to treat with caution, as the level of brutality was not comparable. Damn, Ricardo. Many people, when facing dire straits, first think of shifting the blame onto others rather than reflecting on themselves. Look, I wasn't going to do this. It's all because someone suggested this idea. Francesco had never felt so frustrated. What had caused the Sabano family to encounter such an unprecedented strong enemy? Chapter 285. Ricardo, who would never speak upon reaching the door of the room scene with spiritual awareness. The door had been modified into a heavy iron door, with two strong women holding shotguns standing guard beside it. Upon seeing Cheen Hank approach, the two widened their eyes and raised their guns at him. Who are you with? You can't just wander around here. Mia, are you sure you won't come out? Cheen Hank smiled and shouted at the iron door, and immediately two screams came from inside. The iron door opened, and Mia and Vivian rushed into Cheen Hank's arms one after the other. Oh my God, darling, you actually found this place. Why can't I? I'm your man, and I've gotten stronger now. Are you sure? In what way have you become stronger? You'll find out if you try. The three of them chatted as if no one was around, leaving the two strong women beside them dumbfounded, whispering to each other. Is this the man of Boss Mia and Boss Vivian? It should be in the past 2 months. Only he could hold Boss Mia and Boss Vivian without getting his hands chopped off. Then he's the biggest backing in the gang. As they were speaking, a shadow loomed over them. Chapter 286. The tree wants to be still, but the wind doesn't stop as one ages. One feels younger. Massimo had only slept for 2 shallow hours in the early morning, planning all night on how to connect the existing mafia and obtain enough benefits from 75th Street. So far, Massimo had contacted 7 or 8 mafia leaders who had some power. Although New York was no longer in the golden age of the mafia, after years of development, this increasingly swollen metropolis had enough space to accommodate more crimes. Thus, soldiers who once belonged to the 5 families began to form their own forces, mostly scattered throughout Italian neighborhoods or emerging commercial areas. When Massimo informed them that the target was the Devils and Angels gang located on 75th Street, everyone was shocked. The tough characters of 75th Street were ones that even Boppolo dared not openly enter, although the combined forces represented a considerable power. Attacking 75th Street could very well be a case of losing more than gaining. However, Massimo shared the information he had gathered with these bosses, explaining that the Devils and Angels were merely a force established less than 3 months ago, following the inexplicable downfall of a major force called Super 75, which had left a vacuum in that territory. Chapter 287. The preparations of the Italians. Oh fuck, darling, where did you learn such strange knowledge? Can they really not see us? Due to the influence of American superhero and Iron Man Marvel culture, all Americans believe that one should fly lying down or prone. They never knew that there was a position called flying while standing. Mia, held by the waist and flying in the air, looked down at the ground, where the houses seemed as small as boxes, with a face full of wonder. Flying from an angle she never imagined was a first for her in her life, and she felt a bit embarrassed. Darling, can we only fly standing up like this? The magic of way.What is very free. If you want, you can also fly like Superwoman lying down or prone. As they soared through the air, feeling the sensation of flying into the clouds, Mia thought the man behind her was so amazing. After not seeing him for a while, he could not only fly, but also take people flying. Today, she had come out with Cheen Hank to scout the situation, her pockets ready, but those Italians outside had yet to launch an attack. She had thought Cheen Hank would use some magical means to take her out from somewhere. But who knew this method was indeed magical? Cheen Hank had grabbed her and flown up, giving her the most thrilling experience of her life. Chapter 288. The mantis catches the cicada. The yellow bird is behind each group. Pay attention. Prepare firepower. On the 10th floor of a dilapidated high-rise building on 75th Street, a white man in desert camouflage received a signal in his earpiece and issued orders to the dozen or so gunmen around him. The gunmen opened the safeties of their weapons and positioned them at the pre-built firing ports. The same situation occurred at various positions on 75th Street. If one were to fly up and look down, they would find these positions were perfectly positioned at key points leading to the Devils and Angels building. Meanwhile, over 100 various cars filled with fully armed white gunmen rushed out from some warehouses and basements around 75th Street. This blatant display left several onlookers dumbfounded, thinking they had arrived in the Middle East. These gunmen sped down the bumpy roads into the chaotic 75th Street, their loud engine sounds echoing throughout the neighborhood. Surrounding the warehouses or buildings from which these cars had emerged, telescopes were tightly focused on their departing figures from behind the windows of certain apartments or offices. Some men dressed in various casual outfits were reporting via walkie-talkies. Chapter 289. The retreat of the NYSB with a roar, 6 police helicopters swooped in from all sides, and the sound of armored vehicles could be heard on the ground. The Italian mafia, being pursued by gunfire, had retreated to where their vehicles were parked, regrouping with the pale-faced guards, preparing to escape. Suddenly, torrential gunfire rained down from several buildings on the street. Several cars were hit and exploded, and thick smoke billowed into the sky. The personnel of the Devils and Angels ambushed at various intersections began to take action. Mia's original requirement was to eliminate the opposing side as much as possible. She wanted to use this war to solidify the position of the Devils and Angels in New York's underground world. As for the attention of the police and even the public, if they didn't even have the courage to enter the 75th Street area, then their attention was merely a joke. However, things changed with the sudden intervention of the NYSB, complicating the situation. When Mia saw the appearance of the helicopter and was ready to let someone charge in, she was timely stopped by Cheen Hank. Cheen Hank leaned close to Mia's ear and whispered a few words, making Mia smile and nod repeatedly. She immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and issued an order. Chapter 290. The Nemesis of Evil. O'Neill, the current mayor of New York City, Eric Adams, was once the police chief of the New York City Police Department. O'Neill was his subordinate back then, so their relationship was very good. The police chief is appointed and managed by the mayor. So O'Neill chose to report to his superior immediately to avoid catching Adams off guard. After he reported the situation, Adams didn't say much, only asking who the target was. When he learned that the target was the Italian mafia, Adams did not express any opinion on O'Neill's report, only insisting that O'Neill must handle the subsequent matters well, or else his tenure as chief would come to an end. After hanging up the phone, O'Neill took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead. He knew Adams had picked up on the nuances in his words. However, Adams did not expose his statement, merely telling him to clean up his act, which was already a favor considering O'Neill's years of service to Adams. If things weren't handled properly, Adams would promptly throw him out to quell public opinion. In order to continue being the police chief leading over 30,000 officers, O'Neill carefully thought through his strategy while sitting on the sofa, then called a few subordinates to align their statements and make corresponding arrangements before heading to an intersection outside the 75th Street area. Chapter 291. The siren song in a newly purchased mansion of the Raymond family in Long Island. Judy was joyfully on the phone. After hanging up, she jumped up in excitement. "Stephanie, please help me. I need to change my clothes." "Yes, Mississippi. What styles of clothing would you like me to prepare?" The over 40 maid Stephanie asked skillfully, having worked for the Raymond family for over 10 years. "Hang out all my casual clothes for me to choose from. Hank doesn't like me wearing overly formal attire." In the villa's over 100 square meter walk-in closet, Judy changed into several outfits before settling on a pair of fitted stretchy pants paired with a long-sleeve sweatshirt, exuding youthful vitality with a hint of sexiness. Half an hour later, an anxious Judy met Cheen Hank, who suddenly appeared from behind a tree at the villa's entrance. "Darling, you finally came. Every inch of my skin has been yearning for you." Judy knew her boyfriend possessed mysterious powers, so she wasn't surprised by his sudden appearance. Cheen Hank looked around the villa's decor and then at Judy, who was beaming with joy. After more than a month apart, it was evident that she had become even more radiant. Chapter 292. Raymond's family education. Before dinner, Judy's parents and older brother returned home, and, upon seeing Cheen Hank in the living room, approached him like they were reuniting with a long-lost family member, embracing him warmly. "Hank, this time you should stay at home longer. Judy misses you a lot." This represented the family's invitation to Cheen Hank. "Thank you, Uncle Ben. If there is nothing else, I should be able to accompany Judy to re-record her album. Also, Thank you for helping promote the truffles from my farm. Chin Hank conversed naturally with Ben. After the previous incident, the Raymond family paid great attention to Chin Hank's presence. A powerful mage, unknown to the public and authorities, must be befriended. In case of any unexpected events, he would be their lifeline. Therefore, the family was very supportive of his relationship with Judy, eager to see them together every day. Unfortunately, they hadn't seen Judy since the last incident, only occasionally hearing bits of news about Chin Hank from her, knowing he had traveled to many places and done many things, which sounded like a normal person's life trajectory. Chapter 293. An unexpected gift. After greeting Chin Hank, Ben beckoned to his two sons. You all come too. The four men stepped onto the luxurious carpet and entered the lavishly decorated study, which was adorned with expensive oil paintings covering the entire background wall and various art pieces throughout, giving the study a particularly stylish touch. The two walls were occupied by a large bookshelf that reached from the floor to the ceiling, instantly drawing attention. In the center of the study stood a huge writing desk, cluttered with various documents and several seemingly valuable crafts, behind which was a tall, genuine leather executive chair. In front of the desk was a set of circular sofas, the brown leather leaving no doubt about their comfort. Ben first had the three men sit on the sofa group, then went to the desk to pick up a document and sat beside Chin Hank. Hank, regarding the help you provided to the Raymond family last time, I've been thinking about what kind of gift I should give you. Just as I was collecting spoils, I found this, and I think you might need it. Ben smiled as he placed a hefty stack of documents in Chin Hank's hands, clearly satisfied with the gift. Chapter 294. The affected villa that night was particularly restless. Judy sang for most of the evening with her now even more enchanting and penetrating voice. The singing echoed throughout the villa, leaving Ben and Teresa exhausted, lying there without a desire to move. After an hour of Judy's singing, the Raymond brothers hurriedly left the villa. Who could endure this? The most unfortunate were the servants in the villa. Early in the morning, the laundry machine in the servants' quarters was stuffed full of bed linens. During breakfast, Ben, feeling refreshed, noticed that the servants were all listless, and he felt a wave of helplessness inside. He and his wife experienced a long-lost sweet life, so even though he felt a bit sore in the morning, he was in great spirits, unexpectedly releasing the suppressed negative emotions from the past few months. Teresa woke up glowing and spent an hour in front of the mirror. She felt several fine lines around her eyes had diminished, and her skin had become more elastic. She was especially fond of the jade pendant around her neck, feeling that if she wore it for a while longer, she might look a few years younger. She knew that this thing could not be bought even for hundreds of millions of dollars and truly experience the benefits of the pendant on her body. Chapter 295. Recording at a top music studio. In Midtown Manhattan, at the Sony Music Studio, it has the most outstanding and advanced vocal recording, mixing, and mastering equipment. 6 Grammy albums have been produced in the studio. It is a holy place that all musicians dream of. At the entrance of Sony Music Studio, music director and producer Red Hill sent off a well-dressed young white man with a blank expression. As the young man took the elevator away from the studio, Red Hill grabbed a nearby can of beer and gulped it down. After a long belch, he violently threw the beer can into the trash can. Damn it, terrible voice. Other staff members glanced at each other and shrugged helplessly. The so-called top student from Berkeley College had sung a song that sounded as poor as a graduate from a small-town art school. Red Hill had put in a lot of effort to help him correct his pitch, but even then, he had to sing certain sections over a dozen times just to pull out a few notes that were somewhat in tune. Despite such poor singing skills, the young man felt like he was the next Justin Bieber, feeling exceptionally good about himself. Chapter 296. The Next Soul Singer. Red Hill's initially indifferent state suddenly turned serious. His pen quickly scribbled on the sheet music, but most of the time he was intently listening to Judy singing. In just a few minutes, Judy quickly finished the song and eagerly opened the recording studio door to come out. Darling, you performed it perfectly. I felt your longing from outside. Chin Hank stepped forward to hug Judy, smiling as he praised her. Thank you, darling. All of this is thanks to you. I feel more relaxed than ever. This was a double entendre, and only the two of them understood what Judy meant, sharing a knowing smile. Excuse me, Miss Raymond, Mr. Chin. I think we need to have a serious discussion. Red Hill, seeing the couple embracing and gazing into each other's eyes, didn't he have time to wait for them to finish their moment, and quickly stepped over to Judy. Mr. Hill, please guide me on my shortcomings. Judy had no choice but to let go of Chin Hank, looking at Red Hill with her beautiful eyes filled with hope. as the purpose of her visit today was to hope for a super good work recorded here with Red Hill. Chapter 297, Angela's Return. I'm very sorry, Mr. Hill. My family decided to make me an independent musician to better develop in the music industry, so I have my own record company. Judy knew the intention behind Hill's question and responded appropriately. Hill had no expectations when he asked that question, and now hearing Judy's response, he felt it was the most normal situation. The entertainment industry is, after all, a place where capital hunts. Every musician with a certain amount of family assets tends to keep the corresponding channels in their own hands, just like Judy, whose family directly bought a record company with complete credentials. Generally, this company only serves one person. After all, there aren't many people, making it easy for them to sustain. Hearing Judy's response, Red Hill was about to say something else, but Judy spoke again. Mr. Hill, I think we can jointly release this song with Sony Music Studio. Our initial plan was to release the song on Spotify, and if you have other channels, that would be even better. Coming from a banking family, Judy was not inferior in business compared to her father and brothers. Chapter 298, A Small Conflict. Oh, darling, there's nothing going on between Grant and me, really. I never accepted his previous pursuits. As soon as Angela mentioned Grant inquiring about Judy, Judy hurriedly explained to Chin Hank, not wanting her man to misunderstand. She had researched a lot about the psychology of Chinese men online and knew that what they cared about most was possession. What's mine is mine. No one else can touch it. And what's mine is also mine. Therefore, to be a good woman for Chin Hank, Judy worked hard on this. Seeing Judy so anxiously explaining to Chin Hank, Angela looked at her curiously. Hey, Hank, are you Eastermen really that petty? It's just mutual help between classmates. Angela, having had little interaction with Asians, found Judy's behavior very strange and couldn't understand why she would go out of her way to please her boyfriend. Hey, Judy, you can't lose yourself like this. You're just dating. Why do you have to treat yourself as his accessory? Angela said, pulling Judy behind her, warily watching Chin Hank. What exactly did you do to Judy? She wasn't like this before. Danny, Lucas, come here. Chapter 299, An Unexpected Visit. On the west coast of America, in Los Angeles, Huang Feng met a calm young man in a private room of a Chinese restaurant. While serving the young man food, he asked, Azu, how's your dad's health recently? Uncle Ing, thank you for your help to my family back then. My dad is much better now. He and my mom are running a small supermarket, which is enough for their living. The young man looked at Huang Feng with gratitude. His name was Lai Chongzhu, who had also lived in the old Chinatown area. His father had mixed with Huang Feng and the others back then, and later, when their family encountered some issues, it was Huang Feng who helped them out. A few years ago, due to the increasingly harsh living conditions in Chinatown, they moved to a satellite city in Los Angeles. After graduating from college, Lai Chongzhu passed the exam to join the Los Angeles Police Department, and due to his outstanding work, he was promoted to sheriff and transferred to the Central Division of the Los Angeles Police Department. Recently, while leading a patrol, he encountered an old friend and learned that Huang Feng was no longer in Chinatown, so he took the initiative to contact him. After chatting for a while, Huang Feng confirmed that the other party had no malicious intent. In fact, it seemed like they were preparing to discuss something, so he decided to test the waters. Chapter 300, Lai Chongzhu's Ambition. Uncling, are we going to fight back? Boss, if we fight, I'll be the first. Boss, Uncling. Dozens of men in the warehouse gathered around, their eyes filled with longing. Now that they had the skills, it seemed that fighting back wasn't that difficult. Having developed their confidence, they felt they could easily beat 10 or 8 of their former selves. Some of them left Chinatown under less than glorious circumstances, and they all longed to return to Chinatown in a grand manner. They fantasized about charging boldly through Chinatown with machetes, hacking at those Vietnamese monkeys until they screamed. Huang Feng looked around, cleared his throat. If they wanted to fight back, that was fine, but they first needed to ask themselves how long the energy they had cultivated could last. When a fight broke out, no one would wait for you to catch a breath. As soon as he said this, nearly half of the people lowered their heads. Huang Feng had directly hit their soft spot. Don't think that with luck on your side now, a single move would break your opponent's bones. The question is, what happens after that single move? Chapter 301. Azu in a dilemma. The first obstacle was David Wu, his colleague. Previously, all of Chinatown was under his jurisdiction, so he was used to doing whatever he wanted here. Suddenly losing half of his territory and influence, David Wu looked at the newcomer, Lai Chongzhu, with disdain. Now, David Wu was pushing all the dirty and chaotic things towards Lai Chongzhu, creating a lot of trouble for him. The second obstacle was Vincent Nguyen. This group of Vietnamese had appeared in Chinatown many years ago, when the Chinese influence was still strong and they could only scrape by in the gaps. As Chinatown aged, many Chinese moved out, and as the Chinese community dispersed, the Vietnamese seized the opportunity to fill the void, just like the Chinese had filled the gaps in the Italian community back then. Additionally, with David Wu, a Vietnamese sheriff, being appointed to oversee the security of Chinatown, the Vietnamese suddenly gained momentum. Under his protection, the Vietnamese thugs like Vincent Nguyen began to rise, constantly squeezing and fighting with the Chinese, becoming the largest underground force in Chinatown. Chapter 302. Angela suddenly bankrupt in the Soder Music Studio, under the guidance of Red Shield. The editor from Judy's record company quickly re-edited a version based on the corresponding rhythm nodes, matching it with the studio material. After playing it again in the conference room, this version was even more perfect than the previous one, achieving an inexplicable harmony between the music rhythm and the visuals. Red Shield quietly watched the MV and nodded, indicating his approval of this version. The single's release would be handled by Judy's record company staff and relevant personnel from the Soder Music Studio. Angela was seriously practicing her song in the recording studio when the two bodyguards waiting quietly in the studio suddenly received a phone call. He stood up and walked outside to take the call, and when he returned, his expression was unusually serious. He quietly spoke a few words to his companion, who looked stunned and exclaimed a complimentary thank you. The bodyguard then politely approached the staff of the Soder Music Studio, requesting to speak with Angela in the recording studio. The staff turned on a microphone for him. Chapter 303. Recruiting Logan. Thanks to Yao Qing for the support. Qin Hankai and Judy stood at the gate of the villa, watching the father-daughter interaction with deep emotion. Judy leaned against Qin Hankai's arm, looking at Angela from afar. Dear, seeing Mr. Logan like this reminds me of what happened at home before. If it weren't for your appearance, I can't imagine what my family would have become. It's okay, it's all in the past. With Uncle Ben's wisdom, he won't let such things happen again. Dad told me he never worries about business matters. He was not very concerned with the underground world before, but now, looking at your face, he has real resources in that world. As my girlfriend's father, he can strengthen ties with Mia, and the resources of devils and angels can be borrowed. Qin Hankai never hesitated on this point, so his response to Judy was very affirmative. Thank you, dear. I have an idea. What do you think of Angela? Her? She's a bit unusual. Qin Hankai recalled how Angela had seemed like a mentally unstable woman earlier at the Soder Music Studio, even doubting that he had used hypnosis on Judy. Chapter 304. New investment field. I think you should discuss this with my boyfriend. Judy responded with a smile, then turned and waved towards the gate. Dear, can you come in for a moment? Hearing Judy's call, Qin Hankai walked in from the gate. Mr. Logan, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend Hank Qin, and this is Angela's father, Diego Logan. Mr. Qin, I'm very sorry to have you see me in such a disheveled state. Mr. Logan, we have an old saying in the East, life is just ups and downs. At worst, we can start over. The wisdom of the East is truly amazing. Seeing Qin Hankai and Logan start chatting, Judy greeted them and went upstairs with Angela. Miss Raymond just told me that you can buy back my bankrupt real estate company and let me manage it again. I want to ask what conditions you need. Seeing the two girls go upstairs, Logan straightforwardly began to talk to Qin Hankai. Qin Hankai was also surprised that Judy had pulled such a business deal for him. Thinking that he still had over $1 billion US in assets sitting there, he basically wouldn't use it except for daily expenses, rather than leaving it idle. It would be better to invest it. Anyway, if he ran out of money, he could just go to Las Vegas for a game. Chapter 305. Successful persuasion. Judy approached Angela because the two could still exchange and discuss music. If Qin Hankai was willing to help Angela transform her voice, Judy believed that a singing group with unique voices, beautiful appearances, and enchanting sounds like them would surely become a sensation across America. So she honestly told Angela that her current changes were all thanks to her boyfriend, Qin Hankai. The magical methods that Qin Hankai possessed could transform voices without surgery, giving them a very different appeal. Thus, Judy candidly shared her vision with Angela, asking if she was interested in joining and becoming part of it. What Judy didn't know was that after her words, Angela's heart was racing violently. If Angela had any dissatisfaction with herself, it would definitely be with her vocal timbre and range. Due to this innate limitation, Angela felt that many musical works could not be well interpreted, and she also couldn't present the charm of the songs she wrote. Now Judy was telling her that there was a magical way to help her broaden her range and enhance her timbre. Chapter 306. Returning to the beautiful world in the luxurious suite of the St. Regis Hotel, Angela sat in the living room with Judy and Sheen Hank. She felt a mix of excitement and confusion. Originally, hotels like the St. Regis were just places for her to rest. But now, she couldn't come and go as freely as before. However, just a moment ago in the villa at home, she heard the conversation between Sheen Hank and her father. She learned that her father, Logan, still had a chance for a comeback. Therefore, her feelings towards the man in front of her were quite complex. On one hand, while working at the Soder Music Studio, Angela didn't think highly of Sheen Hank, believing he had used some underhanded means to charm Judy. But after witnessing Sheen Hank's remarkable abilities in her villa and hearing Judy's now incredibly dreamy voice, Angela realized that both music and family wealth found their best answers in Sheen Hank. Thus, her heart no longer resisted this mysterious and powerful man. She was willing to be here because Judy told her that tonight they could transform her voice into a plus version, with perfect sound quality, a wide range, and a unique tone of its own. Chapter 307. The stone found on the construction site, Mr. Logan. May I ask where you found this stone? Sheen Hank pointed to a half-red, half-white stone in the third row and looked at Logan. Logan walked over, glanced at the stone and the label in front of it. I found this in a small project I was developing in Brooklyn. It was in the first scoop of dirt dug up by the excavator, so I kept it. Is there something special about it? Yes, I think it's very important to me. Could you give it to me? Of course, Sheen, this company is yours. Everything here is yours. You can take whatever you like. For Logan, having just gone from being completely broke yesterday to regaining ownership of the beautiful world real estate company, his mood was a roller coaster. He felt deeply grateful to Sheen Hank, who had pulled him out of the depths of despair, even though this person had just taken away his beloved daughter. So when he saw Sheen Hank was very interested in the stone, he didn't hesitate to let him choose. Agreeing to give away anything he wanted, Sheen Hank promptly picked up the stone, which was the size of a bowl. Chapter 308. Acquiring precious materials again, Williams was pleased to see the shock on Sheen Hank's face. He proudly introduced to Sheen Hank that the meteorites and iron inside had taken him 20 years to collect, and each piece had its own story. They came from all over the world. The largest meteorite among them was estimated to weigh at least several hundred kilograms, while the smallest might only weigh a few grams. Sheen Hank followed Williams into the collection room filled with meteorites and iron. He noticed that each meteorite and piece of iron had corresponding information attached, including the location where it was found. Some of the meteorites were even sliced open. As Sheen Hank listened to Williams' introduction while using his spiritual sense to scan the entire collection, he didn't find anything particularly valuable after scanning most of the collection. He only discovered 2 pieces of black iron, which could only be used to forge ordinary weapons before the chi refining stage, and were not particularly meaningful. The high-level materials that Sheen Hank wanted hadn't been seen at all. However, he didn't fully rely on his spiritual sense for identification, as some materials could not be detected this way. Chapter 309. The Siren Ensemble. Williams took out a head-mounted magnifier and examined Sheen Hank's meteorite closely, continuously marveling as he looked. Oh, look at this perfect snowflake pattern. This structure is truly mesmerizing. This hole is filled with mysterious charm. He could only say that science and mystical arts belong to 2 different systems. The meteorites and iron that Sheen Hank abandoned in the ancient city of Pacacamic in the Amazon seemed useless to him. But for the mortal world, some things were very meaningful. Sheen Hank then learned that the 3 meteorites he had inadvertently brought into his sleeve were actually very rare titanium-rich meteorites on Earth. Currently, only about 50 of this type of meteorite had been recorded worldwide, making them a favorite among most meteorite collectors. This meteorite was initially assessed by Williams to be worth at least 3,000 per gram, and it weighed 83,635 grams. This meteorite was worth over $2 million, far more valuable than gold, but due to its rarity, its value was incalculable. Williams noted that after Sheen Hank learned the value of the meteorite, he was still willing to give it to the Williams Meteorite Museum for collection. Chapter 310. Scanning Tucson. Sheen Hank took a taxi from the airport to downtown Tucson like an ordinary tourist. It was said to be the 2nd largest city in Arizona. But along the way from the airport, he saw mostly desolate fields and distant mountains in the darkness, with tall cacti visible everywhere. As they passed through a stretch of wilderness, The taxi driver reminded Chin Hank that a certain area was the filming location of Breaking Bad. From the driver's perspective, the scenery illuminated by the headlights seemed somewhat fitting. However, Chin Hank was not particularly interested. After all, he had dealt with reality many times, and it was nothing special. Soon, they arrived in the city, surrounded by mountains. Once in the downtown area, most of the houses along the roadside were only 1 story high, and a few taller ones did not exceed 3 stories. It was generally quite dark, and it seemed there were not many streetlights. It wasn't until they got close to the city center that it became bright. No wonder there weren't many pedestrians on the road earlier. It was pitch black. And ordinary people wouldn't feel safe without carrying an RPG. In the distance, he could see a few tall buildings rising in the city center, but they were few. Chapter 311. The Indian girl in college. Chin Hank looked up and saw a girl in a black Indian dress, with dark hair, smiling brightly at him. The exquisite ornaments and patterns on her dress, paired with 2 large emerald earrings dangling from her ears and a beautiful belt around her slender waist, highlighted her wild beauty against her bronze skin. Hey, hello, I'm Hank. It's indeed my first time in Tucson. Do you have any recommendations? Hello, I'm Natanitano, a sophomore at the University of Arizona. Oh, sorry, I should have introduced myself fully. My surname is Hank Chin, a master's student at the University of Texas. Chin Hank apologized slightly and reintroduced himself. The Indian girl across from Chin Hank seemed unconcerned that he hadn't said his full name at first, and she was happily chatting with him. As for why she suddenly wanted to talk to him, Natani said it was just her intuition. The moment she saw Chin Hank, she felt a special familiarity and wanted to strike up a conversation. It was as if her ancestors were guiding her to approach him. Chin Hank, who was always open to beautiful girls' advances, naturally engaged in conversation with Natani. Chapter 312. Luck begins to favor. Natani told Chin Hank that when she was young, her grandfather had given her a prophecy about her future. He said that when she ventured into the outside world, at the moment when the sun was high in the sky, she would find the person she would be with for the rest of her life on a grassy stone between 3 large trees. That man would have black hair and deep eyes like an abyss and would bring hope to the Indians. After arriving at the University of Arizona, she discovered a place in the northeast corner of the school that matched her grandfather's description perfectly. In her freshman year, she eagerly visited this spot every day at noon, but never encountered a suitable man there. She thought her grandfather's prophecy was just a legend, like many other Indian tales, and that it couldn't change the fate of the Indians. However, today, as she passed by after class, she saw a scene that seemed to appear in a dream from a distance. On that neglected stone, a man with black hair, seemingly glowing, stood up, his eyes as deep as a bottomless whirlpool. Her grandfather was right. This man had truly appeared. Chapter 313. Smooth transaction. When Chin Hank scanned another small area, he received a call from the other party. He said he had encountered some issues outside and couldn't make it, but he arranged for his daughter to come instead. If Chin Hank was interested in a meteorite, he could trade directly with his daughter. However, the person also made a small request, saying that if Chin Hank could prepare some cash, it would be best to use cash for the transaction since he wanted to avoid taxes. Chin Hank agreed without hesitation. For him, using cash was incredibly easy because he had hundreds of millions in cash in his storage space that he hadn't laundered yet. After being promoted to the foundation building stage, his storage space had expanded. Now, most of it contained weapons and ammunition, along with hundreds of millions in cash and some gold products. Chin Hank preferred to use cash whenever possible. He had enough cash to last him a long time and didn't want to give the IRS an advantage. More than 20 minutes later, Chin Hank received another unfamiliar call from a girl. She introduced herself as Jose Romano, the daughter of the Meteorite Collection Museum's owner, and she had arrived at the museum's entrance, asking when Chin Hank could come over. Chapter 314. The Ice Queen scoring 100 points. Chin Hank used his spiritual sense to scan and found that Jose Romano was standing behind the door of a room upstairs. She had unbuttoned 2 buttons of her shirt and let her hair down, trying hard to appear sexy. Given her posture and gaze, what she intended to do was obvious. Chin Hank smiled as he walked out of the exhibition hall, glancing at the camera in the hall before exiting. He knew why Jose Romano chose to be upstairs. It was because of the camera in the exhibition hall, and if she did something here, her father would see it. As soon as Chin Hank stepped out of the exhibition hall, the dark fairy rock gel in his hand suddenly vanished. He slowly walked to the door of the room upstairs, which was slightly ajar, and found Jose Romano trying to suppress her excitement behind the door. At this moment, no words were needed. Only action was required. He pushed the door open, grabbed Jose Ramano around the waist, and tossed her into the air. She flew up like a small boat tossed by a big wave. Oh, fuck, Jose, didn't you want to experience what it's like to be caught and thrown up? I'm here to help you. Fuck, it turns out there really are people with such strong arms, but I felt no safety in the air. Chapter 315. Natani's organizational skills. Natani really did what she said she would do. Cheen Hank had no intention of interfering with her thoughts. However, from his 2 lifetimes of experience, he estimated that the so-called Indian tribe girls Natani brought over would likely have a similar appearance. Dark skin, ancient clothing, and various ornaments jingling as they looked at strangers with questioning eyes. The image was so beautiful that it sent a chill through Cheen Hank's spiritual sense as he continued to scan. After scanning several streets, he reassured himself that, judging by Natani's attire, her taste shouldn't be too far off. He remembered she had initially promised to find members of Indian tribes that allowed polygamy. In Arizona, there are dozens of Indian nations, each with different customs and beliefs. How did Natani convince these Indian girls? It must be said that Natani successfully piqued the curiosity of Cheen Hank. For Cheen Hank, who still had unblemished desires, cultivation and beautiful women were the 2 most important aspects of his life. Everything else could be considered trivial. Exploring the unknown was his way of experiencing the mundane world. Chapter 316. The 7 Stars' mysterious maiden array. In the spacious living room of the suite, several beautiful Indian girls were sitting together, chatting softly. When they saw Cheen Hank return, they all stood up and, led by Natani, approached him. At that moment, Cheen Hank truly felt as if he had entered a den of spider spirits. These girls were all fairer than Natani, appearing more in line with Easter aesthetics. With a quick use of a divination technique, including Natani, 7 wisps of clear energy rose around their brows. Cheen Hank had never fought such a wealthy battle before. Hank, are you satisfied with everyone? Natani was the first to approach Cheen Hank, looking at him with anticipation. The 6 girls behind her stood in a row, their bright eyes revealing a sense of anxiety. After experiencing the joy of being served, they very much wanted to have this lifestyle long-term. Therefore, whether they could make this man in front of them satisfied was a very important question. Cheen Hank walked toward the large sofa in the living room, asking Natani as he walked, "Have you communicated with everyone?" "Yes, Hank. Are you satisfied with the people I chose for you?" Chapter 317. Sword Chi transforming into a rainbow crossing the sky. Cheen Hank could sense the joy and affection conveyed by the purple flame flying sword. From this moment on, the purple flame flying sword is no longer just a simple flying sword, but a spiritual sword. With the addition of the wind-chasing lapis lazuli, the evasion speed of the purple flame flying sword will surpass that of the past. The flying sword has been reforged. Where shall we test its frost blade? Cheen Hank glanced at the several girls in the villa, holding the purple flame flying sword, and pinched a magical formula. A purple rainbow appeared in the air, which then transformed into a colorless, formless disappearance. It was fast, incredibly fast. Cheen Hank never expected the speed of the sword energy transforming into a rainbow to be astonishing to this extent. If he hadn't already flown to several thousand meters in the air, at this speed, he would have likely crashed through several mountains at low altitude. However, there was one thing he couldn't confirm. Just after taking off, it seemed he had encountered something, but the speed was so fast that Cheen Hank didn't have time to react, and in an instant, he had already appeared dozens of kilometers away. Hopefully, he didn't collide with a passenger plane, but in Cheen Hank's careful recollection, the 1 or 2 objects shouldn't be too large, definitely not the size of a passenger plane. Meanwhile, 2 parachutes quietly descended over Tucson City. Chapter 318. The placement of Indian girls. When Cheen Hank flew back to Tucson City, he was startled by the commotion around him. Could it be a military exercise? But those soldiers didn't look like they were just playing. Cheen Hank, filled with doubts, rushed into the villa. Looking at the 7 girls on the ground, he put away the jade talisman and closed the roof. In this situation, he couldn't help but take action. Everything returned to how it was at the beginning, and Cheen Hank sat down and gently flicked. Everyone jolted awake. They thought they were sitting on a comfortable blanket and accidentally fell asleep, all embarrassed and blushing. Natani was the first to respond. She cleared her throat. "Everyone knows what we need to do, right?" The girls nodded in unison. Cheen Hank scanned the room. These girls bravely met his gaze. "Since everyone has made up their minds, I will buy a large villa in Tucson City tomorrow, and you will all live there." Looking at the girls' shining eyes, Cheen Hank added, "Tomorrow morning, I will give each of you $50,000 to take back to your tribe, so you have ample reason to stay in Tucson City. As soon as he said this, the girls were touched. This man was so considerate, thinking of everyone. Chapter 319. The prophecy of the Indians. He left a sum of living expenses for the women of Tucson City. A day later, Cheen Hank followed Natani and drove to the lower reaches of the Colorado River, which is also the end of the Grand Canyon. When he stood at the edge of the canyon, Cheen Hank, a cultivator, was deeply shocked. 1,000-meter drop, ever-changing, 2 mountains standing tall, a river flowing through. This place is called the seventh wonder of the world for a reason. The colorful rock layers reveal traces of ancient times, and in the face of billions of years, Cheen Hank felt his own insignificance. Being in an Indian reservation, there was no funding for development, and everything around appeared so desolate and barren, maintaining the most primitive topography. Following Natani to her ancestors' reservation, Cheen Hank learned of her grandfather's status among the various Indian tribes. As a shaman of the Navajo tribe, Natani's grandfather was a revered figure in the medicine-scarce Indian reservation. Therefore, along the way, Cheen Hank saw that many tribal people held great respect for Natani. As Natani's man, he also received considerable attention. Chapter 320. The Lucky Chieftains. In fact, for Cheen Hank, the materials presented by the chieftains were simply too little. No matter what kind of magic weapon was being refined, at least one main material needed to be used in large quantities. Even the purple flame flying sword in Cheen Hank's hand, although not many other materials were used during the forging, required many tons of gold as the main material. Therefore, these materials were not enough to move Cheen Hank. He was well aware of the chieftains' needs. They hoped Cheen Hank would help draw water from the Indian reservation. Let the river flow again, restoring vitality to the parched land. Whether it could be done, the chieftains did not know. They had merely been searching for 30 years with this seemingly ambiguous prophecy. If Cheen Hank could not do it, they would only believe they had not found the right person and would continue searching in the remaining years. What they offered was merely a small memory preserved over long years, perhaps once a sacred object of the tribe, but after all these years, its function was entirely unknown. They simply followed the tribe's customs and offered their most precious belongings to represent the great power of the Navajo people's gods. Chapter 321. Satisfactory harvest. Which direction is the cave? Cheen Hank did not respond to Natani's question, but instead lowered his head to ask her a question. It's this direction, just over 2 mountain peaks. Ah! Natani's scream echoed in the valley. 5 minutes later, Cheen Hank and Natani's figures stopped in front of a mountain peak. Is it here? My legs are weak. Smack! This was Cheen Hank slapping Natani's thigh, instantly dispelling her weakness. When she looked at Cheen Hank again, Natani's eyes were almost filled with admiration. He is undoubtedly the embodiment of great power. Natani firmly believed that she had found the god of the Navajo people, that omnipresent existence known as great power. In those 5 minutes, she was certain she had been carried away in flight. In 5 minutes, she had traveled a journey that would take 2 hours on foot, soaring over 2 mountain peaks. Now, Natani was willing to offer her complete loyalty without hesitation. Although she had read many books, she knew that many things could not be clearly explained by science. Chapter 322. The Ancestral Land of the Navajo. Early the next morning, Natani got up early and went outside to prepare corn-based food for Cheen Hank. While they were having breakfast, a calling sound came from outside. It sounded like a man. Cheen Hank and Natani stepped outside. He had already scanned the situation outside with his spiritual sense. 6 middle-aged knights, dressed in traditional Navajo attire and adorned with exquisite accessories, wearing elaborate feather headdresses, were waiting on horseback, each leading 2 or 3 horses. Their faces were all serious. Upon seeing Cheen Hank, the leading Indian knight dismounted and approached him. The chieftains invite you to the ancestral land. Can I go with you? Natani stepped forward to inquire. You haven't yet qualified to enter the ancestral land. The chiefs haven't invited you. The leading Indian knight shook his head after glancing at Natani. Don't worry, it's fine. Cheen Hankai reassured Natani with a comforting pat on her back. No, the chiefs are all good people. Please don't hurt them, Natani said with a worried expression. Cheen Hankai, however, was taken aback, thinking Natani was concerned about her own safety, but it turned out she was worried about him harming the old chiefs. Chapter 323. There are caverns within caverns. Cheen Hankai quickened his pace to catch up with the last chief. Upon reaching the back of the altar, he discovered an enormous natural stone slab on the rear wall, which had been shifted to reveal a 1-person wide gap. What puzzled Qin Hankai was that this stone slab somehow blocked spiritual perception, as he had just scanned the area with his spiritual sense and had not detected the cave behind the slab at all. It was completely obstructed by the stone. He examined the slab and tapped its surface with his fingers, producing a metallic sound. A term popped into his mind: spiritual severing stone. He felt that this item would be of no use in the current world, as so far he was the only cultivator present. However, Chief White Eagle had just mentioned that everything here was a gift to him, and he hadn't seen anything particularly valuable. Once he emerged from within, he could consider taking the stone slab with him. Walking through the gap beside the spiritual severing stone, Qin Hankai entered the new cavern passage, feeling a continuous flow of fresh air coming in. There must be a ventilation opening somewhere, but he noticed that this cavern passage was entirely naturally formed. He hurried to catch up with the female chiefs, who had not yet walked 200 meters into the cavern passage. Chapter 3:24. The earthly seal treasure seal is refined. The inhalation and exhalation continued until nightfall. The entire valley gradually fell under darkness, with only the wine cup at the cave's entrance still emitting light. The cup was now filled with a bright white liquid. Qin Hankai infused the cup with several magical incantations, and the wine cup floating in the air descended into his hands. With Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing, he plunged into the deep cavern, and as Qin Hankai left, the entire valley fell into silence and darkness. Upon returning to the depths of the cavern, many treasures emitted faint glows. No wonder these Indians hid such valuable items deep underground. Looking at the abundant treasures before him, Qin Hankai couldn't help but rub his hands together. He had plenty to play with in the coming days. He waved his hand to suspend the wine cup in midair, hanging from the cave ceiling. Qin Hankai needed to process all these materials. The most time-consuming and magical energy-consuming would naturally be the pseudo-rest soil. Qin Hankai found a spot in front of the pseudo-rest soil and sat cross-legged. He first stored away the unrelated materials in his sleeve universe, leaving only the enormous pseudo-rest soil in the center of the temple. He cast several magical incantations on the material, and as the incantations entered, the pseudo-rest soil seemed to be struck by an invisible giant hammer, with each incantation causing the entire mass to shrink a circle. Chapter 3:25. The Navajo Reservation has water source in the cave. There was neither sun nor moon. When Qin Hankai again spat out a mouthful of magical energy mixed with his essence blood onto a large silver bell, an invisible sound wave resonated from the bells, causing the Navajo totem pole to explode into countless wooden fragments that hit the cave walls, with thumb-sized stones falling to the ground. The sound waves widened the entire cavern. Originally intending to refine a Heavenly Gang thunder sound bell, he found that he had more than enough materials when he started the process. Thus, he directly crafted a set of magical treasures: one main bell and 8 subsidiary bells, a Heavenly Gang thunder sound bell and 8 Heavenly Gang thunder sound bells, capable of setting up an 8 desolation thunder sound formation, bombarding with thunder sound waves in succession. Even foundation building cultivators would be reduced to powder inside. He stored the magical treasures in his sleeve universe. Now, for single attacks, he had the purple flame flying sword. For escape, he had the sword chi transforming into a rainbow. For group attack and defense, he had the earthly seal treasure seal and the Heavenly Gang thunder sound bell. Qin Hankai had truly upgraded his arsenal. There were still plenty of materials in his sleeve universe, and as long as he found suitable materials in the future, he could refine some excellent magical treasures. Since he had taken advantage of the Navajo people, Qin Hankai would fulfill the promises he made to them, inscribing corresponding talismans on the pile of jade stones. The magical energy of the foundation building stage was indeed much stronger than that of the chi refining stage. Chapter 3:26. The Road Closure Management Bureau Natani, still waiting at home, also received a transmission from Qin Hankai. As her hometown, Qin Hankai provided some care. Natani then notified everyone in the village, asking them to gather at a specific location. Standing on a slope in the village, Natani watched as the tribespeople gradually gathered below. In the puzzled gazes of the villagers, a water column suddenly erupted from a high point beside Natani. Clear water flowed down the slope, forming a small river. The formerly numb and indifferent villagers suddenly gained a spark of life in their eyes as they watched the gushing water emerge from the ground. Even Natani's parents, who usually had unchanging expressions, relaxed in front of the rushing water. Originally, they were somewhat delighted to see their daughter return home from school. There weren't many who could attend college in the reservation. It took years for one to go out. In such a harsh life, having a daughter go out to study in the outside world made them feel very proud. However, seeing Natani's hair tied up, they were very angry that their daughter had followed a man without their consent. Chapter 327. Tucson Meteorite Trading Conference. Chin Hankai quickly returned to Tucson with Natani. By this time, 2 days had passed since the Meteorite Trading Conference opened. Fortunately, the trading exhibition was still ongoing. Chin Hankai could still take a look, but before that, he needed to return Natani to the University of Arizona. After a week of vacation, Natani had to make up for many classes. In the coming time, she needed to immerse herself in her studies. Otherwise, she would miss out on many credits. After reluctantly sending Natani into the classroom, Chin Hankai turned around and drove back to the villa. Meanwhile, the 6 Indian girls in the villa returned the tens of thousands of dollars Chin Hankai had given them back home in exchange for their right to live freely outside. For them, life in Tucson was like being in paradise compared to their previous life in the tribe. They were very satisfied and cherished their new life. So when Chin Hankai returned to the villa, he found that it had been tidied up beautifully by them. It was a world that completely belonged to them. Chin Hankai's return was met with a warm welcome from them. Now, Chin Hank is the most important man in their lives, and the quality of their future lives depends on how much he values them. Chapter 328. The expensive black meteorite under the eager gaze of the stall owner. Chin Hank squatted down and picked up a black meteorite from the stall. Weighing about 3 kilograms, this was a water-based material. With the stall owner's slightly disappointed expression, he took the meteorite at the price of an ordinary meteorite, a total of $100,000. Chin Hank finally arrived at a stall run by an old black man. The number of meteorites at this stall was not too many, but they were particularly eye-catching. Several people had already gathered around, using magnifying glasses to examine them. This stall had a black stone about half a person high, with patterns resembling scales, tightly packed and intricate. "Sir, this stone doesn't look like a meteorite," said a bearded man after examining it. "Yeah, I feel like this is volcanic rock rather than a meteorite. The outer lava shell is just formed by the cooling of magma," a bald man next to him agreed. However, the stall owner did not respond to their conversation, only looking at them with cold eyes. That scrutinizing gaze made it feel as if the old man was just watching them perform. "How much is this stone?" $200 per gram. Chapter 329. Someone wants to rob Master Chin Chicago? Yes, a few years ago, to collect more meteorites, I traveled all over the U.S. Considering the business Chin Hank had done with them worth over $1 million. He wrote down the addresses and names he remembered on a small piece of paper and handed it to Chin Hank. "Thank you very much. So, Mr. Romano, goodbye, Josie." Chin Hank politely shook hands with the father and daughter across from him and left the suburban villa with the precious materials he had obtained. Watching the taillights of the departing car, Josie secretly shed tears. She didn't know if she would have the chance to see Chin Hank again after this farewell. Her father beside her was very surprised. "Josie, what's wrong? Do you like that Asian guy? You've only met twice." "Oh, Dad, Hank's car was going too fast, and sand got in my eyes." Josie Romano pretended to rub her eyes and quickly walked towards the bathroom. While Chin Hank was on his way back, he collected all the good things he bought today into his sleeve. Just as he was about to reach the city limits, he passed by a desolate stretch of road and caught sight of a high-powered car suddenly starting up from the roadside, diagonally rushing towards his car. Chapter 330. Indian-style hotel. I originally wanted to save your life, but since you don't care, then forget it. Those who are doomed have their own way to die. Chin Hank nodded to the old man and turned to leave. In the old man's astonished gaze, those who had originally surrounded Chin Hank paused for a moment and just watched him leave the meteorite trading conference. The old man realized he had messed up. In fact, he had no backup plan at all. He was just a small meteorite vendor, making a small profit by buying low and selling high. He hoped to find some customers at the Tucson Meteorite Trading Conference at the end of the year to make a big profit. Originally thinking that selling this strange black stone would secure a lifetime of food and drink, he never expected that the stone had already been targeted by someone else, and he inadvertently intercepted it. Profitable transactions are never smooth sailing. So, until this stone appeared at the Tucson Meteorite Trading Conference soon, there were people around the old man keeping watch, and the next day, he realized he was being targeted. The old man had been avoiding some risks by staying at this hotel for the past few days, but the trading conference would eventually end, and safety after the event was not the responsibility of the organizers. Chapter 331. Bull Shark Chin Hank and Anna Garcia communicated very smoothly, and they had a very consistent view of the hotel. Therefore, Chin Hank entrusted the hotel to her for management. At first, Anna Garcia was astonished by the several Indian girls surrounding Chin Hank, feeling that this young boss was indulging in physical pleasures. However, as she communicated with Chin Hank, she discovered his vast knowledge, especially when discussing the plans for landscaping and decoration within the hotel. Chin Hank's well-reasoned suggestions made Anna Garcia struggle to take notes. This made her reevaluate this young boss, realizing that he was not just a rich second-generation kid squandering family money, but a truly thoughtful person. Inspired by the young boss, Anna Garcia earnestly discussed her plans for the hotel based on his design direction. Chin Hank also discovered that Anna Garcia, tempered in a well-known international chain hotel, had her own understanding and ideas. These traits were precisely why Chin Hank chose her. After more than an hour of conversation, both the boss and the employee felt very satisfied with each other. Chapter 332. The Protection of Diamond Barbie. 5 minutes later, Wade, wearing a bulletproof vest and holding a long and short gun, entered the office with 2 fully armed subordinates. "Boss, what are your orders?" "Send someone to watch the entrance. The others stay in the office. We might be in big trouble." Bull Shark arranged for his subordinates to secure the area. "No need to be so complicated. I'm already here." A voice suddenly echoed at the office door, startling Bull Shark. Wade and several subordinates raised their guns towards the door. Under their watch, the office door slowly opened, revealing a smiling Asian youth at the entrance. "I know you want to know why, so I came." Bull Shark's eyes widened. He recognized this young man as the one he had sent his subordinates to rob and then dispose of the body. Now he appeared, and his subordinates were nowhere to be seen, indicating a fact that was obvious without guessing. Bull Shark glanced at the guns held by his subordinates and felt much calmer. There was nothing that couldn't be resolved with a gun when facing an enemy. If one bullet wasn't enough, then 2 would do. "You've come right under my gun. I have to admire your courage." Chapter 333. The wine professors cherish upon the plane landing again at Austin Airport. Chin Hank suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. On this land, he had a little foundation in this world. After leaving the airport, Chin Hank felt completely free. He soared into the wind and, in just a few minutes, landed outside the teaching building of the botany department at the University of Texas. Organizing his clothes, Chin Hank appeared around the corner of the building, holding a bottle of wine in his hand, and walked slowly towards Professor Clark's office. After knocking on the office door, he heard someone inside shout, "Come in." Chin Hank smiled and pushed the door open. Inside the office were Professor Clark and Professor Maxim. Upon seeing Chin Hank enter, their gazes first landed on the bottle of red wine he was holding, and their eyes brightened. They felt that this red wine was the best they had ever tasted, and after drinking it, they noticed an improvement in their memory. However, with a 1,500 milliliters bottle of red wine, no matter how conservatively they drank it, it would be finished in half a month. Since Chin Hank was not at school, they couldn't ask the students for some, so they were searching everywhere for something similar. But as Chin Hank said, this kind of red wine could only be produced on his farm. Chapter 334. Spring in Texas today was destined to be a gloomy day for Dr. Clark at the Rose Clinic. First, 2 incredibly beautiful nurses wanted to take leave to go on a date with their lovers. Shortly after, the old nurse Julie, who had been temporarily filling in, returned to ask for leave as well. Her old lover from 40 years ago had come looking for her. With only 5 nurses in total at the clinic, this meant more than half were gone, and 1 nurse was already on leave today. As a result, the empty clinic was left with only 1 nurse on duty. Dr. Clark murmured as he looked out the window, wondering if spring had come early to Texas. Just then, he felt a figure crawl under his desk. It was the remaining nurse, Emily. He then felt a chill. "Emily, you can't do that. The door isn't closed." "Don't worry, Dr. Clark. I've hung the loud on house call sign at the door. No one will disturb us now. But there are still patients in the ward. I've pushed them all out to the yard to sunbathe. Come on, let's disinfect first." Do you feel the comfort of this spring? The sun shone brightly. The Rose Clinic was basking in spring, and Ginny's apartment was no less so. Chapter 335. American version of Gao Yanniai after spending the afternoon with Sayaka and Karina Hayano. Chin Hank promised to accompany them on New Year's Day. Initially, the Foot Basin people celebrated the New Year according to the lunar calendar, but later, the Sandwich Emperor implemented the Gregorian calendar. So now, the vast majority of Foot Basin people celebrate New Year's Day on the Gregorian calendar, with the only exception being Ryukyu, which still celebrates the Lunar New Year. However, the precious metal expert Qin had made a time management plan and realized that there was a high probability he would have to go to Los Angeles to accompany Feng Xiaoqing for the Lunar New Year. At that time, he would also cut open the meteorite he bought in Tucson, extract the star sand, and use the meteorite shell to forge 2 5-tiger broken door knives. Not to mention that the old Deng Hui would love it. Feng Xiaoye would definitely come rushing over with bright eyes. After having dinner with the carefully prepared ramen by Sayaka and Karina, Qin Hank comforted them for a while before leaving. On this day, he felt like a warm sun, spreading brilliant sunshine everywhere. He was just about to go to Rosa's place. This understanding girl had never complained. This Thanksgiving, she could only spend it with Carter. If there were cowboys, horse trainers, and riders at the farm who wouldn't go home for Thanksgiving, Qin Hank would arrange a lively Thanksgiving for them. Chapter 336. Strange events. As the four thugs looked up, they met a pair of emotionless eyes. For pairs of eyes rolled back and then returned to normal. They quickly put away their guns, started the car, and turned toward the location in downtown Austin. George Barrett, with golden curly hair, was shouting in the living room of his villa. "Damn it, I must get that girl. Send a few more people out. Arrange for someone to watch all the exits of Oak Tree Farm. Also, deal with that Laura from the Dida family and the owner of Oak Tree Farm. You must take care of them for me." Across from George Barrett, his father, Baden Barrett, sat in anguish with his hands on his head. The Dida family is powerful throughout Texas. It's not easy to deal with. "I don't care. You must do it. This is what you owe me." Baden Barrett, however, showed a demeanor of acquiescence. It was rare to see a scene in this living room where the son had the upper hand over the father. "George, we still need to pay attention to our public image outside. Not everyone can be dealt with casually. Luckily, that girl who is imprisoned is from an ordinary family." Chapter 337. The devil in human form. Baden Barrett stood before all the reporters, covered in blood, having thrown down the dagger in his hand. "I have sent many video materials to your media-s submission email. This box in front of me contains all the relevant evidence." As Baden Barrett recounted the events to the camera, all the reporters were shocked to discover how ruthless and greedy this seemingly polished state legislator was behind the scenes. Contract killings, sabotaging bills, money laundering, and eliminating competitors. Indulging his son in the torture and murder of women, using various resources to defend him against charges, and successfully escaping responsibility. After explaining everything to the media, Baden Barrett called 911. Texas State Police, Austin County Police, and others arrived at the scene, cordoning off the area around the villa. The reporters who had previously occupied a corner of the villa's hall were pushed outside the cordon. Several ambulances arrived. Doctors examined the 4 individuals lying in a pool of blood in the living room to see if there was any need for rescue. Chapter 338. Large political donations. While Qin Hank was still teaching Rosa and the others bull riding techniques, a message from Cynthia prompted him to rush to her house after finishing all the skills, to pass the time while recovering from her injury. Cynthia had gone on vacation to Europe and contacted Qin Hank as soon as she returned. After a few months apart, the little police officer looked much better, and a big hug confirmed to Qin Hank that she hadn't lost weight. "Hey Hank, how much have you missed me in these few months? I want to swallow you whole. Your phone was often unreachable. I wanted to share videos with you from many vacation spots, but unfortunately, you couldn't see them. Baby, I'm often in dense, primitive forests or barren deserts. It's normal not to have signal. We could travel together again later and even go around the world." "Really? Thank you, Hank." A long-awaited kiss made Qin Hank feel quite good. As he walked into Cynthia's living room, her parents and brother were home, and upon seeing Qin Hank, they all warmly welcomed him. Qin Hank presented a bottle of red wine he had brought, which Leo accepted, looking at Qin Hank's handsome Asian face. Chapter 339. Shocking news for the Brown family. "Hank, you really don't need to do this." Lucas looked at Qin Hankai with increasingly kind eyes. "This young man is quite impressive. How come I never noticed how likable he was before?" Leo, sitting beside him, was also a bit excited. He never expected his sister's boyfriend to be so wealthy. Now he could leverage this for his own campaign office. When he recalled how Qin Hankai treated his sister's gunshot wound, Leo felt like he was truly the chosen one. The family enjoyed coffee and cookies together. Lucas shared some news from the state, and now he didn't have to hold back too much around Qin Hankai. He casually gave himself $10 million in campaign funds. This is his son-in-law. Meanwhile, Mrs. Brown, Cynthia's mother, grew fonder of Qin Hankai with each passing moment. This handsome and confident young Asian man was very well-mannered. His self-assured demeanor left a deep impression on her. She had never seen such a confident and composed young man in all of Texas. Mrs. Brown was extremely supportive of Cynthia's relationship, feeling that this young man was far more suitable than some congressman's son or a wealthy second-generation heir. Chapter 340. Conclusion of Austin Matters. Mrs. Brown personally cooked a meal. The atmosphere was friendly, making lunch very enjoyable. The refreshing taste of the Ice Queen wine astonished the Brown family. Even Lucas, who had attended many top-tier banquets and tasted numerous premium wines, agreed that this wine was worth the price. After the meal, the five of them genuinely sat in the living room like a family, chatting. Upon learning about Chin Han Kai's background, Mrs. Brown's maternal instincts kicked in, inviting him to visit often for homemade pies and pizzas. Chin Han Kai gladly accepted this maternal love. Having more people who care is nice, but it's hard to visit often since there are so many people to manage. Chin Han Kai was confident that he was talking about the cowboys and riders from the farm. In the living room, Chin Han Kai had a detailed discussion with Lucas and Leo about Cynthia receiving credit for her accomplishments. Lucas didn't care whether the robbers were arranged by Chin Han Kai's organization or were simply underlings. Once Chin Han Kai assured him that they could fully control the robbers, Lucas offered several suggestions to ensure Cynthia's achievements wouldn't be hijacked by others. Chapter 341. Bringing her boyfriend home. It was evident that Kelly was very nervous about bringing a boy home for the first time. Amid their laughter, the taxi arrived at their destination. Kelly's home was a modern 3-story villa, indicating a well-off family. Kelly mentioned that her parents were both senior engineers with good incomes. After the taxi left, they arrived at the entrance of the villa's yard. Chin Han Kai magically pulled out Kelly's suitcase and a suitcase of his own from his sleeve, along with 2 wooden boxes in his hands. Kelly entered her code on the door's keypad, and the door buzzed open. She led Chin Han Kai inside, feeling a bit anxious. Just before they reached the front door of the villa, a fierce-looking face suddenly appeared in the large floor-to-ceiling window. It was a large Maine Coon cat. Kelly cheered, "Tiger, how are you?" The fierce face disappeared from the window, and then the cat door at the bottom of the villa opened. A head peeked out, and then the whole cat jumped out gracefully. Kelly quickly set down her suitcase and hugged it. "Oh, Tiger, you've grown a lot." The Maine Coon named Tiger rested its head on a mound and purred contentedly. Chapter 342. Family conversation at Kelly's home. The flavor was truly astonishing. Adam and Stephanie were both surprised. They had never known that wine could have such a rich taste. Stephanie even felt a refreshing sensation in her brain, as if she wasn't drinking wine, but holy water. With each sip, her entire body felt invigorated. The excellent effect of this wine was due to Chin Han Kai infusing a hint of spiritual energy into it. Although spiritual energy was extremely scarce in this world, there was still a tiny bit. During his chi refining stage, Chin Han Kai couldn't gather much spiritual energy or control it well. Now that he had reached the foundation establishment stage, he could extract a little bit of the spiritual energy in the air without relying on formations or spells. Considering that Kelly's parents were both engineers who frequently used their brains, Chin Han Kai added a thread of spiritual energy to the wine, combining it with the grapes that had already been infused with spiritual energy, resulting in an astonishing taste and effect. The 2 bottles of wine had a noticeable positive effect on their bodies. After drinking, Adam and his wife felt warm all over. "Oh, Hank, your gift brought an unexpected surprise." Chapter 343. The moon goddess. Yet the next morning, the family was glowing with energy. "Hey, sweetheart, did you sleep well last night?" "Oh, Mom, I slept wonderfully at home." "Hank, how about you?" "I felt great too. The bed was soft and bouncy." After enjoying the egg sandwiches and milk breakfast prepared by Stephanie, they got ready to set off. Chin Han Kai originally thought they would drive out from the front yard, but Adam took the lead, pulling the luggage and heading straight to the backyard. Chin Han Kai had already noticed the small yacht parked there yesterday. Fort Lauderdale, being a famous tourist destination in America, boasted a layout of front garages, backyard pools, and docks that was quite commendable. Seeing Adam's determination, it seemed they were going to take the yacht to meet someone. The 4 of them boarded the yacht in order. Adam put on sunglasses, started the yacht, and slowly sailed into the spacious riverway. The humid sea breeze tousled their hair, and the white waves rolled behind the yacht. Life by the beach in Florida was completely different. However, it was said that Florida didn't harbor idlers. Floridians love to have fun. One couldn't help but wonder what Kelly's relatives would be like. Chapter 344. The prosperous Smith family. This is perfect. It's simply a masterpiece of cake making. Jonathan gazed dreamily at the thin truffle slices in his hand, then brought them closer to his nose to sniff them carefully. He turned to see Adam coming in with other items. "Adam, my dear brother, I need Hank's farm to supply me with truffles. My travel company will become one of the best in Fort Lauderdale." "Jonathan, is this truffle really that good?" Seeing Adam's puzzled expression, Jonathan picked up a black truffle and shaved off a few slices. "Adam, come look. The veins of the white truffle are as brilliant as gold, and the veins of the black truffle shine like silver. This type of truffle is considered the best in the world, newly discovered, and it has started to be used in top banquets of European royalty and nobility. Otherwise, it wouldn't be considered a high-level banquet." Hearing Jonathan's explanation, Adam was a bit confused. Is this future son-in-law really that impressive? Last night, he had no particular feelings about truffles and red wine, but after drinking the wine, he thought it was the best. Now, hearing Jonathan introduce truffles, he finally realized that truffles are also a symbol of status. Chapter 345. The natural fishing talent William pulled a silver-bellied fish from the sea, with a few black stripes on it. This is skipjack tuna. Its meat is tender, and in some places, it is used to replace tuna. We need to catch a bit more. William lifted a hatch at the back of the yacht, revealing an oxygen fish tank. He tossed the skipjack into it. This is a live bait tank, as fresh bait is essential for catching big fish. Chin Honkai noticed that the bait they were using was all artificial lures. Why use artificial lures? Naturally, they are effective, and Chin Honkai didn't want to dig deeper. After all, knowing how to drive doesn't mean you need to know how to build a car. In the following time, Chin Honkai merely demonstrated a little, leaving William and his brothers utterly shocked. "Hank, you definitely have a talent for fishing," William exclaimed from the side. This was because Chin Honkai was tossing skipjack after skipjack into the bait box, as if the fish were waiting for his hook in the sea. However, this operation was just basic for Chin Honkai because he had the ultimate cheat, spiritual awareness. Under the scan of spiritual awareness, everything underwater was laid bare, including the crawling lobsters and shellfish on the seabed. Chapter 346. The value of red wine exceeds imagination. Oh, come on. If I were to cut them up, it would scare everyone. Chin Honkai calmly rolled up the fishing line in his hand. Carmen seemed to find great excitement in this environment, constantly trying to tease Chin Honkai. "Sister Carmen, can you come help me?" Kelly, who was cutting fish, noticed the situation and quickly called Carmen over. In a closed space of the yacht, if the elders found out about the relationship between the two sisters and Chin Honkai, she felt it would be a disaster. Realizing her mistake at Kelly's call, Carmen hurried over. Their two brothers had already cut the entire mullet into 2 long fillets. The remaining fish head, bones, and tail were thrown back into the sea. Looking at the massive fish head, Chin Honkai couldn't help but think of the dish-steamed fish head with chopped chili. However, seeing the mullet's square head, it seemed to be full of hard bones with little meat to eat. But if it were a grouper, it would be different. Once the boat's rear was cleaned with a hose, Kelly and Carmen each carried a long piece of fish into the yacht's kitchen. Chapter 347. Close-up magic with on-site materials. As a group of people looked at each other, the pillar of the Smith family, the leader, and the elder father Andrew spoke up. The meaning of Thanksgiving lies in thanking the seller for the harvest of the land through today's gathering. For Hank, these were all outputs from his own farm, symbolizing abundance. We just need to enjoy it with gratitude for the seller. Holding his great-grandson, Andrew's words define the matter. This means everyone can enjoy it without worrying about conflicts with their beliefs. Everyone relaxed, and the hall was filled with laughter again. Jonathan carefully placed a bottle of red wine into the hall's wine cabinet. Tonight, they would taste wine worth $5 million. This was the first time in everyone's life. Adam and Carmen's father, Eric, chatted about the good relationship between the sisters and their joint earnings. Carmen and Kelly had told the family about their modeling and advertising work in Los Angeles. This led the brother-in-law and the younger brother to discuss their daughter's development. Before long, Eric and Adam's conversation was interrupted as the brothers joined in. Chapter 348. The reward for catching a 1,000-pound fish. Linda knelt in front of Chin Honkai, carefully reaching the tail of the artificial lure into the handhole he created. The surrounding siblings widened their eyes, watching Linda extend her beautiful long hand from her wrist to her elbow and finally to her shoulder. However, there was no sign of Linda's hand emerging from any part around Chin Honkai. "Linda, how does it feel? Did you touch Hank's appendix?" One brother joked. Linda's face was pressed against Chin Honkai's chest as she struggled to move the bait inside. "Oh no, it's empty inside. I can't feel anything." Suddenly realizing something, Linda slowly withdrew her hand, pretending to be nonchalant as she spoke to her brothers. It's so amazing. You should all try it. Hank, can we too? The Smith family's upbringing was quite good, and the brothers all asked for Chin Hankai's permission first. Of course, everyone can give it a try. Chin Hankai generously nodded. After all, it was just for fun, and everyone should be happy. So, Kelly's siblings lined up to experience what this bottomless handhole was all about on Chin Hankai's stomach. Chapter 349. Encountering a school of sailfish. If there were sharks following the boat, it would definitely affect everyone's plan to catch big fish. With William getting up, the other siblings jumped up as well. Everyone leaned over the side of the boat to look at the sea behind the yacht. But there was no movement for a long time. Hank, did you see wrong? William and several brothers cast doubtful glances. Chin Hankai used his spiritual awareness to observe the sharks swimming behind the boat, which were quite good at hiding. Master Chin had said there would be. It had to appear. A water wave spell formed in the sea, and when 3 sharks swam to that position, a wave threw them all out of the water. Wow, that's a tiger shark, and 3 of them came at once. They will snatch the big fish we catch. Everyone saw the 3 ferocious sharks, and everyone knew this was not a good sign. With the sharks following, everyone's catch would be greatly affected. It was just puzzling how the normally solitary tiger sharks suddenly gathered together, but for the moon goddess, it was definitely not a good thing. William turned and ran to the cabin, took out a shotgun, and aimed at the sea. Come on, taste the bullet. Chapter 350. Record-breaking big fish in the shocked eyes of everyone. The giant sailfish, measuring 5 meters, lay helplessly against the side of the boat. Thick crab meat. It was almost unbelievable. All the young people put down their fishing rods and came to help. In fact, they didn't need to help. Chin Hank could easily pull the over 1,000 pound fish onto the boat by himself. But seeing the enthusiastic looks on Kelly and her brothers, he decided not to discourage them and accepted their goodwill. Watching everyone excitedly pulling in the fish, Kelly and Carmen, along with their sisters, joined the effort. With the combined efforts of a large group, the giant sailfish was pulled onto the aft deck. The tape measure guy calmly took out his tape measure from his pocket, but this time he couldn't do it alone. He found a brother to help measure the fish from the tip of its spines to the tail. 12 meters. Since Jonathan had designed this yacht with fishing capabilities in mind, everyone raised a small crane at the stern to lift the giant sailfish for weighing. 707 kilograms, approximately. William was in charge of operating the crane, but his math wasn't very good. Chapter 351. Gathering sharks' thick crab meat. What is this? A brother of Kelly's was dragging a fish out of the water, but the fish was only half a body, covered in scars as if something had bitten it off. As the big fish was brought out, several iconic triangular fins surfaced, continuing to bite at the big fish. This brother struggled to reel in the line. But by the time the big fish was dragged to the side of the boat, only a fish head remained. Chin Hank didn't go to the side of the boat. He just used his spiritual sense to scan the surrounding sea area and found something peculiar. Along a certain route, sharks were continuously joining. There were hundreds of them around the yacht. This didn't seem to be a spontaneous occurrence. Sure enough, as the sharks gathered, the fish caught on the lines were basically snatched away by the sharks. Everyone stopped fishing, leaning over the edge of the yacht to watch the thrashing shark school. Even Chin Hank had no mood to look at the fish he was cutting. Seeing that everyone had run to look at the sharks and didn't pay much attention to him, Chin Hank's knife flashed. The remaining half of the tuna was neatly filleted. At this moment, Linda happened to turn her head and glanced at Chin Hank, witnessing that stunning cut. Chapter 352. Illegal fishing OF. How do we run into these people? Jonathan said with a gloomy face. This was a group of notorious illegal fishermen off the coast of Florida. They specifically sought economically valuable fish schools. The demand for shark fins had drawn them to the numerous sharks here. After seeing the 2 fishing boats, Jonathan understood how that patch of shark-infested waters had come to be. This group of illegal fishermen would mix a large amount of blood and fish entrails together as bait, throwing it into the sea, attracting sharks who would treat it as a feast. They only needed to bring in trawl nets to catch the sharks in groups. After cutting off the dorsal fins, they discarded the rest of the body. Thus, it was not uncommon to find sharks on the beach struggling to survive after having their dorsal fins cut off. At this moment, the 2 fishing boats were operating without hesitation, slaughtering sharks. They paid no attention to the cruise ship, Moon Goddess, passing nearby. The crew only glanced up. As long as they didn't cause trouble, they generally wouldn't consider themselves pirates. They usually turned off all GPS positioning when they began fishing offshore, even cutting off signals to their phones. Chapter 353. Linda's bluefin tuna. Linda's heart raced violently. Her mind was blank, only mechanically pulling back on the big fish. Cheen Hank's warm hands left her abdomen and the back of her hand, but she felt as if those hands remained in place. This feeling made Linda's brain transition from emptiness to an unusual sensation. Her siblings saw Linda almost fall into the sea and rushed over to comfort her, their gazes towards Cheen Hank becoming even friendlier. Linda was one of the most well-behaved girls in the Smith family. Her personality was cheerful and gentle, never competing with her sisters for anything. Among her siblings, she was very well-liked. After Cheen Hank saved her from the edge of the boat, her siblings all assisted her in reeling in the big fish. The fish was exceptionally stubborn, taking a full 2 hours to reel in. During that time, her siblings took turns to tire out the fish. It's worth noting that reeling in a fish is quite strenuous, especially with such a large fish. The waves were not small, and the fish struggled vigorously. Those who don't often fish generally tire out after just a few minutes to a dozen minutes of reeling. Most of Linda's siblings grew up by the sea, so fishing and reeling in fish was second nature to them. Chapter 354. Difficult sailing as the sky grew darker. The moon goddess sped up, heading towards the island Jonathan mentioned. As the wind intensified, the waves grew higher, with several meter-high swells appearing around the yacht, making its sailing bumpy. The women in the kitchen preparing the Thanksgiving feast were urgently called to stop. All the ingredients, items, and kitchen utensils were put away in cabinets. Under Jonathan's arrangement, the elderly, children, and women were gathered in the hall. All the men formed 2 emergency teams, one in the cockpit and one in the aft cabin. They had to take the hurricane seriously because, according to information from the Maritime Department, the hurricane's strength had reached level 4. A level 4 hurricane can have sustained winds of over 250 kilometers per hour. This was different from a tornado with a limited coverage area. A tornado causes massive destruction along a narrow path, affecting only a few kilometers at most. Hurricanes, however, have an impact covering hundreds or even thousands of kilometers. If not handled properly, the entire Smith family could end up capsizing into the sea to feed the sharks. Chapter 355. Accelerating hurricane winds. The island Jonathan was heading to was actually an archipelago. There are mountains dozens of meters high on these islands. During a hurricane, they serve as a relatively good shelter from the wind. Cheen Hank's spiritual perception continuously scans the direction the yacht is heading. He can see schools of fish hiding deep in the sea. To avoid damage to the yacht from the increasingly turbulent waves, Jonathan steers the yacht in a zigzag pattern. At this moment, flashes of lightning increase the visibility for the yacht. As the yacht is lifted by a wave, Cheen Hank discovers the existence of an island, where there are several peaks dozens of meters high. Uncle Jonathan, I see the island in that direction. Cheen Hank directly pointed out the direction of the island he just saw to Jonathan. Wow, Hank, you're amazing. The cowboy's eyes are indeed sharp. We're almost safe, Jonathan said, looking very happy after hearing Cheen Hank mention the discovery of the island. William and the others also praised Cheen Hank. If they couldn't find the island, they would have been on the verge of collapse. As long as they could reach the sheltered side of the island, the chances of surviving this hurricane would exceed 50. So, while Cheen Hank continued to scan the surroundings with his spiritual perception, he stood at the window of the cockpit, guiding Jonathan in the right direction. Chapter 356. Confrontation of spells in nature. When they were anchored earlier, Jonathan did not turn off the yacht's engine. Now, after the anchor was broken, he urgently started the engine to fight against the powerful waves. However, in the chaotic waves, the yacht suddenly lost its balance, capsizing and then being righted by another wave. The people in the cabin lost their balance due to this sudden jolt, tumbling around like rolling gourds. The weapons Jonathan distributed earlier became a significant danger factor. Several people were not thrown out of the boat, but were injured by the guns that were thrown around, luckily without any accidental discharges, resulting in only superficial wounds. Only Cheen Hank remained steady in the upside-down cabin, even managing to grab Jonathan, who was thrown out. At the moment, the yacht regained balance. Cheen Hank pressed Jonathan back into the driver's seat and grabbed everyone's guns. He quickly moved to the gun cabinet, stashing all the weapons back inside and locking the cabinet door. Just then, William accidentally bumped into the corner of a table and fainted. At this point, Cheen Hank was the only one able to maintain balance in the entire cabin. Chapter 357. Choose me or choose the cake seller. A man appeared as if he were a god, hovering about 10 meters above the moon goddess. He held a purple longsword in his hand. Surrounding him were 5 gem-like objects emitting a faint yellow glow, enveloping the entire moon goddess within. Outside the moon goddess, a towering wind wall hundreds of meters high spun rapidly around the yacht. The thick clouds in the sky were rotated into a hole by the wind wall. Brilliant sunlight poured through the hole, casting a golden edge around the man. The head of the family, Andrew, seeing this scene, couldn't help but kneel on one knee. He repeatedly made the gesture of cutting a cake in front of him. Great cake seller, we honor and admire you. May your holy light shine upon the earth. Gene Hank had already seen them emerge. At this point, there was no need to hide anything. It was time to help everyone save their lives. First, he would fully resist the hurricane, allowing his woman's family to see the power and charm of his celestial magic as a test. If they were trustworthy, some business dealings could be considered. If not, he would invoke the Great Forgetting Spell. Chapter 358. Andrew's Dilemma with the Giant Waves. The moon goddess was directly slammed onto the hillside of an island. The entire island was half submerged by the giant waves, but the mountain peak was relatively high, over 100 meters, and could sway amidst the rolling waves. The moon goddess, protected by several layers of Gene Hank's shields, bounced when it hit the hillside and got stuck on a large rock. In the midst of the wind and waves, it became remarkably stable. Several hours passed, and as the hurricane gradually subsided, the waves seemed to lessen. It looked like the seawater was about to recede. If nothing was done, once the seawater completely retreated, the moon goddess would be stranded on the hillside, and getting the several hundred-ton vessel down would be very difficult. So, taking advantage of the surrounding ample seawater, Gene Hank summoned a wave to lift the yacht back to the surface. Indeed, as the seawater receded, the yacht returned to the sea surface beneath the island. The wind and waves calmed, the clouds dispersed, and the sun rose. A warm ray of sunlight fell on the moon goddess. We have finally conquered the hurricane. The living world is truly beautiful. I swear to treat my future life well. Under Gene Hank's reminder, the members of the Smith family, having experienced a life-and-death crisis, rushed onto the deck. Chapter 359. Encountering illegal fishing boats again, Andrew's dilemma did not last long. With Gene Hank's cultivation complete and the belated Thanksgiving dinner finally cooked, the Smith family gathered in the hall to enjoy their delayed Thanksgiving feast. After a day and night of just eating dry bread, everyone was already starving. Facing a bountiful spread of turkey, pumpkin pie, tuna, eel, and steak, all cooked with golden and silver truffle, everyone could hardly contain themselves. Under Andrew's lead, they quickly said a prayer before the meal. The Puritan characteristic is to discard all unnecessary rituals and keep things simple. After the prayer, Andrew gave a brief opening speech, once again thanking Gene Hank for saving the entire family. Once Andrew finished expressing his gratitude, Gene Hank released a rejuvenation spell. The rain of light instantly healed all the wounds suffered by the members of the Smith family during the hurricane. Gene Hank's seating arrangement at the dinner was as important as Andrew's, thanks to the yacht's well-equipped wine cabinet and protective measures. The bottle of red wine Gene Hank brought became the main wine for today's feast. Chapter 360. The pirate's treasure flying from the yacht to the cliff of the island. Gene Hank used his spiritual perception to scan the cliff where he sensed the previous fluctuations. He discovered a cave 50 meters underwater, hidden beneath a pile of scattered reefs. Though not skilled in water manipulation, using a water-splitting technique was still feasible. As Gene Hank fell from the sky, he had already prepared the water-splitting technique and silently sank into the sea. The cave is extremely deep, seemingly extending into the interior of the island. At the cave's entrance, one could still see man-made steps that appear to be several hundred years old. The sea level back then seems to have not been as high. It seems that humans artificially widened this natural cave. As Gene Hank ascended the steps, a section of road still submerged in seawater appeared before him, with decaying small wooden boats and some stone tools visible on both sides. Continuing further inside, he could see some excavated caves, all submerged in seawater, with traces of human habitation inside. However, it has now become a paradise for fish. Gene Hank also saw a giant grouper in the cave. Since he did not have an urgent desire to eat, it was spared. Chapter 361. Lifting the threat, Gene Hank's sword energy transformed into a rainbow and flew over the moon goddess, landing directly beside Jonathan. The men of the Smith family were all armed, nervously watching the fishing boats behind them. "Uncle Jonathan, what's going on?" Hank, not long after you left. This boat suddenly rushed over from the side of the island, waving a flag demanding us to stop. Jonathan, standing at the ship's edge, felt his tension ease upon seeing Hank descend from the air. This man stood on the side of the Smith family. As long as the opposite side wasn't an army, it didn't seem that frightening. Since the fishing boat had been chasing them, Jonathan had ordered all the women to go below deck. This Thanksgiving had been too thrilling. First, they encountered a newly formed, powerful hurricane. And now they were facing pirates on a fishing boat. What era is it that there are still illegal fishing boats playing the role of pirates? Although the initial flag signals indicated they wanted to borrow some fresh water, after the hurricane, stopping to borrow water in the desolate sea was not a good idea. Thus, Jonathan did not stop the boat, and after chasing for half an hour, the crew on that boat within a kilometer had drawn their weapons and were shouting. Chapter 362. Surprisingly open-minded elders Hank walked down from the deck to the cabin, which was a decent-sized entertainment room, akin to a KTV on a yacht, where the women were waiting for news from above. Carmen and Kelly stood guard at the cabin door with handguns. The Florida girls were no pushovers, possessing combat abilities comparable to men, especially Carmen and Kelly, whose bodies had been conditioned by Hank. Ordinary men would likely not be able to defeat them. Seeing Hank come down, Kelly happily approached. "Hank, you're back. How's it going outside?" Hank glanced around. All the women were looking at him with hopeful eyes. Andrew had intended for him to come down to bring good news to ease the women's worries. "You can go up to the deck now. The danger has been resolved." A cheer erupted in the cabin, and the younger girls jumped up, smiling along with the older women. Just a moment ago, when they were hiding below deck, everyone was very tense. Although they were far away, that seemingly shabby fishing boat had charged over aggressively. The actions of those on board were clearly visible. Andrew was quick to get them below deck. Chapter 363. The sinking of the Santa Maria, a restless atmosphere spread throughout the yacht. The young men of the Smith family had green eyes. If given a choice, who would want to be a Puritan? Yet now, the family was surprisingly open-minded, pushing the sisters closer to Hank. However, they knew that this situation could indeed be justified. They had witnessed Hank's abilities with their own eyes. To put it bluntly, he was not human. With someone like him in the family, who knows when he might be in a good mood and teach them a thing or two, and they could prosper. Perhaps one day, they could also find a few women out there. As for the elders from today onwards, the doctrine had already gone off track. On the top deck, Kelly and Hank lay on beach chairs, sipping drinks that Hank had magically frozen. They enjoyed a pleasant Thanksgiving holiday. Kelly felt a sense of pride. Hank had saved the entire Smith family, and she shared in that honor. She was grateful she had invited Hank to her home for Thanksgiving. Otherwise, not only would the entire family have been lost, but she would also have never seen this man who had penetrated her soul. Thinking of this, she emotionally rested her head on Hank's shoulder. Chapter 364. Deepening the relationship with the Smith family after several hours of sailing. The Moon Goddess yacht finally returned to the port of Fort Lauderdale. Along the way, they encountered a dodgy, smuggling boat. When the people on board saw the Moon Goddess yacht, the expressions of those either numb or terrified startled the young members of the Smith family. Some even jumped onto the ship's railing, waving at the Moon Goddess yacht, trying to board for a smuggling trip into America. Jonathan naturally would not allow them to do such a thing. The beautiful Moon Goddess yacht sailed past the smuggling boat without stopping, a distance of 700 meters, drawing a barrage of curses from those on the boat. One could only say that not every South American planning to smuggle into America was a good person. He used his spiritual sense to scan the entire smuggling boat and discovered no less than 10 fully armed crew members, as well as some sordid happenings occurring in certain cabins. Hank felt no particular sentiment about it. He was no saint and had neither the need nor the ability to manage the many sufferings of the world. Apart from the curses, he also caught snippets of conversations on the smuggling boat, which included some hopes for the future and prayers for their smuggling journey. Chapter 365. Kidnapping from Los Angeles early the next morning, Hank, who was originally going to watch Linda's volleyball match, was called away by an urgent phone call from Carmen. It turned out to be a call from the agent, Jamie, who, unable to reach Hank, had called Carmen instead. He was very frustrated on the phone, telling Hank that the beautiful Scott sisters and Margaret had been kidnapped during a business event yesterday. The kidnappers demanded a ransom of $5 million to ensure their safe return. Otherwise, the three women would appear on the dark web auction list. despite his efforts. He had only managed to borrow $800,000. As the agent and close friend of the Scott sisters and Margaret, he had no choice but to seek help from everyone he knew. Remembering the joy those three beautiful models had brought him in Austin, he had gone to find them last time but hadn't seen them, and now they were working in Los Angeles. Gene Hank transferred $700,000 to Jamie to help him ransom them, not worrying that Jamie would pocket the money. In this world, if anyone could swipe his precious metals, they better be prepared for multiple returns. Chapter 366. Hideout near Death Valley with a flash of rainbow light. The thick fog dissipated. This stretch of road seemed as if nothing had happened. Gene Hank, flying in the air with his sword, was monitoring the aura while recalling the previous reverse light reflection technique. This spell was incredible. It could trace back events from the past 3 days. Although the image quality was a bit poor, it did not affect the viewing experience at all. Once his cultivation improved in the future, achieving 4K quality would not be impossible. Gene Hank remembered the time he was in Austin chasing those robbers, having to observe the aura while pedaling his bike furiously. Unlike now, where he was soaring over the Golden Gate Bridge, Gene Hank suddenly hit the brakes in midair. Lost in thought, he forgot he was still in the sword aura state, moving at high speed. If he wasn't careful, he would have flown past and ended up in Canada. Sensing the aura in his hand, Gene Hank reversed direction and continued flying. A few minutes later, he looked out over the vast desert. Unexpectedly, these guys had managed to hide themselves in the desolate Nevada desert without a trace. Chapter 367. Gaze from the abyss. Gene Hank knew that Margaret and the other two had not eaten anything up to this point. He glanced at the shriveled pizza on the table. Choosing to cook for himself, he had previously stored plenty of food and cooking utensils in his sleeve universe, including rice, flour, and meat. He decided to prepare a meal for the Skoke sisters and Margaret. The exotic flavors of the food left the starving Skoke sisters and Margaret unable to stop eating. If it weren't for Gene Hank being concerned they might overeat, he would have let them indulge completely. After a hearty meal, the three of them sat in their chairs, humming contentedly. It had been a long time since they had eaten so well, mainly because they had been hungry for too long. They really hoped to be able to enjoy such delicious food more often. They chatted animatedly, expressing their delightful feelings about the meal. They didn't even consider how Gene Hank had found such a place. They simply recounted their experiences from being kidnapped to the present. Chapter 368. The haunted house at USC. Following John's instructions, Gene Hank registered an identity in this network, using the code name Abyss. Due to his low-level permissions, he couldn't access much information and could only see some basic, less difficult task postings. Gene Hank knew there were multiple dark web channels worldwide. Thus, what appeared on the page were illegal requests from all over the globe, with a significant number originating from America. Gene Hank planned to slowly sift through the targets inside. If the other party was not a good person, he could use them to elevate his status in the dark web. Once his level was high enough, he might be able to connect with the masterminds behind the dark web. Sometimes, destruction might not be necessary. He could also control a part for his own use. After all, this world is not all sunshine. Light and darkness have always complemented and depended on each other. After John and his group hand over to the next batch tomorrow, they would lose their usefulness and could contribute a little nourishment to this vast wasteland, as there was still an afternoon and a night until the meeting time. Chapter 369. The most timid customers, but who just blew on my neck? A red-haired girl in the group suddenly turned around, only to find no one behind her. Thick crab. Emma, are you joking? You're the last one. Maybe it was just the wind in the hallway. The group of young people who had been spaced apart began to slowly close in. Oh, Tony, can you stop being so childish? Mitchell, what are you talking about? I'm with Hanson. When another girl with an afro felt someone blowing on her neck, everyone looked at her strangely since she was standing alone at the edge of the hallway. I feel something's off. I want to leave here. The young men and women suddenly stirred. They noticed that the distance between them seemed a bit strange. Some people were right in front of them, but the voices came from farther away. Oh my God, why is this hallway so long? I also find it strange. It didn't seem this long when we were on the lower floors. These experiences made the previously unafraid young people tense up. Could there really be ghosts here? After some awkward shuffling through the hallway, they finally reached that dorm room. Chapter 370. Cargo transfer. In the end, Gene Hank still couldn't ask Fong Xiaoya about her cultivation in person. Because the demonic influence had not been removed, Fong Xiaoqing transformed back into a demon. For the sake of the world, righteous cultivator Qin Hank resolutely sacrificed himself to suppress her. The demonic smoke billowed and lightning flashed. It took considerable effort for old Qin to resuppress the demon. For a foundation establishment cultivator, such matters did not require much energy, but it consumed a lot of time. Therefore, Qin Hank did not set off until the next morning after Feng Xiaoqing woke up. The golden puppet in the valley did not transmit any unusual information. In the morning, Qin Hank still had time to make a trip to Trelona town. Although the Skoke sisters and Margaret were not famous as models, their professional ethics were commendable. When Qin Hank found them, the three were practicing yoga in the living room. The arrival of Qin Hank delighted them. But when they realized the situation was not fully resolved, they fell silent. Since Qin Hank still had to go to the valley to handle the next batch of cargo, the three hurriedly shared a somewhat hearty breakfast with him. Chapter 371. Endless journey of transfer. The pilot did not hide his true face. He walked directly to the Cherokee's trunk, looking at the three women lying on the trunk floor. He pulled out his phone and took pictures of each of them, then uploaded them. After he uploaded the photos, Yuri felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He took it out to see that the task had been completed. Yuri nodded, helping the pilot lift the three women down and place them on the ground, then called to his companions. Raccoon, get in the car, we're leaving here. After the two masked men drove away from the airport, the pilot circled around the three women lying on the ground. What a poor little beauty. Too bad the employer won't let me touch you. Otherwise, I would definitely take good care of you. The three women on the ground seemed to be stimulated by his voice and began to struggle. The pilot shook his head, casually chose one, lifted her, and placed her in a seat on the plane, fastening the seatbelt. He put all three women in their seats, secured their seatbelts, and closed the rear cabin door. He returned to the cockpit, but couldn't shake the feeling that there was more than just three people behind him. Chapter 372. A mistake in direction. As the three women were revealed under the lights, shortly after, 5 people came down the side ladder of the ship. They walked up to Mars and Otto, sizing them up and nodding. 3 men were selected from the group, each grabbing a woman and taking her onto the ship. The 3 women seemed to have accepted reality, numbly being led onto the ship. After undergoing the same photo verification process, Mars and Otto drove away from the location. After the 3 women were taken aboard, the cargo ship remained still. An hour later, another container truck arrived at the dock. 5 ragged women were pulled out of the cargo container. These women were much more restless, crying and wailing, but finally fell silent in front of several sharp daggers. Put these in cargo hold number 2. It looks like they need some training. Okay, Captain Ian, should we transfer those 3 over? Fark, do you have rocks from the Atlantic in your head? Keep the obedient and quiet ones in cargo hold number 1. The rest go into cargo hold number 2, commanded the middle-aged captain in uniform, pointing imperiously at his crew. Chapter 373. Directly going for the money. Qin Hank confirmed that he was currently in the old Medina of Casablanca. Walking 2 kilometers west from here would lead to the educational center and seaside resort of Mohamedia, which was his intended destination. There were numerous vacation hotels and resorts in that area, and most of the underground casinos in Casablanca were concentrated there. Qin Hank walked slowly through the narrow streets, observing the increasingly lively surroundings. After walking about a kilometer, he finally came across the first food stall, where a man in a Berber robe skillfully kneaded dough to make pastries, with several baked pastries already ready nearby. They sold traditional Moroccan pastilla pastries made from chicken and almonds with various spices, quite large, about 20 centimeters in diameter and 7 to 8 centimeters thick, which would be sold by the cut. Qin Hank asked the owner, and it was €5 each, or €3 for half. The aroma was quite pleasant, and just then the owner had baked 3, so Qin Hank handed him $20, making a small profit. The owner packed it in a paper bag and handed it to him. Chapter 374. Mastering hacker power after leaving the restaurant. Qin Hank flew directly to the territory of a gang in the suburbs of Casablanca. According to the 6 degrees of separation theory, he aimed to find his target through the closest gang members. In an old white house, Qin Hank found the gang leader and directly asked who the biggest drug dealer he knew was. Salah usually appears in the Medina area, 48 Alpha Shafa Street. The leader even showed Qin Hank a photo of Salah so he could identify his target clearly. A few minutes later, Qin Hank found the target in this area and learned where the biggest drug dealer in the region usually appeared. As the largest economic center in Morocco, Casablanca attracted all sorts of unsavory characters. This drug dealer was very cunning, with unpredictable movements, Many of his subordinates didn't know his exact location. Luckily, Sheen Hank was fast on his feet, soaring through the skies of Casablanca, making several rounds before finally catching up to the guy. From him, Sheen Hank obtained over 10 overseas anonymous accounts, which held nearly $2 billion. Chapter 375. Battle in the cyber world, watching three skilled hackers busy operating their computers. Sheen Hank took a trip to the ground, instructing the 5 armed personnel above to resume their work and prepare some food to bring down to the basement. However, it was just some grilled fish, skewers, and bread. When Sheen Hank returned to the basement with the food, he saw Seelin typing furiously on the keyboard. As he pressed the Enter key heavily, the information stream on the screen flowed even faster. Seelin closed his eyes and opened his arms in admiration. "I love this feeling of being full of power." Victor next to him echoed, "Yeah, it makes our speed feel much faster. With this speed, we could take down a lot of people." Sander added, "I feel like my brain is clearer. I can think much faster." Seelin raised his fist. "So I definitely want to follow the boss and become a superhero in both the cyber and real worlds." "We think the same." Victor and Sander nodded vigorously. Data tracking would still take some time, so they could finally take a moment to enjoy their strengthened bodies. "Everyone, come over and have a bite to eat." Chapter 376. The Swiss Aiden Hayden. "As long as you continue to train with me, your speed can double." "Really? Boss? Then we could take down the Pentagon in 2 hours." The 3 young men were excited in the face of the future depicted by Sheen Hank. They knew that their young boss was not joking because everything they saw was so real, and they personally experienced the benefits of this power. They might not understand the principle that strong energy leads to a clear mind, but they felt the advantages of a stronger body and clearer thinking. "For now, there's no need to attack the Pentagon. What I need is to find the specific IP of the person who posted the kidnapping demand. As long as we know where they are, your mission will be complete. I will continue to teach you Eastern martial arts." "Yes, boss, we will definitely work hard." Seelin and the others replied, their faces flushed with determination, striving for a better life and a stronger future. Since they had already chosen Zurich, Switzerland, Sheen Hank would certainly not object. Switzerland is indeed a good choice, and its relations with most countries in the world are quite decent. Chapter 377. Zurich Real Estate. Departing from Casablanca, Sheen Hank flew northeast, crossing the vast Mediterranean Sea and the snow-capped Alps. Estimating the distance, Sheen Hank landed in a small town to identify his direction. It would be necessary to find a large, high-definition world map to imprint in his mind, so he could roughly know his position by comparing it with mountains and rivers. Using his spiritual sense, Sheen Hank scanned the small town and found the city's chronicles in the local library. Fortunately, he learned French in Casablanca. Otherwise, he wouldn't have understood much. He had already flown to Besançon, a small town on the border of France and Switzerland, indicating that his flight direction was not too far off. According to the city chronicles, even though this small town seems obscure, it holds significant importance in the history of Swiss watchmaking. Before the 16th century, there were basically no watchmakers in Switzerland, with jewelers being more well-known. Then France experienced decades of religious wars, where conflicts arose between feudal lords and the emerging bourgeoisie represented by small workshop owners and craftsmen. The Protestant small workshop owners lost in the wars, forced to flee, eventually escaping from Besançon into the rugged mountains of Switzerland. Chapter 378. Zurich Base Activation. When Sheen Hank approached the front door, he saw 2 friendly police officers, with a police car flashing its lights behind them, surprisingly a Mercedes. Using his spiritual sense, he sensed no malice from the 2 officers. "Good morning, Mr. Hayden. We are officers Elias and Liano from the Rienbach police station. We have received notification from the property center regarding your ownership here, and we are here to provide you with the police station's contact information and our work contact numbers. Should you need anything, feel free to contact us." The officers were incredibly amiable. "Okay, thank you, officers." Sheen Hank opened the yard gate and took the business card from the officers. The 2 officers briefly introduced the location of the police station and related precautions before leaving. No wonder this city has the highest number of billionaires. The police here are experienced in serving the wealthy, and the joy of the rich is indeed everywhere. Sheen Hank turned back into the villa. The happiness of cultivators is something ordinary people cannot comprehend. With a gentle pinch of his fingers, the jade talisman he had just activated began to function. As long as no heavy equipment like tanks was used, this villa could not be breached from a fence. Chapter 379. The Secret Port. Seelin and the others tested all the servers and various equipment in the base and found no issues. At this time, some servers and equipment ordered online by Sealand had begun to arrive, as Switzerland is one of the world's leading countries in the research and production of supercomputers. Several newly produced micro-supercomputers were acquired by Sealand under the name of Haydn Technology. Fortunately, the entertainment room in this villa is spacious enough to accommodate various equipment, leaving extra space for additional devices. The temperature in Zurich was also sufficiently cold to effectively solve the cooling issues for the equipment. As Zurich is Switzerland's economic center, many equipment suppliers have stock here, making the establishment of Sealand's super network base even smoother. Throughout the afternoon, Sealand, along with Victor and Sand, was busy. After connecting a supercomputer and servers into the local area network, he proudly told Chien Henk that their network capabilities had greatly improved. He was confident in facing attacks or defenses from the world's top hackers. Indeed, besides intrinsic strength, technology relies significantly on external support, especially when the differences in strength are not vast. Chapter 380, Death Begins in Madrid. After the modified container truck left the port, it headed directly toward La Coruña. When passing through the outskirts of La Coruña, the truck dropped off 2 women at a farm. Here, the truck refueled and delivered some food into the container. It seemed they were beginning to adopt a strategy of appeasement towards the women. Chien Henk did not find any dark web phones here. It appears that these people have some transactions and communications that do not necessarily rely on dark web phones. There must be other channels. After leaving La Coruña, the truck did not stop again, heading straight for the border between Spain and Portugal. After more than 3 hours of travel, the truck stopped in the small town of Tué, located at the border of Spain and Portugal. The truck was like a delivery vehicle, unloading 5 more women in Tué. Here, Chien Henk found a second dark web phone in a local gang. The signal was decent, and he immediately plugged in a USB drive. A minute later, he received a message from Sealand, indicating that this device had also been successfully hacked. With the help of a newly installed supercomputer in the villa, Sealand informed Chien Henk that part of the information from the other side had been extracted. Chapter 381, Antonio with Bananas. However, the task was posted anonymously, and accepting the task was also anonymous. The task publisher simply wanted to transfer these 3 women to Madrid for disposal, showing no concern for subsequent issues. It seemed certain that the Scott sisters and Margaret would not be allowed to live. Now, Sealand and the others were continuing to trace based on 2 IP addresses from Los Angeles. They should soon find the next clue. Just as he was about to inquire about other locations where the curly-haired man had hidden his assets, he thought that such a small warehouse could hold so much wealth, and there must be more elsewhere. One crucial characteristic of these traffickers is that they have a lot of cash, just like those leaf traffickers in Casablanca, each having a stash of cash hidden everywhere. To help them reduce the hassle of not having portable space, Old Chien generously stepped in. In the world of Jianghu, one should not be too particular. Why bother with details? We are in the same world. What S yours is mine, and what S mine is still mine. If you have the ability, come and take it. Now, the plantations spread across Morocco should have received higher KPI requirements. The export volume to Europe has also increased significantly. There is no choice but to make up for it. Chapter 382, Saving Shakira. Chien Henk tore off the gag from Shakira's mouth and cut the ropes from her hands and feet. Are you really Hank? Oh, thank you, Holy Mary. I can hardly believe it. Just freed, Shakira immediately hugged Chien Henk, giving him a heavy embrace. It seemed exaggerated in the video, but Chien Henk felt he had still underestimated it. The pressure far exceeded that of Kelly and Carmen. Chien Henk halted his swirling thoughts. Prepare and take Shakira away from here. The other women who were tied up were desperately wriggling their bodies and making sounds of distress, their eyes revealing a pleading expression. Hank, can we take them all with us? Chien Henk glanced at Shakira, who was as kind as Elena, thinking of saving others even before she was free herself. No problem. He turned around and swiftly untied the other 5 women. Thank you, sir. We are grateful for your rescue. The 5 women excitedly hugged Chien Henk, but none could exert as much pressure as Shakira. After they had vented their emotions for a while, Chien Henk finally spoke. Chapter 383, That Wonderful State of Mind, Hank. Where do you live? Can you take me somewhere to hide first? I was kidnapped right at the school gate. Watching the few women reluctantly say goodbye to Chien Henk for a long time, Shakira felt sour but didn't know what she could do. Once those women left, only she and Chien Henk were left together. They were supposed to go back to school, but Shakira didn't dare to return just yet. After all, she had been kidnapped by the Dominican gang right near the school gate. According to Chin Hank, the Dominican gang was currently confronting other gangs at the factory gate. It seemed that the leader of the opposing gang had also set his sights on her, which left her even more uncertain about what to do. Although she was a mature older sister compared to Elena, she was still just a child in terms of society. With nowhere else to go, she could only look to Chin Hank, who had rescued her. Now that she was in Madrid, she decided to go hide at his place for a few days. "Are you sure you want to go to my place?" Chin Hank looked at Shakira with a strange expression. Her request seemed so natural, as if it were a matter of course. Chapter 384. Carmen encounters kidnapping. Antonio returned with his underlings in high spirits, dispersing in the same way they had gathered. In the end, Antonio only brought back 5 underlings to the warehouse. However, before reaching the warehouse, he consciously turned toward a residence. Here, he opened a safe in the basement by himself, and all the valuables inside were taken by Chin Hank, who stood beside him. With a blank expression, Antonio closed the safe door and meticulously disguised the place, as usual. The black Mercedes then headed to a new location. Within a few hours, Chin Hank followed Antonio and collected money, jewelry, watches, and luxury goods from over a dozen safes. This journey left even Chin Hank numb. Antonio was running quite a large business. The funds in the vault, combined with the anonymous accounts overseas, were nearly comparable to the cash reserves of an ordinary multinational corporation. After traversing Europe and America for several months, he unexpectedly caught a big fish in Spain. Big fish are good. They are plump and meaty, enough to fill one up. Over 8 billion euros in wealth could rival the total output of some small countries. The accounts were handed over to Theron, while cash and valuables went into his own pockets. Chapter 385. The talented Chinese, knowing that his women were no longer in danger, Chin Hank felt relieved. In front of him was Antonio's last safe, wide open, neatly stacked with euros, dollars, and pounds. At the very bottom layer were several oil paintings attached to frames, next to a full box of jewelry. Looking at the cash, this large safe contained at least tens of millions in various currencies. The oil paintings were likely very historic and popular antiques in Europe. The jewelry was also quite valuable. Chin Hank had great faith in Antonio's taste. Previously, when rummaging through a safe, he had taken several photos of the oil paintings for Theron. After Theron compared them, he confirmed that the artists were renowned painters from the European Renaissance period, with each painting potentially fetching millions to over 100 million euros. As for whether they were genuine, the differences in age were evident under Chin Hank's spiritual scanning. With this ability, even without relying on other spells, he could achieve great success in the appraisal world. However, he wasn't particularly interested in that, as these were merely side paths, while Chin Hank aimed for the Grand Avenue. Chapter 386. The merciful old Chin. The life he led was more in line with Chin Hank's understanding of wealthy gangsters. Chin Hank directly entered from the balcony. He instantly controlled the 7 people present, and after a while, the 4 bodyguards living next door were also subdued. However, at Martin Fernandez's place, there wasn't much cash or other valuables. The most substantial assets were overseas anonymous accounts and real estate in Barcelona. Through questioning Martin Fernandez, Chin Hank learned that their money laundering did not require much technological means. They employed traditional money laundering methods, which involved bank transfers. The Trinity Gang's branches across several European countries moved money back and forth through forged commercial contracts, ultimately extracting laundered money. Interestingly, Chin Hank learned from Fernandez that the Trinity Gang had recently received several major money laundering jobs. The reason was that a high-ranking police officer specializing in money laundering in Spain had been arrested, and over 20 million euros in cash was found in the walls of his home. This officer was the head of the Madrid Fraud and Anti-Money Laundering Department. Chapter 387. The Madrid Derby. After returning to the hotel, Shakira and Chin Hank sat in the spacious suite's living room watching a match between 2 local teams. The large projection screen in the living room faithfully presented the entire game to Chin Hank and Shakira, giving them an immersive experience. The screen was filled with colorful flags across the stadium, and the audience was full of passion, desperately cheering for their supported teams. The enthusiastic football commentator spoke rapidly, introducing the situation at the match to all the viewers. Now the Madrid A team is launching an attack. They hold the ball on the wing, make it to the baseline, and cross the ball. The ball has reached the center forward's feet, facing 2 defenders rushing in to intercept. The center forward uses his strong physique to push past them and shoots. The center forward unleashes a powerful shot directly at the goal. But the Madrid B team's goalkeeper makes a remarkable save, blocking the opponent's fierce strike and earning praise for his team. However, the situation is still not optimistic, as the ball remains under the control of the Madrid A team, who have only slightly pulled back their line before launching another attack on Madrid B team. Chapter 388. Cheen Hank, acting as the villain. A not-so-long night has passed. After waking up, Shakira has already regained her strength. Her physique is much stronger than Elena's, and she has developed exceptionally well-defined muscles. Seeing Cheen Hank walk in from the balcony, basked in sunlight, Shakira gazes at him with admiration. "Hank, dear, good morning. It feels so good to see you as soon as I open my eyes." "Good morning, Shakira. How are you feeling now?" "I'm feeling great, but it feels a bit strange." "Did you do the same with Elena?" "Of course, I do that with all my women because I like smooth skin." "Well, if Elena can accept it, then I can too." Shakira hugs the blanket, leaning against the headboard, and bites her lip. "Hank, do you want to see me dance? I know Colombian girls can sing and dance. Elena often shows me her dances. Then you sit here and give me some music. I was too rushed yesterday. So today let me show you how I dance." Shakira pulls Cheen Hank over and starts swaying to the music. Thus, Cheen Hank experiences the rich South American vibe once again, though this dance is somewhat exhausting to watch because, unlike other dances, Shakira performs a powerful Indian war dance. Chapter 389. Shakira under scrutiny again. "Dear, through my friendly negotiation, he has voluntarily left." Cheen Hank nonchalantly returns to Shakira's side. "Thank you, dear. Meeting you is my fortune." Shakira gazes at Cheen Hank with deep affection, realizing that he is the companion worth spending a lifetime with. Her mind is filled with thoughts of him, and her future will be filled with his presence. After driving Moreno away, Shakira plans to show Cheen Hank their school. Carlos III University is a very young institution, with just over 30 years of history, making it the youngest public university in the Madrid area. 20% of the students are international, so various students of different skin colors can be seen around different teaching buildings and libraries. Shakira is recognized by many classmates due to her distinctive appearance. Wherever she goes, there are always a few people warmly greeting her. "Dear, it seems you are quite popular at school. Maybe they just..." Shakira lowers her head, unable to see her toes, but she is very aware of her advantages and knows what others are coveting. Chapter 390. The strange hunt. After Cheen Hank and Shakira finish their conversation, Shakira finally understands what Cheen Hank wants her to do. In fact, it wouldn't be impossible for Cheen Hank to create a puppet that looks like Shakira. However, he hopes to let Shakira see how things are resolved firsthand. As his woman, she might encounter more strange and even terrifying situations in the future. Therefore, he doesn't want her to become a flower in a greenhouse. He wants Shakira to know that the man behind her is powerful, but she may not have a concept of how powerful he is. This time, she can experience just the tip of the iceberg. With this situation arising, Shakira no longer feels like showing Cheen Hank around Carlos III University. Taking advantage of the afternoon, she decides to finish things early. So, the two who were originally heading deeper into the school turn around and walk out. As they walk, Shakira finds herself alone on the road. She encounters several enthusiastic people who greet her warmly, and even a girl invites her to a bar that night. However, after Cheen Hank's reminder, Shakira feels that everyone is dangerous. Yet, she still greets everyone casually and engages in brief exchanges. Chapter 391. Everton in a dilemma. The tragic incidents near Carlos III University are quickly reported by journalists. Several media reporters arrive at the scene, even before the police, capturing countless clear photos amidst the bloodshed. The arms lying on the ground, tightly grasping narcotics and ropes, are also clearly photographed. An hour after the incident, the police finally arrive late. They set up a cordon and keep the reporters outside. At the same time, several media outlets in Madrid broadcast the news collected by reporters in real time, showing the bloody scene with blurred visuals. The limbs lying on the ground, along with the ropes, tape, bandages, and anesthetics, all prove that these were the scenes where gangsters committed crimes that were interrupted. It's unclear whether it was an internal conflict or external vendetta. However, in the background of the news program, videos collected from the hands of nearby citizens are interspersed. The Spanish bullfighters wielding knives have sparked widespread discussion among the public. Some even privately nicknamed them the gangster hunters, viewing them as the pride of Spaniards, the new Zorro, helping the lower class fight against rampant gang members. Chapter 392. Gang Alliance meeting. Boss Everton. Other gangs have sent you invitations to a meeting this afternoon. This is everyone's recognition of us. A younger brother excitedly walks into the room and hands Everton an invitation, only to receive a harsh lash from Everton. "You damn fool. Don't you know I can't read? Just tell me what it says." The younger brother, covering his wound, explains the content of the invitation to Everton. It turns out that the incident involving the Spanish bullfighter has made several major gangs in Madrid feel severely insulted. As Shakira's sphere of influence expands, more gang members have been taken down by the bullfighter impersonating knife wielders. The major gangs, primarily the Dominican gang and the Nitas gang, have decided to unite and call upon most of the small and large gangs in Madrid, vowing to find these individuals even if they have to search the entire city. The only ones not invited were the Trinity gang, as the Dominicans do not associate with the Gang of Play and the Nitas gang, both of which have developed a deadly hatred for the Trinity gang due to years of turf wars. Since no members of the Trinity gang were killed by the Spanish bullfighter's blade this time, these two major gangs decided not to include their enemies in the fun. Chapter 393. Giant Tiger Headman. The entire warehouse had turned into a bloody slaughterhouse. Blood flowed everywhere, and armless men moaned in agony. The bullfighters were now leisurely strolling around the warehouse, as there were no threats left to contend with. The unarmed gang leaders trembled in the corner like quails, lacking even the courage to lift their heads. This terrifying scene, usually seen only in the Middle East and Africa, had unexpectedly appeared on Spanish soil. They had always thought that the visible society in Spain was managed by the police and military, while the underground world was ruled by gangs like theirs. They had secretly tortured some rivals and innocent people, believing their power was so strong that as long as it wasn't made public, no one could control their fate. At this moment, their perceived strength was easily shattered like an eggshell, in front of these ruthless bullfighters who regarded human life as worthless. They had no chance to strike back, and even if they did, they lacked the courage to do so. The bullfighters, as cold as ice, after surveying the entire warehouse, dispersed to various corners. Chapter 394. Transformation. Thunder Tribulation. Chin Hank and Shakira spent most of the day out, attracting 5 or 6 waves of gang members, and were now enjoying spa services at the hotel. 2 therapists were vigorously applying thick chocolate to their backs. The chocolate massage at this hotel is renowned, and yesterday was spent watching a football match, so today Shakira took a break after a long day out. Today, Chin Hank felt much more relaxed, as he finally had someone to share the burden. After watching the match with Shakira early this morning and seeing her drift into a sleepy state, Chin Hank went to absorb the moonlight for cultivation and discovered that Xiao Bai was signaling to come out from the beast space. Chin Hank flew out of the hotel from the balcony, found a piece of wasteland, and released Xiao Bai. The cultivation in the beast space had allowed Xiao Bai to rapidly increase in realm and strength, and now the battle form displayed before Chin Hank was that of a giant tiger over 10 meters tall. Who would believe that this creature was just a little tiger, not yet 1 year old? After being released, Xiao Bai said nothing, simply tilted its head and roared at the moon. The sound did not spread out, but coalesced into a wave of sound directly hitting the moon, merging with the malevolent energy of the white tiger star domain in midair to form several mysterious characters. Chapter 395. Intervention of the Holy Mother Church. Flores was a formal officer in the Madrid local police department, having served as a police officer for 15 years, making him a seasoned veteran. He usually led an intern officer to patrol the streets near Carlos III University. Given the relatively good public safety around the university, he and his intern would finish their patrols and go home, living a peaceful and pleasant life. One day, after starting work, he gathered his equipment and was about to take his partner out when he was notified by the chief's secretary to attend a meeting in the conference room. Thus, Flores brought his partner, Jose, to the police department's large conference room. As soon as he walked in, his heart sank. The room was filled with officers responsible for the area around Carlos University, and sitting at the front was the portly precinct chief, Rodriguez. Everyone knew that Rodriguez was one of the least involved police precinct chiefs in that Tafe area. He was either drinking coffee in the office or disappearing under the pretense of patrolling the district. His early appearance at the police department could only mean that some gang or force had offered him benefits, so Rodriguez needed to control the patrol frequency of the officers. Chapter 396. Escaping Estepinian in the hotel suite's living room. The robust Chin, who sat cross-legged in front of Chin Hank, as docile as a 500-kilogram child. "Boss, I found out that the person who sought someone to amuse himself has escaped from Colombia. He is the largest flower merchant in the area, Estepinian, one of the most important leaders of the Gulf family. He just broke out of prison in Bogota, Colombia. Through Chin-Hu's account, Chin-Hank finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. As one of the main leaders of the Gulf family, Estepinian had been wanted by both the United States and Colombia. 2 years ago, he was captured and imprisoned in a high-security prison in Bogotá. Recently, he bribed the prison guards to escape. Fleeing from South America to Europe, he arrived in Spain, where the largest population of South Americans resides, and opened up the flower market here. Due to his own strength and status, as well as the resources he held, Estepinian became a valued guest in Madrid's underground world. Every gang knew that as long as they developed a good relationship with him and shared a little of the profits, it would be enough to make everyone fat and happy. Chapter 397, Dark Moon, High Geese Fly. Chin, who chooses twin knives the head of Madrid's regional police, was going crazy. Starting from the area around Carlos III University, a series of death reports shattered records in the Madrid region, until the warehouse massacre in the Vallecas Bridge area. Yes, the Madrid police defined this incident as a massacre. In the entire slaughter, apart from the hundreds of gang leaders who were killed, only 4 survived, but they were so terrified they turned into madmen. In addition, there were 2 groups of armed police who were still on vacation. Criminal investigation experts from the Spanish police were racking their brains, examining all the traces in the Vallecas Bridge warehouse. However, what they couldn't fathom was that the group of Spanish bullfighters seemed to have appeared out of thin air and vanished just as mysteriously. Apart from the traces of various gang members gathering, no other clues could be found. The souls, however, left no trace at all. Regarding the souls seen by armed police, these experts had repeatedly reviewed the footage recorded by the cameras. It was clear that those souls looked exactly like the gang leaders who died at the scene. In the video, when the warehouse door was pushed open, the teams that entered the warehouse were pushed back step by the souls gathered in the center of the warehouse every 2 minutes. Chapter 398. Madrid police's speculations shattered Chin-Hank since Shakira's overwhelming burden. So he generously let her go back to school. Now completely free, Chin-Hank began to wander around the city of Madrid. He didn't visit any particularly famous tourist spots, but instead measured the entire city on foot, casually strolling through the streets and alleys. Wandering through the streets and alleys feels completely different from wandering in the sky. The cultural and historical flavor of a city can only be appreciated by stepping into these streets and alleys. Chin-Hank has watched several bullfighting performances and found that, after hundreds of years of development, this sport has largely become a ritual. In the bull ring, Chin-Hank discovered something very interesting. There are quite a few undercover agents sent by the Madrid police in the bull ring. Perhaps it is because the group of knife wielders causing numerous casualties all dress like Spanish bullfighters, which leads the detectives of the Madrid police to focus their investigations on the bullfighters in various bull rings. Since there are not many real bullfighters in the bull ring, especially for Chin-Hank, many things appear fake at a glance. Therefore, Chin-Hank prefers to stroll around the streets and alleys of Madrid, taking in the sights. Chapter 399. The passionate flamenco dance. Although Shakira is hiding in school, burying herself in her studies, Chin-Hank is wandering around the city of Madrid. Even though Shakira cannot fulfill her duties, without the butcher, would one have to eat a pig with fur? Old Chin, who deals in precious metals, never cares about that. A happy life is always created by oneself. However, Old Chin's standards have become quite discerning, and ordinary people cannot catch his eye. But Old Chin is not in a hurry. Life is not just about money, but also poetry in distant places. Appreciating some exotic charm can also uplift one's mood. One day, as Chin-Hank walked past a huge vegetable market, he heard a rhythmic guitar sound coming from the upper floors, accompanied by synchronized footsteps. Using his spiritual sense, he scanned the floor above and unexpectedly discovered that it was a fairly large dance school. Looking at the name world of love and the photos and descriptions on the wall, it seemed to be a world-renowned flamenco dance school. While Chin-Hank slowly walked through the vegetable market, his spiritual sense enveloped the entire dance school. The teachers and students in the school ranged from young to old, with the youngest being only 4 or 5 years old and the oldest probably in their 60s or 70s. Chapter 400. Kind-hearted Anita. Anita even feels that this Easter man in front of her understands her better than her best friend does. So the two chatted quietly while watching the live performance. With Chin-Hank's skilled conversation techniques, they seemed like longtime friends. From Anita, Chin-Hank learned that besides her, there's a younger brother and 2 sisters in her family. Their daily living expenses were previously covered by their father's earnings from performing in a flamenco troupe. Now, due to an injury to his fingers, he can no longer play the guitar and can only help others with minor repairs. Her mother also goes out to do some cleaning work for others. Chin Hank could sense that life in such a family is very tight. However, now old Chin has more than enough money. He has money that he can't spend. Apart from investing in the Smith family in Florida to expand the sushi restaurant scale in Miami and Fort Lauderdale, he also invested in Jonathan's travel agency, spending money to purchase 3 large yachts and allocated a small portion of the truffle production and beef for the high-end clients received by the travel agency. Chapter 401. Anita knows Chinese. The taste is incredible. Besides potato pancakes, can you cook other dishes? Chin Hank stuffed a small piece of potato pancake into his mouth. I can also make Spanish stew and seafood paella. Seeing that Chin Hank liked her potato pancakes, although she was a bit hungry, a radiant smile appeared on Anita's face. Do you usually cook for yourself? Yes, my father and mother both go out to work, my brother is learning guitar, and my sisters follow my mother to help, so I usually do the cooking at home. It was evident that Anita's father had done his best to make appropriate arrangements for his children. The eldest daughter, Anita, was arranged to learn flamenco dance due to her interest and talent, while her brother was sent to learn guitar. Now that Anita can earn money, she can lighten the family's burden a little. Once her brother learns guitar, he can partner with his sister for performances. When the siblings start earning money, they can begin to form their own troupe, and the 2 younger sisters can assist with their troupe's work. Anita, are you hungry? I feel like I haven't eaten enough. Chapter 402. Visiting. Seeing that Chin Hank indeed came to pick her up as promised, Anita felt a strange joy inside. Although she found it odd that Chin Hank wasn't carrying anything, she didn't pay much attention to these details in her delight. She felt a little shy about having a man she just met visiting her home. However, the warm-hearted Spanish girl quickly adjusted. After leaving the market with Chin Hank, Anita noticed he was walking in the wrong direction. She hurriedly called out to him, "Chin, my house is over there. You're going the wrong way. I need to go over there to get my bicycle." "Oh no, Anita, you don't expect me to visit your home empty-handed, do you?" As he spoke, Chin Hank came over, took Anita's hand, and walked back in the direction they had just come from. He opened the door of a car parked by the roadside. "Please, Anita, get in." It was then that Anita realized Chin Hank had driven here. It was a locally made Spanish brand of seat, one of the most common cars on Spanish streets. Remembering what a few students and teachers had said at school about him driving, Anita felt a mix of surprise and admiration. Chapter 403. Juan's directness. Not long after Maria and her daughters returned home, Anita's younger brother also came back. This young man, tall and wearing a flat cap, still had a somewhat youthful face. From their appearance, one could understand why people in South America look the way they do. Spaniards are considered the Eastern people of Europe, completely different from the blonde, blue-eyed Anglo-Saxons or Germans. The moment he walked in, his eyes fell on the overflowing dining table, and a look of surprise lit up his face. In such a family, abundant food is indeed the best way to catch one's attention. Old Chin has mastered this approach, having successfully used it before at the home of the nurse Ginny. Upon arriving in Europe, he found that the same tactics remain effective. Anita continued to introduce, "Chin, this is my brother Adrian. He is learning guitar elsewhere." Chin Hank smiled and greeted him, pulling out a guitar from behind a large pile of food. The surprise in Adrian's eyes was uncontrollable, a handcrafted guitar from the Lidrio brand. Chapter 404. The changed Sanchez family. Seeing her father's straightforward question, Anita felt a bit shy. Her gaze flickered between Chin Hank and her dance costume, as well as the large pile of food on the table. She bit her lip and hesitated. "Dad, I don't seem to dislike him." Juan nodded. "Anita, you have grown up. You can make your own choices." Then Juan stopped discussing the topic and turned to his wife, Maria. "Dear, hurry and cook. I'm starving." The demand for precious metals from old Chin seemed to have been both met and unmet. However, the Anita family no longer avoided his presence, and Maria took Anita to the kitchen to cook. Juan returned to his bedroom to rest. He was exhausted after a long day. Adrian, Helena, and Elisa helped their mother put all the food on the table in its proper place. The 3 of them gathered around Chin Hank to chat with him. They were really curious about how Chin Hank pursued their sister. Looking at the 3 youthful faces beside him, Chin Hank casually played along as if he were entertaining children. There's a feeling in this world called love at first sight. From the moment I saw Anita, I was deeply attracted to her. Chapter 405. Heir of the medical god Mr. Sanchez, if you don't mind, I can take a look at your finger. Chin Hank smiled and said something that made Juan's heart race. The Sanchez family had a certain understanding of Huagua. The neighbor who previously taught Anita Huagua language had shared a lot of information and situations about Huagua with the Sanchez family. So one knew that in the distant Huagua, there was a magical medical skill that seemed capable of achieving things that Western hospitals could not. Thus, he eagerly extended his left hand. Chin Hank took a simple look at Juan's finger, which was dry and rough. It's not a big problem. It's just a few tendons that are broken. I can help you heal instantly. However, Old Chin was facing different people and showcasing different levels of ability. In front of the Sanchez family, he didn't need to demonstrate too powerful of a skill. So he pretended to think for a moment and smiled at the eagerly expectant Juan. Mr. Sanchez, although it's been a while, this injury can be treated. Really? My finger can really recover? Juan lost his composure. Although he had pretended for so many years to be accustomed to this life, the suppressed unwillingness erupted the moment he saw hope. Chapter 406. Maria's decision. Chin, do you mind staying at home tonight? Maria cautiously inquired of Chin Hank. After a series of events today, she had realized that her eldest daughter's Eastern boyfriend seemed to be no ordinary person. Not to mention that he agreed to fund Helena and Elisa to learn flamenco dancing. But tonight, he treated Juan's finger, making the finger that had felt numb for years regain sensation. This was a great joy for the Sanchez family. So for Maria, Chin Hank had already become a very esteemed guest in the home, even though he was Anita's boyfriend. Because Chin Hank had brought a large amount of food and came with Anita, he arrived before the rest of the family. In the eyes of the Sanchez family, they had already taken him as the boyfriend that Anita had secretly been dating for a long time. They were happy to have such a capable man as Anita as boyfriend. The Sanchez house was not large, consisting of 3 rooms. Usually, Juan and his wife shared one room, while Elisa lived with her brother when she was younger. Now that she was older, she was squeezed into a room with her 2 sisters. Chapter 407. Treatment begins to show results. Mr. Sanchez, you must endure. This is very critical and will determine the extent of recovery. After Chin Hank said this, Juan immediately clenched his jaw and stopped talking, only his cheeks visibly twitching as he struggled to suppress his pain. Maria and the daughters beside him felt his discomfort as well. They couldn't replace Juan, but could only silently pray that he would recover quickly after experiencing this pain, knowing that one would undergo treatment again this morning. Maria did not take her 2 younger daughters out to do errands, but stayed home to watch Chin Hank treat Juan, hoping to provide some psychological support for her husband. Chin Hank quickly used gold needles to open up the meridians in Juan's finger before pulling them out. This made Juan grimace again. At this point, the 6 gold needles had slowly stopped, and Chin Hank tapped each one. Juan began to endure again. Health gained through hardship is usually unforgettable. Chin Hank was enhancing the Sanchez family's impression of the hard-earned recovery. After another hour, Chin Hank pulled the gold needles out of Juan's finger. Chapter 408. The Royal Spanish Monastery, leaving the world of the EFLA Flamenco Dance School. Chin Hank sensed slightly, and a rainbow light disappeared from the spot. In a warehouse in the northern suburbs of Madrid, Chin, who was sitting cross-legged and meditating. Suddenly, his orange-yellow tiger eyes opened, emitting a green glow in the dim warehouse. A surprised smile appeared on his furry tiger face. "Boss, you're here." In front of him, Chin Hank suddenly appeared, standing at about the same height as the seated Chin Hu. "Xiaobai, how do you fare these past few days? I've only collected less than 1,000 souls. Those people are as slippery as eels and don't gather together at all. The soul binding technique is useless. I can't find anyone to use it on." Chin Hu shyly scratched his furry head with his large paw. Chin Hank slapped his forehead when Chin Hu appeared in front of him in his tall and mighty form. He actually forgot that this was just a little white tiger forcibly enhanced by the 4 directions and 4 symbols beast control technique for a few months. No matter how intelligent he became, he couldn't learn things so quickly. "It was my oversight. Starting today, I'll take you to harvest." Chin Hank turned to look outside the warehouse, his gaze a bit cold. The gentleness of home could never dull his gradually growing view of mortals as mere ants. Chapter 409. Strange happenings at the monastery. This bronze pillar stands about 1 meter tall and seems to have been taken down from somewhere. It should be a trophy or exchanged artwork looted by Spanish colonizers from the Americas. The patterns on it are ones that Chin Hank happens to recognize. They're exactly the devil's flowers he saw in the Amazon. Chin Hank has looked through the materials, and it seems that such bronze pillars are still quite numerous in various temples in Peru. No wonder they are treated as items for profit, ultimately appearing on Spanish treasure ships. This bronze pillar traveled across the ocean, from the Americas to the European continent. It is estimated that after landing on the European continent, it was stored in the basement of this royal monastery, never to see the sun again. Boss, is there anything special about this pillar? Qin Hu asked Qin Heng with a buzzing voice. Ever since his transformation, everything in this world felt incredibly fresh to him. However, in the past few days, he has also felt that the speed of cultivation in the outside world cannot match that in the Beastmaster space. Therefore, he planned to discuss with Qin Heng about returning to the Beastmaster space for cultivation after his twin swords were refined. Since Qin Heng broke through to the Foundation establishment stage, he has been relatively less summoned to help him in Shaoqing. Chapter 410. The filthy courtyard. The once grand and solemn royal monastery has now become filthy, and a foul stench has spread hundreds of meters around. Birds occasionally fall from the sky like bombs, and the ground of the monastery is covered with various insects. Stray dogs and cats sometimes rush in and die upon crashing into the gate, adding new blood stains to the monastery's entrance and ground. If such a scene occurred elsewhere, swarms of flies would certainly be the main characters. However, here, flies also crash into the solid outer walls of the monastery, adding another layer to the bodies of insects on the ground. Quick, call the fire department. Dispatch 5 fire trucks to wash the ground and walls. An official sent by the royal family covered his nose with a handkerchief, frantically directing his subordinates to notify the fire department to come and clean up. After issuing the order to his subordinates, the official angrily shouted at the police sent from Madrid for assistance. Why aren't you taking measures? Can't you block all the gaps with barbed wire? The officer sent to handle the situation was the district chief of the police station responsible for this area, and he knew that the other party was a member of the royal secretary's office, which held significant power. Chapter 411. The resistance of the extreme Yang Golden Soul Stone. When refining this extreme Yang Golden Soul Stone, Qin Heng discovered that it surprisingly encountered a certain degree of resistance. It turned out that this extreme Yang Golden Soul Stone had gradually developed a faint sense of autonomous thought during its long years of being worshipped. Thus, during the refining process by Qin Heng, a strong sense of crisis emerged. It directly activated the ability of soul fire, attempting to summon nearby beings to save itself. Qin Heng did not expect that the coverage ability of this soul stone's soul fire could influence a radius of 5 kilometers. Since all his spiritual consciousness was invested in refining the extreme Yang Golden Soul Stone, he was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. Meanwhile, Qin Hu, who was guarding him, simply sat cross-legged nearby. Following his boss's orders, he vigilantly watched that door, ready to strike anyone who dared to show their face. The extreme Yang Golden Soul Stone resisted more fiercely, and Qin Heng became even more excited. The harder it was to refine this heavenly treasure with nascent intelligence, the greater the benefits it would provide to cultivators after refinement. As the soul stone became increasingly transparent, its fluctuations intensified. Qin Heng swiftly cast several spells to cover the soul stone once again. Chapter 412. The ritual effect of the poor monks at this moment. The poor monks of the papal state were somewhat flustered. They had performed all the rituals they knew, but could not achieve the effect of prayer they had experienced when they first arrived. They had no idea that the reason the sewers no longer produced small creatures was that the extreme Yang Golden Soul Stone had used its energy to control the 2 police horses. This coincidence led them to believe that their prayers were effective. Life is always composed of countless coincidences, and these few poor monks were relatively fortunate to encounter the right results at the right time. This kind of luck was mistaken for their mysterious ability. Scientists once conducted an experiment feeding birds, placing a pigeon in a cage with a feeder. When the pigeon simply pecked at the food normally, the feeder did not release food. Only when the pigeon occasionally made strange movements did food immediately drop from the feeder. The pigeon slowly discovered this pattern and began to develop its own set of rituals, such as stretching its neck high before eating, turning left 3 times, then opening its right wing to cover its head and spinning right twice. Sometimes it would change to retracting its left foot twice, then alternating between its left and right feet. Chapter 413. The purification of Madrid. Qin Heng brought Qin Hu to the countryside near Madrid. The countryside around Madrid was unexpectedly much more beautiful than the city itself. There were many medieval towns and several historical medieval castles. However, among these beautiful towns, there were also numerous members of Madrid gangs. They hid in the picturesque countryside, anxiously waiting for the terrifying hunt to stop. Yet, as they waited, the winds did not calm, and disaster knocked at their door. Under the scan of Qin Heng's spiritual consciousness, these people had nowhere to hide. Now, Qin Heng did not even need to enter the house. As long as he targeted a selected individual, he could extract their soul from their body without needing to be physically present. At this time, the entire Madrid, even all of Spain, was in chaos. A journalist cleverly linked the strange events occurring at the royal monastery with the recent appearance of bullfighters in Madrid. Believing that this was a sign from their lord expressing dissatisfaction with the chaos in Madrid in recent years, thus bringing down divine punishment to purify these wicked gang members. Because the deceased gang members came from various races, these actions would not be explicitly directed at any particular ethnicity. Chapter 4:14. A ray of hope. Adrian looked towards the very quiet classmate at the back of the classroom. However, he heard that he had two brothers who had escaped. Yes, I heard someone talking about this when I passed through the alley yesterday. They said they all fled to Palma on Mallorca. Did they run that far? My neighbor is a bus driver. He took several loads of gang members to the port in Valencia, where the gang members boarded a boat to Palma. Yeah, after all, no gang member wants to end up with their arms chopped off and die on the street. The two young men shook their heads and sighed for a while, and the topic returned to Adrian's guitar. I really dream of owning a guitar like this. Gonzalo obsessively touched Adrian's guitar, feeling a bit reluctant. Adrian teased him with a smile. If you like it so much, hurry up and let Louise's boyfriend buy you one. Gonzalo grimaced. He relies on Louise's earnings for meals now. If he could sell me for 5,000 euros, he would definitely do it without hesitation. Adrian felt a surge of pride. Luckily, Annika found Qin. Chapter 4:15. The Black Axe Gang targeting their own kind. What Adrian said was unintentional, but Qin Heng took it to heart. This group of gang members was quite wild, running far away. Qin Heng had heard of Mallorca, the largest island on the eastern side of Spain, a famous tourist destination, and a crucial channel for various leaves, drugs, and flour entering Europe. Since these people had hidden on the island, it suited Qin Heng's intentions perfectly. He was worried about searching everywhere for them, but unexpectedly, they had gathered here. It seemed Qin, whose dual blades were about to be honed. The family chatted harmoniously for a while. Maria, following last night's arrangement, took her two daughters to bed. Tonight, Anita was much more natural. She seemed to enjoy talking to Qin Heng. They had endless topics to discuss and chatted until midnight when Anita finally fell into a deep sleep. Late at night was the perfect time to collect souls. Given the nature of gang members, they were unlikely to be sleeping at this hour, as most were still partying, which further avoided any screening after arriving on the island. Qin Heng quietly left through the window. Chapter 4:16. Enemies from the Sky in the bar in Palma, where people were partying all night. Countless men and women were dancing freely. They squandered their money, energy, and hormones. However, in a bar that had become somewhat crowded, the crowd suddenly thinned out. Most of the dead lay stiffly at the back door of the bar or in the nearby alley. They would likely only be discovered by the police at dawn and then dealt with. Carlos was a small-time leader of a gang in Madrid. He used to live well by smuggling some leaves and selling flour. But a few days ago, a group of fierce bullfighter-dressed assassins came to Madrid. They didn't disturb ordinary people, but specifically targeted gang members. Even the two largest gang leaders in Madrid, along with hundreds of their men, were taken down by this group. In the eyes of all gang members in Madrid, this group was like demons crawling out of hell, the embodiment of Satan. No one wanted to confront them anymore, as those who had tried to resist were now buried in graves. Chapter 4:17. Juque has name requirements at the airport and the dock. Qin Heng collected over 100 souls. He found it very strange that monitoring such matters could be handled by just a few people, yet these gangs had arranged so many. Ultimately, he learned from the souls that although these gangs hadn't fought yet, they were very distrustful of each other. Therefore, they had to place their own people in important locations for peace of mind, as they didn't know whether the others would tell them the real situation. If someone came and they hadn't received the news, the gangs without their own people would end up being the ones caught. After harvesting the monitors at Palma Airport, Qin Heng was preparing to return to the city to collect another batch of souls, which would be more than enough for Qin Hu to hone his dual blades. However, when Qin Heng's spiritual awareness swept through the airport warehouse, he was surprised and stopped in his tracks. In the airport warehouse, there was a cage containing a creature that Qin Heng had originally planned to search for later. Xiaobai, let us wait here for a moment. Qin Heng called out to Qin Hu, who was about to tear through the void to go to the city center. The two landed in front of the warehouse door. Chapter 4:18. Qin Hongyi has a bit of a social sister vibe, boss. I need a little spark to activate my divine abilities. Qin Hongyi, who had received a new name, happily circled in the air a few times before landing beside Qin Hank. What kind of spark do you need? The true fire of the sun, or some other special fire? Qin Hongyi naturally tidied her feathers and, using her sharp beak, affectionately ruffled Qin Hank's hair. If one only listened to her voice, Qin Hongyi sounded like a lively, cute, charming girl of 16 or 17. I have the true fire of the sun. As for the others, Qin Hank pondered for a moment, summoned a purple flame flying sword from his dantian, and extracted a wisp of true sun fire to float before him. He also drew a wisp of soul fire from the extreme yang gold soul stone in his sea of consciousness to hover in front of him. As soon as the two flames emerged, Qin Hongyi's eyes lit up. She happily thanked Qin Hank and opened her mouth to swallow the two flames. In an instant, Qin Hongyi was engulfed in blazing flames, and she closed her eyes in enjoyment amidst the fire. After a while, when the fire had slightly weakened, Qin Hongyi gently flapped her wings towards the sky. Chapter 4:19. Harvesting Palma sitting on Qin Hongyi's back, Qin Hank suddenly felt his spiritual awareness connected to a network. The drifting star sparks acted like Qin Hongyi's sentinels, with each spark able to sense movements within a 50-meter radius. Together, the star sparks allowed him to grasp all movements within a range of 30 square kilometers. Thus, Qin Hank directed the released Qin Hu to capture the souls that even he could feel the killing intent from in midair. Damn it, why did these punks from Madrid come to Palma? Alfonso, you must ensure that this information doesn't leak out of Mallorca. Andres, you need to control the police's statements. I don't want to hear any news coming from the police's mouths. A neatly groomed middle-aged man with gray-black hair stood in a large office at the Palma City Hall. In front of him stood 5 or 6 men, one of whom was a uniformed police officer, Mayor Alberto. I assure you that our police force will absolutely not leak this information. Chapter 4:20. The impact of a man leaving after arriving in Barcelona. Qin Hank suddenly realized he seemed to have forgotten to inform Anita of his whereabouts. He had initially planned to complete the harvesting on Mallorca by midnight and return to Anita's warm bed by dawn. However, the unexpected factor of Qin Hongyi had arisen. By the time he reached Barcelona, it was already close to noon. Qin Hank called Anita to inform her that he had to leave due to an unexpected matter. This finally calmed the panicked Sanchez family. It should be noted that in the early morning, Anita woke up to find Qin Hank missing. She initially thought he was in the bathroom, but after searching the entire house, there was no trace of him. This made her cry out loud. Maria and Juan, who heard the commotion, rushed out thinking there was a conflict between Anita and Qin Hank, only to discover that Qin Hank was missing. This was a thunderbolt to the family. They were preparing to embrace a better life, and now the key figure bringing that life was gone. Was Qin Hank just like those wealthy second-generation playboys who toy with ordinary girls, discarding them like used tissues once they had their fun? Chapter 4:21. Deployment of the Special Operations Battalion. After finishing the call with Anita, Qin Hank, along with Qin Hu and Qin Hongyi, began to harvest souls in the streets and alleys of Barcelona. It was then that Qin Hank realized the terrifying power of Qin Hongyi. Upon arriving in Barcelona, she unleashed a burst of fiery energy that scattered like sparks. As a result, those sparks clung firmly to the individuals with sufficient malevolent energy within a radius of several dozen kilometers. This significantly reduced the workload for Qin Hank and Qin Hu. The arrival of this big red bird was indeed timely. However, Qin Hank found it somewhat difficult to handle the occasional affectionate glances that Qin Hongyi directed at him. To be honest, he was not mentally prepared for a cross-species romance. Given the way Qin Hongyi bullied the little Qin Long, if she transformed, she would undoubtedly take on the proud queen image wielding a red whip. He couldn't help but wonder if her head would look human after her transformation. If it resembled Qin Hu, he honestly wouldn't be able to accept that. Although it was somewhat unsettling, Qin Hank found his thoughts slipping a bit. Chapter 4:22. Intervention of Fabul. Senator Phoenix has not been having a good time lately. His biggest financial backer, the Dominican no-play gang, was devastated by a group of mysterious Spanish bullfighters. The operation of the gang in Madrid faced significant difficulties, although there were branches of the Dominican gang in other cities. Madrid was the gang's largest base and headquarters. However, under the bullfighters' ruthless attacks, members of the Dominican gang in Madrid were either dead or fleeing. As a result, The gang members who used to pay him consulting fees had not shown up for a long time. As a senator who annually received nearly 500,000 euros in compensation from the Dominican gang, facing such a situation deeply affected his personal interests, and his pockets were feeling quite empty without any consultations. He had to step up to speak for his own finances and for his backer. It was all the fault of those ruthless thugs. Yes, in Phoenix's eyes, the organization that was seen as heroes by the lower middle-class citizens of Madrid, dazzling like Zorro, was just a group of thugs. Chapter 423. Interview by Spanish national television. Due to the recent large-scale mysterious death incidents in Madrid and Barcelona, the Spanish National Assembly has been holding frequent meetings. In a recent meeting, the investigation faction led by Senator Phoenix clashed with the laissez-faire faction led by Senator Antonio. The investigation faction argued that even if those gang members were guilty, they were still Spanish citizens, and it was the law of Spain that should restrain them, not for the public to take matters into their own hands. This was a provocation against the national will of Spain. These people must be found and brought to justice so that every criminal could enjoy the air of freedom in Spain. Currently, the investigation faction held the upper hand, which led to the deployment of the GOE Special Operations Battalion and the Green Blade Special Operations Battalion in Madrid and Barcelona. Fabel also appeared on the streets of Madrid and Barcelona. This change alarmed the laissez-faire faction, and they continuously issued warnings about national sovereignty during their speeches in the National Assembly, reminding the investigation faction that this is Spain, a nation with complete sovereignty. They opposed the participation of Fabel, invited by the Northern Combat Alliance. Chapter 424. Senator Phoenix's self-disclosure in Diana's earpiece. The live director was frantically directing the cameraman to cut to commercials. "Oh my God, Senator Phoenix, what exactly did you just say?" Diana asked, looking at Senator Phoenix, who was still speaking passionately into the camera with astonishment. After a long monologue, Senator Phoenix suddenly felt dizzy but quickly regained his composure. Having become accustomed to navigating various situations, Senator Phoenix's adaptability was very strong. That moment of distraction made him realize he might have zoned out during the live broadcast. So he quickly adjusted his state and began speaking passionately again into the camera. What he spoke about was still about the authority of Spain, the national will, and the necessity of bringing that group of Spanish bullfighters to justice to demonstrate the dignity of Spanish national power. After he finished speaking, he noticed the sexy and stunning female host next to him staring at him in shock, not saying a word. He thought Diana was captivated by his charisma, forgetting her lines for the live broadcast. This gave Senator Phoenix a strong sense of accomplishment. Even a well-informed female host was overwhelmed by his impassioned speech, indicating that perhaps he truly needed the identity of a speaker to match his abilities. Chapter 425. Anita preparing to perform with Chin Hank's return. The Sanchez family received a rich supply of food. Maria put all her effort into preparing a large feast. The whole family joyfully enjoyed a big meal. Adrian and his two sisters were extremely happy about Chin Hank's return. As for Anita, during dinner, she kept looking at Chin Hank with affectionate eyes. This mysterious man had captured her entire heart. Moreover, Juan's injured finger had been improving day by day after Chin Hank's treatment, and after another session today, there was significant progress. Seeing that his finger was about to fully regain its dexterity was undoubtedly good news for the Sanchez family. Chin Hank observed the sisters practicing their dance before dinner and was surprised to notice that Helena and Elisa displayed extraordinary dance talent. Despite having just stepped into the world of love for a few days at the flamenco dance school, their progress has been astonishing, and they have already learned to dance the steps quite well. Before entering the flamenco dance school, they had only secretly practiced a small portion of the content with Anita. Chapter 426. A gift for Anita, Maria, and Juan. After Chin Hank and Anita entered the room, discussed for a long time in the living room. They both understood Chin Hank's intention. He would not be staying in Madrid for a long time and was essentially supporting the Sanchez family. From now on, the couple needed to focus on the health and safety of their children. Maria reminded Juan that, after enjoying the generous conditions provided by Chin Hank, they must pay special attention to other men approaching Anita with ill intentions and must drive them away decisively. According to what she learned from her neighbor who studied Chinese, Chinese men place a high value on loyalty to women. Such matters can often lead to serious consequences in China. Historically, there have been cases where a younger brother harmed his elder brother over the disloyalty of the brother's woman, resulting in the younger brother killing many people, including his brother's woman. For Maria, such things are terrifying. Fortunately, the education in the Sanchez family is still strict. Although the marriage age in Spain is relatively early, they maintain a conservative education regarding their children's relationships. Thus, a complete Anita has brought tremendous changes to the entire Sanchez family. Chapter 427. Moving in the layout of the villa consists of one room on the first floor, 4 rooms on the second floor, and 2 rooms on the third floor, with each room having its own bathroom and shower. The 2 rooms on the third floor are the largest bedrooms, featuring a sunroom, a small gym, and a yoga room. Undoubtedly, the third floor is reserved for Anita and Chin Hank, which is their treatment as the hosts. "I want this room." Eliza cheered as she ran up to the second floor, having set her sights on one of the rooms, for which the large balcony perfectly overlooked the beautiful backyard. Helena and Adrian also each chose a room, all equipped with beds and furniture, and each room had a large wardrobe. For a moment, the 3 siblings were joyfully exploring their own rooms, touching everything and unable to get enough. It was the first time for Helena and Eliza to have their own independent rooms, and once inside, they didn't want to come out. Adrian, on the other hand, benefited from his gender advantage. As his sisters grew up, they wouldn't be able to share a room with him, allowing him to occupy a small room alone. However, the rooms at home were nowhere near as spacious and bright as those in this villa. Chapter 428. The White Tiger's soul-cutting blade exiting the Latina district. Chin Hank flew straight to the southern suburbs of Madrid. Along the way, he passed the warehouse that had previously been a scene of bloodshed, which was now a bustling cargo hub with trucks and forklifts continuously transporting goods. He flew to an open area on the outskirts of Madrid, where he was going to help Chin to refine the 2 blades. To refine the twin blades with soul and spirit. Certain conditions are required. 3,000 strands of soul and spirit. An environment is also needed, the sun high in the sky, to absorb the true fire of the sun. Originally, this was something Chin Hank could handle alone, but now with the arrival of Chin Hongi, he could be easily replaced. Now, Chin Hank could also be considered strong and numerous. Looking around, the numbers were clear, 123, 321, with a lively rhythm, because refining the twin blades would create a significant commotion. Chin Hank set up a formation using jade talismans over a roughly 500 square meter area on this large wasteland. He had Chin who sit cross-legged in the center of the formation, summoning the twin blades. Chin Hank and Chin Hongi sat cross-legged on either side. Since the last time Chin Hongi spoke to it, the little green dragon would hide behind Chin Hank whenever it saw him. Chapter 429. Soldiers from the west come flooding in as the name was uttered. The pair of twin blades seemed to awaken, emitting a series of crisp and urgent ringing sounds. The sounds intertwined, resembling a passionate war song, as if the twin blades were expressing their recognition in response to this name. Chin who closed his eyes, tightly gripping the 2 white tiger soul-cutting blades in his hands. He took a deep breath, continuously injecting his powerful magical energy into the twin blades. In an instant, the twin blades emitted a dazzling light, resembling 2 burning crescent moons. Then, Chin whose figure flashed, spinning rapidly like a ghost. With his movements, a powerful airflow surged, creating howling winds. At that moment, he swung the twin blades fiercely, striking at the void. There were 2 sharp sounds like tearing fabric. Chin Hank focused his gaze and saw 2 extremely slender spatial rifts appearing in the void, more than 10 meters away from Chin Hu. The rifts were about 10 meters long and a palm's width wide. Though they did not resemble the gaping maw of a ferocious beast, they were like the half-squinted eyes of a giant beast. Inside, it was dark, hiding an unknown world, sending chills down one's spine. Chapter 430. Continuous breakthroughs. Griffin, John, what are you doing? Fark, what have you done? This group of soldiers seemed ready to beat us up. Warning, warning. Watching the silent Spanish soldiers step closer, several American soldiers panicked. The Spanish soldiers were clearly intent on giving them a beating. An American military helicopter urgently took off, hovering to the side above the American soldiers, with a Gatling gun pointed down at the Spanish soldiers below. Fark, giddy fin, John. You 2 are in trouble. The opponent is the Spanish Foreign Legion, and they don't care about our identity as the U.S. Marine Corps. Quick, Team A, hurry back to the helicopter and take off urgently. On the hovering helicopter, the soldier controlling the Gatling gun spotted the insignia of the opposing troops through binoculars and informed his teammates to retreat quickly. However, for some unknown reason, the soldiers of Team A stood there dumbfounded, with not a single one boarding the helicopter that was ready for takeoff behind them. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Spanish Foreign Legion charged forward like a herd of stampeding bulls, instantly overwhelming the few American soldiers. Chapter 431. The wave brought by the Phoenix. Just after Qin Hank quickly and skillfully gathered the formation at the scene and hurriedly left with Qin Hu and Qin Hongyi. Another American military-armed helicopter roared in like a fierce beast, flying into this desolate area. Due to the disappearance of the mysterious magic array, its original shielding effect has vanished without a trace. Consequently, the vegetation that had been ruthlessly damaged by Qin Hu's fierce blade energy and was neatly severed has been completely exposed to the view of the armed helicopter. Looking around, one could see that all the vegetation had been mercilessly cut down from the roots, lying in disarray on the ground. Although it was merely vegetation, such a scene was truly spine-chilling. What the hell? The helicopter pilot couldn't help but exclaim. He stared wide-eyed at the bizarre sight below, filled with shock and confusion. Immediately after, he quickly communicated through the communication device to several U.S. soldiers in the cabin. Perry, and you guys, hurry down and check what exactly happened. Move fast. As the helicopter slowly descended, several soldiers in camouflage, fully armed, poured out. Chapter 432. Federal Supernatural Investigation Bureau. With the arrival of the Phoenix Feather, the U.S. military once again brought up proposals for the study of supernatural phenomena. It's worth noting that as early as the Cold War, the U.S. had formed a super psychic unit. However, it was forced to halt due to the exposure of related plans. Now that the Phoenix's feather has come to light, those generals in the U.S. military who have longed for super psychic warriors have reignited their ideas. However, finding individuals with special abilities is a very difficult task. In this regard, the U.S. military's files have detailed the process and final results of searching for such individuals decades ago. At that time, these processes were organized by the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA. The entire plan was called the Stargate Project, where the CIA scoured the U.S. and even the world for so-called individuals with special abilities. They gathered them at a military base in California for related experiments. The CIA's primary goal was to achieve remote sensing capabilities that could pose a threat to their biggest rival, the Arctic bear, by remotely monitoring all of its military bases and strategic bombers. Chapter 433. The oak tree farm under surveillance. The robust Yusuf's eyes flashed with a hint of fascination. He had never seen such a stunning and sexy beauty before. However, her beauty and the fact that she had not become a plaything of a big shot indicated that there was a powerful man supporting her. The information in Yusuf's hands showed that Mia Bird was a guest of many Wall Street consortiums. However, there had never been any news revealing her relationship with any prominent figure. Therefore, Yusuf did not dare to use any forceful means when he approached her. Although he claimed to be a member of the Federal Supernatural Investigation Bureau, he was previously a member of the DEA, having finally escaped that quagmire. He treasured this opportunity at the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. He came to the Eastern Star Company to investigate because his superiors had assigned him the task of determining that all Ice Queen red wine on the market was sold by the Eastern Star Company. However, he had yet to discover the source of this red wine. Since Mia was not cooperating, he had no choice but to retreat for now. His DEA work had taught him patience and concealment. To achieve his goal, he needed to find the other party's weaknesses to exploit, and he believed that no company or individual was without flaws. Chapter 434. The flourishing oak tree farm. At this moment, Qin Hank was racing across the vast Atlantic Ocean. After finishing the dual blade training for Qin Hu that day, he returned to attend a family gathering at the Sanchez family's new home, where he was introduced to Sanchez's friends and relatives by Juan. Qin Hank generously gifted many presents to these friends and relatives. Money and gifts are the best social languages. His generosity made the Sanchez family look good in front of their friends. They also received many blessings for him and Anita from the guests. In the following days, Qin Hank and Anita enjoyed some intimate time together and took the Sanchez family to support Anita at her first performance. Anita excellently completed her debut performance and received a lot of praise. With this performance as a foundation, Anita became a rising flamenco performer in Madrid. And with Qin Hank's financial support behind her, her path in the entertainment industry would be smooth sailing. In between, Qin Hank also took the time to contact Shakira at Carlos III University. In facing Anita, who was somewhat cautious, Qin Hank was much bolder with Shakira. After 2 meals, Shakira began to doubt her life in tears again, wondering how Elena had endured so many days. Chapter 435. Issuing entry permits to the Cowboys under Carter's report. Cheen Hank learned that the Angus beef from Oak Tree Farm had become the darling of major Michelin restaurants across America. Many food critics had written articles praising the quality of Angus beef from Oak Tree Farm in culinary magazines. These food critics, whether they paid or not, unanimously praised the Angus beef produced by Oak Tree Farm. However, with only 10 Angus cattle available daily, they still couldn't meet the demands of all the Michelin restaurants, which was a sweet trouble. In addition to increasing the breeding number of Angus cattle, Carter also reported to Cheen Hank on the farms and ranches for sale around Oak Tree Farm. This was something Cheen Hank arranged for him to investigate after obtaining a large sum of funds. Due to the economic downturn in recent years and the ongoing drought, many farms and ranches had fallen into unsustainable operating conditions. Some farms and ranches had no operational issues, but their ownership belonged to companies from large cities. Initially, these farms were purchased in Texas for the purpose of diversifying investments. Now, some of these companies were also facing operational difficulties and urgently needed to sell these farms to recover their finances. Chapter 436. Trouble coming to Oak Tree Farm. Cheen Hank instructed Carter that if any relevant department personnel wanted to enter the farm for inspections and investigations, they should be taken to a villa at the former Sun Ranch. He would go over shortly to set up some illusion arrays and measures against modern technology in that villa. The end of science is metaphysics. Immortal techniques are ultimately much more profound than modern technological means. Carter noted everything down in a small notebook and left to convey the information to all the cowboys and employees. At Austin Airport, Yusuf quickly disembarked the plane with 5 subordinates. He took a cab to downtown Austin. After handling some formalities, he indeed brought people to Austin. For Mia, a wealthy woman from New York, her reliance is merely on the exclusive supply channel from Oak Tree Farm. Yusuf is not concerned about this at all. During his years with the DEA, he has seen cash worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and he is not particularly enthusiastic about profit at the moment. The key to entering the Supernatural Investigation Bureau lies in the fact that Yusuf himself is a firm believer in supernatural abilities. He believes that there must be supernatural powers and various legendary beings in this world. Chapter 437. The way to welcome inspections is a bit strange. The 2 staff members from the Department of Agriculture not only privately sent messages in front of Yusuf, they also solemnly stated that as part of a legitimate and compliant investigation, it is necessary for the other party to clearly understand the purpose of their visit. So they need to send a letter of assistance in advance. Thus, under the operation of these 2 staff members, a formal investigation letter was sent to Oak Tree Farm. By this time, it was already more than half an hour past when Yusuf and the others were preparing to set off. After more than half an hour, the convoy from the Texas Department of Agriculture arrived at the current location of the Oak Tree Farm's main gate. The current overseer of Oak Tree Farm, Carter, was waiting at the gate with 7 or 8 cowboys on horseback for the group of investigators. Seeing the Department of Agriculture's convoy approach, Carter instructed 2 cowboys to push open the oak gate of the farm. The convoy followed the horse team ahead to a villa. Both parties dismounted and began to engage. The 2 staff members from the Department of Agriculture pretended to be very formal and serious as they introduced the few staff members behind Carter. Both sides were well aware that Yusuf and his group were being treated as staff members of the Department of Agriculture. Therefore, Carter, under the pretext of showing relevant materials, invited everyone into the hall of the villa. Chapter 438. The Black Overlord transcends. Cheen Hank, surprised, inputted some magical power. To his astonishment, these 2 positions unhesitatingly absorbed all the magical power clean. Originally, Cheen Hank didn't have much thought about the Black Overlord, treating it merely as a large pet. Unexpectedly, under the nourishment of spiritual power, this horse began to show signs of evolving into a different species. Thus, Cheen Hank unhesitatingly continued to increase the flow of magical power. The comfortable humming of the Black Overlord gradually changed pitch. It suddenly felt an itch and pain in its ribs. It secretly opened its big round eyes to glance at Cheen Hank, then quickly closed them again. Endure it. I must endure it, even if it hurts a bit. I must hold on. Who knows when a master will next deliver this warm flow? So I need to enjoy it as long as possible. I must hold on no matter what. After Cheen Hank transmitted magical power for about an hour, he found that the Black Overlord was already sweating profusely, its muscles trembling. Its 2 internal areas could no longer absorb magical power. However, at this level, the Black Overlord showed no signs of any mutation. Cheen Hank repeatedly used his spiritual sense to scan the entire body of the Black Overlord, and did so a few more times. Chapter 439. Yusuf's terrifying intuition. Chin Hank widened his eyes, staring at the imposing and extraordinarily handsome Black Overlord, secretly feeling relieved. Reflecting on his previous worries, he still felt a bit fortunate. After all, deep in his memory, this blood-burning transcendence technique had a precedent for failure. Yet at this moment, the Black Overlord not only successfully passed this difficult hurdle, but also appeared increasingly powerful and majestic. The Black Overlord lightly neighed, its voice crisp and loud, as if expressing its joy to its master. Its strong and powerful neck slightly curved, its huge head affectionately leaned close to Chin Hank, and then it extended its long tongue to gently wrap around Chin Hank's face, licking it softly. Feeling the enthusiasm and closeness of the Black Overlord, Chin Hank revealed a gratified smile. His gaze fell on the broad wings beside the Black Overlord, and a strong curiosity surged in his heart. Just how high could such large wings allow this horse to fly? Filled with anticipation, he cast a concealment spell on it and said, "Black Overlord, try flying." Upon hearing the master's command, the Black Overlord excitedly snorted, releasing 2 puffs of warm air. Chapter 440. All surveillance equipment surprisingly returned to the box. After returning from Oak Tree Farm to Austin, Yusuf brought his subordinates back to the temporarily rented villa in Austin. In the villa's hall, everyone took out the equipment they were carrying and laid it on the large coffee table. Each hidden camera and listening device was counted. "Oh, what the hell is this?" one of the subordinates suddenly exclaimed in horror. His eyes were as wide as saucers, incredulously staring at the small, exquisite box in his hand. Inside the box, several listening devices the size of buttons were neatly arranged. I clearly remember installing these listening devices carefully beside the barn and in that dense oak grove. But now they were all intact in this box, as if they had never left. This subordinate muttered to himself, shaking his head continuously, his face full of confusion and disbelief. "Damn it, my situation is exactly the same as yours." Not far away, another subordinate shouted, his voice filled with shock and anger. As his words fell, the other subordinates hurriedly opened their own equipment bags to check carefully. Chapter 441. Old Chin needs a new identity. Yusuf had a big feast with his subordinates and then started assigning shifts for rest and vigilance, especially for William and Michael, who were going on a mission that night. They were the elite of Yusuf's team and specially selected by Yusuf from the former Fable. As former members of Fable, they possessed agile skills and keen information-gathering abilities. Yusuf directly ordered the 2 of them to go to sleep first, as long as they could open a breakthrough. Yusuf would follow up immediately and dig out all the secrets of Oak Tree Farm. So after arranging his subordinates, Yusuf left the villa alone. He was going to visit the mayor of Austin and several Texas state legislators. With the endorsement of several prominent figures and the local support from the director of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, these were all compensatory measures for situations that might arise in future actions. Every place has its local intricate power structures, and if these forces are angered, it doesn't matter if Yusuf is just a special agent of the Federal Supernatural Investigation Bureau, even if he were an intelligence officer from a Central Intelligence Agency. If he angered local powers, it would depend on whether anyone above was willing to protect him. Chapter 442. Texas Consortium. Lucas searched through and found a phone number to dial out. "George, this is Lucas Brown. Yes, it's me. The weather is nice today. I think it's perfect for a round of golf." "Oh, what a coincidence. We'll meet at the media golf course." Lucas hung up the phone and smiled at Chin Han Kao, saying, "Hank, I think you should bring a lawyer with you. Have you ever played golf before?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Brown. I can ride bulls and racehorses, but I've never played golf. However, it's such a simple sport, I can learn on the spot." "Yes, I forgot you have magical abilities. So let's head out and have your lawyer meet us at the media golf course." Lucas got up, took 2 cowboy hats from the wall, and left with Chin Han Kao. In the garage, he drove out a huge Ford F-450 pickup truck, placing a bucket of golf clubs in the back before getting in. Today, there was no one else at home. Cynthia had gone to her grandmother's house in Dallas with Mrs. Brown. Chin Han Kao called the Edward Law Firm in the car, arranging for a partner-level lawyer to come over. Chapter 443. 2 major deals. Lucas, what do you mean? "I think Hank is very eager to acquire the purchase rights to these shares. These shares are worth up to $6.5 billion. That's not a small number. As long as the price is reasonable, I don't think it should be a problem." Lucas confidently responded to George's doubts. Looking at Lucas's confident face, George turned a glance at Chin Han Kao, who was standing there casually. Lucas's son-in-law actually had the capability to acquire both Wagner Farm and shares of the Dallas First National Bank. Based on his understanding of Lucas, this funding could not possibly be from the Brown family. It must be the wealth that Lucas's son-in-law possesses. However, it seems that no Oriental family in Texas has such strong economic power. Looking again at Lucas as the newly elected Speaker of the Texas Parliament, he had too many common interests with the Texas Consortium and could provide better support for its development. He was a host with enough strength to sit at the table. And as a family with a deep personal relationship with Lucas, the Mackey family would definitely gain more benefits. Chapter 444, Refreshing Farm Deal Records. Sitting in the conference room, Chin Han Kao finally had a comprehensive understanding of what this Wagner farm was all about. It is the largest independent farm with contiguous plots in the United States. According to Tom, this is the real prototype of the Yellowstone farm in American film and television dramas. Wagner covers an area of 520,000 acres, spanning 6 counties. Or in other words, it crosses 6 districts of land. For reference, this area is slightly larger than Pengsheng in China, twice the size of Hong Kong, 3 times the area within the 5th Ring Road of Beijing, and 1/3 of the entire area of Shanghai. The farm has lakes, rivers, and farmland, divided into areas for cattle and horse breeding, planting, hunting, oil extraction, and recreational lakes. Tom told Chin Han Kao that there are currently 150,000 acres of land suitable for planting, with 30,000 acres already planted. They have raised 8,000 cattle and 500 horses. What Chin Han Kao did not expect was that there was oil on this farm. In the 160,000 acres of oil-producing area, there are 200 oil wells, with an average extraction depth of 600 meters. With current technology, it can optimize the extraction equipment to reach a depth of 500 meters. Chapter 445, Lost Supernatural Investigation Bureau agents, as the night fell like a huge and heavy black curtain, enveloping the entire Austin. In a corner of Austin, all was silent, only occasionally broken by the calls of night owls piercing the tranquility. At that quiet moment, a loud alarm suddenly rang, shattering the silence. Sleepy-eyed William and Michael reluctantly got out of bed, rubbing their eyes, trying to wake themselves up. Tonight, they were going to embark on an exploration filled with the unknown and mystery at the Oak Tree Farm, which appeared ordinary on the surface but actually hid countless secrets. Before going to bed, they had carefully prepared various equipment needed for infiltration. However, given their previous experience entering Oak Tree Farm, they knew that there seemed to be some device that could interfere with the normal operation of electronic equipment. After careful consideration, William and Michael ultimately decided to travel light, not carrying any electronic gear to avoid unnecessary interference or exposure. However, to record any important clues and information they might discover, they still brought along 2 miniature cameras that used film. Chapter 446, Agents not returning on time. When Chin Han Kao returned to Oak Tree Farm from Cynthia's house, he discovered that part of the magical array enveloping the entire farm had been triggered. This array had been specially adjusted by Chin Han Kao to activate only when large animals like wild boars or bears, as well as humans, triggered its defensive mechanism. However, only humans could trigger the operational conditions of the illusion array within, and some of the illusions had been activated. He swiftly flew to the edge of Oak Tree Farm. Sure enough, not far from the fence, 2 disgruntled agents were sitting on the ground, panting heavily. They must have thought they had walked for several hours, not realizing they had been going in circles for those hours. The physical exhaustion combined with the seemingly endless journey made these 2 trained agents anxious. When a human mind is unsettled, it is the perfect time to use a mind-bending technique. However, for Chin Han Kao, regardless of their state, bending their minds was merely a blink of an eye. So he directly landed in front of the 2, and they rolled their eyes before obediently staying away. Chin Han Kao had developed a certain interest in this Federal Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Chapter 447, Eye-Catching Rosa. Chin Han Kao sat in a chair, holding up a large bunch of crystal-clear purple grapes. In front of him knelt Rosa on the bed, looking eagerly at him. She had already put on the emerald pendant that glowed softly around her neck. After handling the 2 agents from the Federal Supernatural Investigation Bureau last night, Chin Han Kao passed by the vineyard and had a thought, picking a bunch of grapes to try, discovering that these grapes were truly delicious. So he picked some to take to the villa to share with Rosa. Although traditional wine grapes and table grapes differ greatly in appearance and taste, The nourishment of spiritual energy made this difference non-existent. In the vineyard of Oak Tree Farm, there were clusters of grapes that were larger and fuller than the average Cabernet Sauvignon. Previously, he had heard from Slovenia that winemakers typically sought lower-yielding, smaller grapes to produce better-flavored wine. However, in Chin Hank's vineyard, this principle is completely broken. Large clusters of grapes are all housed in specially designed mesh bags, with the largest grapes even as big as table tennis balls. It can be anticipated that this batch of Ice Queen red wine will achieve an unprecedented high yield, and the quality will also see a significant improvement. Chapter 448. The Studious Twins after several months of development. The Rose Clinic has remained unchanged, as if nothing has happened since yesterday. So when Chin Hank arrived at the Rose Clinic, he still saw those familiar faces. The old nurse at the front desk routinely asked, "Sir, do you have an appointment?" "I'm looking for Ginny and Nancy." The old nurse looked at Chin Hank over the top of her reading glasses. "Oh, young man, I remember you. You're the only one with an Eastern face looking for Ginny and Nancy. Ma'am, are there any other young people coming to see them besides me?" The temperature in the reception area suddenly dropped several degrees. "Oh, of course not. Only their father has been here to see them." The old nurse replied nonchalantly, completely unaware that her previous comment almost led to immeasurable consequences. Ginny and Nancy, looking very happy, were busy as the clinic had seen a significant number of patients recently. Upon hearing that Chin Hank had come to see them, they quickly wrapped up their tasks and rushed out. Knowing they were still busy, Chin Hank didn't say much and instead gave them new emerald jade amulets in the small meeting room nearby. It was clear that they were very fond of the new accessories, as Westerners tend to prefer emerald jewelry. Chapter 449. Sanat and Karina's ramen. After changing out of their foot basin JK skirts, the two sisters were now dressed in loose hoodies and jeans, looking not much different from contemporary American urban girls. Over the past few months, they seem to have grown a bit and become more youthful and vibrant. However, that inherent gentleness still exuded a strong foot basin vibe. It was evident that Hayano Sana and Hayano Karina were quite familiar with making ramen, as the sisters worked together seamlessly, with one kneading the dough while the other prepared the ingredients. Once the pot of water boiled, they quickly put the noodles in. The sisters worked together with remarkable skill, creating a particularly warm atmosphere. It's no wonder that many wanted to find a few foot basin women as girlfriends. This gentle personality can greatly satisfy men's needs. With their cooperation, they soon made 3 beautiful bowls of ramen. Sitting at the dining table, Hayano Sana and Hayano Karina clasped their hands together and cutely said to Chin Hank, "Then I will start eating now." The 3 of them thoroughly enjoyed the 3 large bowls of ramen. After Hayano Sana and Hayano Karina washed all the bowls and chopsticks clean, they curled up together on the sofa in Chin Hank's embrace. Chapter 450. The 5-tiger breaking door blade and the pure woman's sword. Regarding Edward, Chin Hank was fully considering the benefits he provided as a passionate admirer of Chinese culture. Additionally, Edward's law firm could offer Chin Hank considerable assistance in everyday matters. Therefore, Chin Hank stationed the golden puppets. With the 3 golden puppets of Jin Wuyo, they could definitely fulfill their ambition to sweep through the entire American fighting scene. However, when it came to his father-in-law, Huang Feiying from Los Angeles, Chin Hank needed to take him more seriously. It was uncertain if their plan to counterattack Chinatown had been implemented, but Huang Feiying was generally patient. After years of navigating the underworld, he would only act when he found a perfect opportunity. From Fang Xiaoqing, Chin Hank learned that the wildfires in Los Angeles had not affected them, which relieved him a lot. Fang Xiaoqing also shared an interesting piece of information with Chin Hank. Since practicing the pure woman skill he provided, Fang Xiaoya had actually begun to develop in certain aspects. Fang Xiaoqing's exact words were, "She's about to surpass her scale. The imagination space is vast. Therefore, he should treat the generous old man Huang Feiying better, since he had promised both of his daughters to Chin Hank." Chin Hank first sent Hayano Sana and Hayano Karina to language school. Chapter 451. Preparing for Wagner Farm, a larger farm? Carter looked puzzled. "I haven't heard of any large farms over 30,000 acres for sale nearby." "Yes, you need to accelerate the training of your cowboys to better support your work." "Hank, where's the farm you're talking about, and how big is it?" Carter, intrigued by Chin Hank's words, had no other thoughts in his mind and was solely focused on where that larger farm was. "Carter, have you heard of Wagner Farm?" "Wagner Farm? The one said to be the largest in America?" "My goodness, Hank, you own 520,000 acres of Wagner Farm. Carter exclaimed in shock. His shout stunned the other ranchers who were queuing to sell their farms. The man in front of them, wanting to buy their ranches, had actually acquired Wagner Farm. This strength could dominate the entire state of Texas. Those who were forced to sell their ranches due to not being able to operate them, or for other reasons, suddenly felt a sense of balance. If even Wagner Farm was being sold, then their small plots of land were even less significant. Chapter 452. The White Purebred Horse and the Twin Lotus. In Carter's puzzled gaze, Cheen Hank added, "If he really wants a Gale, I can sell it to him. But the condition for purchasing horses from Oak Tree Farm is that I would like to select something from his collection. If there is a price difference, it can be compensated with racehorses." Seeing Carter's reluctant expression, Cheen Hank smiled and patted his shoulder. "Carter, you need to think long-term. Once you get to Wagner Farm and have good horse breeds, will you still worry about not achieving good results?" Cheen Hank's words ignited Carter's passion, and his eyes became fervent. He excitedly nodded and took out his phone to call the contact for Prince Abdul. After conveying Cheen Hank's intentions over the phone, the other party said they would consult Prince Abdul. Clearly, the message Carter conveyed delighted the other party. So, 5 minutes after Carter hung up, the call came back. "Mr. Torres, Prince Abdul sincerely thanks you for the generosity regarding Oak Tree Farm, and he hopes to have the opportunity to purchase White Lightning. Additionally, Prince Abdul welcomes the owner of Oak Tree Farm to visit." Chapter 453. Azu is back in the villa's hall. Cheen Hank bid farewell to the ranchers who had already signed contracts. He and Carter escorted these ranchers and their lawyers to the door. "Carter, now go and isolate White Lightning, letting the cowboy who usually takes care of it be responsible. When Prince Abdul's private jet arrives at Austin International Airport, I will personally send someone to deliver it." Cheen Hank watched as cars drove away, a faint sense of satisfaction rising within him. His ancestors' genes told him that land is never too much, and watching his territory expand step by step has been one of the most enjoyable things since ancient times. Starting today, Oak Tree Farm is a large farm of 35,000 acres, and it's time to double the area of the oak forest. Once the oak forest expands, the truffle yield can also increase significantly, and at that time, not only will they supply America, but high-end banquets in Europe will also have to feature truffles sourced from Austin. Moreover, the action of expanding the oak forest can be done within the existing formation without changing its direction, which is very convenient. Cheen Hank continued to discuss arrangements with Carter regarding Wagner Farm. Meanwhile, a lawyer approached Cheen Hank politely to seek his instructions. Chapter 454. The best father-in-law Lai Zuda came to ask Huang Feiying for help, but he actually had another idea. It was equivalent to proving to Huang Feiying that he had entrusted his parents to him, so their cooperation could be trusted. Huang Feiying placed a cup of tea in front of Lai Zuda and pondered for a moment. He clearly understood what Lai Zuda was trying to express and took a leisurely sip of tea. "Azu, are you learning from Liu Bang by handing over your parents?" "I'm not Xiang Yu. Uncle Ing, you're joking. We're on the same side, not adversaries. You and my dad have been old buddies for many years, and I feel at ease with you." Lai Zuda appeared exceptionally sincere as he raised his teacup, using tea instead of wine to apologize to Huang Feiying. "Uncle Ing, I apologize to you. When I first returned to Chinatown, I did have some ulterior motives, but now I realize that the only ones I can really rely on are my own people. The foreigners only care about results and don't care who is in this position. Now that the number of Southeast Asians in Chinatown is increasing, if we don't find some space for us Chinese, Chinatown will completely turn into Southeast Asian Street. I was wrong to keep urging Uncle Ing to act without considering the survival issues of many families. Please proceed according to your plan and rhythm, and let me know when it's time to act so I can come and wrap things up." Chapter 455. Warm daily meals in the villa outside Marlborough School. Cheen Hank sat in the car, watching the laughing and playing students leave school. The familiar school buses were transporting the students to their respective homes. Unlike these classmates, Rosa no longer needed to take the school bus. She now lived very close, and if it weren't for safety and time, she could even walk home. Rosa had now obtained her driver's license, and Cheen Hank had also provided her with a car, making the few-minute drive very convenient. Cheen Hank didn't wait long at the school gate before he saw Rosa and others walking out together. Laura and Amanda seemed to have informed their families in advance, as they went straight to Laura's bodyguard's car to greet them after exiting the school gate. They then got into Cheen Hank's car together. The bodyguards followed them to the villa at Oak Tree Farm before getting out to bid farewell to Laura. The previous incident involving the already cremated official had made Laura's family particularly concerned about their safety, and all bodyguards were instructed to ensure safe transportation to the destination. As for Cheen Hank, Laura's early use of her family channels to help Oak Tree Farm had already made her family aware of their connection. Chapter 456. From gentleman to cowboy. Looking at Cheen Hank entering the room, Laura, kneeling on the bed, extended a hand with a dreamy look in her eyes. "Dear Hank, do you like this battle robe?" "Of course, Laura darling. You are a treasure bestowed upon me by heaven. In my heart, you will always be that exquisitely good girl like a Barbie. Then today, I don't want to see a polite gentleman. This is Texas, and I need to see a wild cowboy." "Oh fuck, you're so rude, but I like it." As Rosa and Amanda finished their meal and put their plates into the dishwasher, Laura had already sent out a distress signal. "Help me. Someone come to save me." Amanda pouted. Laura is always the most anxious and the first to fail. Maybe she knows she's too weak. "Rosa, you go save her." "Amanda, aren't you going?" "I want to move around in the living room a bit to digest before coming up." "You must hold on for at least half an hour." Rosa's cool little face revealed a slight smile. "You privileged young ladies, who can last longer than I can." Chapter 457. The prince's private jet has taken off, watching Carter directing the cowboys busily. Cheen Hank knew that running a cosmetics company could not fall on Carter. However, none of the women around him had shown particularly strong business acumen yet. Among them, the one who was slightly stronger was Laura. Influenced by the Dida family, Laura had quite a bit of business sense. Just looking at the resources she had negotiated for Cheen Hank showed that she had certain talents in business. But Laura couldn't help Cheen Hank manage the company right now, as she still needed to attend university. It would be several years before Laura graduated from university. Therefore, he could only look for someone among the existing women or wait to meet suitable professional managers who could carry out related plans. Cheen Hank stopped the busy Carter and told him pile all the fermented grape pomace in the vineyard. Carter nodded and hurriedly agreed, then quickly went out to direct the cowboys as they poured the newly delivered grapes onto the sorting platform. Not long after, he rushed back in to tell Cheen Hank, "Hank, the grapes you asked me to keep have been picked and packed beside me. Should I have them transported over?" Chapter 458. Surprises given to each other. When Nancy opened the door, she saw not only Cheen Hank, but also two middle-aged people standing at the door. "Oh dear, did you bring friends?" "Nancy, come here and see if you like this place." Cheen Hank pulled Nancy to the opposite door. Only then did Nancy realize that the door across was open, and the layout was exactly the same as Ginny's apartment. Even the decoration design was identical. "Dear, what do you want to do here?" Nancy looked confused, unsure of why Cheen Hank brought her to the apartment across from Ginny's. So when Cheen Hank placed a stack of contracts in front of her, Nancy hadn't reacted yet. "Nancy, congratulations. We are truly neighbors now." Ginny stood at the door to send her blessings. She already knew that Cheen Hank had bought the apartment across for Nancy. Ginny was genuinely happy for Nancy. Having Nancy as a neighbor meant she wouldn't feel so lonely here. Working together during the day and living across from each other at night. What a great arrangement. In a state of surprise, Nancy signed her name on all the contracts, never dreaming that Cheen Hank would buy this apartment for her right across from Ginny. Chapter 459. Delivering horses to the Middle Eastern prince. After a pleasant afternoon and night at Ginny's apartment, Cheen Hank returned to Oak Tree Farm early in the morning. At this moment, he was standing in the pasture, stroking a horse. The horse was entirely white, with only a small black patch on its nose and mouth. Its mane was neatly trimmed, with longer strands left on the top of its head and near its spine. The tail gradually turned golden from the base, making it a very majestic thoroughbred. The horse enjoyed Cheen Hank's touch, occasionally licking his cowboy hat with its tongue. Carter stood beside him, introducing a strong middle-aged cowboy. "Hank, this is Wig, the cowboy who takes care of White Lightning. He has cared for racehorses at Sunflower Ranch for 15 years and is a very excellent equine expert." After Carter finished the introduction, Wig took off his cowboy hat and bowed to Cheen Hank. "Boss, it's a great honor to work at Oak Tree Farm." "Hello, Wig. This time I need you to work hard with me to go to Saudi Arabia. After handing over the horses, you'll need to stay there for another week to teach the team how to care for White Lightning." Chapter 460. Arriving in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Perhaps because Cheen Hank was on the plane, the pilot announced in both Arabic and English. Coincidentally, Cheen Hank had learned some Arabic while in Morocco, so he could understand everything. As the cabin announcement sounded, the plane slightly shook and began to taxi down the runway. It climbed to the stratosphere at a gentle incline. A servant dressed in a long robe emerged from the exclusive service area and respectfully approached Cheen Hank to ask what he would like to drink. Cheen Hank chose black tea. He scanned the entire plane with his spiritual sense and found that there were no female attendants on board. This must be a characteristic of Middle Eastern wealthy individuals, where women are to be kept hidden. With a flight time of 14 hours and a distance of over 13,000 kilometers, if Chin Hank flew himself, it could be shortened by half, but this way was effortless. On the plane, Chin Hank enjoyed 3 full meals and 2 tea breaks. During the flight over the Atlantic, the plane encountered some turbulence, causing it to shake violently, which scared Wig so much that his legs trembled. Cowboys are fearless on the ground and on horseback, but in the air, where they couldn't touch the ground, Wig's fearless cowboy demeanor disappeared. Chapter 461. Prince Abdul's treasure trove. Chin Hank expressed interest in the prince's collection of meteorites, strange woods, and stones. "Follow me." Prince Abdul gestured to Chin Hank and turned to walk into the palace, with his servants quickly following. Chin Hank looked up at the distance, where the afternoon sun gilded the desert, squinting slightly as he turned to follow Prince Abdul. Upon entering the palace, he could truly feel the super-luxurious decor of Prince Abdul's residence. The 12-tier crystal chandelier hanging from the dome refracted a strange halo in Chin Hank's eyes. Among the crystals were a vast number of sapphires. Each perfectly polished Sri Lankan sapphire sparkled with dazzling luster. Upon closer inspection, these brilliant sapphires formed a vivid depiction of the Milky Way, prominently featuring a Leo constellation. "I am a Leo, so I had the designer create this type of chandelier," Prince Abdul said warmly, noting Chin Hank's observation of the chandelier. Seeing that Chin Hank seemed interested in the palace's decorations and knew he could speak fluent Arabic, Prince Abdul continued. Chapter 462. Ascending together. "Mr. Chin, you are a friend of great virtue, and I also like your gift. We will have a long-lasting friendship." Prince Abdul came over and hugged Chin Hank. At this moment, he felt a strong fondness for this Eastern cowboy from America. Not only did he receive a majestic thoroughbred, but he also received the golden truffle gift from Chin Hank. He had tasted this so-called top-grade truffle before and found the flavor excellent, but due to its scarcity on the market, he had been searching for it without success. Unexpectedly, the golden truffle came from the farm of Mr. Chin, who also had a knack for training racehorses. Indeed, people from the East, inheriting the culture of way.What, always inspire trust in their actions, and their personal virtues are commendable. Even while in America, they maintain such excellent traditions. Prince Abdul decided to have his butler specially order the corresponding truffles from Oak Tree Farm. Since he was busy with the handover of White Lightning earlier, he had time to discuss the gifts. So Chin Hank entrusted this to Yasar, and he had already personally delivered the largest gift, White Lightning. Chapter 463. The imminent sanction. The scorching sun baked the desert in northern Sudan as Chin Hank's sword energy transformed into a rainbow, sweeping across the desert sky. His 6-layer foundation building spiritual sense spread like a tide, clearly perceiving the tremors of every grain of sand within 2 kilometers. Suddenly, the rainbow light flashed, and he hovered above the clouds because down below, a massacre was taking place in the yellow sand. The blazing sun mercilessly scorched the earth, and rolling heat waves stirred up a thick layer of yellow sand, flying like a heavy curtain in the air. Several modified armored personnel carriers raced through the vast sea of sand like wild horses, madly circling around a small village. In the relatively flat and open area at the village entrance, 200 to 300 soldiers dressed in digital desert camouflage stood in formation. Under the tight cover of several armored vehicles, they quickly spread out into skirmish lines and launched a fierce attack on the village. The soldiers shouted slogans of Allahu Akbar, their voices echoing through the sky as if they wanted to engulf the entire village. Accompanied by deafening roars, the armored vehicles ruthlessly crushed the charred earthen houses on the outskirts of the village. Chapter 464. Testing foundation building combat power. Chin Hank flew in the air, heading east. Feeling a bit pleased, having been on a human-shaped bomber, he suddenly felt a sense of exhilaration. His cultivation had reached the 6th layer of foundation building, and the space within his sleeve had greatly expanded several times, from the size of a basketball court to that of 2 football fields. The things that used to fill it now only occupied a small space. Regarding the power of this aerial bomb, Chin Hank felt quite satisfied. It required no electronic equipment or positioning systems. Just like a firecracker, once thrown, it would explode. In Chin Hank's hands, it was simply a weapon he could command at will. The key was that throwing it didn't consume much of his spiritual energy. So, Chin Hank pondered for a moment, considering where to procure some supplies. The original version of the missile was quite handy, so I still needed to get a bit from the American military. Right now, there happens to be an American aircraft carrier lingering in the Red Sea, and they should have quite a stockpile of such things. So, Qin Heng sent a message to Selong and soon got the location of the aircraft carrier. The Adu aircraft carrier is currently having a rough time in the Red Sea due to missile attacks from the armed group, the Middle Eastern Flathead. Chapter 465. Missiles mysteriously intercepted. Don't expect too much from the Squid Group on other matters, but they can definitely be trusted when it comes to retaliation. It should be the F-16 that escaped, which marked the coordinates of the anti-aircraft machine guns before leaving. Under Qin Heng's intense gaze, 3 fast black dots were soon spotted in the sky. The high-speed missiles indeed came as expected. The weather conditions were good, and Qin Heng's vision far exceeded the range of spiritual perception. Soon, 3 missiles appeared in his spiritual awareness, and at their high speed. Most people would have already exploded upon catching a glimpse of their shadow. However, Qin Heng saw them clearly, firmly locking onto the 3 missiles with his spiritual awareness. In a flash, the purple flame flying sword struck, destroying the missiles thousands of meters in the air. The 3 massive fireball explosions created a gust of wind on the ground, which also brought cheers from the people below. They thought that the armed resistance organization of the Sea Sand concentration camp had somehow acquired advanced weaponry to intercept the missiles in midair, their faces flushed with excitement. But as the 3 missiles were destroyed, over a dozen locations in the Sea Sand concentration camp were also attacked by missiles. Chapter 466. The Descent of Deities. It was clear that the Squid Group's observation methods were watching the missile interception situation. The sight of over a dozen missiles being intercepted and exploding in the air shocked the Squid Group. But it was only shock for the Squid. If a dozen missiles couldn't do the job, they could always send more. Their main approach was one of recklessness and arrogance. So, it wasn't long before a new wave of over 20 missiles came directly towards the previous target. Within a minute, another wave of missiles followed. And another wave came a minute later, clearly intending to use a saturation attack to completely crush the previous resistance. Qin Heng's eyes widened as he stared at the missile swarm coming like a locust horde from the sky, complex emotions surging within him. His scalp tingled, but he couldn't hide his inner joy. After all, the interception of the missiles had severely slapped the enemy's face, directly poking at the Squid Group's vital spot. The missiles whistled in succession, one wave after another, as if they were endless. This frenzied assault made Qin Heng feel the enemy's anger and urgency. Clearly, they had been thoroughly provoked and were somewhat frantic. Chapter 467. Mixed and impure willpower. All 3 waves of missiles were intercepted and exploded in Qin Heng's thunderfire soundwave. The refugees in the Sea Sand concentration camp cheered, thanking their god who had never cared for them. This situation made Qin Heng frown. The work he did had allowed a little Alahook to take advantage, which made him quite unhappy. In that instant, his mind raced, and an idea surged to the forefront. He quickly formed a seal, releasing Qin Hongyi from the Beast Master space, decisively lifting the concealment spell. In an instant, a dazzling light flashed, and a phoenix over 10 meters long appeared in the sky like a ball of blazing fire. This phoenix was engulfed in fierce flames, its feathers shimmering with brilliant red light, seemingly merging with the surrounding air. Its massive and majestic body emitted a powerful aura that left people in awe, especially its long tail feathers, elegant and magnificent, like burning fans adorned with gem-like eye spots, radiated a sacred aura, whether flying or still, making it impossible to look away. Chapter 468. Paralyzed aircraft carrier strike group. Qin Heng stood amidst the thunderclouds from high above. He could already see the military gathering movements at the boundary of the Sea Sand concentration camp, dozens of kilometers away. Boss, I feel all the hairs on my body standing up. Someone is trying to harm me. Don't worry, it definitely isn't me. Qin Heng steadily maintained the operation of the Tiangang Juyo array, fully aware that Qin Hongyi's feeling was correct. A considerable number of missiles had already targeted Qin Hongyi's location. Now was the real test for them. If they could withstand this, then no matter where they were, Qin Heng could calmly state that he didn't eat beef. Because aside from nuclear weapons, everything America has is here. It's a replica of a small America, and in some aspects, certain functions are even enhanced. Since Qin Hongyi had sensed the crisis, it indicated that the enemy's attack was imminent. While maintaining the Tiangang Juyo array, Qin Heng continuously refined the willpower beads sent by Qin Hongyi into willpower spears. As for the mana consumption, He opened a gap in the thundercloud, drawing down endless sun essence, inexhaustible and limitless. Chapter 469. Directly confronting missiles. The mood of the intelligence and action teams from the Federal Bureau of Supernatural Investigation still in the air was mixed with joy and anger. They were happy to have actually found the living phoenix, but angry that the squid group was preparing to attack this phoenix with the intent to destroy it completely. Of course, for the Federal Bureau of Supernatural Investigation, eliminating the phoenix wasn't a problem. They would find a way to do it once they reached the sea sand concentration camp. But they didn't want this to happen before they arrived. The Federal Bureau had previously tried to persuade the squid group to pause their attack on the phoenix until the operational and intelligence teams arrived. They hoped to collect relevant specimens and materials as soon as possible. However, this request was directly rejected by the commander of the squid group, who informed them that a special task force had already been organized to collect the phoenix's remains and blood. This made the Federal Bureau extremely angry. If you did the work, what were we supposed to do? If we didn't do any work, why were the tycoon fathers supporting us? But for the commander of the squid group, the opinions of the all-controlling family tycoons in America were what he had to consider. Chapter 470. Attack and Defense Disparity. Chin Hank's entire mana surged. He didn't know what level could be achieved at the 6th layer of foundation building. But he knew one thing for sure. He absolutely couldn't let the missiles break through his defenses and explode nearby. Just now, Qin Hongyi spewed several bursts of South Ming fire, which were captured by the opponent's camera. To everyone's eyes, it appeared as though Qin Hongyi had unleashed a mysterious flame that destroyed all the incoming missiles. However, the one who truly exerted great effort was Qin Hang, who at this moment was channeling all his magical power into the Tiangang 9 stars formation. At the same time, several incantations were imprinted onto the main bell of the Tiangang Thunder Sound Bell. With a low, resonant sound, the previously stable Tiangang 9 stars formation suddenly changed. The main bell, located at the core, stood firmly in the center, emitting a heart-stirring light. Meanwhile, 8 small, exquisite bells containing boundless power circled around it in a wondrous manner, forming a tight, circular formation. In that instant, all 9 bells vibrated in unison, their sound resembling divine thunder descending from the 9 heavens, echoing through the clouds and deafening to the ears. Crack! With a thunderous boom that shook the heavens. It was like the fury of the thunder god releasing a thunderclap, causing fear and trepidation. Chapter 471. Joint attack on the undying bird. A strange atmosphere spread between the squid nest and the sand concentration camp. The squid nest command, which had been on high alert, was still waiting for over an hour without any retaliation from the undying bird. Reconnaissance revealed that the undying bird was still hovering above the sand concentration camp, showing no intention of advancing. The staff conducted simulations and discussions, concluding that after fending off over 100 missiles from the squid nest, the undying bird's magic must be running low. Therefore, it was currently hovering above the sand concentration camp to recover its magical power. The squid nest staff connected to the Joint Combat System of the American Central Command, mobilizing all American military bases in the Middle East. Fighter jets loaded with munitions were on standby on the runway. The aircraft carrier strike group, the ADU, which had been highly hoped for by the squid nest, was denied access to the system by the American Central Command, and no specific reason was disclosed to the squid nest. After evaluating the entire combat system, there was an 80% probability of successfully killing the undying bird in a renewed attack. It must be said that the achievement of killing extraordinary beings greatly tempted the commander of the squid nest. More importantly, the need to eliminate the undying bird aligned with the interests of the American tycoons. Chapter 472. The power of the will. Spear. Qin Hongyi swept past the exploding flames with Qin Hang. However, in the field of vision, countless missiles were flying in from all directions. The combat scene in this airspace was drastically different from before. Qin Hang was fully focused, continuously channeling his immense magical power into the Tiangang 9 stars formation. In an instant, the formation's brilliance surged, shooting out countless thunder fireballs like a dense meteor shower, raining down in all directions. At the same time, long chains of lightning, like menacing dragons, tore through the skies with tremendous force. They rapidly leaped onto the whistling missiles, creating sparks and dazzling electric flashes wherever they passed. Accompanied by earth-shattering explosions, one missile after another detonated in the air, bursting forth with brilliant flames. Meanwhile, Qin Hongyi, suspended in midair, flapped her enormous wings with all her might. Yet, in such an intense combat environment, she resembled a small boat amidst raging winds and waves, sometimes soaring high toward the clouds and sometimes skimming close to the ground. Though her form wavered, she gritted her teeth and exerted all her strength to maintain her balance. Chapter 473. If you can't fly, don't fly, you metal birds are prepared to die. Qin Hongyi shrieked, leaving her voice behind. Qin Heng focused intently on the rapidly fleeing fighter jets. Taking advantage of Qin Hongyi's flight, he operated his techniques at breakneck speed, striving to recover his consumed magical power. Once his magic had slightly recovered, without a moment's hesitation, he continuously infused it into the Tiangang 9 stars formation. At this moment, Qin Hongyi swiftly closed in on the fleeing fighter jets, the distance between them shrinking to just 2 kilometers. Unexpectedly, the originally tightly packed formation of 12 planes suddenly split in two, clearly attempting to escape separately to evade Qin Heng and others' pursuit. However, perhaps due to panic, these pilots disregarded the minimum launch requirement of 5 kilometers and resolutely fired their last remaining AIM-120 missile from the belly of their aircraft. Oomph. Seeing this, Qin Heng snorted coldly, a surge of anger rising within him. How dare these enemy planes attempt to resist while fleeing? He tightened his grip on the golden light, and the main bell of the Tiangang Thunder sound bell instantly emitted a dazzling beam like a laser. Chapter 474. The disappearing, undying bird in the American Central Command Joint Operations Room. There was a burst of jubilation, as the large heat source representing the undying bird had vanished from the big screen. Meanwhile, in the Squid Nest Military Command, the commander had issued orders for the troops that were previously preparing to breach the border to instead use helicopters to reach their destination. 6 giant Chinook transport helicopters landed near the troop and, after boarding 2 companies of soldiers, took off. Since the last battle location of the undying bird was within the borders of the Squid Nest, this was the most ideal situation for the American tycoons. The wreckage and blood would ultimately fall within the Squid Nest, significantly reducing the difficulty and danger of collection. Although the Squid Nest military was acting according to the American tycoons' demands, they indeed had their own ulterior motives. Among the 2 companies were 3 renowned biological scientists from the Squid Nest. After acquiring biological samples, they would definitely not meekly hand over everything, but instead planned to keep some for their own research. Perhaps this incident would even give rise to 12 new Nobel laureates in biological sciences. Chapter 475. $300 to take away as the sun rose, just revealing its face. A wisp of purple chi was inhaled by Qin Heng at the moment the light appeared. Instantly, all his injuries were gone, and his body and meridians were restored to their original state, with only his spiritual awareness needing a bit more time to recover. With the little blue dragon by his side, it was as if he held a healing pill that could be reused. Through yesterday's tests, he knew that his strength could traverse the globe without direct confrontation, but for now, he needed to stay hidden in the background for a while longer. Based on his growth, he should be able to cultivate to the mid-golden core stage, at which point it would be no problem to boldly reveal himself. Because he could reach 1,000 miles in an instant, there were no fighter jets capable of achieving that speed in this world. By then, he would no longer need to worry about being besieged by fighter jets. By that time, group attacks would no longer be effective. No wonder in the world of cultivation. Cultivators can be called national-level figures once they reach the golden core stage, able to suppress an entire nation with their strength alone. However, in the world of cultivation, there are many people of the same level who can break through such defenses. But in the current world, I can act alone, and apart from nuclear weapons, no one else dares to challenge me. Chapter 476. Over a year without meat, a Middle Eastern snack, smeared with olive oil and cinnamon, was placed before the wealthy old Qin. It was undeniable that he was tempted after just having experienced a fierce battle. Life is about balance. He could only say that he had never tasted such flavors before. Qin Heng smiled and pulled out 3 rolls of dollars to show the girl. So, where's your uncle? I need to talk to her. She's in that tent over there. My name is Lana Saad, and my uncle's name is Cohen Saad. The girl nervously pointed to a nearby tent. Okay, you wait here. Qin Heng nodded and turned to walk towards the tent, while Lana's eyes sparkled with hope. Cohen Saad, are you there? I need to talk to you. Qin Heng shouted at the entrance of the tent. As his voice echoed, a middle-aged man with a full beard, wearing a shirt and jeans, stepped out of the tent. He glanced at Qin Heng with his somewhat numb, deep-set eyes and lifted the tent flap. Come in. Cheen Hank followed him into the tent, which was sparsely furnished with only a small table and covered with an Arabic carpet. In one corner of the tent, a few blankets were piled up, seemingly used for warmth while sleeping. Chapter 477. Armed men delivering cars. Why are there so many armed men coming? Cheen Hank looked in the direction of the approaching convoy with confusion. Run. These armed men are here to collect money and rob. Lana quickly grabbed Cheen Hank's hand, preparing to lead him towards the back of the market. At this point, people in the market had already noticed the situation and were desperately running towards the tent area. Oh, don't run. The delivery men are here. Just don't talk and follow me. Cheen Hank held on to Lana's hand and did not run to the back. Instead, he casually cast a concealment spell over both Lana and himself. Then, he leisurely led Lana to stand beside the market. The armed men arrived in a dozen pickup trucks, expertly parking at various exits, with 2 heavy machine guns mounted in the truck beds aimed directly at the main entrance of the market. Most of the armed men jumped out of the vehicles and began collecting money from the stalls at various entrances, with a few dirty military backpacks serving as their collection boxes. If they spotted something they liked, they would directly steal it and stuff it into a burlap sack. It seemed that all the merchants in the market were used to this situation, numbly handing over money to the armed men. Buyers were nervously searched by the armed men, unlike the merchants. Chapter 478. The girl who likes modern shopping malls compared to the girls sold to old men in refugee camps. Lana felt she must have saved Syria to encounter such good fortune. At that time, she only thought that Cheen Hank's eyes were youthful, and as long as he wasn't an old man, it would be much better than marrying her cousin. Now, seeing the person in the robe, he was indeed a very young man, and a foreigner at that. Lana looked up at Cheen Hank's black eyes. Can I know your name, my man? Of course. You can call me Cheen Hank. If that's hard to pronounce, you can just call me Cheen. Okay, Cheen. From today onwards, I belong to you. I don't eat much. I'm easy to take care of. The beautiful Lana removed her headscarf, revealing her long brown hair. Cheen, from now on, only you can see my hair. Oh, Lana, we will live in another country in the future where you won't have to wear a headscarf every day. Just make sure that what's under your clothes is only for my eyes. I swear, what's under my clothes will be reserved only for you. Lana solemnly made her vow. Watching the serious expression on Lana's pretty face, Cheen Hank affectionately ruffled her hair. Chapter 479. Lana without her robe. Thank you for the meal. Lana is very full. The fragrant lamb made her stomach feel completely satisfied, a feeling she hadn't experienced since she was a child. Happily holding onto Cheen Hank's robe, she continued to stroll around the shopping mall. Walking in this modern shopping center, the long-strung nerves of Lana seemed to relax a lot. Her full stomach made her feel a bit sleepy, and she yawned quietly. Cheen Hank keenly sensed her drowsiness and took her out of the shopping center. Back at the luxurious hotel, Cheen Hank first let Lana take a bath in the large bathtub. However, Lana stood in front of the bathtub for 10 minutes without knowing how to fill it with water. Finally, Cheen Hank came in to help her fill the tub and took a bath with her. When Cheen Hank was bathing, he realized that the 100 dinars were well spent. A set of red QQ lingerie allowed him to see just how good Lana's figure was under her robe. Although Lana was shy, she did not hesitate to show Cheen Hank all her beauty. On the huge and luxurious round bed, Cheen Hank held an electronic world map, educating the dazed Lana about the outside world. Chapter 480. Lana's settlement. Cheen Hank settled Lana into Rose's villa, arranging a room for her. He had thought carefully about this arrangement. Having just arrived in America, Lana was unfamiliar with her surroundings, and if she were left alone in a villa, she would feel very lonely, especially on a farm, where the land is vast and people are sparse. It's possible to go 10 days or half a month without seeing anyone in a villa. Among Cheen Hank's women, Rosa was a local, of a similar age to Lana, and one of Cheen Hank's most obedient women. Usually, Lola and Amanda would not stay here, so Rosa also lived alone. Having Lana, there would provide her with companionship. Placing Lana here, he didn't have to worry about her being bullied. As for Lana, seeing Cheen Hank with other women, there was no need to worry at all. Arabs are particularly understanding of situations where a family has multiple wives. So after settling Lana, he also told her that there was a Rosa here, and Lana immediately understood, obediently expressing that she would get along well with Rosa. Cheen Hank also asked Lana if she wanted to go to school, but for Lana, who had lived a wandering life and had never attended school since childhood, this was not a consideration. Chapter 481. Higher starting point horse racing. After a brief understanding at the racetrack, Cheen Hank calmly issued instructions to Carter. Carter, arranged for some cowboys to bring this group of horses to the enclosure 500 meters away. Waiting for the cowboys to take action, he added that 10 minutes later, he would arrange for someone to come and take the herd away. At this moment, the group of fine horses in front of Cheen Hank consisted mostly of thoroughbreds. They were colorful and varied in shape, but among the many colors, a blue horse and a red horse were particularly eye-catching. According to ancient customs of Huagua, they would surely be called the blue stallion and the red rabbit horse. With his profound cultivation now, purifying the bloodline of these 35 horses was an effortless task for Cheen Hank. Since his cultivation had significantly improved, he could already faintly sense the immense potential hidden deep within the bloodlines of these horses. Moreover, he could selectively purify the parts that would greatly benefit the horse's strength. Once the cowboys left the enclosure, Cheen Hank decisively waved his hand and cast a concealment spell. Chapter 482. The treasure of the Southern Federation Army at the junction of the two farms, buried beneath a small hill at a distance of 15 meters from the ground, was a cache of arms and gold. With Cheen Hank's spiritual sense, he could clearly scan it out. It was a stone cellar about 20 square meters in size. Inside were 200 old rifles, 100 revolvers, a batch of military uniforms, a small box of gold coins, and 8 large wooden boxes of gold bars. Cheen Hank directly summoned the earth-sealed treasure and raised this stone cellar to the surface. He brushed aside the dirt and pulled open a large stone slab. A very dry cellar appeared before him. Although it wouldn't be a problem for Cheen Hank to enter directly with his current cultivation, he still kept his long-held habit of sweeping his sleeve to blow in a strong wind, refreshing the air in the cellar. At the same time, all the dust in the cellar was swept away, leaving it completely clean, even spotless. Facing the 8 large wooden boxes of gold just a few meters away, Cheen Hank didn't even need to enter. With a sweep of his sleeve, he stored these 8 large boxes along with the small box of gold coins into his sleeve universe. Roughly estimating, there were at least 3 tons of gold in those 8 large boxes. Chapter 483. A joyful conversation between father-in-law and son-in-law Cheen Hank called to inquire about Lucas, who was resting at home. So he drove over with 2 Colt M 1851s. It seemed that our state senator also didn't work every day, paying attention to balancing work and rest. He instructed Carter to organize all the firearms and uniforms back into the wooden boxes and store them in the warehouse. Upon arriving at Lucas's house, Cheen Hank smiled as he handed over 2 small wooden boxes and a 3-liter bottle of Ice Queen. Upon seeing the Ice Queen, Lucas immediately embraced it without a second thought. "Oh, my sweetheart, I can finally have you again." The relationship between Lucas and Cheen Hank was now very harmonious, with Cheen Hank proving himself to be a trustworthy partner and a generous benefactor, not just a reckless young man. Especially with the red wine that Cheen Hank sent, Lucas felt energized every day, almost considering adding a brother or sister for Cynthia. Since Cynthia was saved, Lucas had already realized that Cheen Hank possessed incredibly magical and powerful methods. He also knew that many high-profile figures in America were searching for the origin of the Ice Queen. Chapter 484. Friendly interaction between Lana and Rosa. Cheen Hank returned to Oak Tree Farm from Lucas's place. Lana had already woken up and was trying to make Syrian meat patties in the living room. She had heard Cheen Hank's voice message on her phone, so she was preparing food here, waiting for his return with peace of mind. In Syria, women waited at home for their men like this. However, although the spices in the kitchen were abundant, some commonly used mixed spices from Syria were not available here. Lana had to mix the existing pepper, cumin, chili powder, and other spices to create a similar seasoning, which she sprinkled on the patties, and it seemed to taste about the same. Rosa, who had just returned from school, curiously watched Lana make the patties. She had already seen the message Cheen Hank sent her at school, and she felt no aversion to having another sister from a distant foreign land. Because Cheen Hank had briefly shared Lana's past with her, Rosa, who had experienced hardships, found a resonance with Lana, and her kind-heartedness even led her to bring a bouquet of flowers back for Lana. Now, Rosa was a little rich girl. Cheen Hank would occasionally give her a few stacks of pocket money, and having developed a habit of saving, she hadn't started spending extravagantly, but instead saved up her money. Chapter 485. Heading to McKisson Manor for a meeting the next morning, Carter, who came to deliver vegetables, was stunned to see a beautiful Lana in the house. He was shouting in his heart, "She's really here." However, having mentally prepared for it earlier, he felt a sense of relief and regained his composure. He saw Rosa affectionately staying close to Cheen Hank, and as long as his sister wouldn't lose her affection, Carter didn't care much about other matters. He just wanted his sister to be happy and live a carefree life. Rosa happily introduced Lana to him. Cheen Hank introduced Lana to Carter, and when she learned that Carter was Rosa's brother, she couldn't hide her envy. While Carter was puzzled about why Lana was looking at him and Rosa that way, Cheen Hank informed him of Lana's admiration. This made Carter feel a bit sad, and he gently embraced Rosa. Rosa, I'm sorry for the many years of hardship you had to endure. No, Carter, thank you for not choosing to abandon me, even in the toughest times. The scene of the siblings hugging was witnessed by Lana, who quietly squeezed into Cheen Hank's embrace, resting her head on his chest, feeling his strong heartbeat. Chapter 486. The situation of American consortiums as these cold bodyguards entered the hall full of bodyguards. The entire hall fell silent for a moment. Then, they continued chatting, as they had seen many colleagues trying to act cool. But it was their first time encountering so many who were all acting so cold, and everyone expressed their disdain. Look, these guys' expressions are really cool. Are you planning to freeze your opponents with your icy looks? A burly man with a mustache whispered, because they were responsible for protecting their employer. Except for a very few bodyguards sipping whiskey at the bar, the others were disciplined, drinking coffee and other beverages to stay alert. In such a boring setting, everyone wanted to find some fun, but due to long-term interactions, the various bodyguard teams were relatively familiar with each other, having measured each other's strengths in different situations. Just then, Cheen Hank's bodyguard team entered. To establish their own style and identity, Cheen Hank had specially transformed most of the golden puppets to have Eastern features, with only 5 golden puppets having Caucasian features. Such a mixed team is very eye-catching. Bullying newcomers is something that most organizations and gangs in America would do, so they all turned their attention to this new bodyguard team. Chapter 487. The Ice and Snow Queen that makes people shine. This time, George McEwen's recommendation of the Anglo-Saxon to join the Texas Consortium was not a whim. First of all, Cheen Hank's father-in-law, Lucas Brown, stood up to endorse him. Secondly, the Black Angus beef from Oak Tree Farm has established a high-end beef brand image in Texas and even the entire American upper class. The geographical location of Oak Tree Farm inherently requires it to stand with Texas. Lastly, there is Cheen Hank's financial power. The money to purchase Wagner Farm and Dallas First National Bank, although raised from overseas, is backed by a fortune of over $10 billion, which is definitely not something an ordinary person can easily obtain. Anglo-Saxons are accustomed to using force to seize everything. But now the situation in America is no longer such that one can obtain everything they desire through force. For a long time, Anglo-Saxons in America have been at a clear disadvantage in the financial field. This has forced them to find alternative paths and shift their focus to industries, such as manufacturing. After all, even if one is a cripple, they must find a way to make their stronger leg even stronger.